Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Wednesday morning, a Waddle Wednesday with open phone lines for you. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. And Cap on the north side with the returning Boog Shambi into the booth. The San Francisco Giants defeat the Cubs by a score of 14-5.
In 11 innings.
11 innings. And let me tell you something. That 11th inning, I'll never forget. I don't think I've ever seen anyone with a ghost runner score 9 runs in the 11th. I've never seen that before in extras. 9? It just wasn't the Cubs' night yesterday.
It should have been. And I'm hacked off, and I didn't like the decision-making in the 10th.
Uh-oh.
And I'd like to ask Craig Counsell, and again, it's my guy. I'm happy with where the ball club sits. Mm-hmm. With your top 2 starters now on the shelf, no reasonable facsimile of a major league third baseman on the roster currently. That all said, you got the winning run at third in the bottom of the 10th. Babe Ruth is at the plate, named Pete Crow Armstrong. At least that's how he's being portrayed. And I like Pete a lot.
Sure.
One of my favorite players I've watched.
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard about trying to slap a bunt down? How about lay a bunt down?
All right, Shay. That'll be all. Here we go. The fundamentals.
Can't get a bunt down?
Here we go.
In 2025.
It's May. All right. Tell us about the bunt. Go ahead. Tell us a scenario.
Well, let me just ask you a question.
Go ahead.
What did the Giants do to get the go-ahead run in the 11th? They got a bunt down.
Got the bunt down, yeah.
It's called freaking fundamentals. I know you're off to a great start. I think you're an all-star level player. I'm thrilled you're on the Cubs. Lay a GD bunt down. Slap the ball down. Instead, this lefty's throwing pitches that are 4 feet out in the other box, and he's swinging at it. Mm-hmm. I know you're overamped as the manager. You're in this position. Oh, man, this guy's the talk of baseball. It's all over ESPN and MLB Network. He's amped. He's going to get the game-winning RBI, and he's going to be all over the place again. Settle down, Sparky. Guess what? I'm taking the bat out of your hands. I'm going to ask you to bunt. Get a bunt down. And I heard somebody on the post games that I was watching, he's not a great bunter. Well, guess what? You're 5'9", 5'10". You're 100 and nothing pounds. You got great skills. I want you at the ballpark at 8:30 this morning, and I want Quentin Berry or whoever it is, get out there and teach him how to get a bunt down. Do you know that I got asked to pinch hit in college because I could bunt? I couldn't hit worth a diddler's damn.
Yep.
But guess what? I could bunt. Because I was taught how.
Yes.
Get a freaking bunt down. And Counsell asked for it. And then for all of you that are invading my timeline, well, Ryan Presley's terrible. Actually hadn't given up an earned run, I believe, since March 29th. So if you're going to spew like that, I would never go ready, shoot, aim.
No.
I'm measured in my approach.
Of course. Sure.
And that's one to grow on.
If you're going to go crazy, at least do your research first. He wasn't good last night. No, he was horrible. He stood up there. He answered the questions because he's a pro. Run him right back out there today if I have a save situation. But guess what? Learn how to bunt.
Yes.
Thank you.
And also get outs if you can.
He lines out into center field, and it gets down, base hit.
Goss scores. Crow Armstrong, wild throw, but Kelly comes up with it. 6-5 Giants. Patrick Bailey with a big hit. He squares to bunt, bunts it. Ramos breaks for the plate, the flip, the slide, he's safe. Ball not handled cleanly. Wisely, his second bunt for an RBI in the game. It's 7-5, and the Cubs still haven't gotten it out. Into left field, another hit. Yastrzemski scores. Adames around third. He'll score with a stylish slide into home plate and the pose at the end of it. 11-5. Giants fans have not gone home. Ramos down the left field line. His second hit of the inning. And it's going to be his second double of the inning.
I have to listen to this again. I was so mad.
Well, you didn't hear the Giants broadcast. I did.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Hey, man, it's what happened.
I was glad my guy Boog Shambi was back.
Yeah.
And I like Alex Cohen. I've been praising him on the air. Does a very good job. But that's Boog's booth. And I was glad he was back from a health issue.
That's fine, Cap. Let's get back to the game. 14-5 loss. Season's not over. Series is not over because you got a 120 game today. And so, again, what the thing is that you have to win series. Remember, that's the goal, right? Mm-hmm. Win series, continue to just keep your head above water until you get healthier with your starting rotation, with Shota in particular. However, you're asking Pete Crow Armstrong to lay down the bunt. Now, you know, like I know, before the gates open at any ballpark, the fundamentals, for the most part, are there. Here's a bunt drills. Here's some infield play. You know, here's some fungos. Whatever is happening, you see that. But when it gets to the game, that's when it gets tight, Cap. They don't put enough time in for that. You would think that someone down the order could be able to lay down a bunt. You see what the Giants did because we just played it from Ramos.
That's correct.
Who had a hell of a game, by the way, against the Cubs yesterday. But again, we don't see this on a regular basis. They just go through the motions. All right, bunt drills, guys. All right, lay down a couple of them. And then you just keep it moving. He was swinging out of his ass yesterday, Cap. Armstrong.
He was on that last at bat.
Yes.
Yeah, no question about it.
That's it.
No question about it. Bad approach. That guy made really good pitches. I am not going to take it away from the lefty for the Giants. He made some outstanding pitches. But the one that was in Winnetka, what are you swinging at?
That's what it is. Yep. Just trying to make a play.
And
just trying to put the ball in play.
Counsel spoke after the game, and I listened to it.
Oh, no.
Were you asked about, did you think about bunting? Yeah, we thought about it. Well, your counterpart in the other dugout, he did it. And they got it down.
He thought about it, but, it's Craig, so. Yeah.
I was ticked off at Craig last night.
Well,
he squandered that great comeback. And how about when they go to the lefty against Kyle Tucker? First of all, Justin Turner, second time in like 4 days. A big hit. Drives it into right field. Now it's a one-run ball game. And here comes Kyle Tucker. And they make a mound move. They go to the lefty. First pitch. He's trying to get ahead of Tucker. Mm-hmm. Bam! Right up the middle. Base hit.
Yeah.
Game is tied.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sayas struck out. By the way, Bill Miller, the home plate umpire.
Yes.
He had a bad night.
Yes. Beleaguered, old.
And he's one of the top umpires in the game. I'm not telling you he's not really good at his job.
That's a problem.
He had a bad night last night on both teams.
Bad plate.
There's pitches that far off the plate.
Yeah.
Hey, Bill. You might want to call Soda weight loss and get in a little better shape so you can bend over.
Whoa, we got a Steve Stone moment.
Oh, man.
Mix in a salad?
Mix in a little salad, huh? Boy, what an a-hole you are this morning.
Yeah.
Damn.
God almighty. Wow, mix in a salad guy.
Well, if you can't get down in position so you go ball off the corner.
That's got nothing to do with it. That's bad eyesight. You going to blame his stomach for that?
Well, then get my brother out of retirement, eye surgeon, and get him in there to get him seen.
Wow. How about
Because
that?
he had a bad night.
Mix in a salad guy from the bleachers yelling. David Kaplan.
You're going to be screaming for automatic balls and strikes soon, buddy.
No, I don't want.
He doesn't want that, though.
I don't want that.
How about that?
Fun would that be? Automatic balls.
Yeah, because you got no one to yell at. You can't tell the ABS system to mix in a salad. You can't do that a-hole thing you just did there.
Hey, lose some weight, bot.
Yeah, hey, bot. Hey, fat ass. It's an automatic balls and strike system, Cap.
Guy's one of the top umpires in baseball.
Well,
he had a bad night last night.
He's not for me. These guys, and by the way, Shay, keep your eyes on the aggregating Instagram accounts. I'm sure it'll be out there because that was not a good plate last night watching the game. It was
Horrible.
not. But it's...
What's the name of the one that I follow? I follow so many people, I don't even know how to keep it straight. What's the name of the one where they grade the umpires?
Get in my belly.
Umpire scorecards. I'm looking right now.
Yeah.
It's not going to be out yet for a few hours yet.
Yeah. Because
The game was over 8 hours ago.
Yeah. It was not good. It was not a good plate. On either side, by the way. It's not a Cub thing. It's just a bad
both
night.
teams got screwed.
Yeah.
Bill Miller had a bad night.
Yeah, that's true.
Take a sauna or something. Jeez. What?
Can I tell you something? You say that to me, you're going to be part of that furniture back there. I'm telling you. It's got nothing to do with it. He had a bad night. He could be 180 pounds and also have a bad night. Is that okay?
That's true.
Is that all right? What would you say then?
Grab a sandwich and find a way to be better.
Okay, now then he's hungry. See that?
Fat bastard.
Yeah. Folks, this guy here is against anyone that has a bad day and overweight, just so you know. Just so you know. It's okay.
If you have a bad day and you're overweight, it's because you were overweight.
I thought he was a little upright behind the plate. That's all I'm telling you.
Okay, well, maybe that's tight pants then. Maybe that's the case.
Maybe that was.
Maybe it's the case.
Then find a tailor and find a way to be better.
I can understand umpire shaming, but now you're doing the umpire and fat shaming. Look over here. Fat shaming.
No, not
That's what
really.
you're doing. Yeah. You just told him mix in a salad.
He said hit a sauna.
And I took that personally. That's right. Thank you, Michael.
I'm seeing him like upright like this, and I'm like, dude, get down.
Oh, my God.
Out off the plate. Okay, that's better.
And he's an older gentleman also. Older.
How old is he?
He's an older gentleman. I'm just telling you. He's old as you are. That's all I'm saying.
It's harder to keep weight off when you get to that point.
That's
Cal.
right.
Not everybody's like you.
Bill, he's 57.
See?
Crew chief. So he's had a good career.
And bad. Bill Miller.
It's Enrico Palazzo.
Bill Miller's the guy that cursed himself out last week, which I gave him credit for. So,
Yeah, I saw that.
when he said, blank, I saw that.
Well, I know
made
what.
the wrong call.
You know
Got
what?
overturned on a challenge.
You know what I saw? I saw 5 hits and 9 runs, 8 earned surrendered by Presley.
Well, it's 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to get ready. Now go, cat, go, but don't you step on my blue suede shoe.
Oh!
Well, you can do anything but take me over my blue suede shoe.
Ah, Presley.
Well, you can knock me down, step in my face, slander my name all over the place. Well, do anything that you want to do. But honey, lay off them shoes and don't you step on my blue suede shoe.
There you go, Cap.
Well,
Yep.
you can do anything
I
but
was
take me over
more
my
than a
blue
little
suede
hacked
shoe.
off. And then I got to deal with the peanut gallery known as my wife, who she feels like she could manage the ball club
course.
better than anybody in the world.
And so could her spouse.
Did she ask you why you didn't sign up for 90 wins yesterday?
Oh!
I'm not signing up for 90 wins. I got a better team than that.
Yeah? I like how the closer had to wear it. He's like, you know what? We can't win. Here's the game. And by the way, Ozzie Guillen will tell you this because he's the first one to say it out loud, Cap. Some games you just like, you know what? It's not our day. And just you have someone's got to wear it. Presley wore it yesterday.
He did.
Just the closer, though. I don't know if I would have done that, put that on the closer, but maybe he has a very short attention span where it's like, okay, we turned the page quickly. That's a lot of runs. Now he's got a 7.62 ERA. He let him wear it.
Fair? Absolutely fair.
But we'll hear from Ryan Presley and more on this Cubs loss against the Giants 14-5. My partner not happy, even though the Cubs could win the series today, starting at 120. And should the bunt have been laid down by Pete Crow Armstrong?
Yes.
Let's talk about it on the Kap J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
It's one for the money.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale, starting Friday.
Hit the road with Kap and J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContest.com.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Sean Burke outdueled Seth Lugo into the 7th inning, and the Sox took a lead into the 9th Tuesday. But Kansas City took advantage of a leadoff walk and a couple deadly White Sox errors and walked off with a stunning 4-3 win. The Sox now have lost 9 straight at Kauffman Stadium. Tonight, it's Game 3 of the series at 6:40 p.m. Take advantage of one of our best offers this season. Get 1 ticket and 2 beers to select games starting at $19 with Miller Lite, Baseball, and Brews. Must be 21 and over with a valid ID. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/brews. This has been your White Sox Minute.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com!
Financing on approved credit.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. It's May and the temperatures are rising. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus no money down, no interest, and no monthly payment until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Right now, the Home Depot has spring deals under $20. So no matter what you're working on, the deals are blooming at the Home Depot with savings on plants, flowers, soil, and more. Then light up your outdoor space with Hampton-based string lights. Was $34.97, now only $19.99. And get the grill going with 2 16-pound bags of Kingsford charcoal. Was $19.98, now only $17.88. Don't miss spring deals under $20 now through May 7th at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, valid on select items only.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Spring is here, and it's time to visit IKEA Schaumburg and Bolingbrook for their annual sidewalk sale. Register to join me and Kap for a trip up I-94 for some Chicago versus Milwaukee baseball. I cannot wait. And this Saturday, the first 200 IKEA family members will have the chance to select a mystery gift card worth up to $500. Save big now at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale. Jay Moore.
Now back to Kap and J Hood
When I tell you he's got his own money, I mean the boy has got his own money.
on ESPN Chicago.
Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Wednesday. It's a Waddle Wednesday here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. We'll hear from Tommy coming up at 8:35 right here on Chicago's home for the White Sox and the Bears, ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776, our phone number. I know that we have plenty of baseball fans listening, and if you've never called the show before, we're glad to take your phone calls. Hey, listen, we're in baseball season, and if you watch the games, or if you're at Wrigley Field, or if you're at Kauffman Stadium, we definitely want to get your thoughts on some of the things we talk about every morning here on Kap and J Hood. The Cubs lose to the San Francisco Giants by a score of 14-5. Some thoughts from the manager, the overrated, overpaid manager of the Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell.
Careful, people are going to really think you're serious.
I'm just quoting you.
That was just said in the heat of the moment in April.
I'm just quoting what you said. Craig Counsell, fine manager, Chicago Cubs, on Ryan Presley's performance.
Yeah, I mean, he just he couldn't finish.
Hold on, what is it? That's a thing. Okay, all right. Okay, now that's not the sound effect. That's the actual quote. Did you watch the press conference yesterday?
I did.
Did you chuckle?
I did.
Did you chortle when you heard
and
that?
My question is like,
all right,
is he not in shape? Is he out of breath? I mean,
I think that's the perfect spot for it after what happened last night.
Is there a health thing going on?
No,
here?
that's the perfect spot for it.
Honest to God, I'm glad that Craig's like that, because at least win or lose, he's always exasperated.
Yeah.
Every time. Like a big win, game one, right? Solid win, 9-2.
Craig, you just won the National League Championship Series. You're headed to the World Series. How do you feel? I mean,
I don't know.
I'm serious. Is there a health thing? I mean, what is the heavy breathing?
So just so we know, Jay Moore did not add that. It wasn't us doing some kind of like trick. I mean, that's now as Jay Moore mentions, when you get your ass kicked in 11 innings, 14-5, when people look at the box score and they're like, wait a minute, they scored how many in the 11? What is that? Now you can be this guy.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't finish hitters, essentially. I mean, that was it. And it snowballed a little bit, and we essentially, we got to a point of just trying to get through the inning, and we just didn't play.
Yeah, exasperated. And you can understand.
Wow.
Now, for that game, yeah, that's when you're pissed off. So now we don't see Presley against the New York Mets. That's that series, right? The next time we'll see Presley, more than likely?
Yeah, I would. Well, how many pitches did he throw yesterday? I mean, 30-something?
Well, how many runs did he go? That's enough.
Right, but you want to get him right back up on the horse.
Oh, my God. Cap. So he threw 26 pitches, 15 for strikes, 9 runs, 8 earned. I mean, I guess break glass in case of emergency, maybe?
How many strikes? 15?
Yeah.
15 out of 26.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boy, it seemed like he threw 106.
Oh, I know.
I mean,
that was a long time on the mound. There he is.
But I would think in a save situation today, he might run him back out there. Depends how he feels this morning.
Guess it all depends, yeah. But that's just, it was just brutal watching that. And sometimes, Cap, as Ozzy will tell you, it's just not your day, and so someone's got to wear it, and we'll come back tomorrow.
Correct.
I know that's not. For the average fan, you don't want to hear that because you want your team to have a chance to win every day. Every day's not your day in baseball. It's such a long season. Hell, it's like that in basketball sometimes. You start that first quarter, Cap, it's like, oh, man, we're getting run here. Or for you as a college coach, first half, this is not going to be our day. But we're going to keep trying, right?
Right.
Keep chipping away, and maybe we can cut down from this deficit. In baseball, it's like we just don't have it. But you're in the mix, though, in the extra innings, though. That's the thing. But he let Presley wear it like that. It's just got to turn the page today, Cap. That's what it is.
Yeah, find a way to win a baseball game today. Grab a cup of coffee after a good night's sleep. Find a way to win a damn baseball game, period. That's it.
But you're mad at Craig today.
Mad's the wrong word. I'm disappointed in a situation where we've been able to play some small ball and steal. By the way, Craig, I love that we're aggressive and one of the top stealing teams in the game.
Yeah.
Not with John Birdie, please. Man. He runs like me. Come on, man. No.
That was, yes, he got caught. That was the first inning. It was early.
Yeah.
I believe it was,
And he was out, clearly.
Yes, he was.
And the pitch was down.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a sidearm throw from the catcher. Got him. He didn't even argue. He got up and portlied his way to the dugout.
Again.
He's slow. He's not fast. Don't run him.
Shay, did you hear what he said? He called him portly. Did you hear that through the
I didn't
headphones?
call him
This is
portly.
unbelievable.
I said he
Fat
portlied his
bastard.
way, like he was tired, like he was worn out.
I'm sorry I'm not in shape enough to do the show for you this
Oh,
morning.
my God. I wasn't talking about you.
Oh, my God.
I wasn't talking about you.
That's unbelievable. Well, folks, here we are. Just fat shaming. This was a fat shaming Wednesday. It's amazing.
I'm starting to feel like you think we're all subhuman.
I didn't say that. I didn't call him portly. I said he portlied his way, like he was just trudging back to the dugout. You're not fast, kid.
He means P-H-A-T.
He said you're not fat. You just conducted yourself in a way that made you fat.
He's not fast. Don't run him. Period.
I don't know what you're on today, but I tell you what, I don't think that that's right.
I was ticked off. More than a little ticked off. I'm sparring with my wife who's like, just end it already. They're not going to come back. And I said,
my God.
Yeah, watch. And then when they tied it, she's like, I'm going to take Maverick upstairs. I'll see you in bed.
What kind of relationship is this? This war with the roses here. What is going on?
I'm like,
she's always this negative against the Chicago National League Ball Club? My God.
She's not. I said, why can't you be more like them? And it was all the people in the background with the rally caps on.
Yes. Yeah. And she said,
because I'm honest. And then, bam, tie game.
That's unbelievable.
Hey, it was crazy. I was going back and forth between TNT and Marquee because I was in my room, and I saw them come back. I was like, okay. And, I watched the basketball game for a little bit longer, and I went back. It was 14-5.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Good night, everybody.
I was in bed, and I could hear everything happening because I live on the north side. I could hear Wrigley Field from my house. So Kyle Tucker ties the game, and it's loud. And then when Dansby hit that line out at the extra innings, I heard the fans have that, bummed out loud reaction.
Yeah, that gasp, the audible gasp.
And then I just heard silence. I'm like, oh, this isn't going well now.
Oh, my God. It's one thing for Kap to be mad about his really, really good baseball team that's going to make the playoffs, and then you could be a White Sox fan. And the White Sox losing to the Royals 4-3, and for some reason the Sox just can't win in Kauffman Stadium. But can I just say this morning, if you have not seen this, go to your social media. You'll be able to see this. Chase Mydroth, who I love, by the way, I think that he's going to be a cornerstone for the team in 2030 when the team is good, when they turn this thing, Cap, in 2030. The idea, I just want to say that Jose Canseco, you're off the hook. You're off the hook now. You remember the Canseco play with him playing right field and the ball hits off of his head and goes over the wall. That thing has been a meme forever. You recall this, do you not?
I do.
Chase Mydroth has trouble tracking a pop-up for the Sox as the ball bounces off his head into the outfield. It's so embarrassing. Chase Mydroth, I mean, it wasn't even close, though. The glove and where the ball hit on the top of his head was not even close. You lose the ball in the lights. You've been playing baseball all your life, and somehow you don't get a pop-up. That is the most White Sox thing I've seen this season already. I mean, that is the essence of White Sox baseball right there. A routine pop-up, and Mydroth can't catch it. Listen, this team's going to lose a lot of baseball games, a lot. But you don't beat yourself. That's the one thing that I can't stand in sports, Cap, for my favorite teams. It's one thing for a team to beat your ass, but when you beat yourself, that's the worst.
Fair.
That's the worst.
Absolutely fair.
Mydroth couldn't do. I mean, little leaguers around this city, in the suburbs, can be able to catch a pop fly. And Mydroth, a professional, let the ball hit off of his head. So now that should be the new meme. Don't go after Jose Canseco for the ball hitting him on the head all the way to the wall. Now it's replaced by Chase Mydroth. Congratulations.
Fair.
Congrats. It's
Who
unbelievable.
had it worse yesterday? Sox or Cubs? They both lost, but,
Well, with the Sox, it's expected.
Yeah, I mean, the Cubs had a record yesterday. It's the most runs in an extra inning in Wrigley Field history. Most runs in an extra inning, I think, in over a decade.
It sucks because Burke pitched well. We talked about this, Cap. I said, with Burke on the mound, do you recall our conversation about this? I said, maybe the Sox could win the game.
Yeah.
And they could have won the game.
He pitched well. Both starters. Seth Lugo pitched well.
Yeah. And then two in the ninth, and then that'll be all for the White Sox. They put him to bed. 4-3. That sucked.
By the way, I need to apologize to John Birdie. He led the league in steals in 2022 at 41. 41!
But he blew up like a balloon, so he's not fast enough now because
He just looks a little thicker.
Because he's too fat to play the game.
I did not say he was fat. I said he portlied his way to the dugout because he knew he was out. He kind of trudged
Such
there.
a bizarre choice of words. You could have said loafed.
I didn't know, because loafed is a conscious decision to loaf. He just kind of blod his way to the dugout. Is that a better way to put it?
Is that a word?
He fatted his way on over.
Yes.
He's not fat. I just said the way he carried himself.
You're on one this morning.
I don't understand what he's doing.
Miss Piggy.
Yeah. Miss Piggy. That's who he is at third. Take that. Wow.
I was just ticked off, man.
I understand. But you
came all the way back.
Yeah. Yeah.
That ticked me off.
Yeah, that's fine, Cap. Would you like to switch teams? With a chance of maybe being swept today by the Royals, can't win a cup in the stadium. Why don't you be a White Sox fan for a minute? Why don't you stand in my shoes?
No, I'll stay with my club.
Okay, yeah. Be 10-26 up the track. Let's do that. With my star infielder with a ball off of his freaking noggin in embarrassing fashion. We're already a double-A ball club. Do you have to play like one?
Fair.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. A big picture question about Caleb Williams. That's coming up next on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
White Sox baseball. White Sox baseball.
White Sox baseball.
ESPN Chicago.
White Sox and Royals.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
You know, I don't mess around, folks, when it comes to trusted service. And when it's time to handle your home's heating and cooling, I recommend you go with Automatic Mechanical Services. Their motto is we make people comfortable. Yes, every HVAC company strives to make people comfortable, but they take it a step further and make sure their clients are comfortable throughout the entire process. They offer fair upfront pricing, no gimmicks, clean, courteous technicians who aren't pushing sales, just real solutions. The head of the company, my friend Steve and I were texting during the Cubs game. How about that comeback? That makes you feel comfortable.
Pachorik, right?
Steve Pachorik.
Right. Wimpy.
He's not wimpy. Trust me, Automatic gets it right. I was comfortable watching that game as the comeback roared on because Steve and everybody at Automatic got it done. Visit Automatic.com. That is @omatic.com.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
Mother's Day is almost here, and I've been thinking a lot about all the times my mom went out of her way just to make me happy. Honestly, I've lost count. All of the pickups from practice, help with the homework, the home-cooked meals. My mom is the best. That's why this year I'm returning the favor with the bouquet from the Books Company. And I got you 25% off of your order so you can send some happiness to your moms, too. Books aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. So, wow mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go for the Bouqs flower subscription so she can get fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. I pick my bouquet, delivery date, and done. And with 25% off, why stop with mom? Grab some for your wife, your auntie, and even grandma too. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Bouqs now. Go to Bouqs.com, use promo code CANTY to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Bouqs, promo code CANTY. Hey, Chris Candy here. My mom goes out of her way to make me happy, so this year I'm returning the favor with a bouquet from the Bouqs Company. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they grow bigger, brighter, and last way longer. It's easy. Pick your bouquet, delivery date, and done. Mother's Day is May 11th, so order your Bouqs now. Go to Bouqs.com, use promo code CANTY for 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Bouqs, promo code CANTY.
FX presents Welcome to Wrexham.
For the last 4 years, it's been this roller coaster of magic.
The Emmy Award-winning series returns.
Come on, Wrexham!
With an all-new season.
We're going into a really tough division. Birmingham are absolute favourites with the arrival of Tom Brady.
It's a friendly competition. Oh! Well, not so friendly.
Imagine the opportunity to beat Tom Brady at sports.
FX's Welcome to Wrexham premieres May 15th on FX. Stream on Hulu.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Are you ready for the NFL season or what? The schedule release is coming, so let's go. Hey. You know, we've got your insider information, and we know the best place to get tickets this year is at Vivid Seats. Track when the schedule hits. Don't wait around for the best selection and all the great deals. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days right now. Jay Moore.
This is Kap and J Hood. They've beaten the traffic commute, so you don't have to. Say it again. Say something else. Oh. On ESPN Chicago.
I probably have so far this season, I've probably written down 5 to 8 things, and so I would say all from pre-snap stuff to even post-snap, whether it's footwork, whether it's pre-snap and recognizing, what they're in, and, if they rotate to here, where's my, how fast can I get to this? How fast can I get to that route? Or, this alert, that alert. So I got a good amount of stuff that, I'm planning on going over.
Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones. Who? Caleb Williams, the quarterback for the Chicago Bears. As you're listening to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app, that was Caleb Williams back then in December. And now we're talking about Caleb Williams right now in May as we keep you company until 10 o'clock. And then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. Waddle and Silvy at 2:30. White Sox baseballs that take on the Royals at 6. Bleck and Abdallah on their YouTube channel, youtube.com. Look for Bleck and Abdallah. Yesterday, Kap, we were talking about the expectations for Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. And I remember last year you said, you know what, I'd be disappointed if Caleb Williams doesn't provide 4,000 yards. Of course, you have to realize that, he was coached by a boob, so that didn't help. So did that stop him from getting 4,000 yards? I would say multiple coaches in his helmet telling him what to do, I think that deterred or kind of slowed down the offense. That's one thing.
What did he throw, over 35 something?
Yeah, so not the 4,000 that you wanted.
Right.
Maybe with better coaching and a better offensive line, he might have gotten there. And by the way, it might still be a non-playoff team, even with 4,000 yards. Possibly, because the defense wasn't very good either because of injuries.
And I'm thrilled with the coaching staff they now have and all the new additions. The offensive line is markedly better, like light years upgraded. If they had won the Hail Mary game, do they end up winning 8-9 games? Does Eberflus keep his job? I shudder to think about it.
Maybe the expectations from Ryan Poles is, okay, at this time, if we don't make the playoffs, you're fired. Maybe it didn't need a disaster for that to happen, Cap, for a complete team collapse Maybe from Ryan Pohl's standpoint, he might have said, you know what? We fell short of our playoff goals. We won 8 games. We won 7 games, whatever, so we're going to cut the cord. Think about that narrative. Instead of what happened in Washington, imagine if Pohl said, yeah, you know what? Ben Johnson's going to be available this time. I better jump on him now. Instead of being loyal to Matt Eberflus. I mean, that would have been the smart thing to do because it's okay to upgrade.
Yeah.
As you heard me say this, I know. If you upgrade your roster, why can't you upgrade your head coach?
Fair.
And he did.
It's a fair question.
He did. And I said at the time, I said, if you're going to make these upgrades to your roster, this is an A to B coach. Get rid of him. No matter how many years left on his contract, get better in that spot. Do it for Caleb. Not just for the fans, not just for the Bears. Do it for Caleb Williams. And they have. Now they have what they consider the top shelf when it comes to head coach and a bunch of players around him. So now when we talk about expectations, and this all stems, by the way, from the Chicago Bears podcast available on the ESPN Chicago app. Pat the designer had Shay Norling on, and they were talking about who's under the most pressure. You and I agree with Shay that it is Caleb Williams because he's the second-year quarterback for the team. But what's the expectations now? With all the weapons, what should happen? What do you think?
Look, I had some people telling me I was putting too much pressure on the kid. You didn't feel that way.
No.
But when I came out after the draft, and they've got Tooney and Dahlman and Jonah Jackson and Luther Burden and Colston Loveland and DJ Moore, and I said it's all Ben Johnson and Antoine Randall and the kid who's the new offensive coordinator, Doyle.
Yeah.
I said, guess what? It's on you now, Caleb. You got everything. You got weapon upon weapon. You've got a vastly upgraded offensive line with leaders in the room. Guess what? It's on you. Now you got to step up. Patrick Mahomes won the MVP in his second year in the league, right?
Mm-hmm.
First full year as a starter, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's on you. I'm not saying you're Patrick Mahomes. He's one of the 3 or 4 or 5 greatest quarterbacks ever. But guess what? You've got all you need. You should be able to lead this team to the postseason.
Who's going after you regarding that opinion?
Oh,
social media or
yeah, I posted.
Insiders?
I did an IG story and said it's on you now, Caleb. Pressure squarely on you. You're putting too much pressure on the kid. Kid? Man. He's 23. He makes between endorsements and everything else, what, $15 million a year? He's not a child anymore.
Look, you fan how you want to fan, but I would say that as a whole, we have to stop putting high school expectations on professional athletes. I've had enough of this.
I agree.
This is Chicago, man. I don't understand. It's one thing for you to root for your son or your nephew, whatever, in football, right? And you say the expectations of your kid is this. I hope my kid can develop into a great high school talent or a great college talent. When you get to the pros, there is no staircase effect, Cap. There is no thing of like, oh, well, the first year he did this, and second year he did this, and third year. This ain't 1985, Cap. It's not. During that time, it's interesting how we covered sports, how sports was at that time. It moved so slowly, where there was articles in the paper about development, right, for a quarterback.
Yep.
Well, he just got out of college, and the kid's trying to learn on the fly. Second year, he got a little better. Third year, but fourth year, he's going to be. You don't have time anymore. Those columns were written. We'd read those things.
They did.
And we had more patience back then, Cap. But now, here we are in 2025. Man, if you can't get the job done now, when will you be able to get the job done? Right? Because general managers don't have time. They will move off of you quickly. We have plenty of examples of general managers and organizations saying, okay, here's your full season. Let's see what happens. What's happening in Tennessee right now? Why did they draft Cam Ward? Because they knew that the coffee and banana guy could not get the job done for one season.
Yep, Will Levis out, this guy in.
Why would you draft Cam Ward? Now, back in the day, it's like, well, you know, he's a little quirky, but we got to work on his mechanics. But he's going to be – so you'd be with him for 3 or 4 years and stuck as an organization, or he develops. But then you had time 2025, you don't have time for that.
Correct.
So when we put a spotlight on Caleb Williams, I don't know, the number 1 draft pick, there's nothing wrong with saying, you know what, it's go time. Look what you have, because with perspective, we have not seen a depth chart looking like this ever. You think Vince Evans had that? Think Bob Avellini had that?
No.
Think Jim McMahon had that?
Nope.
Seriously. All these different weapons, they're giving him everything. So now it's about, for him, in his helmet, to be able to have the light on and say, okay, I got to do these things to make sure everyone eats offensively. That's it. But this whole thing, like you're putting pressure on the kid, that's not right. That's wrong. There's no pressure. He needs to understand the situation. You're in year 2. You got to be better than the year 1. That's it. Playoffs.
Yeah, I want him to take less sacks. I want the ball out of his hands quicker, period. He's got all the weapons he needs.
Yeah.
He's got the head coach that is the offensive wonder kind. He's just a guru.
Yeah.
Guess what? You got everything you need.
And
Stay
some
healthy.
of it,
let's go.
We got to stop doing this, though, Shay.
Some of it you also can't control. Like, it's not, Caleb has no control over Jaden Daniels and Drake May, both looking better than him at times last season. Jaden Daniels all season. And Drake May, really, once he got in as the starter, on a worse team, looked capable and was allowed to take risks and allowed to, like, the coaches didn't handcuff him. Those handcuffs are off now. You no longer have a coach telling you that you're not allowed to put the ball at risk, ever. So go play ball. And I need to see, my expectations are high. I need 4,000 yards and I need 30 touchdowns.
That's the hope, especially with all these different weapons. That's the hope.
Just win football games, man.
Yeah,
Just win football games.
Enough to get to the postseason. That's what I'd like.
Correct.
And when they say that, hey, this team is ready to go, it's win now. They said it before we said it, Cap. This new coaching staff.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, then let's see it on the field. See what that looks like. Just remember, it's a first-year head coach. And that's not Jared Goff out there. That's someone that you're trying to mold and shape into a really good quarterback if you're Ben Johnson.
Fair.
Just remember.
Fair.
All these, this thing is loaded. What is Caleb Williams going to do about it? If the line is 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns, and that means the playoffs, I'll take it. Absolutely, 100%. But, again, we haven't seen anything. We said this last year, but it's even bigger this year when you have 3 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, 2 running backs, 3 new offensive linemen, and a partridge in a pear tree. You got all this. What are you going to do about it? More of your phone calls coming up, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Also, sad news in the horse racing world. We'll talk about it next on the Kap J Hood Morning Show.
Good morning, good morning to you.
Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
But it's one for the money.
The NFL schedule will be released Wednesday, May 14th. Coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
History had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, then the tech boom. But right now, it's the Wi-Fi boom, and the Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Streaming, booming. Gaming, booming. Video calls, booming. Even when your boss schedules a meeting that definitely could have been an email. And now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in one all-in plan. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go. So your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. Now through June 23rd, new customers can get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data, and get one unlimited 5G mobile line included all in one plan, all for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, or panning for Wi-Fi Gold, one thing's for sure, Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees are extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW Centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
How much would you pay to recruit a top transfer or keep a star at your favorite school? A new NIL crowdfunding site will let you try. FanStake recently raised more than $6 million in seed capital to build out its platform, which lets college sports fans commit money toward a potential NIL deal for a player to stay at or transfer to its school and get the credit back if it doesn't happen. It's meant to help schools reach beyond their wealthy donor bases in the recruitment game. The company said it has about 18,000 users so far that have offered nearly $500,000 combined. It comes as the NIL game is poised to change in a big way from the so-called NCAA House settlement. The governing body last month passed a series of new rules that would allow schools to directly pay players and monitor NIL deals if a judge approves the plan as expected in the coming weeks. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
The playoffs are in full swing. You can get all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. From tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Got me feeling lucky. I'm putting everything on black.
ESPN Chicago.
You want to get us chased out of here, Jay Moore? Just keep going. You're going to chase us out of here. Thinking we're in Atlanta somewhere. Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. 59 degrees, up to 70 degrees today on this Waddle Wednesday. 312-332-3776 our phone number. Sidemar, may I approach?
Brought to you by Agate Law. 312-6man for the best personal injury attorney in Illinois, the great Howard A.
It's on my ball. Talking to you about the Bears, but Cap, we saw the news yesterday. Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty won't run in the Preakness, ending his bid for the Triple Crown.
Yeah, soft. Soft.
Who's soft?
I'm not talking about the horse.
Oh.
I'm talking about the ownership group, the training group. You know, if they came out and said he was injured, okay, that is what it is. Bad break. Now we're going to point to the Belmont. You're not going to run in the Preakness? You're not going to take a shot at the Triple Crown for the 7th straight year we don't have a chance at a Triple Crown? Embarrassing.
Hello.
Well, Mr. Bill Mott says he's doing what's best for the horse. Did they ask the horse?
I just think that's the wussification of America.
Oh, really? With the horse race, that's where it starts.
Yeah.
The wussification on this country is not running for the Triple Crown. It's America.
Run. Get out there. Let's go. Run.
We have not seen a Triple Crown winner since 2018. It's a big drought right now.
It is.
That's not
Although,
good.
I believe that we went from, I got to make sure I get this right, from citation to secretariat.
Mm-hmm.
It was like 20-some years.
Yes, as you well know, Shay, a Kap coming in here ranting about how the horse owner and the horse soft for not running. Going after the horse, saying that the horses are not what they used to be.
He said these bleepity bleep word I cannot say on the radio. Yes. Horses.
Are soft today. Can you imagine that?
You talked about them like you talk about NBA players and load management.
They've
horses.
Yeah, the NBA players are disgusting. With the
wow.
load
management. Oh, wow.
We had 1948 citation. 1973 secretariat.
Mm-hmm.
That's 25 years, kid.
Yes.
And now we haven't had one since Justify in 2018.
I love the broad brush on players wanting to sit out, like all of them, not the trainers or the front office. I love that.
It is the players making the decision.
No, not 100%.
99.9.
No.
Yes, if they want to play, they play.
No.
Michael Jordan played.
Yes, that's a different era, Cap, as you well know. That's not the case. Everything's not a broad brush. That's not the case. There are teams that will tell players to sit out even though they want to play because they look at the schedule and they look ahead.
And if the player wanted to play, he would say, nope, I'm playing. That's a fact.
Go check yourself in. That's not how that works in the league.
These are stars.
Yeah.
If the star said, hey, I'm good to go, I'm playing, they would play.
That's not the way.
It's weak.
No, I understand. Well, it definitely is. But
it's like Kawhi Leonard.
But not the entire league. That's not the case. Again, everything's not a broad brush. It's 100%. I'll put it this way. I have enough knowledge about the league to know that there are a number of teams that will say, no, we have to look ahead to another game that's more important. So you got to sit out. Or the doctors say that you can't play. So and that's a problem in the league. There's no question.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
But, I'll stick to my guns that star players, I'm not talking about the ninth guy in the rotation. Yeah. Star players, if they came to management and said, I'm playing, they would play.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. There's some star players, like James Harden, for instance. He has a vacation schedule during the regular season. Whenever he wants to play, he plays.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Yeah.
It's awful.
How about this, Eddie, from the north side on Kap and J Hood? Eddie, good morning.
Good morning, boys. But first off, I always thought that Belmont was the hardest race out of the whole Triple Crown.
Because it's the longest.
Yeah, correct. So I thought if they were going to be weak, they'd bow out of the Belmont and take in the Preakness, because the Preakness, usually the favorite wins every time almost. You know, if you look at the stats. But anyways, what you guys were talking about the Bears is...
Whoa.
If he goes out and gets a contract and goes 8 or 9 years and we don't win a Super Bowl, then it was failed all the way around, because that's what we need. We need a Super Bowl. Number 1 draft pick, number 1 pick. Caleb Williams needs to bring a Super Bowl, and I'll be all with him all the way if he can do that, because if he doesn't do that and he makes tons and tons of money after 9 years and we're still stuck since 1985, then it's going to be total disappointment.
Fair. That is more than fair.
It's a good call.
That is more than fair. Eddie, you don't always have the most lucid thoughts, but today you absolutely are correct.
100%.
It's a failure if they don't win a Super Bowl with him.
Good job, Eddie. Appreciate the phone call.
I will say, though, the favorite wins the Preakness less than half the time.
Yeah, I was not going to correct him, but you're correct, Shay.
In 2 minutes, we give you shot or no shot on
Tighter
Chicago's
turns
home
at
for
Pimlico.
yeah. Chicago's home for sports.
Kap J Hood. Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000. Chicago's home for sports.
Jackass.
Feel the boom.
Schaumburg Boomers baseball is back at beautiful Wintrust Field. Get in on all the action as the Boomers open the season tomorrow night versus the Windy City Thunderbolts. Enjoy all the excitement on the field and stick around afterward for a spectacular post-game fireworks show. Schaumburg Boomers baseball is nonstop fun and championship caliber baseball, plus great food, free parking, and entertainment for everyone. Feel the boom this summer. Single game tickets are on sale now at boomersbaseball.com.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. Still to come, Tommy Waddle for a Waddle Wednesday at 8:35. But first, shot or no shot. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys, on a Wednesday. How you feeling?
Feeling awesome, man. I went to see high school baseball. I called Hoodie from the game. I went to a high school baseball game yesterday. There's a kid on Glenbrook North named Ethan Bass.
Yeah.
He's projected as a first-round pick. That dude's a beast. Hit a grand slam. Oh, man. The ball just comes off his bat differently. Ethan Bass, Glenbrook North. Remember the name. That kid's a stud.
Brother, huh?
Excuse me?
Brother? Kevin Bass's kid, right?
I don't know if he has any kids.
Kevin
Brothers.
Bass. Yeah.
Siblings.
Yeah. No, I mean, is he a, fist in the air? Is he Kevin Bass's kid? is he that? Is he a fist in the air guy? He's a fist in the air guy. Is he Kevin Bass's kid, the old Astro?
No.
You sure?
Positive.
Let me look it up. I think you're wrong. Is he a fist in the air guy? That's how I want to know.
Yeah.
Kevin Bass.
Million Manor Hoodie?
I believe so. Let me look it up. I believe Cap's wrong again. He's addled these days, and he's got weird takes today. I don't know what's going on with him. You didn't sleep last night? Probably still pissed off about the Cub.
That was.
The umpire is very fat. No good. The umpire behind the plate, fat.
Cap watch.
Couldn't see balls and strikes. Couldn't bend down. Very fat, ugly umpire.
Very fat, very big.
No, this
Bigly.
kid.
He's Bigly.
Just remember his name. Ethan Bass, Glenbrook North.
Yes, his dad's the old Astro, Kevin Bass. I remember him well.
No.
How do you know?
I know.
By the way, Shay, it's nothing like Peacock's been out of town in meetings in Colorado. It's the best when you're a bachelor for a few days. I'm like a third base coach at home right now. I'm getting stuff out of there so quickly. You know how this is because
I did it last year.
I'm like a third base coach. Junk King's coming in. I'm just waving all this stuff out of it. Because here's the thing. The spouse never misses this stuff. You say, this is mine, I've had it for years, but you don't miss it. You haven't thought about it for 10 years, so if I remove it, you won't be thinking about it.
I did that last year.
Come
when
on.
I cleaned
It's the best.
garage and the laundry room.
Oh, my
Redid
God.
the laundry room. Oh, my God. She came in. Where? I said, hon, you don't even know what you're missing.
No, exactly. When you get older, man, and you have these keepsakes, you don't think about them for 10, 15 years down the line. So it's been fantastic. I know that you don't like being alone. Me, I love it when I'm having people come in. Yeah, take care of that sink. Let's get this lighting in here. Let's do that. Let's get this junk out of here. I'm like waving Wendell at third base. I'm getting crap out of the house. It's great.
We had when she was out of the country, we had a dumpster in the driveway, one of those construction ones.
Yeah.
I filled it.
That's the best.
Filled it.
Because, you're not missing this stuff.
Get it out of here.
It's actually cathartic. How about that, Shay Norley?
Love it.
All right, what do you got, Shay?
I want to start with the Bears running back room again, because now there's reporting that Seattle, with a lot of depth in their running back room, Kenneth Walker, obviously the leading rusher last year, but they also have Zach Charbonnet. They drafted a running back this year. It's a crowded room, and they've updated their offensive line, improved their blocking a little bit. People believe that the Seahawks could trade Kenneth Walker, and the Bears have been connected. Jurko ripped this, said hard pass on trading for Kenneth Walker, but shot or no shot, the Bears should trade for K9.
What's the price?
It won't be high. I mean, you're trading for a running back. What's the running price on a running back trade these days? If George Pickens just went for a third, you could probably get Kenneth Walker for a fourth.
Is it Swift and Walker then in the backfield?
Doesn't it feel like if they trade for one of these top guys or they sign one of these potential top guys, doesn't that feel more like a Swift replacement than a Swift complement?
It's a great question, and we had our caller from Boise. He couldn't hold on, from Boise, Idaho. Our guy that's a Bears fan that checked in. He couldn't hold, and he's asking, what's the latest on the running back situation? Look, Cap, there's a lot of changes on this offense, as you and I both know, but no changes to the running back move, which makes me think that there's going to be something happening.
He makes $2.685 million final year of his rookie deal. He's 25 years old.
So, okay, then maybe, Cap, it's not replacing Swift as much as a compliment to Swift.
Correct.
Because let me just say now, I'll say this on May 7th. I think that Swift makes the football team, but you're going to upgrade your second level running back, your backup, or your complement in the running game.
How did he do last year, Kenneth Walker? Because I remember when he was a rookie, he looked pretty good. He ran for 1,050 yards in his first year, 4.6 average. Then he ran for 905, a 4.1 average, trending down. This year, 573 with a 3.7 average. I might be with Yerk on this. Pass.
Andy missed 6 games. He dealt with some injury. Zach Charbonnet really popped year 2 with Seattle. I feel like he could be their running back 1, which is why people think Kenneth Walker might be available.
He was the second-round pick in 2022. I'll give you a 6 for him. I'm with Yerk. I don't know. He's trending down. I don't know.
I want something more dynamic than DeAndre Swift, to tell you that.
And is Kenneth Walker breakaway speed?
He can if he's healthy.
And when I say that, Cap, I want to make sure it's very clear. If you like DeAndre Swift in your backfield, nothing wrong with that. But you also want to have a little bit more energy there, too. Something else. 2 guys in the backfield. 2 guys.
Correct.
And I don't think that Roschon Johnson at this point fills the bill. Maybe he will. But if that's trade bait, what are you getting? If you want to have somebody else and you don't want Roschon Johnson on the team, what are you getting back for Roschon Johnson? Like Khalil Herbert.
Oh, you're not getting anything for Roschon Johnson.
Can I ask you a supplementary shot or no shot? Because there's also college coaches. Adam Rittenberg did a piece where he talked to college coaches about picks in the draft. Mm-hmm. They universally loved the Kyle Monangai pick. And then Ruben Hippolyte did a Zoom interview where he was saying in his time playing at Maryland in the Big Ten, Kyle Monangai was the best running back that Ruben Hippolyte went up against. That's what he said. He wasn't asked to say that, but he did. Mm-hmm. Is there a chance, shot or no shot, Kyle Monangai takes Roschon's job?
Oh, there's a shot of that.
Yeah, I mean, when the Chiefs drafted Isaiah Pacheco in the 7th round, everyone went, 7th round pick. He turned into a stud because he has a really good offensive line. He's got a quarterback that can make plays. maybe Kyle Monangai is that guy.
That'd be something for a 7th-round pick. But then again, as you just laid out, a better offensive line, and a lot of guys can get through there.
It also happens all the time. The Chiefs selected Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the 1st round, Isaiah Pacheco in the 7th. Who took whose job?
Yeah.
Like, could Monangai take Swift's gig?
And not from day one, but maybe. Get Poles on the phone. Let's play shot or no shot with him again. Are we overreacting on the running back?
Ryan, shot or no shot, Monangai's going to take DeAndre Swift's job.
Shot!
You imagine?
Wow. That's a shot, y'all. And what? What's that? Yeah, so I that is a shot. That very well could have. But again, we get to training camp, we'll see, Cap. Because sometimes, as you well know, there's a reason why that you're drafted 7th. Maybe you'll be overwhelmed by being in the NFL. Maybe you won't be able to see those holes like you did in college. Who knows?
Yeah, we're going to find out.
Who knows? Remember, it's an empty depth chart. Anybody can go anywhere.
Yep.
Exactly right. Blank.
It's a funny thing. Very collegiate on the part of Ben Johnson, but we'll see how that works. Shane Orley.
Bob Nightingale reported in USA Today that the White Sox are hoping to trade Luis Robert Jr. by Memorial Day.
Shot.
That is only 2 weeks away. And Robert started the season with an OPS in April that was below 500. Last 10 games, though, he's heated up. A 977 OPS in his last 10 games. Mm-hmm. Shot or no shot, Luis Robert will be gone by Memorial Day. It's only 2 weeks, man.
That's a shot. It's a Nightingale report. What are you thinking about?
Yeah, I'd have to say it's a shot because he hangs out with Jerry.
But the White Sox can want to trade him by Memorial Day. It doesn't mean somebody's going to cough up what that would take.
That's true.
You have the Dodgers just placed Teoscar Hernandez on the injured list.
Mm-hmm.
What did he have, a groin? Or he pulled something. Anyway, I would think if they're reasonable in their demands, he could be gone by then.
The Phillies have had terrible center field play.
Let's watch the Rangers very closely here.
Move Schwarby over there. He's in great shape. I saw him. He looks thin, moving great.
The Rangers are at 500 in a gettable West, even though Seattle's off to a great start. They need a little punch offensively. Mm-hmm. Let's just watch the Rangers very closely.
There you
For
go.
Robert, just saying, like, there's a team right there.
There you go.
Shay?
There's also on social media yesterday, I saw soccer fans outraged, and I couldn't understand why. Why are soccer fans so collectively outraged? And then I realized FIFA released their hospitality packages for the 2026 World Cup, which is going to take place a lot of the games here in the United States.
Yeah.
One fan posted that for a mere $20,000 per ticket, you can get all-inclusive food and drink, a transportation package, and a field-side seat for all games at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia in the 2026 World Cup. Shot or no shot, that is worth $20,000.
It's worth what someone would pay. It's not worth it to me, but I wouldn't pay. Like, the Derby was a far bigger experience for me than going to a World Cup game. It's not my bag, maybe. I'll watch a little on TV. But $20,000 for that? No.
$20,000. But it is all-inclusive food and drink. It is a field-side seat. It is multiple games. But $20,000?
If you're a wealthy dude and you love soccer, and let's say you're Brazilian, and you got a chance to go watch Brazil, one of the best teams in the world, play, and you're a billionaire. What do you care what $20,000 is?
Yes, to a billionaire, yes. But for me, as a soccer neophyte, that's a no shot. I would not, even if I had the money, Cap, it wouldn't be on that. It'd be on bigger events, things I like the Super Bowl or the World Series.
Would you spend $20,000 to go to a World Series game?
Just one? Not spread over 6 or 7?
Okay, let's say it's one seat. You get just your ticket, but you get all the home games for your team in the World Series. Would you spend $20,000?
If I had it?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying as you are now. Would you spend $20,000?
If I was not working in the business and the Cubs were playing in Cleveland in Game 7 in 2016, my wife said, "How much would you have spent to go to this?" I would have gotten in. If it was $5,000, I would have done it. 20?
That's tough.
I don't think I'd have spent 20 on one ticket, but I would have found a way in.
20 is a little bit too steep for me. 5 and Houston to see the Sox clinch the World Series in 2005. Okay. It hurt a little bit, but okay. But 20, no.
Yeah,
even if I had it, I wouldn't do it.
Like, I wanted to be there. I happened to be working. I was blessed, but I wanted to be there.
Yes.
This is ultimately my problem, too, is like, Cap, you keep saying if you have the money and you love soccer, how many people have 20 grand in disposable income and are diehard soccer fans? I feel like the people who have that kind of money probably aren't diehard fans of a sport also. You're spending your time making money to have that money, not watching soccer.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I think there's plenty of wealthy people that love whatever sport it is that they love.
In which country? This one?
In this country.
I don't know about that. I think
Who do you think's buying all these season tickets that cost a fortune?
Corporations.
CFOs.
They can't deduct it anymore. That is not allowed. No. There are wealthy people that love sports. There is.
I would say, Cap, that the Super Bowl is a perfect example. Those people down in the really good seats, I don't even know if they're real football fans. It's outside of just saying, hey, I got the money to spend. I'll be able to spend it. But for the diehards, that's why the good Lord made it 300 and 400 level. Upstairs, cheaper ticket.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but there are wealthy people that love sports. Love.
You're always around them. I guess you'd know.
I'm on the field working.
No, not anymore.
So
you're right there in the good seats. The Chiefs, like our buddy Jay. Chief Jay.
Who?
Jay Hughes. You know him? Jay Hughes?
Chief Jay?
Yeah, Chief Jay.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a diehard Bears fan who goes every game home and away. Abdallah and Black is he goes all. I don't think he misses a home game, does he?
There are 3 generations of season ticket holders.
But I got a guy in my neighborhood who's retired, did very well. He goes to basically every Cubs game. Every one.
The Tutus like baseball?
Love them.
All right.
My guy Mike. Mike goes to every game at home. I see him. He's leaving. And it's raining. I'm like, where are you headed? Wrigley. What?
That's the life, man.
46 degrees. He's like, dude, I'm retired. I love baseball. I go every day.
That's the life, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's great. Coming up, we will go around the NFL. It's a Waddle Wednesday. We'll hear from Tommy coming up at 8:35 on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Apt is your #1 destination for the home. They have the best selection of Weber grills and accessories like the new Searwood pellet grill, featuring a temperature range from 180 to 600 degrees Fahrenheit. That means low and slow smoking, high heat searing, rotisserie roasting, even griddling on a Weber griddle insert, all on the same grill. Get the Weber Searwood grill today and rethink what's possible on a pellet grill for free and home delivery. Professional installation, complete satisfaction, and the single best customer service experience you'll ever have. My favorite store is Apt, ABT, apt.com, pleasing people since 1936.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Turn your backyard into a summer oasis.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sail, we're known for having the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. And right now, during our spring and summer sale, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back, plus free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. And don't forget, we're your barbecue headquarters with all the best grill brands under one roof. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sail, bring the fun home.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks. I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator. I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's answer you looking for on these things here? Huh?
And now it's time for Around the NFL. Here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. And Around the NFL is brought to you by the fine folks over at Mr. Finance. Yes, build wealth with smarter investing. Go to brandonmrfinance.com. Here's Shay Norland.
All right, let's get started with Around the NFL. Some rare May breaking news this morning in the NFL.
Yeah?
The Steelers and Cowboys are finalizing a deal to send George Pickens, the, I'll say, knucklehead wide receiver, to Dallas for a third-round pick. Well, Hoodie, I mean, there is a George Pickens play of the week every week in the NFL. It's incredible. He's also a wildly talented player and was the Steelers' leading receiver last year. They are shipping him out to Dallas. I think that this signals they're probably out of the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes, but Cap disagreed with me this morning.
Why would you say that?
Why would you trade your leading receiver? And
they
I know they
hate him there.
Not according to Schrager on Get Up this morning, who said he's coachable and a wonderful teammate.
Well, go follow all the people around the team, the Andrew Filipponis, all these guys in Pittsburgh media. Good riddance, get out of town.
That's wonderful.
They said he was a disgruntled, late to a game last year. Like, this dude's not all in. He's a talented cat.
He's very talented. He was their leading receiver, and this is a coach that has put up with a lot at the receiver position in history. At skill positions. Antonio Brown, Le'Veon Bell. You tell me they couldn't put up with a couple more years of George Pickens? For the talent that he brings?
I'm just wondering what this depth chart looks like now, because now it's Robert Woods, DK Metcalf, Roman Wilson? Like, what is...
Roman Wilson, third-round pick out of Michigan last year.
Okay, so, like, you know, again, if you're Rodgers, you want more rather than less. He wants to be a part of a winning situation, Cap. Rodgers. So why would you want to be part of that? You don't even have a running game right now if you're Pittsburgh.
And by the way...
Tell me the running back for Pittsburgh right now.
Najee Harris.
No, it's Jalen Warren. He's good.
And Jalen Warren.
Najee Harris is a Charger, Cap.
Oh, did he leave? He's gone?
He's gone.
Oh, they let him
Pickens
go.
was their number one last year, right?
Who was?
Pickens was their leading receiver last year,
right?
Yeah.
So now that they got DK.
He had 900 yards, I think, receiving.
But they got DK now, so he would probably move over to the number one, right?
And Pat Freiermuth, the tight end.
But DK and Pickens, DK's not that much better than George Pickens.
Oh, hold on a second now. Their history is when they let guys go, they know what they're doing. Chase Claypool. Le'Veon Bell, you want to go to the Jets? Good luck. We didn't hear from him again. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, Antonio Brown's sort of the same thing, but they've put up with so much, and he's young, and he cost them nothing.
They don't like him.
His cap hit was $500,000.
It doesn't matter if his cap hit was what you make.
It does when you're trying to get Aaron Rodgers. Is it easier to sell Aaron Rodgers on George Pickens and DK Metcalf, or DK Metcalf and Robert Woods?
We're going to clean up our locker room and get this idiot out of here.
Tune in.
That's it.
That's fine, but again, if you're Rodgers, and by the way, Rodgers is a goof himself. I think he and Pickens would have been fine together. He would have been able to rein in George Pickens. That would have been fine. I just know that Rodgers, for his actual last time in the NFL, doesn't want to be with a team that's less than.
RELAX. Relax.
Someone had to spot on the X, though. Wasn't sure at the end. Shay, I don't see where the Steelers are going. This will be, the way it's going, it's going to be a non-over 500 season.
I wonder if they're finally getting in the tank to get themselves a quarterback in 2026, where everybody believes this will be a way better draft class.
They did not want to pay George Pickens to be out of contract. They don't want to give him the 115 or whatever it was that he's looking for. So we'll get something for him.
Someone on Twitch
and get a bad guy out.
Someone on Twitch said that Rodgers loves Alan Lazard. Maybe he'll come over.
That's a great point. He's a free agent, isn't he?
Yep.
Because that's always a good thing. Just follow Rodgers, and all of a sudden, the road is paved in gold. Isn't that right, Shay? Because that worked out well with the Jets.
Yeah, and like people are asking also in the Twitch chat, why would they trade for DK Metcalf if they were going to tank? Well, when they traded for DK Metcalf, they probably thought they were getting a quarterback, and things haven't worked out quite that way. It's radio silence on the Rodgers side. Rumors now he might retire, that he's not that interested in playing football if he's now getting married. People saying that might have been a promise ring, but he wants to be a dad. He wanted to go to the Vikings, and the Steelers were a last resort, and he's weighing retirement. Your other option is to trade assets for Kirk Cousins off an Achilles injury.
They're also saying that the Steelers may be talking to Keenan Allen to be with them as well.
Yeah, good luck with that. He wants to stay in California if he can. And by
Neither
the way,
team has signed him.
I understand. Well, it's either that or retirement, I was told. Now, if he goes to the Steelers, like, are you there to just recreate, play football, or are you trying to win? Because that's not a winning situation in Pittsburgh. It is not. Not without a quarterback.
But if Aaron's there, they could win.
Aaron and...
I mean, they've got T.J. Watt. They got a good defense. They can run the football. They're well coached.
How good is T.J. Watt's hands? Because they're going to need a receiver.
You've got DK Metcalf.
And?
You got Roman Wilson. You could sign Keenan Allen.
DK Metcalf gets talked about like he's some all-pro, by the way. Like, what has he done? He's a career 1,000-yard receiver every season. That's wonderful. But he's not. We're not talking like he's CeeDee Lamb now. People fall in love with the idea of DK Metcalf because he's ripped and he's fast. When does he really produce at a Pro Bowl or all-pro level?
Shot or no shot is DK Metcalf pissed by going to that situation.
I mean, he's good at getting the footballs, but as far as winning, nah.
They just signed him to a massive deal. I'm sure he's good.
He's good.
He's happy.
He's going to get the ball. But
and by the way, that dude plays every game basically.
Okay. It's about winning, though. Organizational structure not great with the Steelers right now without a quarterback in place. Shay?
I have a list here, Hoodie, of the 50 biggest draft busts of all time. And I'm bringing this up because there's something interesting in the top 10 I want to bring up. But would either of you care to hazard some guesses who's in the top 10 on the 50 biggest draft busts of all time?
Ryan Leaf.
Number 1.
Tony Mandarich.
Number 2.
The quarterback for Ohio State. The kid back in the 80s. Remember?
Arch Leister?
Yeah, Arch Leister. Is he on that list?
Jamarcus Russell.
Jamarcus Russell is number 3.
Yeah.
Arch Leister is not on the list.
Wow, he wasn't any good. Is Heath Schuler on that list? Old Washington Redskins.
Heath Schuler, number 36. Good poll.
About Rashawn Salam.
All right, don't say that about Brother Salam. Don't
Rest
say
in
that.
peace, Brother Salam.
Don't do that.
Interestingly, here you go. 47 Bears post Walter Payton first round running backs. Brad Muster, Rashawn Salam, Curtis Enos, and Cedric Benson, all in one category at 47 on this list.
Cade McNown.
Cap. They shouldn't say that about Brad Muster. That's not right there. Now that's not good. Brad Muster's
solid.
A good player. Now let's not do that now.
Is he number 25?
Okay, but don't say that about Brad Muster.
McNown did not make the list. Why?
My first bet.
But there's he's on the list in a blurb, but he did not make the list because Achilles Smith was taken ahead of him. And was so much worse.
There you have it. My first bet, Cade McNown. You remember, right?
I do.
Bears, San Francisco, Candlestick Park.
They never got past the 50.
Cashed in right to my nervous ticket, right there. Cashed it in.
So
wow. So we're missing what, 6 through 10?
Yeah, but what I wanted to bring up, and the reason I wanted to do this list is what happened at number 4. And I want to know from the two of you if this is too aggressive or if this is fair.
Tommy, what do you think now? Now, listen very closely. Now, we gave Brad Muster was a step too far.
Yeah, come on. He was my teammate. What a good guy, too.
Where did he go? Stanford?
Yes, he was a
good
Stanford
man.
running back.
Yeah. But give us number 4.
How about who's the kid that was linked to his mom's friend or something like that? Zach Wilson from the Jets.
Tommy, you're on it. Number 4 is the 2021 quarterback class.
Yeah.
Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, and Justin Fields, all packaged as the number 4 biggest bust in NFL history.
Wow. Listen, you guys are going to be fielding, angry Justin Field fan calls and texts all day.
Just spit their coffee out.
Yeah.
And I'm giving you Arch Leister. How about that, Tommy?
What are my odds?
Exactly.
Shay. Arch Leister, boy, that is only me, you, and Cap are old enough to even understand that reference.
We were just looking for bust. I gave you Heath Schuler.
I just watched the what is the show on what
is it, NFL show?
No, it was a
Debbie Does Dallas.
It was a crime show, and Art Schleister was the subject of it.
Oh, really?
Law and Order?
No, the one it's like on CNBC late at night. I couldn't
American
sleep.
Greed.
That's it, American Greed.
Oh, wow.
A whole
I'm
episode.
a television All-American, guys. Like, I've seen everything.
Yeah, a whole episode. This woman had a son who was sick, and Art was super nice to the little kid when the kid had cancer. And then Art got in gambling trouble and preyed on her and took her money.
Yes.
Yes. It was an amazing episode.
Don't you think, Shay, that's a step too far? Isn't that a little bit prisoner of the moment, which you just gave us there at 4? What do you think?
It feels a little bit like the 2021 quarterback class is so recency bias, but when they were all so terrible, and also issuing a correction just quickly, Arch Leister, 16. I missed it.
Oh, 16, okay.
But the problem I think that people have with it is the Niners traded up a haul to go and get Trey Lance, who's going to be out of the league. Zach Wilson was terrible.
Hall bell. Sorry, Colt.
Mac Jones was terrible.
Yeah.
And the Bears traded up to get Justin Fields, who was terrible. When 2 of the 4 top 15 quarterbacks were trade ups and significant assets going up to get him, and they all stunk.
I got another one that's got to be on the list. I had worked for a trading card company that signed him to a deal. Steve Entman. He went number 1.
Is that right, Tommy?
Colts defensive lineman.
Yeah, he was from the University of Washington.
Is Trubisky on the list?
Yeah,
what's that?
What's Trubisky? Did he make the list?
Trubisky, did he make the list, Trey? Shay?
So Steve Entman made the list in 43
Shane?
was.
How about Shane?
I'm going to get to Trubisky 1 second. Colts 1992 draft.
Yeah.
The whole draft was a bust. Steve Entman and Quentin Coryatt, both.
Yeah, they had 2 top 5 picks.
Trubisky is number 39 on this list.
Lawrence Phillips, is he on the list?
I'm just going to see.
What am I missing here? Shay, are you a big Trubisky fan?
No.
What do you got, Trey?
So the Bears that did make the list were Justin Fields, Bears 1997 trade for Rick Myra, Mitchell Trubisky,
God.
and post Walter Payton first round running backs.
How is Tim Couch not on that list?
That's a great question.
That's a great one.
Number 2.
Jurko told me the story that he walked into training camp. They had taken him 1-1 overall. And he went, that guy? He's got no arm.
Wow.
Yeah, how does Achilles Smith not fit on that list?
Achilles Smith made the list.
Is he?
He's on there.
Wow.
Yeah, Achilles Smith bumped Cade McNown from the list because
I
Achilles
worked
Smith
with Cade
was
McNown
so
over
bad.
at Fox. My God, was he not a nice guy.
Yeah, he was a D-bag.
Yeah, and you would think the worse you play, the nicer you'd be. It just, that ratio didn't work.
Jeff George make the list?
Jeff George should be on the list. But then again, what was the Jay comparison?
Jeff George, number 5.
What was the Jay Cutler? Well, Jay Cutler comparison was always Jeff George, right?
Yeah.
Remember?
Well, Jeff George was the number 1 pick, wasn't he?
He was.
Cap Lawrence Phillips was number 6 on this list.
Yeah, he's in jail. I don't know if he still is. He was in jail.
Is he with us?
The worst.
Lawrence Phillips?
Yeah.
Did he die?
I don't know.
Now you're being me.
Well, he was
I
the
think
worst.
he passed away.
Yeah. Listen, nobody kills people on shows better and more frequently than you, Cap.
He died in 2016 in the Kern Valley State Prison.
Yeah.
Wow.
No rest in peace for him. He's a piece of garbage. Wow. He was. That's the first time, Tommy, we're talking about character issue guys, right? He's a piece of garbage.
Wow.
What's better? That from your Cap's eulogy of Billy Packer.
I'm just saying. No rest in peace for that guy.
Phillips was awaiting trial in solitary confinement when he was found unresponsive in his cell at around midnight, January 12, 2016, pronounced dead at 1:30 in a suspected suicide.
Yeah. Hope he's dancing on his flames.
Wow.
Coming up, more with Tommy Waddle with Waddle Wednesday on the Kap J Hood Morning Show.
Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Surprise, surprise.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out. Congrats to all who'll join us at Seven Bridges Golf Club, Wednesday, June 11th. All of you will be randomly assigned to play on behalf of one of our show teams. Great prizes are at stake. Stay tuned for more details or visit gripitandsipitclassic.com.
Folks, let me tell you about Pick Wisconsin. Yes, pick a place. You know, when you do that, it's like building a life. It's kind of like selecting a draft pick, you know? So make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. Learn more about Wisconsin by going to pickwisconsin.com, J-Mo.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Mother's Day is almost here, and I've been thinking a lot about all the times my mom went out of her way just to make me happy. Honestly, I've lost count. All of the pickups from practice, help with the homework, the home-cooked meals. My mom is the best. That's why this year I'm returning the favor with the bouquet from the Books Company. And I got you 25% off of your order so you can send some happiness to your moms, too. Books aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Wow mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go for the Books Flower subscription so she can get fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. I pick my bouquet, delivery date, and done. And with 25% off, why stop with mom? Grab some for your wife, your auntie, and even grandma too. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Books now. Go to Books.com, use promo code CANTY to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Books, promo code CANTY.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From mowers and trimmers to blowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
Hey, Chris Candy here. My mom goes out of her way to make me happy, so this year I'm returning the favor with a bouquet from the Books Company. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they grow bigger, brighter, and last way longer. It's easy. Pick your bouquet, delivery date, and done. Mother's Day is May 11th, so order your bouquets now. Go to Books.com, use promo code CANTY for 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Books, promo code CANTY.
And now here's David Kaplan for IKEA. David?
Look at David.
That's your name. Check the ID.
Spring is here, and it's time to visit IKEA Schaumburg and Bolingbrook for their annual sidewalk sale. Rich joined me and Jonathan Hood. We're going to take a trip up I-94. Shay's going to attempt the 999 challenge again for some Chicago versus Milwaukee baseball. And this Saturday, the first 200 IKEA family members, you'll have a chance to select a mystery gift card worth up to $500. Save big now at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle. Former wide receiver for the Chicago Bears.
Guy's amazing.
He's amazing. 1989 All-Madden team and afternoon co-host on ESPN Chicago.
I think he's going to start at least 8 games in the National Football League next year for a team that's going to give him a chance.
It's Waddle Wednesday with Tom Waddle.
Waddle. I got a pedicure in an hour. When I get back here, the wheels better be spinning, all right?
On Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
It is a Waddle Wednesday on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app as we go to the Yingling Hotline.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
There he is, Tommy Waddle on the Waddle Wednesday, right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
I'm good. Cap sounds a little salty today.
He's all over the place
I was
today.
ticked off about that game last night.
Yeah, I can imagine. I think it's going to be a rough ride for many of us who are at the station today and work with Cub fans. That was storybook though, guys. Like that thing was written. Your $500 million player ties it in the bottom of the ninth, hitting a rocket up the middle off a guy who's throwing 98. Then PCA, this blossoming star, has an opportunity to seal the game in the 10th inning.
Oh.
And then what happened in the 11th was just Elvis left the building.
That's a record. That's never happened before at Wrigley.
Yeah, they had an opportunity to just continue kind of this early season storybook run, and that's not the route I thought that game was going.
9 in the 11th.
Yeah.
That is something, man.
He didn't get an out, I don't think, did he?
I do not believe he did.
Yeah, didn't get an out.
And he had not given up an earned run, I think, since March 29th.
Yeah, had not given up an earned run in April. Karm kind of tipped. Look, you give him credit. He's a 36-year-old guy. I think had the closing role taken away from him in Houston.
You talking about Karm or Presley?
Yeah, exactly.
36-year-old guy. Okay.
They did take it away because they signed Josh Hader.
Right. Yeah.
So they made him the setup guy.
But Carm was saying, look, he gave some stats yesterday about how he doesn't miss bats, and your closer, at some point you're going to run into some trouble. Doesn't mean he can't be, successful and efficient over the course of a season, but last night that inability to get guys out swinging and missing, I think, was on full display.
It's good for the Cubs, though. If they can win today, Tommy, they got quite the JV schedule coming up. After the Mets, they played the Marlins for 6 and the White Sox for 3.
There may be some mercy rules out there in the upcoming games, Jonathan. Like, you're right. This Cubs team last night was a disaster, but they've been such a fun watch. Mm-hmm. They're murdering the baseball. the bottom of their order is better than the top of the order for most teams in all of baseball, and they've done it against the best competition so far. So, and this team doesn't, like, remember the inning, I think it was it the 8th inning they had up at Wrigley against, was it the D-backs earlier this year where they just coughed up a huge lead and then they came back and won?
Yes.
That's I don't think this team will stay down. I don't think last night's loss will affect them in any way, shape, or form.
You mentioned the Cubs' $500 million man. I believe, in fact, I know that they have wrapped their brain around this is what it's going to cost, and we're cool with that. Doesn't mean he's going to accept it. He may say, I've always wanted to play for the Blue Jays. I have no idea, but I think they'll sign him. Do you?
I don't. No. And the reason I say that is because they've never shown you the willingness to do something like this. Mm-hmm. Their history is littered with guys that did get away. Smaller, salary opportunities, but and look, all of the back and forth, none of it means anything to me until they start talking numbers. Like, you can say that, hey, the Cubs have recognized that this is going to be a huge chunk of change, and Tucker can say, his side can say, boy, I really love the early time here in Chicago. Until they start exchanging numbers, it's meaningless to me.
But you don't know if they are or not.
No,
Jet
I don't.
has said, I'm not talking about it.
See,
that's fine.
Here's the thing that you're missing out of this, Cap, out of the conversation. Tommy, what I keep telling him, he's not listening, but what I keep telling him is this, is that the Cubs could pony up $500 million.
Sure.
But there's other teams that will pony up more. Now, you give the Cubs credit for having a good offer, but until the Cubs can be that top team that is head and shoulders above everyone else, that's the difference.
Well, I'm not going to bust their balls, Jonathan, if they offer $500 and then the Dodgers just swoop in and offer him $700 million. Like, there is a point where I can, again, I'm not tied to the team, but I can differentiate between their willingness to actually spend the money and the outrageousness that exists in some of these other teams.
But for the average fan, though, Tommy, it's about closing.
You're right.
I mean, coffee's for closers only, right?
Yes.
So hey, the Cubs could have an offer. Yeah. But the point is, though, the Cub fan wants the Cubs to win those sweepstakes.
Yeah, and there has been recent activity in Major League Baseball that I think that works against the Cubs in terms of the court of public opinion. Just look to Toronto. Toronto signed Vladdy, who's a lesser player, younger but lesser, to a $500 million contract. And you know what they did? They gave him a $350 million signing bonus. Now, I don't know if that's to protect them from what may lie ahead, or protects him from what may lie ahead with the collective bargaining agreement that will, probably result in a work stoppage after next season. Just my editorial, but look, get creative with it. I don't know, Cap, that they haven't talked. I'm just saying to you, until there is a conversation between the two, it's just all hypotheticals from my perspective. So, they can understand finally that they may have to pony up, but until they sit down with Kyle Tucker's people and say, hey, listen, this is what we want to do. Here's our offer. What do you think? And Tucker may say, look, I want to visit free agency. I'm just telling you that from my rickety old seat over here, I until numbers are exchanged and they sit down and they face-to-face, all this stuff is just kind of out.
And by the way, just so we're clear, the $325 million signing bonus is paid out from 2025 to 2039.
That's just deferred money, right?
Yeah, they're just spreading that out. He'll get an extra payment, each year.
But
it's not like they wrote him a check in one fell swoop. Here's $325.
Well, look, Cubs could do the same thing if they don't.
Absolutely.
But I think that didn't they do that though? Like, because of the impending work issue or the labor issue going forward,
and it lowered the average annual value, so they don't hit the luxury taxes.
Right.
Quickly.
So more with Tommy coming up on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Ooh.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Let me tell you about my friends at Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. One, some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
Is your old air conditioner running all the time but not cooling your home? Stop wasting energy and money. Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric today for a complete AC cleaning and tune-up. And we'll include absolutely free a 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. All for just $89.95. That's right, we guarantee your AC will cool your home for an entire year or your money back. Call 866-4 Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Summer is better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off of your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks like the best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the result. Relax more and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. Restrictions apply.
Evan Cohen here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You've heard me talk about Window Nation for years now. I'm a proud customer, and right now you can get a house full of windows for 60% off and a free entry door. Just call them at 866-90Nation or go to windownation.com.
Jay Moore, have I told you lately about Vivid Seats? Are you ready for the NFL season or what? The schedule release is coming up. So, you got to get your insider info. And the best place to get your tickets this year is Vivid Seats. When that schedule hits, you can't wait around for the best selection and all the great deals. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now. Jay Moore.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJHood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, Waddle Wednesday here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Tommy's with us every Wednesday. Tommy, we're talking about expectations for Caleb Williams and the Bears. And my partner, of course, in his freshman year of the NFL said, hey, 4,000 yards or I'll be disappointed. Well, he had a boo for head coach. He had 2 head coaches, 3 offensive coordinators and a partridge in a pear tree. Yeah. So he had a lot going in that helmet. What about this year? Based on the depth chart, based on the new coach, what's your expectations numbers-wise you think would be good for Caleb if he stays healthy?
Well, first of all, I would say that the numbers are secondary to me than just your eye test. He doesn't have to throw for 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns for them to have a playoff run. And it would help, don't get me wrong. But I think you'll know it when you see it. Go back and look at what Jaden Daniels did last year. I think he had 25 touchdowns and 10 interceptions, something like that, threw for 3,500 yards. He ran for almost 900 yards and 6 touchdowns as well. But you could tell. It all looked right. It worked. He was poised. He went through things. Ball came out quick at times, made plays, all that stuff. I think so just kind of in general terms. You'll know it when you see it. But I loved your guys' conversation from earlier. Look, there's no more excuses. And I'm not suggesting the young man's looking for excuses, but the table's set. Not only did you improve the security on the interior of the offensive line, you added Luther Burden III, you added Colston Loveland, you extended DJ. Last year you picked Rome at number 9. You added Ben Johnson, who may be the biggest addition of all with regard to the direct impact that will take place on the quarterback position. So I think there's more pressure on Caleb now than anybody else in the building, which is fine. The only excuse that still exists now, guys, and it's not one that I would say is acceptable if there isn't significant progress, is he's still young. I mean, there's going to be mistakes, and you're in your third or fourth system in the last 2 or 3 years. So there will be some mistakes, but this is why you drafted him first overall. You've given him everything he needs. So I'm expecting, and I believe in him. I believe in the coach. So I am expecting that he is going to take that next step and have one of these breakout type seasons. In terms of numbers, Jonathan Sylvia and I had this conversation yesterday. For me, I think the most important number is completion percentage. That's right, Cap. If you go back and you look at what Jared Goff did last year in Ben Johnson's system. He completed almost 73% of his passes. Caleb completed 62% of his passes. You got to be from between 67 and 70 in this offense. I would say that the next important stat is sack total. Now, he can't control all of it, but he can control a hell of a lot of it.
He can cut down on a lot of those.
No question. So completion percentage, sack rate, that tells me he's more comfortable in his own skin. He's comfortable with the system. He's comfortable with what he's doing. Then I would say, and I'm not all – if you throw, some interceptions, that I'm fine with that. You're going to make mistakes. You're not going to be perfect. Going back again to Jared Goff, we looked at the numbers, and I think it was 37 touchdowns and 12 or 14 interceptions, something like that. It has to be 2.5 to 1 at the bare minimum. I would like it to be higher than that. The yardage, I mean, okay, if you get 4,000, great. At some point, he's going to throw for 4,000 yards. I would go completion percentage, sack total, touchdown interception ratio, and then yardage. Yardage isn't the most important commodity to me.
Tommy, in terms of, and we're almost out of time, looking at what the Bears have added to this whole thing, is there any area of the team that you're a little concerned about?
I would still say that where's the pass rush coming from? That's why I keep trying to sell you guys on trading for Trey Hendrickson, and until they squash that completely, I'll keep barking about it. That's the only thing that, and maybe they got it. I don't know. I thought you guys had a great interview with Ryan Poles last week. Maybe they're more content, and Dennis Allen's more content with what they added with Adengbo and drafting the kid from Texas A&M, who I think could probably play outside a little bit in Dennis Allen's system, and maybe they think Booker is going to continue to improve. I don't know. I think that would be the one. Obviously you got to have some definitive decisions made at left tackle, but I would say the one area where I still think that I'm a little itchy and scratchy is their pass rush on the opposite side of Sweat.
It's a great comic show. Itchy and Scratchy?
Itchy and Scratchy?
Phenomenal. Loved it.
That is fantastic.
Tommy, have a
Cubs
great...
win big today, Cap. Put your money on them.
Yeah, right now I just did my analytical handicapping.
Which is the Sun-Times.
No, it's not the Sun-Times.
It is the Sun-Times. It's right in front of you.
I write on it, but I did not get it from the Sun-Times.
Who's that holding a fish there?
Dan Bernstein. looking at the numbers, and I ran my little analytical thing I do.
Yeah.
Ray is a heavy favorite for me against Ben Brown. Hope I'm wrong. I want to root for the Cubs, but I wouldn't bet him.
So you're playing the Giants.
If I was betting the game, I'm not.
Really?
I would bet the Giants.
Oh, maybe you get value on the Cubs today, Jonathan.
I'm a Sox fan. I don't know anything about baseball.
Wow,
apparently.
you still admit that?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, yes.
The bottom of the ninth was a White Sox circus.
Toronto, Detroit, Giants, and Yankees today. There's my 4 plays.
Okay. How about the White Sox?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. I'll pass.
Come on. Like, what was it was a night of horrible sports in a lot of ways.
It was.
The Cavs just absolutely peed down their leg. The T-Wolves were 0 for 15 from 3 in the first half, and that ball bounces off your second baseman's head in Kansas City.
Yeah, it's a bad night.
Brutal.
It's a bad night. Me and Gentleman Jack really had a hard time watching that yesterday. Tell you that. Tommy,
we love
always,
you, Tommy.
We appreciate it.
All right, fellas. By the way, you get a fine from earlier, Hoodie. I heard you sneeze or you have to clear your throat.
Did I?
I thought you did back like at 8:30, 8:32.
That was actually Craig Counsell. We were playing audio.
God damn, I want Hoodie to contribute.
See? That's what you get, Tommy. You know I'm a professional here.
I'm going to go lay down now.
See you, Tommy.
See you, boys.
There it is. The great Tommy Waddle on the
Yingling Hotline.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
And this hour of Kap J Hood brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook, the best place for you to elevate the future of your business. Go to bebolingbrook.com, Craig.
Have you noticed the lines around downtown? We'll talk about that in 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you on this Waddle Wednesday. Open phone lines for you, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube YouTube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Like, share, and subscribe on everything we do on YouTube and on Twitch. You were saying?
Yeah, I was so mad at myself this morning. I lost my Yeti coffee mug.
Yeah.
You know, I bring it in every day, the red one.
Yep.
Not like a tumbler, like the coffee cup. It's awesome. And I accused my wife of putting it somewhere. She said,
and Joe had it.
Is that where I left it?
Yeah, Joe brought it in yesterday.
Joe McCardle down the hall.
Yes.
And so last night,
director.
I said, Mindy, you put it somewhere, because I went to the grocery store. I bought broccoli. I bought some strawberries. I stuck it in that bag when I was carrying it in the car from the car. She's like, I did not touch your bag. She said, where are the strawberries? I said, I'm sure they're in the refrigerator. I left the strawberries behind something on the counter. I left the broccoli out overnight. Stuff that's supposed to get refrigerated.
Oh, that smells great.
A couple other things, and no coffee mug. And she's like, I guarantee you left it at the radio station. I'm like, no shot. You put it somewhere. I open up the dishwasher, not in there. I'm opening up a cabinet. I'm like, where did you put it? I walked in here, and it's sitting right there.
I'm sorry.
So I texted her a picture of it. Sorry, hon.
This portion of Kap and J Hood brought to you by Prevagen. Yes, Prevagen. When you forget your own coffee cup and accuse your spouse, Prevagen.
I'm sorry.
There's your 10-second liner there, Shay. There you go, right there.
Thank you.
There you go.
We need that. Great partner.
It was on the screen, so I just thought I'd read it. Sidebar, may I approach?
Yeah, it's brought to you by Ankin Law, 312-6 for the best personal injury and rideshare injury attorney in Illinois, the award-winning Howard Ankin.
Sign my ball. In this country, Rush, we need to be able to have a real ID to identify the real from the fake. So the real ID, Cap, every time that we leave this building, we are amazed at how long the line is to get a real ID here at downtown
Super
Chicago.
Center here, yeah.
Cap, it's past the Goodman Theater.
Yeah, so
it's at City Hall.
So when we come in,
Cap.
like I go down Lake Street and I see at I can wander in here anywhere in a 30-minute window.
Yeah.
The other day I got down here, it was 5:45, and there had to be 600 people in line. I'm like, what?
Unbelievable.
It opens
Seriously.
It opens at 7:30. I'm like, geez, it's rainy, it's cold, and people are standing out there. Hoodie and I left the other day. There had to be 2,000, 1,500 in line.
I did the real ID thing in 2021.
So did my wife. She's like, well, you've been
3 hours.
waiting.
Stood in line 3 hours.
My wife did too. When she got her new license when we moved here, and she's like, "You didn't get a real ID? Like they didn't even give me the option."
That's true.
I just went and got my ID.
My wife had it. And do you know when the real ID was voted in?
No.
To law?
2002, right?
2005. 2005.
05.
05.
Are we just getting it now?
They've been stringing this thing along for 20
man.
years.
I was drunk in 05 on White Sox baseball.
Yeah.
I had no idea what was going on
And
there.
so
that's my first year here.
As we turned toward the pandemic, that was the deadline.
I didn't know.
And then the pandemic hit, and they said, yeah, we're going to push it down. Then they extended it again, and this is it.
Eventually, I'll get it.
I just got it.
Shay, Shay and I are lock and step, and it's like eventually we'll get it. I got a passport. I got a good driver's license. I got the old-fashioned identification card. Remember those days? Back in the day, you had an ID card. Yeah, I still got one of those too.
That had to have expired.
The panic people are experiencing right now is bizarre to me. Like I'll just use my passport. I'm good.
But what about people that don't have a passport?
Yeah, I get that part of it, but like having one just gives me a safety net where I don't really need to worry about this. I'll get a real ID when I renew my license in a year. I don't need to panic because I'll tell you what I'm not doing. I'm not spending 4 hours at the Secretary of State today just to get to the front of the line and be told I don't have the necessary paperwork to do it anyway, which happens every time. Somehow, you never have all the papers you need.
Yeah. But I don't have my Social Security ID card. Haven't had it in 40 years.
Yeah.
No idea where it is.
Still got to look for it.
And, of course, the person I'm married to, the most organized human in the world, she's like, what do you mean you don't have your Social Security card? I said, hon, I don't have my Social Security card. I got a lot of stuff that I lost when I got divorced and I moved and I was all over coaching. I don't have that. haven't had it since I was probably 20.
Yeah, that's when you start thinking about it. But like up in age, I don't have that handy. I don't know where mine is. I'm sure it's in a stack of papers someplace. I put an order in for a new one. It'll be here in a couple weeks. The point is, though, is that when it comes to lines, let me just tell you, I'm just not I'm not a lines guy. I'm just not. I know that in the grocery store, if I can get myself checkout, I'll do that. I'm just not a big fan of line, especially the kind of line that we're talking about. Yeah. That's for miles downtown. I'm not I'm so not into miles. I'll give you an example. Down the hill here at a bar restaurant, I saw like a line down the street to try to get into this bar. You know who's in that line? Jermaine Dye and AJ Przinsky.
How long ago was this?
This is not too long ago. Not that far ago. But it's in the rain. These guys don't have umbrellas. I walked up and saw that line, and I went right to the door. I go, yeah, I'm trying to get in here. I have a friend. I just parked, but I've already been in here. Anything to avoid the line. Lying to make sure I don't go back in that line. Mm-hmm. Seriously, I can't stand it. I can't. A line that long, there's no way I can stand out there, Cap. That long? I mean, those people that's all the way to City Hall, for God's sakes.
It's amazing when we walk out. So Hoodie and I leave 97% of the time we walk out together. And we walk out, we go down Lake Street, we're turning on Dearborn, and we're like, what the? I mean, it's longer than like Election Day, and that was long.
That was long. This is longer. And I'm just saying, when are you getting in there? That line is not moving. When we came in this morning, the line started to get long.
Yeah, the people are getting there. I told you, 5:45. It doesn't open until 7:30, and they're all there.
One thing the Secretary of State does when you do make your appointment, they give you a checklist of all the things you can bring.
Correct. I actually texted it to Hoodie. The Secretary of State, Alexi Janulius, he was a basketball camper of mine. He's done a good job, really good job, because you can make appointments now to do things there. We never had that.
And the beauty of it is when you have to renew your driver's license or your real ID, you don't have to bring all that documentation back.
Yeah, right. Once you have it.
Yeah, once you have the real ID, they'll just renew it.
Yeah, I just got mine. Just came in the mail.
Those lines. What have you stood in line for the longest, Shay? Like outside of maybe going to a football game.
That actually might be it. Though, like roller coasters. I've stood in line at Cedar Point back in the day when I was a kid in high school. We'd wait 2.5 hours to get on the Millennium Force. That's probably about the longest.
I can't stand it.
Yeah, my wife and I, 2021, we stood in line 3 hours for the real ID.
That's crazy.
No
that's
shot,
the longest.
man. No way.
That's the longest.
Man, that's crazy standing out that long on 99th and King Drive.
Oh, no, we went to
just to get that little gold star on it.
Man, look.
That's it.
Shay and I will be getting ours next year.
Yeah, I'm not going
together.
I'm not swarming with the panic. If you don't have a flight like next weekend, I don't get why you are swarming now to hit the deadline. You can get it next week.
That also might tell you how many people really don't have a passport.
How long is it taking to deliver these things? Do you go in and it takes a month to get it to your house?
A couple weeks, right?
I did
they give you a temporary one.
They give you paper one there, and they punch a hole in your old ID,
right?
And then they wrap it around inside the paper one.
Right.
Probably took 2 weeks to get, maybe.
Yeah.
See, the reason we got it was because the real ID doubles as your license. It's not just an ID card.
Yeah. Correct.
So just to have the driver's license with the real ID star on it made sense for us.
You just don't. And then Christine Ohm comes out yesterday and goes, even if you don't have it, we'll let you fly. You might be delayed getting into the airport, but you can
might
still
miss
fly.
Your flight.
Well, then just get there early. I would rather get to the airport 2.5 hours early instead of an hour early and still make my flight than wait 4 hours at the Secretary of State to get my real ID.
Understood.
I have a flight in 2 weeks. I'm just taking my passport. Good to go.
And I know, Jay Moore, you have all this identification, but no matter how much identification you have, you just remember,
brother,
it won't matter.
It don't matter.
Depending on where you are, it doesn't matter.
You got birth certificate, passport, everything.
Yeah, you can give them all the information, tell them Cap, it still won't be good enough. Still won't be good enough.
There's a checklist, as you said.
Yeah, it is.
And they do not deviate from that checklist.
Like, what else you got?
I know, but I know Cap.
I got everything on the list.
You don't think I've used Cap's name before to get out of stuff? Are you kidding me?
This is a photocopy of your birth certificate. We need the real thing.
Yeah. Well, this is a picture of me and Cap. It's the real thing. No. Got to have it. Gold star next to the picture of you and Cap. But we're on the air. Nope. So
that's it.
It's always a problem in the North Shore. They always catch me, even though I say I know you. That's usually my get out of jail free card.
I'll put a tweet out.
Oh,
he
something.
is legit. That's my guy. He's like my other brother.
You should. I try, Cap, but sometimes it doesn't work.
Yeah, brother from another mother.
That's what it's.
Brother.
That's what it's been said. Yes.
That's it.
There we have actually at this point in time, Shay, we should have some imaging for Pirates news.
Every 2 weeks they have
something else.
Major issue. They take Clementi's name off the wall. Oh God, the number. We gotta fix that. Then they had another thing that they did, and the president had to take the blame again for that. And now we've got physicality.
Oh man, we got to talk about this video that went viral regarding an usher at PNC taking on a fan. We'll discuss this coming up next on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Brother. Gary! The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale, starting Friday.
Hit the road with Kap and J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContest.com.
Mother's Day is almost here, and I've been thinking a lot about all the times my mom went out of her way just to make me happy. Honestly, I've lost count. All of the pickups from practice, help with the homework, the home-cooked meals. My mom is the best. That's why this year I'm returning the favor with the bouquet from the Books Company. And I got you 25% off of your order so you can send some happiness to your moms, too. Books aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Wow mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go for the Books Flower subscription so she can get fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. I pick my bouquet, delivery date, and done. And with 25% off, why stop with mom? Grab some for your wife, your auntie, and even grandma too. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Books now. Go to Books.com, use promo code Canty to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code Canty. Books, promo code Canty.
Hey, it's Kap and Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment.
Hey, Mom, over here.
And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder.
Wow.
Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
At the Home Depot, we know Mother's Day is a big deal. So what are you working on for Mom this year? With a little help from the Home Depot, you can help create a space just for her. We have a wide variety of patio sets and outdoor furniture that will make the perfect gift for Mom. Just add a few hanging baskets for a pop of color and texture for the perfect finishing touch. Shop outdoor furniture, flowers, gifts, and more for Mother's Day. In-store and online at the Home Depot.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
And now, here is David Kaplan to tell us about Alta Construction.
You're unbelievable. Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners save big on tractors, mowers, or RTVs during Alta Equipment's Kubota Orange Day sale in Orland Park, Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3. Live demos, giveaways, special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange one-day sales event, Tuesday, May 13th, Alta Equipment in Orland Park. Jay Moore.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
It is the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12, Waddle and Silvy at 2:30. White Sox baseball is to take on the Kansas City Royals at 6. Bleck and Abdallah on their YouTube channel, youtube.com. Look for Bleck and Abdallah right there. It seems like every week during the Major League Baseball season, there's something going on with the Pittsburgh Pirates.
It's unbelievable. Every week. I walked in, I said to you, did you see the Pirates took Clemente's number off and they had a whole tribute thing for him? And then they went, yeah, that was a mistake. That shouldn't have happened. Oh. And they had to apologize to the family. Then they had a second incident. Then we had the guy fall at the Cubs-Pirates game out of the upper deck in the right field bleachers. He took his first steps yesterday, or 2 days ago. He has a broken back, a broken neck, a broken clavicle. They said he has a long way to go to recover, but he was able to walk, which is a miracle.
Yes.
Had a concussion, obviously. So to see that he's able to walk is amazing.
The fans are going after the owner who was running away from the fans. That was seen on video as well. But now the latest thing, Cap, I sent this to you yesterday.
My wife's like, what are you watching over there? And she came over and stood with me, and it's unbelievable. A fight with an usher and a fan?
Yes, and these are my confessions. The Pittsburgh Pirates Stadium usher has been suspended after being seen using his belt to whip a fan during a fist fight at PNC Park. This took place on Sunday, by the way. The video just now surfaced. So, Cap, you saw it. Jay Moore, Shay, you saw it as well. And so here is a fan just wanted to get into a certain section of the ballpark. And by the way, it's PNC. You can go to any section at ballpark because it's usually empty.
Hoodie, I was reading that he was harassing a female concession worker, actually, was what started it.
In the same section that they were standing or just someplace else?
Yeah, it was the concession stand right next to where they were standing. And he was harassing, him and his buddy were harassing a female concession worker. So the usher grabbed them and moved them away from that concession stand. And that's why they were getting in a fight right in front of that section.
So there is the usher that's there, and he's going toe-to-toe with this fan, right? And so it goes on for a while, Cap. You saw this, jaw to jaw. And here's the thing I was wondering. Like, where's the other ushers to intervene or the police to step in?
And then one guy comes over, and it looked like, I said, oh, there's security. And it wasn't a security guy. It was just another fan trying to be helpful. And then it got nasty. I mean, insanity.
Okay, so other fans are seen coming to break up the fight, but the pause is only temporary. Just seconds later, the fan is seen spitting on the usher, who then takes off his belt and whips the fan with it multiple times. But again, the fan and the usher going jaw to jaw, and then there's punches thrown, and then I never thought I'd see this from a young person, taking off his belt to whip somebody. Like, my old man did that to me, but the idea that we see this like in 2025 is amazing.
The usher's going to get fired. The fan's going to get banned from the ballpark. It's just a mess.
I mean, so the Pirates with another having to come out again to say something. This is like the third or fourth time they've actually had to have a statement. Following the conclusion of yesterday's game, as a few fans were exiting the ballpark, there was a verbal altercation between two male guests and a female food and beverage employee. At the time, the ballpark game day employee seen in the video attempted to intervene on her behalf. Unfortunate incident that occurred following the conclusion of yesterday's game. The employee's behavior is entirely unacceptable, and he was immediately suspended. The incident is currently under further investigation. This guy, by the way, is an ex-college football player, Kevon Markwood, 20 years old.
Yeah.
The usher?
No, that was the guy
that
fell.
guy that fell out.
Yeah.
Fell out of the stands.
Yeah, he's 20 years old. But here's the thing. Here's the reason why we bring this up. And again, this is all over social media. First of all, Cap, before we go into it, there's just no civility anymore. None. No civility.
Zero.
So, and I understand that maybe a lot of these things have happened for many, many years that we've seen or not seen because there was no video. Now that there's video, there's more of these than ever before. These fights in the stands, just because you have a different uniform on, punches thrown because you're overserved or because you're ignorant, or both. And so there's just no civility anymore where a fan is going after an employee, another employee steps in, and now there's punches thrown and spitting.
What was the one you and I saw in the studio, I don't know, 2 weeks ago? Woman is with her husband at some game. They obviously been drinking.
Yeah.
And she reaches out and slaps a fan across the face.
Yes.
Oh, I saw that.
And he went, okay, that's it. And
he gave her a 2-piece nugget.
He smacked her
Spicy.
and then beat her husband's ass.
Yeah.
Guy was out cold.
Oh, it was spicy.
Yeah.
Out cold.
No civility. None. Now, here's where the rubber meets the road, Shane Norling. So, you're spitting blood at me. Okay. So, for me, I'm seeing red. There's just no way. There's no around it. To me, I think that is just that's the most awful thing when you spit at someone or spit on somebody.
Yeah.
That is the worst.
I actually thought the usher showed rather incredible composure, moving this guy away from harassing a female concession stand worker and then standing jaw to jaw with him and not taking the bait. People may think I'm crazy for saying this. I kind of think getting spit on, you are cleared for exit velocity.
So you wouldn't fire the guy?
I think suspension is enough. Give him some time off and let him know this can't happen again. But come on. The dude was trying to de-escalate what was clearly a bad situation.
And you call security and you walk away.
Well, that's the thing. Where was security?
That I don't know.
Where are other ushers? Where are other workers?
Yeah.
I would have more questions about the response at the stadium from other workers who were not helping this guy out than I would say, sorry, this guy who was being a jerk and you tried to de-escalate the situation. Spit on you, but you can't respond.
You cannot physically respond, Shay. You can't.
I'd love for you to be in that situation. Someone spits on you and you just stand there and take it.
I would call security. I would have him removed. I would not take my belt off and beat a patron. I wouldn't do it.
Well, let's just start with the fan going after a female. What kind of guy is that? Let's start there.
Correct.
Let's start there. What kind of guy is that?
You're talking about the customer.
Yes.
Yeah.
What kind of guy? Let's start there because this is the impetus of all of it. Let's start there. What kind of guy are you going after that lady? I know that's 2025. You feel like you could do whatever you want, but just remember we can film everything. It's great for the young man to step in for that female. Do we forget about that part of it? What about that part of it? Of him stepping in and saying, "Hey, get off of her," and now this guy is belligerent going after the usher.
Hey, man, I'm with Shay. I'm risking it all. You spit on me, it's over.
Dude, that's
it.
And you're going to lose your job.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's fine.
But you know what? I have my dignity, and I'll get another job.
Yes. That is just the most repugnant thing. Have you ever anyone spit on you besides playing sports and like football?
No.
No. It is the worst. And I see red if someone does that to me. You want to do that to me? That'll be all. That's it. And and J-Mo, the idea that, well, I'll lose my job. Well, I've lost my job before, and I'm still here.
Hey.
But at some point, Cap, you can't let someone cross the line on you like that. You could take a lot, but that's the worst. Spitting blood? What if that guy's got something?
Agreed.
Oh, my God. I don't know what that guy's got.
That you are treating me like a subhuman individual.
Correct.
If you're
and I'm gonna
spitting
have,
on me.
and I'm going to have you arrested 100%. I'm not hitting you. I'm not doing it.
But,
I'm not
but
losing.
Detroit over there and West Side and South Side over here is telling you, you spit on me, that'll be all for that guy.
You guys are entitled to handle how you want. I would
Put
not.
that
I
on
would
the
have.
ESPN Chicago Post.
If someone spits on you, are they
100%.
fair game? Like I don't believe that I would have the composure if somebody stood in my face and spit on me to not retaliate.
I would have him arrested.
It is the most repugnant thing.
Agreed. And that's why I'd have him arrested, and I would press charges, and I would not back off of that.
You see that silver hair brigade coming late over there? Where's the people to help? My God. You saw them late in that video.
That video you sent was over 7 minutes in length, and it's like at the 5:50 mark, you finally see security.
And that's why you handle it right then and there.
I'm just saying, man. And again, no, should he have taken his belt off and whooped him? I would. That's the last thing I would have thought of is to take off my belt. Because you know why? My pants would fall down. Now I'm chasing a guy with my pants around my ankles.
Correct.
No, but the idea, Cap, that the usher steps in on behalf of a woman and say, why are you doing this to my teammate, my employee?
Mm-hmm.
And then the guy still wants to get belligerent, angry, drunk, whatever it is.
If you
out of
told me
bounds.
that you tackled him, took him to the ground, and held him down there till security arrived, different. Deciding you're going to administer the beating, no, you'd be fired.
Suspension now, possibly firing afterwards, because they've got enough PR issues with Pittsburgh.
Right. And the other thing is, what happens if Jay Moore, who's a strong dude, punches this guy, falls, hits his head, and he's in a coma? They're suing. You don't need that in your life. You just don't. Having you arrested, take you to the ground, have you detained, get security, arrest this dude.
Okay, what happens if security tackles him and he hits his head and, gets...
They're in
what
the
happens
midst of doing their job. You deciding you're going to administer justice? No.
Man, ain't nobody spitting on me.
Me either. I'm with that.
Telling you, I am doing my job. I'm trying to de-escalate the situation. I get spit on? Oh, it's hands now, buddy.
Dude, let me tell you. Corey on the south side on Kap and J Hood. Corey, good morning.
Good morning, Hood. Good morning, Cap.
Yes, sir.
What's
Cap,
up, Corey?
Cap, I'm listening to the conversation. You either you're a good guy or you're lying, because there's no way you're going to sit there and let somebody spit on you. You're going to turn around and look for the usher.
No, I am the usher. I said,
okay, you are the usher.
I said I would either take him to the ground and restrain him and call for security, or I would get on my he had the little handset, get security here immediately. That's how I'd handle it. I'm not taking my belt off and beating the guy. Sorry.
Cap. You're just pretty much inviting people to spit on you.
No,
you're saying this all over the air.
No, that's silly.
Spit on me.
That's what you're doing.
Please spit on me.
I like it. Spit on me.
That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not.
It's billions.
Exactly. You wear the leather boots while you spit on me.
Please spit on me.
Please spit on me. I've got a big case later on.
I won't retaliate. Please spit on me.
Put on the leather and the lace. You know how I like it.
And spit on me.
And I need you to spit on me and step on my balls.
Hot.
That was the show, man. Cap and I watched it.
We did.
Why did Paul Giamatti sign up for that role?
But I'm going to be home late for dinner tonight. Why? I'm going to see Margot, and she's going to beat me and spit on me.
Oh, it's going to be great. I'm going to be ready to go for the case tomorrow.
Yes.
Like that, and you tackling the guy to the ground, Cap, that's also physical. You said you tackle him to the ground and just like detain him. That's also physical.
Well,
you're low to the ground. You'd knock him down.
But trying to administer a beating? No, I'm not doing it. A. B. Taking my belt off and swinging it at the guy? Come on, man. No.
I wish we had
restraint.
I wish we had an intern here who was ready to risk it all. I'd just send him in to spit on Kap just to see how Kap would react.
No, the old Kap will come out.
Somebody comes in, goes, I heard your Caleb Williams take this morning. Spits on Kap. Do we think Cap's going to stand there and just go, you just lost your job?
Kap, absolutely not.
I think you'd crash out.
He would. The old Kap would come out. Glasses off, headphones down, and he's charging after that guy. And a lot of MFs. A lot.
The MFs would be flying.
It's a lot. There's no way that you're tolerating that.
But I'm not saying I'm tolerating. I'm saying I have no problem saying that we take him to the ground, restrain him, but take my belt off and administering a beating.
I just don't get how tackling him is that different than beating their ass.
I'm taking him to the ground as in my role as usher, security, whatever I am.
Usher.
And then asking for assistance, period.
Like, I just picture, Hoodie, imagine the usher with the restraint. He gets spit on, then just looks at the fan, and he's like, you're never coming here to a game again, pal. Ha, ha, ha. Like, no, there's no way. You just got spit on.
I'd have him arrested.
Why, it's dripping all down your chin. Somebody else's spit.
Have him arrested.
I don't think he should lose his job. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, if I was the owner, I'd fire him. He'd be gone.
How about that, Evergreen Park Joe?
Hey, Kap, I got a question for you. Are you talking specifically if you were at work and somebody spit on you, or in any kind of situation?
I'm talking about if I was in my job and Shay came in here and we got into a dispute and he spit in my face, I'd have him fired.
Okay, so if you're on the street standing with your wife and somebody spits on your wife, you're not doing anything, or is that a different situation?
That's a different situation. We've been assaulted. Okay. That's a different situation.
Okay, so you're taking the high road when you're professional, when you're in your professional setting. Okay, I
Correct.
Get that kind of. I'm cut from a different cloth. It doesn't matter where I'm at. I'm swinging on somebody and knocking them out. It don't matter.
That's South Side right there.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's
restaurant quality. Have a good one, boys.
Hey,
See
Joe, we're Marionette Park, Evergreen Park. We're swinging on those guys. That's it. That's just it's happening. It's going down.
Belt's off.
Because it's spitting blood, Kap.
That's why I have him arrested.
Hawk Tua.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, that's why I'm having him arrested. I want to test it. I want to know if I've been exposed to anything. No, I'm not taking my belt off and administering a beating. That's insanity.
All right, coming up, one of the biggest what-ifs for the Bulls was able to shine brightly yesterday. We'll talk about it next. It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
This is your morning routine.
Yeah.
Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
And in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
White Sox baseball. White Sox baseball. White Sox baseball.
ESPN Chicago.
White Sox and Royals.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Sean Burke outdueled Seth Lugo into the 7th inning, and the Sox took a lead into the 9th Tuesday. But Kansas City took advantage of a leadoff walk and a couple deadly White Sox errors and walked off with a stunning 4-3 win. The Sox now have lost 9 straight at Kauffman Stadium. Tonight, it's Game 3 of the series at 6:40 p.m. Take advantage of one of our best offers this season. Get 1 ticket and 2 beers to select games starting at $19 with Miller Lite, Baseball, and Brews. Must be 21 and over with a valid ID. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/brews. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Hey, it's Kap. Let me tell you about my guys at Automatic Mechanical Services. Their motto is we make people comfortable, and comfort isn't just about heating and cooling. It's about the peace of mind knowing they'll always give you fair and honest upfront pricing and complete the project with the highest quality technicians and installers. For the past 80 years, Automatic has handled Chicagoland's toughest commercial jobs while keeping everything in your home running right. Don't settle. Go with Automatic, the team I trust. Visit atomatic.com.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit BeTheTeacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. There's still time to show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just a few minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. So visit proflowers.com/sports or use code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Madison, where businesses thrive and futures are built. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers prime accessibility, a talented workforce, and a supportive community ready to champion local businesses. Madison, home for business, heart for family.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. So, Kap, Shay normally asks a great question about the what-ifs when it comes to Tyrese Halliburton with the Chicago Bulls. Of course, if he was a Bull, he'd just be a dope with a Bull's horns on his hat. So, and it wouldn't work out. But with Indiana, dude, he's just special. We have not talked about this yet. This was from theathletic.com where players voted that Tyrese Halliburton was the most overrated player in the NBA. He's sticking it up their backsides right now.
Yeah. The pride and joy of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Tyrese Halliburton. Do you remember when we had AK on with us?
I do.
And I said, why would you not take Tyrese Halliburton? We thought about it. We like him in draft process. Meeting was great. And we went for a grand slam home run. We take Patrick Williams. Yeah, let me know how that worked out for you. Do you remember that?
Yeah, man.
It's exactly what he said.
It's a direct question about that because we thought, here's Tyrese Halliburton, raw, but again, could be a really blossoming player. And then you're taking a guy that came off the bench at Florida State because they were so good, he couldn't crack the starting rotation. He said, well, we can mold and shape him. Young players, six man off the bench. Now look at him.
He compared him to Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
And I said, you wouldn't have had to sign Lonzo Ball. You know what that decision did? You cheated to sign Lonzo Ball. You look me up, Shay, you know I'm right. They lost a second-round pick for tampering. So you lost a second-round pick. You paid him $80 million, didn't get any value for that because he was injured. You got the wrong player. You pay $90 more million to Patrick Williams in guaranteed dollars, and you let an all-pro walk off into the sunset. Yep. All of that from one awful decision.
That's correct. All that's correct. And so here's Tyrese Halliburton. The reason why we bring him up is because I've been staying up late, Cap, because it's playoff time. So I've been watching all the games last night as well. Watching the Pacers go on the road with a shorthanded Cleveland Cavaliers team in which Donovan Mitchell, not 100%, scores 48 points, busts his ass for the Cavs. They had that game in hand, and then the Pacers come back and win it 120-119. That was amazing. And it's not a surprise. It's a well-coached Rick Carlisle team, but you're talking about a bunch of guys, similar to the Knicks in this regard, where you have Tyrese Halliburton, yes, but Nembhard and Naismith and Siakam and Turner, they've got and Matt Byrne, they've got a really good group, Cap. It's a tough team to beat. Like, they're going to probably more than likely take on the Celtics. I'm just saying that Indiana's no pushover at all. But you go on the road, and actually what's so interesting about these playoffs in round 2, 5-0, the road teams. 5-0, the road teams. How's that happen?
Crazy.
How?
I don't know.
Now the Cavs are done.
And then we have Celtics-Knicks tonight.
That is tonight's game, I believe, yes.
Let's go, Knicks.
Yeah.
Get a 2-0 lead going home.
But in perspective, Tyrese Halliburton as a Bull, what's that look like under this leadership?
Well, this leadership's terrible. You got just an awful front office. But as I laid out to you, you never signed Lonzo Ball.
Correct.
You never paid Patrick Williams because he would never have been drafted. You would have gotten Halliburton. All of a sudden, you would have Tyrese Halliburton as your best player. You'd have Kobe White. You would have whatever Zach LaVine would have been with Tyrese Halliburton. You had a totally different roster. Totally.
I just think that Halliburton, and he uses that for fuel, by the way, too, because he's very familiar and very aware that certain players in the league feel like he's overrated. I'll take him right now, Cap. I'll take him right now. To lead for the Pacers to be up 2-0 against this Cavs team, that's just amazing to me.
He went 12th in the 2020 draft.
12th?
Yeah, 12th to Sacramento. And then they traded him for DeMontis Sabonis, which that deal's worked out for both teams. Both are good players. Patrick Williams?
That, again, a huge swing and a miss. The other game was Golden State beating Minnesota 99-88. This home field stuff, this home court stuff's not working out very well.
But Steph is injured now. They don't know if he can go in the next game. Pulled his hamstring, did not return during the game.
And because you're stacked, this is when Jimmy's supposed to step in. Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green's supposed to pick up the slack.
So you mentioned they said he's the most overrated player.
That was the Athletic.
That was the Athletic.
Yeah.
Let's see. He was third for Rookie of the Year back in the 2020-2021 season. He was traded to Indianapolis in 2021, 2022. He's averaged there 17.5, 20.7 in All-Star, 20.1 All-Star and third-team All-NBA, 18.6 this year. And he averaged, what was he in assists? 9.2 assists. The year before, he led the NBA with 10.9. The year before that, 10.4. Yeah, whoever says he's overrated is an idiot.
I agree.
Tell me you know nothing about basketball without telling me you know nothing about basketball.
I was surprised to see that. And so you mentioned with Steph being out, let's see how long he's going to be out of this series. But Minnesota and Anthony Edwards, people look at the box score and say, "Oh, he was good, 23 and 14." Don't. That's not what happened yesterday. Anthony Edwards was a no-show in the game.
You have any assists?
He had 2 assists.
2.
He wasn't any good, and especially in the first half.
He had how many points did he have in the first half? Because I looked with like 2 minutes to go, or 3 minutes to go. He had 0.
Yeah.
0.
Yeah. I was watching, like, all that is stat stuffing at the end. 23 and 14, you like that, but he did not spread that out throughout the game. So Anthony Edwards needs to be able to play a little better in game 2.
I would think.
I think Jordan needs to give him a call.
Yeah, he needs to be a 27, 28 point a game scorer for them to have a chance.
I'm sorry, Cap, but when I see his facials, he just
looks like Michael's kid.
It's strange, but it's just true. I know that that's just a strange rumor out there, but I'm just saying, like, he looks like him. And he knows he has to play better. And offensively, he just wasn't good yesterday. So
he was terrible.
It's been interesting to watch.
But his coach called him out, man, and I loved it. Chris Finch, yeah, you're our leader. You have to be better.
Kap, I just want to be able to, as we get ready for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day, to be able to thank District 005 and also Police Commander Larry Snelling. Yesterday was the anniversary of the killing of my cousin Ariana Preston, and we had a ceremony at 111th Street, the police station there. It was great to see a lot of people there, just with a celebration of life for Ariana Preston. The Peace for Preston Foundation continues to thrive because people care, about what is going on in our streets. And so I just want to thank everybody for coming out, especially the police district and all the police officers. And there was a lot of people, aldermen and a lot of people that came out to support our family. So we are grateful for a lot of Gold Star family members and everyone to come out to support us yesterday.
2 years?
Yep.
Unbelievable. I remember coming in here. And you said, I got to tell you something. You told me 2 years it's been already.
Yep.
Man.
So, but again, in her death, she continues to thrive and help people for the Peace for Preston Foundation. So we just want to thank everybody for coming out to support us. And the Gold Star families, as we talked about a couple of years ago, it's a family that we never thought we'd be a part of, but we're glad that we are, because there's so many people with a connection to people in uniform that have been killed or passed away. So
God bless.
So it's great to be part of that yesterday, to see a lot of people we haven't seen last 6 months or a year. So thanks everybody for coming out. We've got the Kap and J Hood cut of the day. It's right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Good morning to you. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
Folks, Howard Ankin is simply the single best personal injury and rideshare injury attorney in Illinois, and you can see him everywhere. TV, buses, billboards, trains.
And right here on ESPN 1000 in Chicago, there's hundreds of personal injury law firms, but only one firm that's injury law made personal.
Only one. That's Howard Ankin, is the leading filer of injury cases in Illinois. He's a Distinguished Service Award recipient, an American Association for Justice member, and he's been rated a super lawyer 10 years running.
Yeah, that's our guy, Howard Ankin, who explains the details of your case and helps you navigate the legal process.
And he calls you back, Johnny. That's important. You're hurt. It means a lot because you need help. You're looking for answers. Howard Ankin's the guy.
Yeah, 312-6-million, injury law made personal. That's Ankin Law. Jay Moore.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Turn your backyard into a summer oasis.
Hi, I'm Bob.
At American Sail, we're known for having the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. And right now, during our spring and summer sale, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. And don't forget, we're your barbecue headquarters with all the best grill brands under one roof. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sail, bring the fun home.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Kap and J Hood are back.
We are back, baby. We are back. We're back. Classic.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
It is the classic Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
It's brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. That would be David Flom and Matt Moore's dining creation on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. Jimmo?
Yo. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
Cut it.
It's not boring. Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut!
Aaron Rodgers might be married. He was caught at the Kentucky Derby with a ring on his ring finger.
I didn't see him.
That was your moment, and you failed. But he was seen at the Kentucky Derby with a ring on his ring finger, and a source, quote, one thing that has slowed him down, him signing with the Steelers, is because he wanted to find a way to somehow sign with the Vikings. But since that isn't happening, he could still be convinced to retire, and that is if Brittany were to get pregnant, per the source. Aaron Rodgers wants to be a father, he may be married, and he may be retiring.
Someone got ahead of you, Kap. Sorry, it looks like it's Brittany.
I thought she was married to Patrick Mahomes.
I don't think it's the same Brittany. But Kap, he's off the market, unfortunately.
Sorry, Kap.
Crestfallen.
Yeah.
Crestfallen.
Yeah. You maybe still have a lunch or a dinner, but sorry, it looks like he might be off the market. And good for him.
Enjoy your life, Aaron.
Yeah. A ring on his finger.
Good luck in life.
Yeah.
Take that.
Kap's done for the day now. We won't hear from him again.
Disappointing, Kap? Oh.
I'm happy for him, my guy. Happy for him.
But Kap wanted some of that first, though. Now it would be sloppy seconds.
Okay.
Coming up.
Now you've crossed the line.
I love rubbing and touching my meat.
And that's all, folks.
The Kap and J Hood cut of the day. Classic.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. It's on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. Weather's starting to turn. Sit on that patio. It's amazing.
Kap, you gave us a 4-team parlay for some baseball today. It's getaway day in Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
That first one's Cleveland-Washington at 11:05.
Yeah, I bet. I didn't bet it. I gave you the bets I would make if I went through my analytics. Yankees, Tigers, Blue Jays, and Giants.
Man.
Can't bet against my Cubbies, so I'm not betting it.
I think Ben Brown can get the job done.
I do, too. I hope I'm wrong. It doesn't make me bad guy. I'm just telling you what the analytics say.
And plus, Robbie Ray, the starter for San Francisco's 4-0, got a 3 ERA.
Yeah, and his last 3 starts, ERA in the ones. He's rolling.
It's tight, but again, it's a good offense, and it's at home.
Mm-hmm.
Nice day today.
You're correct.
Probably 39,000. And Boog back in the booth.
Yeah. But, again, Robbie Ray's been throwing the heck out of the ball.
Yeah. Don't forget, have you gotten that Roku thing straightened out for Sunday?
I am not. I'll figure that out.
Okay, because you got to get that ready for the Sunday game.
I do.
How can you do the recap if you can't see the Sunday Cub-Met game on Roku?
That'd be a problem. That would be a problem. I've got to figure that out.
As a friend, I want to tell you ahead of time instead of Friday. So there you go.
I go, what? What do you mean I can't?
Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Jay Moore. How about Deal Breakers Thursday tomorrow?
Yeah, let's not talk about beating anybody up, all right?
All right. So long, everybody.
Take that.
From Chicago.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? It takes hard work from field to fill. It takes generations of lessons to guide a new generation of craftsmen. It takes every ounce of passion to equal a few ounces in your glass. Every pour of Horse Soldier is more than just bourbon. It's a piece of the American dream. Now's your chance to live legendary. Learn more about Horse Soldier Bourbon and find it near you by visiting HorseSoldierBourbon.com. Drink responsibly. Copyright 2025. Horse Soldier Bourbon, Bardstown, Kentucky.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, or they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very posh.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie! I haven't done that. Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Hump Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio
the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. And if you're tuned in on Watch ESPN, you can see that I'm wearing a hat. That's all. I'm not going to tell you what's on it because that's, well, for you to discover. Got a lot going on. Show behind the show was pretty fun yesterday. I watched some television last night. I rewatched some television last night, shall I say. And I got to say, I'm a little disappointed in you boys. Haven't caught up on Andor. Things are getting hot and heavy in more ways than one. If you've seen the show, if you know what I mean, in the galaxy. When are we going to finish watching the latest episodes, Doug?
So I have to make a confession to you.
What's that?
I watched the first 3.
Okay.
I started to watch 4 last night.
Yeah. Did you pass out?
I fell asleep.
That's fine. There's nothing
I
wrong
fell
with
asleep.
pass out.
So the intent was there.
Yeah, okay.
It's going to get done. I'm hearing a lot of good things about especially the last 3 episodes that had just been released.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to hop on the Disney Plus app, which I love very much.
Which we love a lot.
It's a great app. It's one of the best apps there is. And I will finish the rest of the series for you.
It doesn't have to be for me. It's for the people. It's for the show.
For the show.
For the galaxy. For the rebellion. I mean, come on here. No, but so things, for those of you who do watch the program, let me just lay it out this way, and I'm not going to spoiler it or anything like that. We are beyond the point of no return regarding the wars part of Star Wars, if you get my meaning. There's no world anymore in which, let's just say a certain type of fan can say, oh, it's not about this, it's actually about that, and it's just, no. We are in the real world now, Jack, and the metaphors for life and so forth are impossible to ignore. It is not just a thing for little boys to watch and play with their toys with. It is a full-blown, mature-themed adult program, Andor is, and it will knock your socks off if you let it. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. It's easy to bundle your home and car insurance at Progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines,
Extra, read all about it.
or saving the best for later.
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead
Talk about burying the lead.
on Clinton and Friends.
All right, so last night in the NBA playoffs, the Pacers topped the Cavs, take a 2-0 lead in the series. Somewhat surprising. If you looked at it kind of on the surface, you might be surprised if you were not paying attention game to game. I would say that within the context of what happened in game 1, the end of this game was crazy, but the overall result was not exactly super duper shocking. However, it produced quite the basketball game. Now, Tyrese Halliburton, I would say this season has really blossomed into the character and the player that I believe a lot of people thought he was going to be when he was first picked by the Pacers. Pacers kind of a nondescript team, don't exactly have a ton of superstars outside of Tyrese. They go very deep, and now they are on what I would qualify as the national making some noise level, as opposed to just the Eastern Conference making some noise level. They have scored 8 points in the final 47.9 seconds. They overcame a 98-81 deficit late in the third quarter. Halliburton finished with 19. He had 11 in the fourth. Grabbed a big board, by the way, after missing grabbed a board on his own free throw before he hit the game-winning dagger. A play right there, which I think signified pretty much the Pacers' night overall. The Cavs just weren't prepared. The Cavs had injury problems. The Cavs still do have injury problems. And it still took the Pacers a relatively gargantuan effort to pull it out. That being said, what a game. What a game. I mean, Halliburton has turned into the kind of guy where, again, that Olympic team has produced some situations out of players that I think they're finding their next steps. We'll get to what happened with Anthony Edwards later. It's sort of a different discussion. But I really enjoy who Halliburton has become. He had that situation with his dad at the end of the last series. Thankfully, that is not blown over. I presume his dad is down at the bingo hall, throwing things up against the wall in a good celebratory manner. But other than that, the Pacers look great. All 5 starters scored in double digits in 5 of their 7 games this postseason. That's where the team translates from not necessarily superstar status, but something I like to say a lot, hard to beat. Which at this phase of the playoffs is as important as any. By the by, teams trailing 2-0 in best of 7 series with both losses coming at home, well, they have a series record of 5-26, excluding the bubble, because the bubble doesn't really count. Meaning, if this were an old-timey Bugs Bunny cartoon, you know what the situation for the Cavs would be called, Devin?
It's mulling in my head, and I can't think of it.
Curtains is what it would be.
Oh.
I just like saying that. Yeah, see? It's curtains for you. It's curtains for the Cavs. I don't really actually technically know what that term means. I just know that it's something that people said back in the day. But the Cavaliers have a different problem in my regard, which is that this injury circumstance has come across at exactly the wrong time. And you can't even really be that mad at the way that it's gone. Pacers are pretty good. It is the second round. And if this becomes or ends up becoming sort of a wasted season for the Cavs, after all of that, that'd be really unfortunate. Because they're better than this. They just haven't shown up. And this Pacers team is looking as good as they've looked in a long time. Let's hear what Halliburton had to say. And by the way, there's a fantastic code switch in the middle of this clip coming up about what it was like to hear the overrated chants from the Cleveland crowd.
That one was unexpected. I didn't know we had beef, but yeah, I guess good for them, man. That came out of nowhere, but it's just, I think now that label's there, that's what it's going to be every time we play somebody. Every time on the road, he'll probably follow me until the next poll comes out, and then we'll see if I'm number one again. But, for me, I just control what I can, man. And, overrate that.
Did you hear that, Devin?
Yeah, that was strange.
Like halfway through, he just kind of turns into a different guy. He went from Doug hanging out with Patty Mayonnaise to sounding like Draymond Green with the gray beard.
Like he hit puberty in the middle of that answer.
Can we hear that again, actually?
Let's run that back. So this clip, for those listening, is about 30 seconds long. And about halfway through, all of a sudden, he gets into the lower register and starts to speak completely differently. Run it back. It's Tyrese Halliburton.
That one was unexpected. I didn't know we had beef, but yeah, I guess good for them, man. That came out of nowhere, but it's just, I think now that label's there, that's what it's going to be every time we play somebody. Every time on the road, he'll probably follow me until the next poll comes out, and then we'll see if I'm number one again. But, for me, I just control what I can, man. And, overrate that.
So he went up to down, back to the middle to close things out. Great lesson in vocal training there. Pretty unbelievable. Anyway, the Pacers are up 2-0. And we've got a lot of Indiana listeners here. And let me explain something to you. Please, Indiana, do not make this a you guys against the world thing. Please don't do that. It's okay to just say, guess what? We're a little under the radar. Now we're good. That's the energy I need coming from Indianapolis. I don't need the everybody was hating on us all year. That's just not true. People just weren't paying attention. Those are two separate things. There's no need to get the Warriors armor on and imply that you guys are burning the boats and crawling out of the foxhole. No. This is just a quality basketball team that's executing on all levels. Have they been helped out a little bit by the injury bug? Sure. But this team has played good basketball. Let's hear what Rick Carlisle had to say, the head coach of the Pacers, about how that's going.
It's a group of great guys. This environment tonight is a first for a few guys on our roster. Halftime, we gathered together and we just said, we just got to stay with it. We got to keep trying to make it hard, keep trying to wear them down. Matherin gave us a great lift. Neesmith made some amazing plays down the stretch. Loose ball plays, the tip dunk on the missed free throw was obviously, without that, we got no chance. Tyrese, he came through again. So we're very fortunate.
The Pacers are that team right now that's playing like the kind of team that like your high school basketball coach says, watch that team play. You want to learn something about team play, watch that team play. Don't watch the Lakers. Don't watch the Celtics. Watch the Pacers. That's where they are right now. Fundamental basketball, sharing the ball, equitable distribution of scoring on a regular basis. And they came up against a Cavs team that, for whatever reason, has fallen apart. Let's hear what Kenny Atkinson, the Cavs head coach, had to say on what it was like to blow a lead.
I love how they competed. I love how they fought. Down 2 all-stars, DeAndre. We outplayed them for most of the game. We ran out of gas. We couldn't really separate ourselves. We couldn't get open in the half court. My only regret, Dan, is not playing more guys. You know, we shortened the rotation. Obviously, that's my sole regret. But I loved how we competed. We played our basketball, our identity. Just tough one.
Shouts to my homegirl Shakia Taylor, who's been on this program before. She's covering the Pacers this playoff run. Little shake magic, as we like to say, on their side. But talk your talk, Indiana. Let's hear it. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Is the series over? Are the Pacers going to win the NBA title? Now's the time to get after it. This is a humble team, though, from a reasonably humble fan base. I'm not expecting to hear a bunch of Pacers in 5 talk, so to speak, but I welcome it. Because I'll stay in my mentions about nobody's talking about us. Everybody's against the Indiana Pacers. No, that's not the case. People just kind of forget they're there. And I don't think that's going to be possible coming up much longer. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Now, of course, the other game that matters, and we'll get to this a little bit more coming up, is the Warriors top the Wolves 99-88. Kind of a clunky game overall. Timberwolves had, 31 points in the first half. Did not look great. A series I had high expectations of suddenly has become a completely different situation with Steph Curry having to leave the game. Left hamstring strain is what they're calling it. Gimpy is how I would describe his walk off the court. But in general, a real deflator for a matchup that I was extremely looking forward to. Wolves managed to win it. Anthony Edwards did not look good, though. I mean, he had 23 and 14, but he was just the team was just 5 for 29 from the outside. It kind of felt like maybe the psychological battle got to them just a little bit. And one of the incredible moments we've seen so far this playoffs, Chris Finch, a coach we have talked about a lot on this program, well, he had this to say about a star player.
What is there to talk about? I mean, you're the leader of the team, and you got to come out and set the tone, in all ways that happens. And if your shot's not going, like you still have to carry the energy, So, I don't think there's. If I got to talk to guys about having the right energy coming into opening second round game, then, we're not on the same page. So,
Devin, that's about as close as we're going to get to an all-out call-out in the media in the playoffs, I think, period, as we're going to see.
Super, super interesting, right?
Yeah.
Because I think Anthony Edwards will be able to take that and not shut down. I think he'll come back, even better for game 2. But it just reveals. We talked to Tom Crean, his college head coach at Georgia, and he kind of was always the guy to step up and be the vocal leader. And now that he wasn't in game 1, it's going to be super interesting to see how he responds in game 2 after that call out.
This happens occasionally, where guys get not exactly out over their skis, but this is an element of the inexperience, which is that the hype train in your head gets so big, even if appropriate, that when you have a letdown, it feels like it's miles away from where you were. And considering how high the Wolves were riding, a letdown is understandable. That's the hard part, is maintaining, as the kids say, keep that same energy the entirety of the tournament. I don't have a problem with Chris Finch doing this, to be honest. In fact, I would go so far as to say that one star in the league of the younger contingent who could take this is Ant. No doubt in my mind. Not that it's a big deal to hear your coach talk about you, but I mean in terms of performance plus coverage plus ability and need to recover rather. I think Anthony Edwards is the guy for the job. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Let me know what you think. Are the Dubs done without Steph? Are the Pacers going to win the NBA title? I can't believe I'm saying that. And we got games coming up tonight. That's all after I tell you about Vivid Seats. Are you ready for the NFL season or what? The schedule release is coming. Let's go. You know we've got your insider info, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year, our friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Today on SD Plus, streaming exclusively on Disney Plus.
The Cowboys make a major trade and add help for Dak Prescott.
Finally, and Steph Curry goes down, but the Warriors show strength in numbers.
What about Tyrese Halliburton putting the Cavs in an 0-2 hole? Overrate that. It's impossible.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Mother's Day is almost here, and I've been thinking a lot about all the times my mom went out of her way just to make me happy. Honestly, I've lost count. All of the pickups from practice, help with the homework, the home-cooked meals. My mom is the best. That's why this year I'm returning the favor with the bouquet from the Books Company. And I got you 25% off of your order so you can send some happiness to your moms, too. Bouquets aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Wow mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go for the Bouquets flower subscription so she can get fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. I pick my bouquet, delivery date, and done. And with 25% off, why stop with mom? Grab some for your wife, your auntie, and even grandma too. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Bouquets now. Go to Bouquets.com, use promo code CANTY to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Bouquets, promo code CANTY.
At Elmhurst University, we make it our mission to ensure our students go far and do well. This means equipping you with the skills you need to excel on campus, and then elevating you into a long-lasting career. Our supportive faculty and far-reaching professional network create an environment that allows you to be at your best, so you can do your best, which means you'll be ready to make your impact on the world from the moment you graduate. A professional powerhouse located just outside Chicago. Elmhurst University. Go far, do well.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 Field Pass tickets to the Flow Rida post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Rate Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Chicago's ESPN 1000 is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start smart program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Carmen and Jurko. Weekdays, now noon to 3 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Clinton and Friends.
Our people will never be free until we rid ourselves of constant Michael Jordan comparisons. It's 2025.
Clinton.
I'm 44 years old. I am tired of Michael Jordan comparisons.
It's sports radio, baby.
I know.
It is sports
but we're
radio.
smarter than this. Come on.
Well, I have a serious question for you.
Yes.
Does Pete Rose deserve to be in the Hall of Fame?
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
Cause you can, and you don't stop. Cause you can, and you don't stop. Oh, when you can, and you don't stop.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. The sure shot last night was Tyrese Halliburton. 1.1 on the clock. Banged a three to take the Pacers up 2-0 in the Eastern Conference semis. Somewhat of a surprising result for those of us who've been following the Cavs all season. They blew through the Heat and have not been able to find even first gear, it feels like, up against the Pacers. You can say what you want about how well they play. They ain't won a game yet, which presents a problem when the goal is winning games. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. But getting to the Western Conference, I'm so bummed about this scenario with the Timberwolves and the Warriors. Like, Steph getting injured just takes something away from the entire series that is kind of what you were always afraid of for this Warriors team. There's just a tweak here, a ding there, was suddenly going to put this squad off track, and they needed everything they got as a result of the age of that team. Devin had a great stat last series, where the players aged 32 and over scored 88.3% of their points in Game 7 against the Rockets. Age is not just a factor in terms of experience in the concept of the mind. It's a factor in terms of production as well. Let's hear what Steve Kerr had to say about what it's going to be like without Wardell.
Any general update on Steph? Any prognosis at all?
Just day to day. He'll get an MRI tomorrow.
Did you talk to him? Just what was it?
I talked to him at halftime. Just, he's obviously crushed, but, the guys picked him up and played a great game. And obviously we're all, concerned about Steph, but it's part of the game. You just, guys get hurt and you move on. Our guys did a great job of moving on and getting a great win.
It's awkward watching Steph hobble around a court. When David Dennis Jr. joined us on the program yesterday, he was talking about how Steph ran 2 miles in that Game 7, literally, on the basketball court. His off-ball movement is the stuff of legend. We know how tremendous he is handling the basketball as well. So a hammy strain is not entirely out of the question in terms of just like, yeah, dude's been running around a lot. Understandable. But it's a real bummer, I think, for the non-rooting interest fan in that series to have Steph be iffy. That said, Anthony Edwards also needs to show up if you're a Wolves fan. He got called out by his head coach, Chris Finch. Let's hear what he had to say about that.
Coach was saying that he relies on you to set the tone from the start, and he didn't quite see that. Do you
feel like you were off at all just in that department, or just kind of the way you started the game? Nah. I feel like I played great defense. I just couldn't do nothing on offense, so.
Okay. All right. I would say that's a casually recalcitrant tone. But I think that's also a little bit of just Ant being Ant. He also talked about why he thinks he had such a bad first half.
1 point in the first half, just what was happening out there that just prevented you from getting going? Nothing. I got everywhere I wanted to get. Just couldn't finish. Yeah, I think that was the only thing. I got everything I was looking for in the first half. Yeah, just couldn't finish.
Okay. I tend to be closer towards this was just a dud game for Anthony Edwards. I don't think we're in a situation where suddenly we're going to have all sorts of back and forth between the coach and the star player. I mean, we had a little bit there, but I found it to be appropriate and above board. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Luke in Los Angeles, talking East Coast basketball. What's up?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me on the show. Really appreciate it.
No problem.
So, good game last night, but I think we got another gear as a Pacers team. Siakam scored, 12, but I think he's got another gear. They're defending him really well. I think topping off the bench gave us a little bit of energy, but he's definitely got another gear. If he can get above the rim a couple times throughout the game, just really, sets the pace, sets the tone for the team. Going home, and we got to stay strong. We got to keep moving and playing our game, because they sure as hell defended us well in that first quarter, and I don't want to see anything like that happen again.
Okay, so you are an actual Pacers fan. Let me ask you, when this season started, and you don't have to be chesty now, but where was the ceiling on what you believed legitimately this team was going to do once the postseason started at the beginning of the year, never mind the playoffs?
I mean, when we were 10 and 15, I thought if we started turning things around, we could make the playoffs. We have high highs and low lows. We seem to play down to our opponent or up to our opponent, especially losing to teams like Charlotte a couple times throughout the year. And we're a real streaky team, and we're an emotional team sometimes, but I think we found our stride here in the postseason. We love playing the same team multiple times in a row. I think that happened towards the end of the season with the Bucks a couple times, and obviously those Cavs games didn't have a lot of our full teams in on either side, but we played well in both those games as well. And it's just a matter of playing our own game, not letting the team get in our head. We got a lot of young guys, got a couple of veterans leading the squad, but it really comes down to just playing Indiana basketball and not letting them slow us down and getting those transition buckets and really playing full court defense the entire 48 minutes.
Thanks for the phone call. Devin loves Indiana basketball.
How could you tell? I love it. Because you know what? It is. I don't know how we extrapolate what Indiana basketball is.
I don't either.
It's just like great ball movement, great shot selection, Indiana basketball.
Minimal dunks, but it is what it is. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Josh in Indiana, your Pacers are cooking.
They are cooking. Thanks for having me on. Love the show. I'm a frequent listener.
Thank you.
I would like to say, though, I think it's going to be hard to convince any Pacers fan to not have a bit of a chip on their shoulder. They do feel a little bit overlooked, but I get what you're saying, so I'm going to try and keep it as realistic as I possibly can as a fan. I am a diehard. So I want to start by saying I think that the play of Miles Turner throughout these playoffs has been overlooked. He's kind of stepped into a role where I feel like he's playing like a man and not a kid trying to prove himself. He's controlling the game in ways that he's never done it before. So, I think that it's been overlooked a little bit because of the play of Tyrese Halliburton, who just has ice water running through his veins. I mean, when he got that rebound last night, I just couldn't believe that he was going to take the three. I thought he'd go for the two, try to draw another foul, something like that, hit the dagger, stole the heart of Cavs fans, which I like the Cavs. Right. We play them 4 times a year. We're now 6-1 against them for the season. So as a Pacers fan, not really surprised we've been able to accomplish what we have, in this series. So,
all right. Thanks for the phone call. Keeping it real. Not getting out ahead of yourselves. Probably a smart move for the Pacers at this point. They've had a couple of nice runs. They've looked good. But it's still a long way to the Larry O'Brien Trophy. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Protect your auto, home, and business today at Progressive.com.
Right point. Slavin with a chance. They score! They score! In overtime! Jacob Slavin lets it go from the point, and Carolina has taken
take it. Game number 1 here in Washington.
That's from 99.9 The Fan. Tough skate for my Capitales last night. Unfortunate result, but joining us here to talk about it is Tarek El-Bashir, Monumental Sports Network, Capitals Insider, and my homie. What's up, dude? How are you?
What's up, Clinton? Thanks for giving me a call, man.
It's been a long time. I was going to say, the game is coming, and I said, why don't we hit up my mans? It's been a long. So that's, it's always good to hear your voice. And listen, let's just start, before we start with this series, on what it was like for you, because we've talked to a lot of different people over the course of this hockey season. John Walton is one of them. What this season was like watching Ovi get to that record. You've been around this team for literal years and years and years. Just talk to me a little bit about what that experience has been like for you as a hockey person, never mind when the playoffs started.
Yeah, it was amazing. It just the ups and downs of the season for Ovi in particular. Getting off to that hot start. I believe he scored goals 14 and 15 in the game where he broke his leg. So he was off to this amazing start for a 39-year-old hockey player. And we're all like, okay, well, he's going to break the record sometime in January, maybe February. Then he breaks his leg. And remember, his nickname is Russian Machine Never Breaks, right? He never gets hurt. He's never missed more until this year. He's never missed more than 6 games due to injury. And so to see him sidelined there, and now we're all like, oh, well, now he's going to come back next year, and he's going to be 40 years old. Is he going to be able to do it? And then he comes back, and he goes on this incredible run, and it was nothing short of magical. I mean, for a person like me who's covered the NHL for 20 years, I've covered Alex Ovechkin for those 20 years, right. to see him break a record that no one thought would be approached, much less surpassed. It was amazing. I was fortunate enough to be in the building. I was working the sidelines for the TNT broadcast April 6th on Long Island. I was in the tunnel leading to the Capitals bench when the goal happened. So, I got to see the players, lose their minds and jump over the boards. And then as they jumped over the boards, I ran out to the bench to get a better look. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, I am standing on basically the Capitals bench as this is all happening. This is such a cool experience. And, just big picture, Clinton, what Ovi has meant to this city and to this franchise. But just I think for a lot of people, like John Walton, myself, media, fans, I mean, he really just transformed the sports landscape here in Washington. He built a lot of careers here, not just his line mates, but, the rest of us are just kind of, media hangers on. I mean, we owe so much to this guy, and to see him, just get to the top. And, I mean, he's going to play another year. He might finish with 930 goals. No one's ever breaking this.
All right, Tarek El-Bashir joins us here, Monumental Sports, Capitals Insider, literally inside of the building, inside the tunnels and on the bench when big things happen. However, last night it was a problem. The Capitals could not get out of their own way. It felt like offensively they just could not generate anything. They were outshot 33-14. Tarek, what do you think they need to do to find some more pucks on the net?
Yeah, the most frustrating thing from the Capitals' perspective about last night is everyone knew what the Hurricanes were going to do. They've played them 4 times this year. They went 2-2 against them. The Hurricanes' MO is to make you feel like you're suffocating, like you're drowning, like you can't have any possession of the puck. They just fire everything and the kitchen sink at your net, and then they retrieve the puck and then they get it back to the blue line and they fire it back in. And they build momentum with one strong shift, followed by a second strong shift, followed by a third strong shift, until you break. And the Capitals have, over the course of time, against these Rod Brindamore coach teams, they have found success. They haven't dominated, but they have definitely won games against the Hurricanes over the past few years, and they just weren't able to execute. I don't know if it was the 5 days off between rounds 1 and round 2, but they just weren't sharp enough. They didn't execute at a level that you have to execute in the second round against the Hurricanes in order to get the W. I mean, they were up 1-0 on an Alexei Protas goal, which was nothing short of a miracle. I mean, Logan Thompson, the goaltender, was the only reason why they were in the game. But, if you were in the building, if you were watching that game, and I was,
it never felt like they were in that contest. And they've got a lot of work. You can probably hear pucks crashing behind me. The players are starting to get onto the ice for practice at the Capitals facility, and they've got a lot of stuff to figure out. To me, Clinton, the biggest thing they got to work on, and it's just being sharp. And maybe that was a product of being a little bit rusty, being off for almost a week. But if you can make tapes take passes, you can get out of your own end and then make them play a little bit of defense. But if your breakout passes are hitting skates and off the wall and 3 feet in front of a guy and 3 feet behind a guy, and there's some miscommunication, and you're going to end up underwater just like the Capitals were last night.
Tarek El-Bashir, Monumental Sports Capitals Insider, joins us here. Tell me about the job that Karbs has done, in your opinion, this year. You've seen a lot of guys come and go behind that bench. What has he done, Spencer, in order to make this particular subset of guys achieve what they can?
Yeah, I would say you would have to go back to even last year, because last year he took a team that didn't have as much talent as this year's team and took them to the playoffs. I mean, they had a minus 36 goal differential last year, Clinton, and they still made the playoffs. And then they built on that this year. And I think what goes undercover a little bit, Coach Carberry is up for the Jack Adams, right? So he's one of the 3 finalists for Coach of the Year. I think he's going to win it going away. He deserves it going away. Right. And I'll tell you why. This team added 7 players in the offseason. That's a third of your roster were players who came from other organizations. And then over the course of the year, they've made other additions. If you look at the playoff roster, the 20 skaters that were on the ice last night, 10 of them were not on the Capitals last year. That is incredibly hard to manage personalities, help grown men find their fit within your structure, within your locker room. And look, the leadership, Alex Ovechkin, Tom Wilson, John Carlson, they did a great job of helping these guys get integrated. But it's up to the coach to then convince them, hey, here's how you play. Here's how we need you to play within our system. And for him to be able to do that with 10 players and win the Eastern Conference, win the tough Metro Division, I mean, to me, he's Coach of the Year. He probably was snubbed last year, probably should have been a finalist last year. There are decisions that management makes, whether it's players or coaches, that changed the trajectory of the team, of a franchise. Drafting Obi 20 years ago, that was a no-brainer. Everyone knew that. But management and ownership hiring Spencer Carberry 2 years ago, a guy who had never been a head coach in the National Hockey League, had been a head coach at the lower levels, but they took a risk. You're always taking a risk when you're asking someone to do something they've never done before. It might have been the smartest decision this current management group and ownership has done.
Tarek El-Bashir, Monumental Sports Capitals Insider. Thank you for joining us. He's got to go. He's got a morning skate to cover. Appreciate you, brother.
Hey, give me a call anytime, man.
No doubt. All right. You see young journalists out there, what Tarek did, besides the hockey. He pointed out things he was doing whilst reporting on his beat. Locations where he was. Places he was standing. And what he was doing right there, Devin. I loved his reference to, you might hear some pucks crashing in the background there because I'm at the morning skate doing my daggone job. Love that.
Take us on the inside. I love it.
It's great. I love Tarek. That guy's been a real one for a long time. Black man covered hockey in the District of Columbia for 20 years. I'm telling you, real one. Not a lot like him. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Coming up, well, we got a lot more of your phone calls. People want to talk about the Pacers. Who knew? It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. The Pacers storm into Cleveland and win games 1 and 2 against the top-seeded Cavs. Now we head to Indianapolis for a critical game 3. Coverage begins Friday at 7 Eastern with tip-off at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call West Coast Men's Health at 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The stock market has been all over the place, and if you're nearing or in retirement, it's probably got you nervous. Will you have enough to retire? Are you worried about running out of money? Are you sick of hearing, just ride it out? What can you do differently to ensure that you have enough to retire comfortably with an income that's guaranteed to last your lifetime? Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth, and I've got great news for you today. I'm a featured expert in a groundbreaking film called The Retirement Deception. This film reveals exactly how you can create a guaranteed income with your nest egg protected from market volatility. Wall Street may not want you to see this film, but I do want you to see it at no cost. That's right, it's absolutely free when you call today. I want you to know the truth about retirement. A secure retirement is achievable. Call today to speak with one of our retirement specialists to get your free copy of The Retirement Deception. Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Game day in Chicago. You know what that means. Grab a Sam Adams American Light. It's clean, crisp, and brewed for moments like this. It's the perfect call whether you're at the bar, at a tailgate, or cheering from your couch. Wherever you are watching, it's always Sam season. Swing by Almost Home in Wrigleyville to grab a Sam Adams American Light today. Sam Adams American Light pairs perfectly with how you do game day.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
White Sox fans, don't miss out on our 125-year anniversary promotions in May. Between the 1940 varsity sweater presented by Blue Moon on May 10th, 1914 Baseball World Tour shirt presented by Coca-Cola on May 24th, and Southside legend Charles Comiskey bobblehead presented by United on May 25th. There's something for everyone. To purchase tickets and for the entire promotional schedule, visit whitesox.com/promos.
When you call or text 988, you're not talking to a machine. You're talking to someone like me. I'm here to listen to you and hear your story. You don't have to have all the words or know exactly what to say. I'll meet you where you are. Whether you're feeling hopeless, overwhelmed, or just need someone to talk to, we're here 24/7 because your life matters. Call or text 988. Let's find hope together.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. See what we're up to. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
I call him Michael Jordan, man. Mike ain't gonna take your call. That's where you're wrong, Doma Simpson. You must don't know my middle name. It's Tropicana. What the hell that mean? Means I got juice.
Clinton and Friends. On ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Clinton and Friends, ESPN Radio, here on a Wednesday. Talking NBA basketball, talked a little hockey. My Caps went down last night in game 1 of that series. Real dagger around the area. Alas, it is what it is. The Pacers, they beat the Cavs 120-119 on Tyrese Halliburton's wild three-point in a wacky sequence at the end in which he got his own rebound off of a free throw. Stepped back, banged it. Pacers up 2-zap. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Michael in Indiana, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for taking the call, CY. Enjoy the show.
Thank you.
You give us fans here in Indy a little attention. We start calling in by the waves. Indianapolis, we are under the radar, but, we have 1 month a year where we really get to live it up, and that's the month of May. A few things that happen on here in May. When the Pacers are in the playoffs specifically, we call it Racers and Pacers. At the beginning of May, we have one of the nation's biggest half marathons, one of the best rated half marathons, tagline, the greatest spectacle in running. At the end of the month, we got the Indy 500, iconic, called the greatest spectacle in racing. And right now, when the Pacers go deep into the playoffs, they're becoming one of the greatest spectacles in these playoffs. We may be nap town, but we're just glad to see people aren't sleeping on these Pacers right now.
Are you a runner yourself?
I do run, yes.
Okay. All right. So do you think the Pacers are going to win the NBA title? Like, how high are your expectations at this point, or are you just along for the ride?
My expectations are high. You look at this team from last year, Mathurin and Neesmith were not in the playoffs. Siakam was in year 1. They were in pretty much every game of that Eastern Conference Finals, and they found a way to lose it. Biggest difference this year is you got some key players back. Siakam's been with the team longer, and they're finding ways to win this year. Normally when they would find ways to lose it. So I think that extra year of maturity has us more optimistic this year than last.
All right, fair enough. Thanks for the phone call. Michael from Indiana on the Indianapolis Tourism Board, apparently. Nothing wrong with that. Selling your city. Racers and Pacers. It's got a nice ring to it, Devin.
I love it, man. Racers and Pacers. I do want to go to an Indy 500. That seems like a
I've
really
never
fantastic
been to.
time.
Courtney Cronin talks about that all the time because she went to Indiana. So she's got a lot of experience in that part of the world. Little Five is also this bike race they do beforehand. Are you familiar with Little Five?
No, I'm not.
Never heard of that?
No.
Little Five is cool. We'll have to get Court on to talk about it. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Andy, where in Indiana are you?
I'm in Indianapolis.
Okay, very well. What you got?
Yeah, we thought all year with the Pacers that with our depth, the way we run, seeing us in 7, I think there's nobody, Eastern Conference or Western, that wanted to see us in 7 games. I think we still feel that way. The concern is a little worried at the moment if there is a sweep here. How do we, that other series goes to 7 games. How do the Pacers do that with a long layoff, with as streaky as we are?
Yeah. Thanks for the phone call. I mean, we're deep in the weeds. Deep. I'll give it to the Pacers fans, though. Only because, that's sort of the we all we got kind of situation. Even though apparently there's a lot to do around Indianapolis this time of year. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Long time no here. K9 in Florida. What's up?
Yo, what's up, OG?
What's going on?
Hey, I didn't call about the paper.
Sorry, the kennel's getting a little active.
Nah, it's all good, man. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I'm throwing mulch right now out here in this Florida sun, sweating like Mike Tomlin, baby. But listen, I didn't call about the Pacers. I called about the Ant-Man and all them clowns out there comparing him to Michael Jordan. You can't do that anymore, man. He lost that respect. 1 point in the whole first half. Come on, man. You can't compare him to the GOAT. Can't do it no more.
All right. Thanks for the phone call. Get back to the mulch, K9. He said I'm out here throwing mulch in the hot Florida sun. I feel like if I was throwing mulch in the hot Florida sun, I would not be calling some dingbat in L.A. to talk about Anthony Edwards, the dingbat being me in that scenario. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mitch in New Jersey, how you doing today?
How you doing, Clayton? Love the show.
Thank you.
Devin and James.
Love you, Mitch.
Hey, you're welcome. And that reminds me of my pops and all the dogs I fed on my FedEx route for 40 years. I want to say something about Indianapolis, though.
Yeah.
The Pacers, they have such a balanced team. Ben Methrin, I think he's going to be a button star. He can't even get into the starting lineup. And Halliburton, he's got such an awkward way of shooting. It's incredible how he does. He has to go forward to go back to get his shot up because he's almost doing like a Chuck Berry free throw shot. Right. But I wanted to say with Minnesota losing to Curry-less Warriors, that shows you how bad the Lakers are constructed. I mean, they made the Lakers look bad. Now, Butler, small forward only. If they don't win, they don't pull through. It's really disappointing for Minnesota.
Thanks for the phone call. Mitch made it through. Show behind the show. Mitch had a rough day yesterday.
Mitch is the man.
Mitch had a rough day. Mitch called into the show after this when Joe and Q, and let's just say things did not go well, Devin. Please explain to the listeners how that went.
Yeah, so Mitch, he calls all the shows. He's known, even Joe Fornball knew him from his days in San Francisco. He calls all these shows all day. He's a loyal listener. We appreciate Mitch very much.
Sure.
He had a rough moment with his phone line and the producer Cam and the show. It's been a long go for Mitch on that show. I think we have better luck with Mitch on our show than they have with him on their show.
I would agree.
So yeah, it came to a head. But like Mitch, like everyone, when they face a little adversity, they get right back on the horse.
Dare I say that Mitch and his team, between his phone line and his operation, they've galvanized, in my personal opinion. We love Mitch. Mitch, appreciate you listening. Appreciate you calling the show. We will not dog you out like they did on Joe and Q. Coming up.
This PGA Tour moment is brought to you by True Green.
In the 2000 PGA Championship, Tiger Woods was going for his third major in a year. Tiger found himself in a shot-for-shot birdie-for-birdie fight with Bob May. Tied after 72, they headed to a 3-hole playoff where Tiger hit a 20-foot putt for birdie on 16. He quickly walked toward it, pointing at the hole as it dropped in. Tiger went on to win by 1.
True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
Are you looking for a future that's a home run? ETI School of Skilled Trades can help you get started in a great new welding or HVAC career fast. With a focus on hands-on learning, some of our programs can be completed in as little as 7 months. That means if you enroll now, you could be wrapping up your training before the next season rolls around. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. You've heard me talk about my new windows in the living room, in the kitchen, in my master bedroom, and in the kids' room. Now it's your turn. A chance for a house full of windows at a 60% discount. Plus, you'll get a free entry door. All you have to do is call them at 866-90Nation or check out everything they have to offer at windownation.com. 866-90Nation and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law. Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Tomorrow night.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right
right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Hump Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. And if you're on the Watch ESPN app, you can see my sweet Anakin Skywalker sweatshirt that I got directly from Disney. They sent it to me in a box on May the 4th, because that's just how things go around here. Devin Kane is with us. James Steele is on the board. Devin, you were breaking down for the LA-only audience yesterday this movie thing that you're doing. For the rest of us, please explain what your latest non-work, sojourn has been.
Yeah, so AMC does this thing every month where it's called AMC Screen Unseen. So for a discount, $7, you go to a movie and you don't know what movie it is until it's time for the movie to start playing.
So how does this process take place? Is it like the papal conclave that have dudes in big vestments who come out and reveal what the film is from behind curtains? How does this work?
So no, not exactly like the conclave. Me and my buddy Joe, we went. We were kind of we were hyped to see how the process worked. You do know what the runtime is, so if you want to do a little sleuthing, you can figure out what kind of movies that are going to come out in about a week or two are the same runtime and kind of deduce from that. So we did that. There were 3 options basically. And 2 of the options we were like, all right, we'll stay and see those. One of the options we were like, if this plays, we might have to walk because we had no interest in seeing it. So when we walked into the theater, I think everyone around us, it was pretty full. I think everyone else had done this before, and we were clearly the newbies here because we were like, oh man, how are they going to reveal it?
Hold on. So you're saying that there was a theater full of people that were all like, how did you know they were also on the Screen Unseen, or is the theater itself, the room, dedicated to these viewers?
Yeah, no, the you're going into a Screen Unseen auditorium.
Okay, got it.
So everyone in there is knowing that they're about to see.
Is there for the same reason.
Exactly, yes, and we're kind of like, all right, how are they going to do this? Kind of talking too loudly, and everyone else around us unfazed, just ready to go, ready to rock. So much to the point when we got to the movie reveal, I think some guy next to us just so fed up that he goes, oh dear God. Anyways, the movie was Fight or Flight, which was, a little action movie in the sky. It was pretty enjoyable. It wasn't Shadow Force, which we were worried about.
Right.
So we got lucky.
That's cool. I didn't realize that there was a theater full of people that were there under the same auspices. That actually makes it kind of cool.
Oh yeah, community experience. Everyone didn't know what the movie was going to be.
Right.
We were the obnoxious ones, but now that we are vets, we might go back next month and see. We'll spot the newbies right away.
I feel like next time you need to not know the running times.
I agree.
I feel like you're doing a little too much there. I mean, I understand why you did it, but I feel like you're taking away half of the mystery.
Yeah. Well, you're right. And the other thing is, my buddy, he lives about 30 minutes away. So he was real nervous about if it was Shadow Force and he's going to spend an hour drive. So what he did actually was, he's like, you know what? I'm going to call. He called AMC before driving. And AMC's got their best people on this. They were tight-lipped. They did not give anything up. So I respect that what they had going down there.
He tried to cheat the system just so that he might miss out on a Josh Hartnett classic. I'm still shocked that guy's back in the movies. I completely forgotten his name, but good to see him back on top. The NBA playoffs are on ESPN Radio. Catch postseason action on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
And the New York Knicks stun the Celtics. The Knicks saved their biggest comeback of the season for the biggest win of the year.
I thought it was a great team win. We made tough plays down the stretch, and I think that's huge for us.
Still going on. Knicks Celtics after an extremely breathtaking game 1 in which the Knicks stole home court 108-105. Overtime victory. Game that could have ended in regulation had Jalen Brunson been able to hit a floater that he's hit a million times. The Knicks stayed on top of it, beat the Celtics. Now, what's wild about this is that in this game, in both of these games, Devin, there was a stat that you dropped in the chat that I want you to iterate for the people today, which is the gambling situation in Vegas, even though both teams lost at home, has not changed.
Yeah, so despite winning, both the Knicks and Nuggets are bigger underdogs in their Game 2 matchups than they were before Game 1. So Denver was plus 10.5-point favorites, or sorry, underdogs coming into that game at Game 1. New York was plus 8.5-point underdogs. They both won. Tonight, Denver is plus 11.5-point underdogs, and New York is plus 10.5. So Vegas is expecting a big turn for the teams that lost.
Big bounce back, apparently. I don't see that. Into something that I'm not sure I even understood what he was getting at the end. Like, yeah, of course you got to make them, but, like, you don't have to take the threes. That was the whole purpose of the question. Seemed like that was one of those deals where he was trying to be testy, but didn't want to act like he was being testy, so he sort of walked it back, and the next thing you know, they're just there awkwardly holding hands for no reason at the beginning of the presser.
Yeah,
it was tough to listen to.
I'm trying to wrap my head around it too, because I guess I understand what he's saying, that if the Celtics just had made, even 2 or 3 more of their threes, they'd probably win that game. But they didn't, and he's asking you specifically about your defense on their threes, which is part and parcel with the other end of the floor.
Right.
It's just, what are we doing?
I don't know. Mazzulla's one of these guys who, I don't have a problem with him, but he's got just enough of whatever it is he's got that kind of annoys me. You know what I mean? Like, and it annoys me as a professional as much as it does as a person. When he's like, oh, well, are you going to answer the question? I just did, and then you're going back and forth. Like, I feel, I don't know who that reporter is, but I feel for that reporter having to deal with the guy who's answering questions like that, as if we don't all understand what we're doing here. It's the playoffs, These are literal NBA records. It's not like this was some small aberration here. So, I mean, look, this is what I was getting to about them being stubborn. You know what I'm saying? If this is the mindset, well, we just got to make more shots. Well, the idea, obviously, is that three-point shots are designed to be more difficult, hence why they're worth more. Maybe you should get to the key. Maybe if you're up 20, you should not be jacking up 23-pointers in a quarter. Maybe. It's not like they won the game, but what do I know?
Do we think they're just going to shoot like 300 threes tonight, try to set like an astronomical record?
I hope so. That's the best case scenario tonight. They jack up like 75.
Right. If this just goes fully haywire and Mazzulla says we're not taking any shots inside the key unless you can dunk the ball, then we're going to have a real situation on our hands, especially if they win. That would be ridiculous. On the other side, we've got Nuggets and Thunder. And this game is fascinating because the Nuggets really did steal one here. As in, they didn't just sort of outplay the Thunder, and it wasn't like there was some sort of a wacky long-distance shot to end it that nobody thought was going to go in. The Thunder fumbled this. They fumbled it from a game planning standpoint and an execution one. I still do not understand why you are fouling people away from the basket up 3 with 10 seconds left. That just never made sense to me. This should never have come to this for the Thunder. Let's hear what Alex English had to say on game night about what this team, the Nuggets that is, looks like ever since they had that coaching change.
They seem like they're playing like they played when they won the championship. And I don't know the dynamics between the team and Coach Malone, but Coach Adelman, he seems to be a bit more calm, and he lets the players take ownership in the game. I mean, you see Nikola Jokic on the bench talking and saying, hey, we got to do this, we got to do that, and guys are listening. I don't know if I saw that when Coach Malone was coaching. I feel that Coach Malone's a great coach. I think these guys are just feeling more confident and more at ease with Coach Adelman.
Fair enough. I mean, if that's the right move, that's the right move. We've never seen Nikola Jokic this animated. Not about basketball, at least. That's kind of a little bonus nugget we've gotten here, no pun intended, regarding the team name. But in terms of his personality, him doing all that gesticulating and wilding out, that was pretty cool. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Big night all around the NBA last night. We're in the thick of it now. This is what we wanted, kiddos. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Paul in Indianapolis, what's up?
How you doing, Clinton?
Pretty good.
All right, real fast, I'm going to make this short and I'm going to make it sweet. The Pacers are the most unselfish team in the league. They really don't look for just one player to dominate the ball, pound, and then dish with about 10 seconds left. They led the league in passing, and you brought up the Nuggets coaching change. The Pacers are the one who forced that coaching change because after the Pacers beat Denver in Denver, that coach got fired. So all I'm going to say is I want the Pacers to keep playing unselfish, keep playing as a team, and do what they do, and just share the ball and hit the open man and let the open man make the basket, and the Pacers will be just fine.
Indiana basketball. Thanks for the phone call. Pass.
That's exactly what he just described. Indiana basketball.
Who do we think has led the league in passing in the last 5 years? I could not even feather a guess.
That's a great question.
I have no idea. Like, that's not something I'm keeping a ton of track of, just in my personal book.
Honestly, is it Jokic?
As some people used to say. No, I mean like team-wise.
Oh, team-wise.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, it's the Pacers.
You think they've led the league in the past 5 seasons?
They fight because you know what the Pacers do is if they see the open guy, they pass to the open guy, and then that open guy will make the shots.
Indiana basketball, baby.
I love it's just like describing basketball.
Yeah. 888 say ESPN 888-729-3776. Ram in Seattle.
Yeah, hi, this is Ray in Seattle.
My bad.
Great
What's up, Ray?
Northwest.
How are you?
Great. Hey, Seattle needs a team. Just putting that out there first. Sonics need to come back. Anyway, I was just saying less than a week ago, who is going to beat OKC? Who's going to beat Cleveland? Basically, who's going to meet them in the championship game? But just a few days, what a difference. Things are coming back towards the center. I mean, the Knicks beat the Celtics. Come on, the Pacers pulled out 2 games. And then you got the Warriors. Nobody wants to talk about the Warriors. They became a new team the day that Jimmy Butler showed up. They have some really young players that are stepping up. Buddy Hield, Kuminga, Post. And then they got Draymond Green. They were able to pull it off yesterday without Curry. I got to tell you, everything's coming towards the center. It's wide open.
Thanks for the phone call. That was the phone call of a man who is desperate for an NBA team in his town. I'm just going to describe everything that happened over the past 2 days. I mean, okay, he's right. This is the fun part. This is what we're here for. But Seattle does need a team. I'm just saying. Coming up, we'll take a couple more of your phone calls, and things are happening in Pittsburgh. Steelers talk, and which means I'm going to have to say Aaron Rodgers' name. We'll explain all that next. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio.
Jokic straight away for three.
The Denver Nuggets win Game 1 in Oklahoma City. Can they make it 2 straight, or will the Thunder bounce back? Coverage of Game 2 begins tonight at 9 Eastern with tip-off at 9:30.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. There's still time to show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just a few minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. So visit proflowers.com/sports or use code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Madison is open for business, and that includes you. Looking to shop local, supporting small businesses, help communities grow and thrive. At the Village of Madison, they're building more than just businesses. They're building futures. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers unbeatable accessibility, a talented workforce, and a community eager to support local entrepreneurs. Shop small, but make a big difference. For more information, visit villageofmadison.org. Madison, where business breathes new life.
White Sox fans still looking for that perfect Mother's Day gift? Join us Sunday, May 11th to celebrate all moms with a special pregame parade around the field before the game at 1:10 p.m. We'll also have mom-approved specials with a photo booth station, kids craft corner, drink specials, and more. Don't miss the chance to gift a heartwarming day at the ballpark and an unforgettable experience on the field. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Mother's Day.
What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? It takes hard work from field to fill. It takes generations of lessons to guide a new generation of craftsmen. It takes every ounce of passion to equal a few ounces in your glass. Every pour of Horse Soldier is more than just bourbon. It's a piece of the American dream. Now's your chance to live legendary. Learn more about Horse Soldier Bourbon and find it near you by visiting horsesoldierbourbon.com.
Drink responsibly. Copyright 2025. Horse Soldier Bourbon, Bardstown, Kentucky.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
If you miss a show or an interview on ESPN 1000, you can hear it anytime, anywhere through the all-new ESPN Chicago app.
Sometimes we like to move fast.
Oh, wow, gosh, that was fast.
So you better pay attention or you might miss something.
Oh, no, I missed it. Do it again.
It's time for Quick Hitters with Clinton and Friends.
Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Couple things to get to. Devin, you're at the plate.
All right, the Dallas Cowboys and the Steelers have finalized a deal to acquire wide receiver George Pickens, according to ESPN sources. The trade involves a couple third-rounders, a couple 2026 pick swaps. The 24-year-old former second-round pick has 2,364 receiving yards and 9 touchdowns over 3 seasons with the Steelers. Let's dissect this a little bit.
Yeah.
What do you make of the potential pairing of CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens? And also, are we going to miss out on the all-team crash out with the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Yeah, that's really an unfortunate, for our purposes, an unfortunate development. But I also think I'm a little bit confused as to what the Steelers are thinking here. Presumably Pickens said, if I'm not going to be the number one, then get me out of here. Because I can't – for what they got back, a couple of random picks down the line, I'm not sure I understand why the Steelers would do this. You know? I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I just kind of feel like the Cowboys and the Steelers weren't at completely different places in terms of where their ceilings are right now. And, I mean, yeah, it's a good thing for the Cowboys. We'll see what comes of that. But for the Steelers, it's like, well, what are you going to do about the Rodgers situation now? You completely changed what your receiver room looks like. Maybe that's not as desirable as a position. I don't know. If I'm a Steelers fan, I'm not sure how I feel about this.
Yeah, we'll see if Aaron Rodgers news comes down the pike. I think that's going to be coming pretty soon, one way or the other.
Is that right?
I think so.
It's going to be a big reveal in a movie theater?
Yeah, maybe screen unseen. We'll see.
We should do that.
All right, moving on. After a 13-month search involving over 850,000 fan votes, the NHL's new Utah franchise officially unveiled its permanent name and identity as the Utah Mammoth, replacing the temporary Utah Hockey Club used during their inaugural 2024-2025 season. Do you like the name, Clinton, and the call to action, Tuss Up?
I like the logo as much as I like anything. For those who haven't seen it, it's kind of cool. It's got like it's sort of got a Nashville Preds vibe, but it's got like mountains in the background. So it's this mammoth with, whatever the tusks are, but it still looks like a picturesque scene from Utah. I don't know how I feel about mammoth as a name. Like, is mammoth the plural of mammoth, or do we say mammoths? How do we do that?
That is a great question. I haven't been dipping my toe into the mammoth.
Hold on. What is the plural of mammoth is what we need to know. The plural, because I don't really love singular names. The plural of mammoths is mammoths. Mammoth is mammoths. Singular names are weird to me. It gives a whole different feel to how you root for your team. It's not my vibe in general. But I don't hate this, and frankly, it's about time they picked something because they were going way too long with this. Anyway, what's next?
Shedeur Sanders, Cleveland Browns' 5th-round draft pick, will wear number 12 to start his NFL career, as announced by the team. Initially, Sanders requested number 2, which he wore at Colorado and Jackson State, but is already taken by receiver DeAndre Carter. Browns noted that jersey numbers could still change before the regular season. Did you ever think, Clinton, that we'd be spending so much time on NFL number watch coming into the season?
As somebody that pays a lot of attention to this, even I am a little tired of all of the jersey talk at this point. And I'm a big jersey number guy as far as that goes. I kind of feel like what I would have rather known is what was the price asked by that receiver to get that number. Because that's typically where this goes. The guy says, all right, you want my jersey number? Pony up. Here's the price. Yesterday's price, not today's price. I feel like Shador might have thought he was getting extorted by whatever the price was because he comes in there and he's already rich. I don't know how much money I would ask for if somebody wanted my jersey number, though. I think the bidding would start at $50K right off the rip. Right. I mean, Shador's got cash. You know, you're driving around with in a Cybertruck with a rollie on. You can come up off $50K for a number, I feel like. Straight cash, homie.
I love it. Moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
Sovereignty. The 2025 Kentucky Derby winner is not competing in Preakness Stakes on May 17th, ending hopes for a Triple Crown bid. Trainer Bill Mott and Godolphin's U.S. Bloodstock director Michael Behannon decided to skip the race due to the tight 2-week turnaround and a minor scrape on Sovereignty's right front pastern, opting instead to target the Belmont Stakes on June 7th. A lot of big words here at Saratoga. Clinton, how much air does it take out of the race when we know we won't be seeing a potential Triple Crown?
I'd say a lot. Normally that happens after 2. After 1, that's a bit of a dagger. Still the greatest headline in horse racing history. Sovereignty defeats journalism. Perhaps the history of sports of journalism in general, right there. What exactly did you say? U.S. Bloodstock Director?
Yeah, U.S. Bloodstock Director, which is quite the title to have before your name.
I'm not familiar with that position.
Also,
I presume that just means that that's the guy who watches the horses breed or, like, is in control of what they do when they're not racing?
Yeah.
That's weird.
And also the pastern is that right front pastern?
That's a body part I'm not familiar with either.
All right. Well, let's move on, shall we?
Yeah, I don't get on horses, so I don't plan on.
Yeah, me neither. I don't plan on it either. Kenny Atkinson, in his first year as head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers, led the team to an impressive 64-win season and the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference playoffs, earning him NBA Coach of the Year. Atkinson was chosen over finals J.P. Bickerstaff and Ime Udoka. Obviously, Cavs are down 2-0. So we're kind of, it's a regular season award, but
right.
did he deserve the award?
I mean, I don't know what the Coach of the Year standards are year to year. Like, to me, at any given point, you could say, well, I just think that guy's a better coach based on the parameters of, are they working well with the guys they have on their roster? Have they taken them from this to taken them to that? Like, Ime Udoka was as good of a coach as any this year in the league. They always kind of give it to a situation that I'm not really sure I understand where the goalposts are. Of course, I mean, I think he deserves it. Do I think that there's probably 5 coaches that are just as good as Kenny Atkinson? Of course I do. You know, I don't really know what Coach of the Year means at this point. And guys get that award and get fired the next year all the time. You know, it happens constantly, but I don't vote on it either. So we should probably get somebody on who has voted for it to see what their parameters are themselves, you know?
I agree, and obviously, yeah, the regular season. We see this across sports. It's tough to. We obviously have a different lens based on what we've seen so far. So yeah,
right.
I agree.
Right.
The Los Angeles Clippers are committed to building their future around Kawhi Leonard and James Harden. And despite having the NBA's oldest roster, team president Lawrence Frank expressed strong confidence in both players returning next season, emphasizing belief in their ability to lead the team to championship contention. Clinton, do you share those same sentiments that Lawrence Frank has?
Not the time to talk like this. Just not the time. You just laid a complete egg in a Game 7 situation. A Game 7 situation that your team should never have been in if you hadn't bungled the end of Game 1 and also bungled the end of Game 4. Say it with me, kiddos. We remember because we were there. The Clippers need to stop talking right now. Not the time, nor the place. Anyway.
And
go ahead.
And last but not least, Julian Edelman was voted by fans as the 2025 inductee into the New England Patriots Hall of Fame in his first year of eligibility. Edelman, the 7th-round pick in 2009, who switched from college quarterback to NFL wide receiver, spent his entire 12-year career with the Patriots, helping the team win 3 Super Bowls and earning Super Bowl MVP honors. What comes to mind when you think of Julian Edelman?
He wore number 11, right?
He did.
That's what comes to mind. Speaking of jersey numbers, that's what I think of. He was a college quarterback. He wasn't. Did he play lacrosse too? Was he that guy? I can't remember.
I think he was he was the quarterback at Kent State, but I'm not sure if he played lacrosse as well. That was another wide receiver.
That was another
Chris Hogan,
white wide receiver whose number was not 11. Okay, those guys tend to get confusing. Not because they're obviously all white guys, but because they play similar positions and they have similar body types, yada, yada, yada. I like Julian Edelman. I wonder if he's got an inside line to Bill Belichick. Might be time to send Edelman as an emissary down to Chapel Hill. Figure out what's going on down there. Just saying. Clinton and Friends is brought to you by Sherwin-Williams. Stop by Sherwin-Williams and you get 30% off select paints and stains. Now through May 12th. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Indiana by 1. Merrill didn't get it off, and this rivals the Milwaukee finish.
Our group has a belief in one another. Our thing is we just keep executing, we keep playing, and obviously had to get lucky.
So joining us now, talking a little basketball, Andre Snellings, ESPN senior writer at Professor DRZ on the internet. Dre, appreciate you joining us. Pacers, Cavs last night. What'd you feel about that game? Kind of a nail-biter, but the Cavs didn't have their full complement of rostered human beings. Where are you at on that?
Yeah, that Halliburton 3 felt like a kill shot. It was, so background. I'm from Dayton, Ohio.
Okay.
Those are my 2 home teams, right? Like, Cleveland is in Ohio, but Indiana is actually closer driving-wise.
Okay.
So I'm watching these two. I know a lot about these 2 teams, and I'm watching, and Cleveland played that whole game like we have to have this one, right? Donovan Mitchell is out there, doing everything. They've got the pass the ball to Will strategy, and he's just, knocking down shots from all over the place. So for them to be leading by double figures in that game, their second home game in a row that they need to get, and then they lose that one at the end on that Halliburton 3, it just felt deflating. It felt at that moment like, wow, this could be over. Like if it was Steph Curry, he could be doing the go to sleep. Now, you make a good point. Cleveland has not had their full complement. They haven't had Darius Garland for either of the 2 games, and they were missing 3 key guys yesterday, including Evan Mobley, who's, the defensive player of the year, one of the best young bigs in the league, and DeAndre Hunter. So if all 3 of them can play at near their normal levels in games 3 and moving forward, I think they're still good enough that it's not over yet. Mm-hmm. But in that moment, it felt like it was.
Pacers fans have been calling us all week, talking about how they're the most unselfish team in the league. They lead the league in passing. You're a big stats guy. What teams are frequently leading the league in passing? Because that's not something I hear typically touted as something that squads are doing well.
Yeah, no, the Pacers are always among the league leaders in passing because they don't have – I won't say they don't have, but they don't play a lot of one-on-one ball. They don't play a lot of ISO ball. Mm-hmm. And typically that style of play you would figure would work better in the regular season when the defenses aren't as tight. It's not a specific matchup. It's, a little more fast breaking. But in the playoffs, you normally expect the game to get more physical, for it to slow down, and for there to be an ISO solution when it breaks down. Now, the Pacers have that because Halliburton is good, as we see with his last-second shots. He's good at creating his own shot. But as a team, that's not their philosophy that they run most of the time. And it's kind of surprising that it's as effective as it is in the postseason. But I felt like coming into the playoffs, the Pacers and the Cavs were probably the 2 most underrated teams in the East. It's kind of unfortunate that they were playing each other in the second round. But I thought that the Cavs were good enough to get to the finals and potentially win it. I thought the Pacers were good enough to make the conference finals. Something has to give, and right now it's been Cleveland.
Andre Snellings joins us here on Clinton and Friends. Appreciate you coming in the studio, brother. Switching gears to the Western Conference. Sort of an awkward game yesterday between the Warriors and the Timberwolves. Yeah. But, Steph pulls up lame with the hammy. He ran 2 miles on the court in Game 7 against the Rockets. And Anthony just didn't look like his head was in the game in the right way. Couldn't get it going offensively. Where were you on that?
Yeah, it was a really weird dynamic. They always say rest versus rust. I don't know. The Timberwolves were only off for 5 days. But they looked like they hadn't played in 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, it was, Edwards, I think he started off maybe 0 for 8 from the field. And some of those were kind of forced shots. A lot of the threes that he takes and makes look like bad shots when he takes them. And so he took a couple of those, but he missed them badly. It wasn't like they were going in and out. I mean, they were bricking. And then he was missing layups. He was using his explosion to get to the rim, and he wasn't finishing. And so you're right, it just felt like he couldn't buy a bucket. But it also felt like, especially in the first quarter early on, like the Timberwolves were controlling the glass. Rudy Gobert felt like he was getting every rebound. And so I put a post up on Twitter X, whatever we call it these days, that pointed that out. That was like, The Timberwolves are up by 2 at the end of the first quarter, even though Ant-Man can't buy a bucket, and it's because they're controlling the glass. And I felt like, I think I said, unless the Warriors go crazy from 3, it's going to be hard for them to keep up in this game. They immediately went crazy from 3. I mean, like before I hit send, Draymond Green had hit like 3 3-pointers. Right. So, it was a really weird game. It also, the whole game, it just felt like we were waiting for Minnesota to come back. Like the Warriors would push it up by 20, but Minnesota would hang around. They would keep it to 13, get it down to 12, and it felt like time ran out. Like if they'd have played another quarter, Minnesota might have came back to get them. Right. Without Steph Curry, I think that the Warriors are in trouble.
Switching to tonight's games, the Knicks, they got a nice little win in Game 1. I thought they executed well. I thought they could have wrapped that thing up in regulation if Brunson hits a shot that we're used to him hitting. Do you think they can continue with what they've got and Thibodeau can actually get another one on the Celtics home court?
I mean, it's possible. So here's the thing. Of the 2 games from Monday night, and I heard you talking about them, I kind of feel like the Knicks are more the one that stole the game against the better opponent, because the Celtics have had their number all season. They've been winning typically by a lot, and they were winning by a lot in Game 1. And the comeback felt like it was because Boston was missing. The Knicks were keeping the pressure on, but Boston was taking and missing shots that they shouldn't have been taking. Sure. That's not necessarily in the Knicks' purview to replicate, right? Like, if it feels like if Boston plays to their normal levels, it will be challenging for the Knicks to get another win. Now, I will say the Knicks have been playing better in the postseason as a whole than they played in the regular season. Jalen Brunson's a monster. If Karl Anthony Towns doesn't get in foul trouble in that first game, it felt like a game that he could have put up 25 points as well. And so, the fact that they play so hard and they're consistent and they're always there gives them a shot. But I just feel like if Boston just plays normal, plays 85% of normal, they're probably going to win this game.
Last thing I'll ask you, the last game on the slate, Thunder, Nuggets. I thought the Thunder botched that game at the end. I mean, you can call it an upset, but I don't know what they're doing. Fouling guys with 10 seconds to go up 3 instead of just playing out the daggone defense. That was a major error, in my opinion, and it cost them. What do you think about that matchup?
Yeah, no, their execution at the very end of that game did cost them, and maybe speaks a little bit to their experience. But that game, to me, feels more repeatable because going into the series, the advantage the Nuggets had was Nikola Jokic. It's like, okay, they're maybe the only team in the NBA right now because Shea's going to be the MVP from what we understand. But the Nuggets have the best player on the court. And the Thunder don't have the size, even adding Hartenstein to Chet Holmgren, they just don't weigh enough to stop to stop Jokic from doing what he wants to do. And so for that to be their mechanism of coming back, essentially saying, just give the ball to Jokic, let him go crazy. And then he did that. Like, that's repeatable. That's something they can do again. And the fact that the other players on the Nuggets, they're veterans, Russell Westbrook off the bench, he's playing at a high level. We saw Aaron Gordon making the big shots. But they've all been there before, and they're not scared. Whereas the Thunder, this is maybe the first time they weren't able to get to the next level last year, and they're trying again this year. Maybe facing a whole bunch of OG vets isn't ideal for them.
He's Andre Snellings, ESPN senior writer. He's in studio up there in Bristol, which means where in Bristol do you sit versus where you had to walk to get to radio? How many buildings did you track?
Well, see, it's even more. Like, I came here specifically for you.
Wow. Okay.
I'm a writer. I rode from home this morning.
Yeah. All right.
I had a half-hour drive to get here. And I wish you'd have told me about the Star Wars hoodie. I'd have rocked one of mine, too.
Listen, if you need a reminder to wear Star Wars gear around your boy, then maybe you need a reminder for a lot more than just that. No, I'm kidding.
I was saying, I wore it on May the 4th. I didn't know it's May the 7th. I didn't know May the 7th be with you. It was there, too.
Dre. Every day is Star Wars Day in this household. I appreciate it. Go get some food from the calf, brother.
All right, fella.
All right, no doubt. Wow. That was a good time. I like when people come in studio, Devin.
Yeah, it's always great when people in studio, especially Dre. He's one of the best around.
What's the special today at the calf?
Oh, I didn't even look today.
You didn't even look?
No.
We're going to need an update on that before the show ends. It's a must. Quickly, 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Anthony in Orange County, you're on the show.
What's up, Glenn? Big fan, second-time caller. I want to preface my take on Joe Mazzulla is preface it by saying I don't hate the Celtics like I used to after learning more about their history and the rest of it. I respect it. But every time I see him on TV talking, and I get the same vibe you get, that he's trying to be contrarian. I think either he's playing into that whole Boston trope of being angry, contrarian, argumentative little brother vibe that kind of fan base tends to have, where everything needs to be a salty argument.
Yeah.
And that's what I get from him. Every time I see him just being petty and kind of playing games at the podium or whatever, like that's the vibe I get. I think it's super fake.
Thanks for the phone call. Not a Missoula guy, I see. I don't think Missoula's concerned about what kind of reputation he has amongst media, never mind fans. But I do think it's a little bit of put on. It's a little annoying. I cannot imagine having to deal with that in a press conference on a regular basis, but that's just me. Coming up, you know what time it is. We got to get ourselves to the watering hole. Got a lot of dishes to wash before we get to Friday. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Saturday on ESPN Radio. Austin Riley leads the Atlanta Braves in a PNC Park to face O'Neal Cruz and the Pittsburgh Pirates.
And the Pirates win it.
Coverage begins Saturday at 3:30 Eastern with first pitch at 4:05 Eastern on ESPN.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Get a taste of that winning feeling before the buzzer sounds with ESPN Bet's early victory promo. Simply place a pregame moneyline bet on any NBA playoff game, and if the team you back goes up by 20 or more points at any point in the game, your bet will get paid out early. Available throughout the NBA playoffs at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He had heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. It's May and the temperatures are rising. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus no money down, no interest, and no monthly payment until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
What's up, is J Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from May 9th to the 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's mystery gift card giveaway on Saturday, May 10th. The first 200 IKEA family members will have a chance to select a mystery gift card worth up to $500. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale, May 9th to the 26th.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities.
delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Kap and J Hood, morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. I want to thank Tariq El-Bashir, Monumental Sports Capitals Insider. You can find him on the internet at Tariq_El-Bashir. That guy's been covering hockey in the district for as long as I can remember. Good guy. Always fun to talk to him about pucks after the Caps fell to the Canes in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinals. Also want to thank Andre Snellings, who we just heard and we saw and we broke bread with to an extent. ESPN senior writer, he talks about basketball all the time at Professor DRZ. It was fun to talk to him. You said he's an esports high school coach?
Yeah, he's an esports high school coach, for his son's local high school, and they had a meet competition, whatever you want to call it, yesterday. He said they didn't go well for him, but this team has a good track record. They qualified for nationals by winning state last year.
Nice. All right. Well, we're reading them on, and congrats to them. But it's always good when people come by the actual studio so we get to, see their faces and remind us that we're still real people. And with that, let's go to the watering hole.
Time to check my social media, to see who loves me online.
The dulcet tones as we take stock here at the watering hole. I'm still kind of riding high about yesterday and how great that was with Dustin and everything he's contributed to this program. Going to read some tweets here. At Corey Cleary, or at Cleary_Corey, curtains is a theater term for the end of the show. Very well. A lot of people chimed in to remind me of this. At Justin Hall CVA, the term curtains is from plays and live performances. At the end of the show, the curtain would drop. So I guess it's over for the Cavs. Curtains for you. I really like saying that. Don Jenver, he says, it's curtains for you is a reference to the curtains that they're closing at the end of the show. An idiom to mean the end of something, so you nailed it. Very well. At Justin isn't _ nice says, that's just how Halliburton's voice is. There are multiple interview clips where his voice changes back and forth, kind of weird. Now, I understand a good code switch with the best of them. That's a different matter. But this wasn't that at all. This literally felt like some other person was talking. The Hoosier hitter, this guy's really angry. Here we go. I gotta have to use the voice box because he's all up in arms. You continue to make yourself sound like an unlikable coastal elitist the way you talk about Indiana and the Pacers. Show a little respect to the team even if you want to continue to minimize the city or state. Easy, buddy. It's Indiana. All right? Indiana basketball. It's the greatest thing since sliced bread last time I checked.
I mean,
it's all right.
They beat the Cavs who didn't have like 3 of their starters.
Yeah.
We're really gonna go overboard on this Pacer thing here? I'm sorry.
Next guy, at Kyle James Bryan. You have the worst show known to radio. Do a Star Wars podcast. I'm glad you mentioned that because myself, Arda O'Cal, and Ryan McGee, we host Never Tell Me the Odds, an official ESPN Star Wars podcast that just released a new episode yesterday. Dylan, who we didn't get to on the phones today, says Indiana basketball is heat culture, a farce. Every championship team sacrifices and shares. I'm not going to call it a farce. If you lead the league in passing, for whatever that's worth, you've got to be doing something right. Just saying. How many passes do you think the Pacers average a game? We're going to start keeping tremendous passing stats here on this program.
I mean, listen, when I pop on the NBA League Pass and I'm perusing some teams, I want to see some passing, baby.
I'm all in on this. Heat culture equals Indiana basketball.
Right.
Yeah,
We're raising the level of haterade. And I'm not normally the biggest hater in the world. But I did not know what Indiana basketball was today. And listen, I'm rooting them on. This is not hatred. I like those goofy graffiti unis they have. I like the way their court looks when they wear those unis as well. And the longer that guy, Tyrese Halliburton, continues to make shots, is the longer that meme with his name on it in TikTok is going to be something to celebrate. What the hell? What the helly? What the Halliburton? If you don't know about that, go figure it out. And with that, the circle of life is closed. Got this last one in. This guy says hitting puberty mid-press conference was low-key genius. He's correct. I got to find myself something to do today besides the usual. And I think I'm going to go to the movie theater. Devin, you've got me inspired to go to the flicks.
Oh.
Check something out. I wish I could do an on-the-spot screen unseen deal.
Could you go there and potentially be like, hey, I'm here at this time.
Have a person blindfold me and lead me into a theater.
Yeah, or be like, hey, movie choice is yours. Hit me up.
It's not a bad idea. I would do that for $10. Why not? Anyways, a lot of basketball tonight. A lot of hockey tonight as well. Find yourself a nice space on your couch and get it done. Joe and Q's coming up next. Listen.
Playoff season is fabulous in both sports, and we had it again last night. For the second time in a week, the Pacers just do something that is totally improbable. Carmen and Jurko coming up at noon. The good kids all fired up to talk NBA hoops.
I'm sorry, I had to correct you a little bit earlier today. My fault. This guy thinks Seth Curry had an ankle injury. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with him?
The Cub game was at its peak, and I was watching the Cub game, and the basketball game was on the other TV, and I thought it was an ankle injury.
Carm, you can't half-ass it, my friend.
That's impressive.
You've got to make a full-time commitment.
Speaking of the Cubs, they do have a day game today. We'll briefly touch on kind of what went wrong in extras and just the bigger picture issues of the back end of that bullpen. There's a lot to like about the Cubs for Cub fans. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to nitpick too much, but talk about the back end of the bullpen. And the White Sox find new ways to lose all the time. That was unfortunate last night in KC. We'll see you coming up at noon.
Evan Cohen here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay is my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, spring is all about new beginnings, and there's no better way to give yourself a fresh start than by getting a fresh haircut at Great Clips. When the weather starts warming up, no one wants to sit inside. With convenient online check-in at Great Clips, you can put your name on the list from your phone and enjoy the beautiful spring weather while you wait. You can even get a ready next text when you're up next for your cut. When it's your turn in the chair, the skilled stylist at your local Great Clips salon can create any look you want. Plus, they'll save the details in their clip notes for the cut you love every time you come in. Oh, and don't forget to bring your shades, because with the everyday low prices at Great Clips, the spring sunshine won't be the only bright spot in your day. So if you're ready to spring into the new season, download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
This is Courtney Cronin, talking with two of Chicago's top personal injury lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavone of Costa Iavone.
See that? The name works. Keeping it simple.
Well, of course, it's your last names.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple, because we are Chicagoans and our clients are Chicagoans. We know the city, and we have a strong sense of the Chicagoland clients we represent.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you, and we're here when you need us.
Costa Iavone. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4million.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners. If you're in the market for tractors, mowers, or RTVs, then Kubota Orange Day is for you. Alta Equipment is teaming up with Kubota for a one-day sales event. Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3, plan to be at Alta Equipment in Orland Park. Save big and get hands-on with the machines built to work as hard as you do. Live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange Days at Alta Equipment off 115th and Wolf Road in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th.
Madison is open for business, and that includes you. Looking to shop local, supporting small businesses, help communities grow and thrive. At the Village of Madison, they're building more than just businesses. They're building futures. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers unbeatable accessibility, a talented workforce, and a community eager to support local entrepreneurs. Shop small, but make a big difference. For more information, visit villageofmadison.org. Madison, where business breathes new life.
The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Well, what a night last night was. Playoff time is so fantastic.
It is.
NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs. And we saw some thrillers again last night, including the Pacers winning a game that they had no earthly business winning, let's face it. But they've done it twice now in a week, Jurko. And then Steph goes down, but the Warriors still take home court with an upset victory of the Timberwolves in Minnesota. We got to talk about all of it. Cubs rallied only to get shelled in extras. They will wrap the series with the Giants this afternoon before hitting the road for Queens and a weekend series against the Mets. That's a marquee series early in the year, Yerk. The Mets and the Cubs. Two big markets, Chicago versus New York, and both teams playing very well.
And two decent baseball teams.
Two very good baseball teams right now. So there's a lot to talk about. 312-332-3776. Ring us up if you want to join the conversation today. My partner is very pumped up about NBA hoops. He loves the playoffs.
I just didn't figure, how can Cleveland lose?
I don't know.
Weren't they the greatest team since sliced bread? Weren't they one of the top-notch teams?
They were outstanding all year.
All year, outstanding. Only lose 18 games.
I mean, every metric told you that historically, where their plus-minus was, their record, they were outstanding. And it's easy to say, I guess, well, three of their best, or certainly two of their four best players didn't play last night. Mobley was out, Garland was out. But that doesn't explain how they lost at the end. They led.
They had a big lead.
They had a big lead.
They didn't have a little lead.
And then they had a terrible fourth quarter, and they had a terrible final, 90 seconds. And for the second time in a week, the Pacers win an absolutely improbable game. It's not quite like the Milwaukee game because instead of 40 seconds left, there was about a minute left. But the Pacers, for the second time in a week in a playoff game, were down 7 with less than a minute to play, and they found a way to come back and win, and it was Halliburton both times. And that's what's so crazy. And just little things that the Pacers didn't do. Maybe some bad clock management by the coach. The inability to inbound the ball.
It seems simple, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It seems simple.
Inbound the basketball without turning over. They couldn't do that. Oh, I know what's a little thing. When somebody's shooting a free throw, what does the team playing defense do after they line up their guys in the lane, the guys outside the three-point circle?
Here's something I used to say all the time. Who's got the shooter?
Thank you.
Somebody would say, I've got the shooter.
I do.
I've got the shooter.
Pretty simple.
I've got him.
Right?
I've got the shooter. It was simple.
Pretty simple.
Yes.
Who's got shooter? And then this craziness happened last night.
Your guys have got to do a much better job of getting open.
Misses. Halliburton the rebound. 9 seconds. They do have a timeout. Carlisle's going to let him play. Halliburton steps back and hits. Tyrese Halliburton trying to take Cleveland's heart. And it is over. The Indiana Pacers in a Game 2 stunner.
Oh, he took their heart all right. And nobody really put a body on him. He gets an offensive rebound. As you heard in the call, is that Spiro on the call, I think?
Spiro.
No timeout, which I don't mind. And you look like a genius when it works.
Right, when it
I
works.
don't mind that from Rick Carlisle. They're scrambling. Why give them a chance to set up? Why give the defense a chance to compose themselves and collect themselves?
Exactly.
And let, one of your best players make a play, and Halliburton did. How much is Tyrese Halliburton reveling in this, you guys, considering 2 weeks ago I don't even know where the poll was conducted, in a poll done by his peers, not like fans.
Right.
He was voted as the most overrated player.
It was The Athletic.
Was it The Athletic? Thank you, guys. But we might have even talked about it in a lunch rush, maybe. I don't know if we specifically hit on that category, but he was voted as the most overrated player. I mean, he's got to be loving this.
Well, of course. Loves it more is his father. His father wanted to kick, what's his name's ass, didn't he?
Well, I don't know.
Giannis, he wanted to get out there and beat the living crap out of Giannis, didn't he?
He was talking tough, that's
and
for sure.
His dad's going around, chest out. Look at my boy. Why not? I'd be proud as a father.
Your
kid goes in, does it a couple of times.
Like you said it too, and Jurko came in saying it. He was saying it down the hall before he got to the office. He goes, "How did the Cavs lose that game?
How'd they lose? Stunned,
stunner,
absolutely stunned." But that's what playoff basketball gives you, Carmen.
I know.
Regular season basketball, not so much. Playoff basketball, you get a little something. And tonight, we got 2 more games.
Two more games. Is the home team ever going to win?
I don't know.
So far, 5 games have been played in the conference semifinals.
Yeah.
The road team has won all 5 games.
5-0.
5-0 straight up.
5-0. Home court advantage. Not really there, is it?
Not really.
Not really there.
At some point, the home team's going to win. I think both home teams tonight bounce back, but you can't say that with a great deal of confidence right now. I don't think the Knicks have lost on the road yet in the playoffs. Isn't that right? Pretty impressive. At some point, that is going to come to an end, though, and I think it might happen tonight. Cleveland went 34-7 at home this year.
34-7.
Now they've lost 2 straight in the playoffs at the most inopportune time, and they have injured players to boot. Mobley's out. Hunter's out. Garland missed another game with a toe injury. Yes, DeAndre Hunter.
Daniil?
Not Daniil. Not the football player.
Regular Hunter.
The regular Hunter.
Mobley's the tall guy, too.
Yes, he is.
He's a tall stretch of water.
Yes, he is.
He's a shot effector.
He's a tall drink of water.
Yes, he is.
But I'm
starting to figure out who these players are now,
Yes, you are. Jurko is so
This
into
is
it.
exciting.
I'm glad that you're watching playoff basketball.
Yeah, I told you I would. I told you I'd watch. This is the best basketball you get out of the pros. This
Okay.
is the time,
That's
though.
fair.
I am. I'm being fair.
I would push back a little.
It's why the NFL is great. I'm going to let you push back.
No, go, please.
It's why the NFL is great. You get the game, you get 7 days to chew on it, and then they play again. Sometimes you only get 4 days to chew on it. Sometimes you get 8 days to chew on it. But if you lose early, it's over.
Well, it can be. You're right. And
it's over.
Look, I think we know
It
now.
matters. There's no time to sit there and diddle around.
Now that the season has been extended in the NFL and the rules have changed so much for the summer and preseason, I don't think we get great football early, but that doesn't mean that there's not great intensity early.
Right.
And that the games aren't all important early.
Your best coaches have their players prepared early. Your best coaches do.
A little bit more so, but
Yeah.
I think even the best coaches know now that what used to be like, okay, by Halloween, we have to make sure we're playing our best football. Now it's like by Thanksgiving and into December because the season's so long.
Right, and it goes into January.
Right.
But the great teams always win in November and December. Now you extend that. You say Halloween, and Halloween, you say
like Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving, about Thanksgiving. It's a little bit before Thanksgiving. The 11th.
Maybe.
What is Victory in Europe Day?
Veterans Day.
Veterans Day? When's Victory in Europe Day?
VE Day is, I thought, August.
Somewhere in November. Well, it could be, but somewhere in November is the end of the war. Whatever it was. That's the day. It's the second week of November. You got to start winning games.
How do we not know our history?
Because you've got 10 games.
Right.
You know, that you've gone through. Now you've got 7 left, and those 7 got to be victories.
Forgive me. Victory in Europe Day is May 8th. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
I think victory in Japan is later.
Did you see that? I was channeling that.
Right? Tomorrow's
Victory
the 8th.
in Europe
Tomorrow's
Day.
VE Day.
How about that?
That's pretty good.
What a gift.
Got to know our history.
Just
better.
naturally knowing when things might be around.
So football always is intense because there are fewer games, and these other seasons are long, and they can be somewhat arduous, and we talk about it with baseball a lot. Like, you can't live on every one of these baseball games. The season's too damn long. Like last night, and we'll get to the
Cubs. Like Silvy.
Yeah, you can't do it.
Silvy just neurotic around here, talking to himself, sitting in the corner, just kind of bobbing back and forth. You find yourself on a tire in your backyard in the middle of the night.
You can't do it in baseball.
Can't do it,
You
man.
cannot. It's
Cannot do it.
impossible. You'll drive yourself nuts. It's too long. And most of these sports would probably benefit from truncating their seasons a little. They're not going to do it.
They're not doing it.
Can I just say something about the
Defend
NBA?
your basketball. Defend your NBA, your regular season NBA. You go ahead and you try to defend them. I want to hear this.
I know that there are a lot of nights where it can look ugly. It can look like maybe, team from team, depending on who they're resting. You think, gosh, they just don't care enough. If they're not going to bother, why should I bother? I thought it was a terrible look. Whatever went on with the Sixers this year, as an example, I thought it was a pretty bad look. I'm not going to lie.
Terrible look.
There was.
That's terrible.
I would also say you could watch the NBA in the regular season, and you could watch on most nights, Oklahoma City play or Houston play or the Knicks, and you can watch them play hard. You can watch their guys play. Listen, dog on LeBron all you want. LeBron's 40 years old. He played 70 games this year. He played 34 minutes a night. I don't think LeBron went through the season saying, I don't care. I think, to the contrary, if you watch the Lakers and you watched how much he played, I think he did care. I think Oklahoma City, on most nights when they play, cares. How many games did Jalen Brunson play this year? Now, Tibbs is going to grind his guys to a pulp. I get it.
Yeah.
Jalen Brunson, and Jalen missed a little time, remember, when he got hurt in the spring. That was a legitimate injury. Jalen got hurt. He wasn't sitting out to sit. Jalen played 35 minutes a game this year, 35 and a half. Last year, Jalen played 77 games. I mean, there are guys in this league that, and he missed almost 20 games this year, but he had a legitimate injury. I do think that guys care more than maybe the narrative would suggest. That there are teams and guys that do go out there and they play 70 or 72 games a year and they play a lot of minutes and they do care. So I think it's a little bit overblown sometimes. Now, I can't argue with you when you say, well, this is the time basketball's good. And this is when most casual sports fans are going to watch because the games are important and they are good. And everybody is playing. Everybody that's capable is playing. And they're probably playing through nagging injuries.
Yep. And
they play hard. And certainly they care. But that would be my one defense of the NBA and the narrative that, well, the regular season doesn't matter and nobody really cares. I don't think that's totally true. And I still think these leagues would all benefit if they saw the big picture in limiting the number of games that they have in their season. But the easy counter, the easy way to shoot that down is always, don't be stupid. They'll never sacrifice that kind of money. I think their product would be better. Could that somehow mean more money down the road if the product was better, even though they shortened their seasons? I don't know. That's for someone smarter than I to be able to deep dive and try to extrapolate and figure out. I don't think it's a bad idea for these leagues to shorten their seasons, other than the NFL, of course.
Yeah, fortunately, it's May. And it is playoff basketball time.
Yeah.
So sit and enjoy the next 3-4 weeks of what the NBA has to give you.
That's exactly
and then let that be your lasting memory up until you get into the regular season, the first games, and you get to watch the mediocre basketball that's being played. So that's all. That's my one note as we move forward. But I enjoyed yesterday. I'm going to enjoy tonight.
Yeah.
I'm going to enjoy watching Jokic and the boys try to find a way to get it done again against Oklahoma City. There's 68 victories in the regular season.
You know, Joker played almost 37 minutes a game this year. That's a lot.
It's a lot of minutes for a big man, too.
Yes.
For a big fella.
He played 70 games.
Lumber up and down the court.
SGA played 76 games.
Even though his body...
I do think guys care.
Yeah. Even though his body, he does not have muscular structure.
He really doesn't, but he's got to be strong, though, right?
He's not defined. He's not cut.
Right.
But it's there. It's under there. It's got a fine layer of fat on top of it, but it's there. I don't think anybody could ever look at him and say he's out of shape. He does move up and down.
37 minutes a night.
He moves up and down the court. I do believe he conserves a little energy on the defensive end a little bit of time. Every once in a while, he might conserve some energy on that end of the court.
He can get away with it.
Yeah.
If anybody has the right to do it and they actually encourage it, it's probably Joker.
But he does.
But did you see him running back? I mean, and he got into it. Remember when he got into it, Chet? Late, he had finally had enough.
Yeah.
And he kind of shoved Chet, and he got that foul. You saw him bust an ass in transition.
Yeah.
You saw him. You know who you never saw do that? Ever? And he's one of my favorite players ever, and I think he's as dominant as any player that's ever played. Shaq. Ever. I mean, you saw Joker doing it.
Yeah.
When he wants to, he'll do it.
I saw the 30 for 30 this morning, Shaq and Penny. They were both executive producers on it.
Oh, really?
And they talked what Shaq left, what happened to Penny after that. Hill got fired the next season. Brian Hill gets fired. It felt like it was a mutiny that was led by Penny when everybody got together. It was interesting to go back in time. 20 years, basically.
I didn't even know they... Oh, no, that's got to be 30, right?
Oh, 30, yeah. 1995, 96.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's in that era.
I didn't even know they did one.
Oh, they did. It was good this morning.
So
I'm watching more NBA basketball. What the hell's wrong with me?
It's playoff time, Yerk.
Jeez. It's like I'm going nuts.
And the Pacers now get to go back home
Game
up
of the
2-0.
day yesterday. A quick note before we go to break.
Yes, go ahead.
It was Inter Milan.
Oh, you want to
Barcelona.
recap that when we come back? Because I saw that was crazy. What a day in sports.
That was unbelievable. I mean, those two teams just going at it. When people say soccer's boring, they needed to watch these two games.
Okay,
and I'm telling you, these two games will bring you into the sport, and it'd be a great introduction for you.
It was and that game started in the afternoon. I mean,
2 o'clock here.
From start to finish. The Oilers came back again, and they did something that I heard a stat during the game that no team has done in Vegas since the 2021 playoffs when Vegas had a multiple goal lead at home.
Yeah.
The first time they lost with a multiple goal lead at home since the 2021 playoffs. They were virtually unbeatable the last couple of years in that scenario. I don't think the Oilers can sustain this, Yerk, where they're down 2 goals every game and they keep coming back and winning. I mean, that's a tough way to navigate 4 rounds of the playoffs.
Yeah.
But the Oilers keep doing it. So, I mean, it started with the Champions League game, and then you had some of the NBA craziness,
the extra
what
innings
the
affair,
Giants did
the
on the
extra
north
inning
side.
affair, yeah.
The White Sox finding a new way to lose, which we'll talk about
What
next.
a miracle.
And then Steph getting hurt and the Warriors still winning. And then the Oilers completing the comeback, winning on the road in Vegas. It is a glorious time of year.
What a time.
312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Yerk. We'll be right back.
Carmen, Jurko. Don't worry, they'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's home for sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
White Sox baseball. White Sox baseball. White Sox baseball. ESPN Chicago.
White Sox and Royals.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
Chicago, it's time to make some room in the beer fridge. Yuengling is finally here.
After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed in Illinois.
Start with a legend, Yuengling Traditional Lager, a smooth, rich beer that's been around longer than our crosstown rivalry.
There's light lager, it's crisp and easy drinking, the Golden Pilsner with a clean, refreshing taste, and black and tan, the perfect mix of dark and light.
So if you're at the bar or grabbing a six-pack, don't go with the usual. Try a Yuengling.
Chicago, the wait is over. It's Yuengling country.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
What's up is J Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from May 9th to the 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's mystery gift card giveaway on Saturday, May 10th. The first 200 IKEA family members will have a chance to select a mystery gift card worth up to $500. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale, May 9th to the 26th.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, And IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 60% off, a house full of windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments until 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Cubs rallied only to lose in extras last night. We'll get to Ryan Presley and some of the issues coming up. Their offense continues to be pretty damn good, though. Man, Kyle Tucker, holy cow. He came through in another big spot late in that game when he tied it. They went to Eric Miller. They went to one of their hard-throwing lefties. And first pitch, he's like, it doesn't matter. Hard-throwing lefty be damned. No problemo. You know, we talked about how you're living and dying in the baseball season.
Single through the box.
Single right through the box.
Yep.
It's you're going to drive yourself crazy if you try to if you're on the edge of your seat for every one of these games. I mean, it's just too damn long. And great teams lose a lot in baseball, right? I mean, you know, great teams lose 60 games.
60 games.
I mean,
yeah.
It's like
best team probably lose 60 games.
You know, yeah,
102 and 60 is pretty darn good.
Yeah, I would say so. Like, it's just you lose a lot. It's just baseball. It's just hard. But man, oh man, everything Kyle Tucker does is like, you got to sign him. You got to sign him. Like, we were joking about this in the office beforehand. You guys are going to give yourselves a heart attack. The Cubs aren't going to come down tomorrow and announce that Kyle Tucker's been signed.
Yeah, that's not happening.
It ain't happening.
It's not happening.
So, you know, and
you guys can tweet after every hit and every home run.
Yeah, it ain't happening. It ain't happening, guys. So,
I also noticed this yesterday. Watching the highlights.
You're going to drive yourself mad
because I don't have Marquee, and I like reading into every little detail about this of whether he's going to sign. How much does he love the ivy? Does he like a cup snake? Does he do the little
that's good
hand motions after he gets on base?
A hit? Does he do that after he gets a hit?
I don't think he does.
The
I might be
back
wrong.
To the bench?
Does he do the little thumbs up and the little?
He does something.
Does he do shimmy?
Do something.
You know,
they didn't show it yesterday.
They all have a
I don't know if he's invested, guys. Yeah. I don't know. Might not be enjoying his time here.
He's just playing exceptional baseball.
I don't know. Not invested.
You're just trying to get under the skin of Cub fans, Adam.
Which is nothing wrong with that.
That's all you're doing right now. You got to slow your roll.
Pay him his money!
I mean, that's what it is. Like, you got to slow your roll, guys. You're going to give yourself, like, an aneurysm or something.
Yeah.
He's not signing a contract anytime soon. It ain't happening.
Get accustomed to the fact that it's not going to happen.
And then
in May or June or July or August or September. He's going to be a free agent.
Yeah, I would think
he's not going to sign a substandard contract.
Yes.
He's going to have a bidding war. And
I have a feeling he's going to be a free agent.
If you want to win the bidding war, you are going to be the team that comes in with the most money, period.
The Cubs will have every chance, I believe. Yeah. I don't think he's going to go running from the Cubs, but I think the Yankees want some left-handed power, Yerk. Like, Jason Dominguez is a switch hitter, but I don't think the Yankees are quite – look, they wanted –
they'd like a 30-home run guy?
Yeah, they wanted Soto to stay. I'm going to bring up their roster real quick and take a look at what's happening here with the Yankees. All right, Dominguez is a left-handed hitter. Dominguez has struggled anyway. He's only got 2 home runs.
Right.
Oswaldo Cabrera is not – he's a switch hitter, too. I mean, he's no power threat from the left side
Okay,
at all.
we got you there.
Chisholm is not much of a power threat. I'd say he's like he'll hit 20 home runs probably, maybe 25.
Yeah.
With the short porch and everything, maybe Jazz. But that's not the power they're talking
seeking
about.
They're seeking a little bit more.
I think, I think
Tucker's high watermark is 37 twice.
That's what they want. They want a guy that's going to hit 35 home runs, not
that's
20.
what they're looking for. Oh, wrong guy. 30 twice. He had 30 home runs
30
twice.
home runs
I was somewhere else.
But that's what they...
30 home runs twice, 29 once.
I think that's what they're looking for, Jurko. So I would think a year after losing out on Soto, the Yankees are going to probably offer Kyle Tucker some money. I think he's going to go to free agency. He's not going to sign.
Unless you
But everything he does...
a massive contract out there.
I mean, what would that have to look like?
It's going to look like.
It'd have to start with a 6, wouldn't it?
Well, I was going to say 5. You went 5s, mid 5s, high 5s?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, if it's 5, is he like, no, I'm going to free agency? Wouldn't you have to blow the doors off of him right now?
What if you went 580, Karm?
Maybe. Yeah. I guess you take that, right? It's easy for us to say.
Yeah.
I know I would take it.
What if you went 580?
Personally, I would take it. That's just me. But
it depends if you like Illinois. Depends if you like Chicago. That's what he'd have to decide. He could sign in a state that doesn't take any state tax out of there.
Yeah, but where's the? He's not going to go sign with the Marlins. He's not going to go sign in Tampa.
That's $37.5 million on a $750 million contract.
I guess you could go to Texas. You go play for the Rangers.
Right, you can go to Texas.
They've shown a willingness to spend money.
Mm-hmm.
But how many places in baseball are you looking at where, again, guys aren't going to go sign in Florida to play for a guy like Tucker's not going to sign with the Marlins or Tampa just to avoid state tax. You know what I mean? That ain't happening. But I think you got to just prepare yourself that this is going to go on for the season. And just hope he continues to be great and that the Cubs talk themselves into, hey, like, this is kind of a no-brainer. He's going to turn 29. And if the back end of it, 10 years from now is not the greatest, so be it. But, like, this guy's a stud, and we're not going to lose him. That's what you have to hope for. But the idea that after every big hit...
$51 million a year. That's the average.
Yeah, that's pretty...
On Juan Soto.
Yes, $51 million a year.
$51 million a year, 15-year contract.
Right.
$51 million a year.
Yeah.
So would you have to go $50 million a year for Kyle Tucker?
You're going to have to get close.
Because even if you're 10 years, $450, you're not at 6.
Right.
I don't know if there's a way you can get to 6.
Well, and that's what, like, Passam was writing yesterday, that it's probably going to be in the $500 million
You're not getting a 6.
So if you went and you just offered to him now, would he do it? Well, I don't know. Something tells me he wants to hear what other teams
have
to
say. And
say.
then I wonder if 10 years from now, $51 million is just a deal on a guy.
Can you imagine?
Just a deal. Hey, we got a pretty good deal on him. We're only paying him $51 million.
You know, it was about 20 years ago. Well, it's more than that now, I guess. Probably about 25 years ago when A-Rod signed that deal.
$25 million a year.
Do you remember? And it seemed so ludicrous, Yerk.
Mm-hmm.
And now, you look at a guy like Schwarber making $20 million. You're like, oh, man, what a bargain. Making $20 million a year. But that's 25 years ago. It's a long time ago.
Ian Happ makes $22 million a year, right? Ian Happ's making $22 million a year.
$22 a year.
10-year, $252 million deal with Rangers in December of 2000.
There you go, 25 years ago. But when your revenues are north of $12 billion, the price of poker goes up. It's as simple as that. But I don't know how Cub fans are going to make it through this whole year after every big hit he has. And he has a lot of them. They're like, pay him now. Sign him up. Pay him. Jed's, and I love it when it's directed at Jed.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Jed would be like, yeah, Jed's got a burner account.
Yeah.
And he's tweeting, sign him now. I wouldn't direct any motivating words, vitriol, words of encouragement, whatever it is. I wouldn't direct it at Jed Hoyer. Something tells me if Tom Ricketts said, go, get whatever it takes, like, that deal would be done.
It'd be done.
I think Jed's got a few burner accounts, and he's one of those guys that Adam keeps seeing on Twitter. You know that's Carter Hawkins' burner account that you're looking at, Adam. Sign him now!
Sylvie is Carter Hawkins' burner account?
Yeah, Sylvie, too. He is doing it for Carter Hawkins. Sylvie's got to calm down. He's tweeting after every big hit.
Every single one.
The vein in his neck's going to explode if he's not careful.
Pay him his money!
I mean, I think that ship has sailed, guys. It's going to be a while. But he is awesome. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
And again, first pitch, lefty, doesn't matter. I'm going to bring up his splits here. Hold on. I just want to look at the lefty splits. I love this.
Is it the money or is it because Ricketts has also not wanted to sign these guys to the long-term deals. The money has been comparable. It's the length of the contract.
The length? Yeah. Like, so you think if it would be a short term for 40-something million a year, he would do it?
Like if it was 3 years, $40 million a year, I think he might do it.
You're probably right.
But that's my point, is that he doesn't want to give out these 10-year, 15-year deals.
Yeah, and Tucker's probably like, hey, give me 10. Soto got whatever. What did Soto end up getting? How many years was it, Jurko? You just said. You did the math on it. What was Soto's ultimate deal? Was it 13?
$765 million, 15 years.
For 15 years. Thank you. Shohei got north of a decade,
million.
Right?
Yeah, it was $51 million a year. Yeah.
He's probably looking at it like, hey, I'm going to be 29. I'm pretty damn good. Look at Vlad's contract
It's
and the
be
length
10
on
years. It'll be 10 years, even though he's 29.
Right. It'll be 10. That's what I'm saying.
why he's going to go to free agency.
Yes.
Because he's not taking a 5-year.
Of course.
Yes,
of course.
And that's
especially the summer before the last baseball season without a salary
And I think
cap.
that was Adam's point. Yeah, he's not taking a 3-year deal, even if you give him $150 million. Why would he?
Yep.
Here's Kyle Tucker versus right-handed pitching. You ready?
I'm ready.
293, 418, 535, a 953 OPS. Here's Kyle Tucker versus left-handed pitching. 283, 353, but the slug is actually higher at 609, and the OPS because of that is slightly higher at 962. His OPS versus righties is 953. His OPS versus lefties is 962. And if you look at the splits, I mean, it's remarkable. He's at a 101. You know, his split as a versus right-handed pitching, is at a 101. It's at 97 versus left-handed pitching. That is incredible consistency for a left-handed power bat to have those types of splits against right and left-handed pitching. It kind of trick bag it puts the opposing manager in. 312-332 ESPN. Cub fans, how are you going to make it through this if you think after every big hit, Kyle Tucker, you just keep chirping like he's got to get paid, he's got to get paid. It's going to be a grind.
It goes into the echo chamber.
Just enjoy Kyle Tucker being awesome for the rest of the year, because that's what he is. He is awesome. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The NFL schedule will be released Wednesday, May 14th. Coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners. If you're in the market for tractors, mowers, or RTVs, then Kubota Orange Day is for you. Alta Equipment is teaming up with Kubota for a one-day sales event. Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3, plan to be at Alta Equipment in Orland Park. Save big and get hands-on with the machines built to work as hard as you do. Live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange Days at Alta Equipment off 115th and Wolf Road in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com!
Financing on approved credit.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. In the North Shore and North Side of Chicago, there's only one name you need to know for fences. It's FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They stand out as the locally owned, operated fence company dedicated exclusively to this community. From the timeless appeal of Western red cedar wood to modern no-maintenance composite materials for a contemporary look, FenceWorks guarantees custom quality that meets your needs. Take the first steps to keeping your family and your home safe by visiting theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This PGA Tour moment is brought to you by True Green.
At the 1984 PGA Championship, at age 44 with an ailing back, Lee Trevino defied the rules of age and the ability to practice. Following doctor's orders, Trevino was limited to 30 to 45-minute warm-up before each round, but rallied on the back nine to win his 6th major championship. In the victory, he became the first player to win the PGA Championship with 4 rounds under 70.
True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
I don't recall the gaffe that happened early in the season by the White Sox that led the Boston Red Sox TV crew to bring it up during a game that didn't feature the Red Sox and White Sox. But the Red Sox were coming to town early in the year. And again, I vaguely remember exactly what the White Sox did, but they were joking. They go, boy,
the White Sox trying to schedule next.
Yeah. They were basically, God, the White Sox invent ways to lose. And, like, it's a good thing they're on the schedule.
Yeah, it's a chance to get healthy against the White Sox.
Now, they dropped 2 or 3 when they came to the South Side, if you remember. But, like, the Red Sox TV crew, that's Dave O'Brien, I believe, right? I think that's OB, does their play-by-play, they were like, geez, good time to go to the White Sox. They invent ways to lose. Boy, they did it again last night, Jurko. This was a tough one.
Pitch. He pops it up. Mydroth circling on the right side of the infield, and he makes... Oh, he clanked it! He clanked it, and the throw to second by Taylor is over the head of Amaya. And everybody's saved. Mydroth just did not have a beat on that pop-up. But unfortunately, it didn't just drop. It hit him, I think, around the shoulder.
I thought it hit him right on top of his head.
Yeah, maybe right on the noggin. And it bounced into right. Or was it the glove? It doesn't matter. It deflected away from him. And Taylor had a play on Canna at second, but he overshot Amaya. So first and second, nobody out. I've never seen a play like that.
No, that's unique.
That's in a 1-run game. They would go on to lose. They were like so close with 1 out and runners at the corners, to getting a double play to end it. Mm-hmm. And they moved the middle infield back. They did it right. They played for the double play, and they were so close. But it was just a really tough play. Amaya couldn't quite, there wouldn't have been enough time to get 2 anyway. Just where the ball was
clanked it. He clanked it.
He clanked it. Len and DJ are the best.
I thought it hit him right on top of his head.
Yeah, they've seen a lot of bad baseball.
I've never seen a play like that.
No, that's unique.
He clanked it. He clanked it.
These are great new drops. Great.
I thought it hit him right on top of his head.
Yes, it did, DJ. Now, we all remember, not all of us, but most of us, certainly of a specific age, remember a ball going off of Jose Canseco's head in the outfield, right, Jurk?
Yes.
I think we've all seen that. I don't think, guys, I got to be honest. I've never seen an infielder have the ball hit his head. I've never seen it.
The Canseco went over the wall, right?
Yes, it did.
It hit off top of his head and up and
went
over.
and went over the wall. You're exactly right.
So he clanked it.
Guys,
He clanked it.
I've never seen it.
I've seen guys lose it in the sun.
Right.
Right? And then it may have hit a piece of their body, because they got the arm up, they're shielding it. And yeah.
It looked like.
But not like him.
Never.
No.
Now, as Len said, he never really had a beat. He did look like he was fighting it for whatever reason. That's a high pop-up on the infield. And if you watch his sort of, I'd call it somewhat of a circuitous path, like to get under that ball, he did look like, for whatever reason, he was fighting it. And I can't explain why. I don't know. But it's such an awful look. And he's one of their young players that I think a lot of White Sox fans are taking a liking to. He's one of the kids they got in the Crochet deal, Yerk. But that's a tough way. And then, again, a few plays later, you're losing the game because, instead of there being an out and a runner on first, all of a sudden things are much more difficult for you and hectic for you.
The bases are bagged now.
And then, again, just
and
like.
There's no place to put Bobby Witt.
No, and I mean, come on, what do you expect, right? You bring in a fifth infielder. They tried to do the right thing there. And all Bobby Witt's got to do, one of the best, bat-to-ball guys in the league. Bobby, all you have to do now is hit it deep enough into the outfield to score on a sac fly. I mean, come on. That's not even fair.
I thought it hit him right on top of his head.
I've never seen a play like that.
No, that's unique.
He clanked it. He clanked it.
Never seen it. I'm not even mad, Yerk. I'm not. How could you be mad? I mean, I'm done being mad. And I like this team more now than I did a year ago because, well, let's face it. I mean, there was nothing to like about last year's team from the manager on down. There really was nothing to like. Now is the time to just, if you ask me, as a White Sox fan, sit back. Who cares? Wait for the younger guys to come up. Hope that the young guys play well, and hope in 2 seasons they haven't screwed this up, that they develop their young guys right, and they're really, really good. That's it. I mean, you can't. I mean, what's the point of being mad? Why would I be mad? I mean,
I don't think that type of emotion can be even brought up when you're considering your fandom for the Chicago White Sox right now. If you're going to be mad, you're going to be mad at the owner.
Right? Yeah.
I'm not going to be mad at the players.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not. I feel a little bit for Chase Mydrot. That's a tough look. You're a pro athlete. That's going to be plastered everywhere. You got to wear that a little bit.
Sure.
It sucks.
It'll forever be your low light. So
exactly.
Just embrace it. There's nothing you can do about it.
Listen, Robin Ventura once got put in a headlock and got pounded by
by a grandfather.
By a grandfather.
Yeah.
And that play's played a lot. They showed a lot. Robin Ventura can also look back and go, I had a pretty damn good career.
Yes.
Yes. So if Chase Mydrot turns out to be as good as Robin Ventura, awesome. That'd be fantastic. And you hit it on the head. I'm not mad at what's happening on the field. I was probably more annoyed last year because it was so bad. It is what it is. If I'm mad at anybody, of course it's the owner. I'm also sort of done being. I have vented all I can vent. I feel like I've said my piece for the better part of 20 years on these airwaves about the owner.
Yeah.
Sylvie's done it with the Bulls. I've done it with the Sox. Now it's come together. Bulls fans and Sox fans see together how awful it is because of his leadership and his ownership. I'm done. He's an old man at this point. At some point, he's going to sell the controlling interest. I feel worse for Bulls. I'm a Bulls fan, obviously. That's the harder thing to get past because that's going to stay in the Reinsdorf family. He's going to sell this baseball team. Whether it's Ishbia or whomever, the grass isn't always greener. I can't imagine it being worse.
Yeah.
I just can't. Because I think this is the worst of the worst.
It would have to be an absolute failure for it to be worse.
So I choose to believe it will get better, that it can only get better. How in God's name could it possibly get worse under a different owner? And you can hold this over my head if it does and be like, see, you thought it'd get better. I can't imagine it gets worse. I will just put my faith in the fact that a new owner with a lot of money will make it better, will be different. And that's it. I'm not going to – you can't – what am I supposed to spend time like, they lost another game?
You're not going to expect excellence when you've got a roster that's not built with excellence in mind.
They can't score. I mean, they can't score runs. They can't hit. I mean, look at that lineup.
It's where they're at.
It's either a young guy or a failed prospect or a guy just hanging on to keep getting a big league check.
Yep.
Like that's your roster. That's their roster. That's their lineup. That's their. I mean, how are you going to hit? How are you going to score runs?
And the only grade A, grade 1 player that you have right now is the guy that you're hoping you continues to have success.
To trade,
so you can move him.
Yeah, 100%. Yes. That's 100% right.
He'll be gone by July 31st.
That's 100%.
In an ideal world, he'll be gone.
Yes.
There you go. Welcome to the Chicago White Sox.
So,
this is Breaking News, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking news on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
So he clanked it.
Breaking news on ESPN Chicago is brought to you.
I thought it hit him right on top of his head.
Chase Maidroth is being evaluated for a concussion and a strained ego.
I've never seen a play like that.
He will be reevaluated.
That's unique.
In 1 week. No,
that is not the breaking news.
The Warriors have put out a statement saying that Steph Curry will be reevaluated in 1 week.
Oh, boy.
So he will miss at least
3 games.
Games 2, 3, and 4.
Oh, boy.
And will be reevaluated next Wednesday.
Wow.
To see if he can return for, that would be game 5. Would we figure out, when was that game? Thursday or Wednesday?
Next Thursday, I think. I'll look at the schedule real quick. Chris said that, what was the word out of the locker room last night, Chris? That the reports were he was devastated?
That's what they said on TV last night.
That's right.
He was devastated in the locker room. And
like he kind of has a feeling?
Well, I mean, if Shams reported this morning saying that he would be out at least a week, and now the Warriors are saying that he'll be reevaluated in a week, then that tells me it could be longer, right?
Yes.
Because
reevaluated in a week.
Yes, that's what they just released, is that reevaluated in a week.
Guys, game 5 is a week from tonight, May 14th. He's not
like
playing.
You don't reevaluate and then play that night.
Of course not. At the earliest, now here's the advantage they get. And I'll tell you this just looking at the schedule, guys. If they can find a way, when they took game 1, so that's a good start. If they can get one more and get it to 6, they go from Wednesday all the way till next Sunday, guys, May 18th. That might give you a window, right, Chris? If
it's like the 18th and the 20th,
18th
right?
and the 20th. That's exactly right. 18th for game 6, potentially. Tuesday, May 20th for game 7, TBD. If necessary, I should say. So there's your window. Like, if he gets back, he's not playing before game 6 next Sunday. There's no way, right? I'm with Chris. You don't reevaluate next Wednesday and say, he can play tonight.
All of a sudden you pop him.
That ain't happening.
But he'll be going through rehab this whole time. So
yeah,
all the modalities that they can put on it, trying to get it healthy, trying to make it better.
Boy, the Timberwolves are catching a huge break, and, they still got to be kicking themselves the way. That was embarrassing. Their offensive performance last night, to have as few points as they did in the first quarter and at halftime, embarrassing. And then Steph Curry goes out, you're at home, and you lose by double digits. Come on. Now, they're catching a huge break. Huge. And you'd think they would take advantage of it. Playoff Jimmy time. Although, Jimmy doesn't look healthy either. Just doesn't.
Yeah, but he's playing through it.
Of course he is. Right. And now he's got no choice.
He doesn't look healthy.
Does not look healthy. And now he's got no choice.
He's got
playoff Jimmy time.
Right, he's got a little hitch in the get along.
Yeah.
But he's going to get through it.
So no Steph for the next week. He is going to be reevaluated next week. They play game 2 tomorrow, and then they go to San Francisco for games 3 and 4 on Saturday and Monday, and then a week from tonight would be game 6. Game 5, excuse me. 312-332-3776. If you want to ring up Carmen and Jurko, we'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
$1.6 million the Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $1.6 million for a client who was injured due to negligence on an airplane. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Playing professional football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG Law today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Turn your backyard into a summer oasis. Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sail, we're known for having the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. And right now, during our spring and summer sale, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. And don't forget, we're your barbecue headquarters with all the best grill brands under one roof. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sail, bring the fun home.
One of the greatest stats of all time, 7,485. The original run of Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats set that box office record on Broadway. Now, Cats is being reimagined for a new generation at the Paramount Theater in Aurora. The same beloved songs, but with modern circus flair. You'll see jugglers, contortionists, aerialists, and of course, many, many cats. Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats, playing through June 15th. Get your tickets now at ParamountAurora.com. Use code ESPN for additional discount.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You've heard me talk about Window Nation for years now. I'm a proud customer, and right now, you can get a house full of windows for 60% off and a free entry door. Just call them at 866-90NATION or go to windownation.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Got some NFL stuff we'll talk about after 1 o'clock here, including the big trade today between the Steelers and the Cowboys. And then there's always stuff, a little more than we're almost 2 weeks post-draft. And there's still stuff like key intel on all 32 teams after the 2025 NFL draft. Buzz fits, blah, blah, yada, yada, yada. But there's some good stuff about
next week.
The Bears were trying to do in the second round.
I got you. Next week, though, is a big day in the NFL.
A week from today?
Yeah, a week from today, the schedule comes out. You start game planning in the fall is what you start doing.
That's exactly right. NFL schedule release coverage on ESPN Chicago is sponsored by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. I mean, we're starting a week early. That's how big of a deal it is.
That's right.
We're going to be in Louisville next week. Danny asked if I wanted to do some React stuff with Sweet Lou Canellis, but I said, Danny, we're in Louisville. So I can't. I would have otherwise. I'm looking forward to our trip, though. And after our show next week, we'll broadcast live a week from today. We are going to pick our single barrel with the folks at Woodford. We're going to get to pick a double oaked.
That we are.
Woodford double oaked, yeah.
That we
see
are.
that on shelves in the Chicagoland area later.
Can't wait.
Later this summer.
Usually we have a tasting beforehand. Oh,
yes, we'll do a little distillery tour with the winners, and we'll have a tasting beforehand. Each of the last 2 years when we've broadcast down there, we have had a number of Chicagoans that now live in, Cincinnati area, or because we're not far from Cincinnati where we're going to be. It's probably no more than, if I had to ballpark it, 45-ish minutes, right?
That's about right.
Not bad. So if you're in Eastern Kentucky, Southern Ohio, we've had listeners come by.
Absolutely.
Stop by the visitor shop, just watch the show a little bit. Like, hey, I listen every day on the app.
Pick up a bottle of double oaked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, listen all the time on the app.
What's
Live
the
in
one
Kentucky
you can get
now.
there? That's when you can get there, right?
The double oak.
The double.
That is distillery only.
Yeah.
You have to be in Kentucky.
And only available in the 375.
And it's only available in the 375.
375.
Right. Yeah,
The
no
750.
750.
Yeah.
Yes, Jurko. Look at you. You've learned so much.
I remember.
The double oaked is nice. But, yeah, you can only buy that in Kentucky.
I am a willing student, Carmen.
Yeah.
I'll
tell you what, we got a few Bears calls. Sit tight, guys. We're going to take your Bears calls coming up here when we come back after 1. And then I got a few things I want to read to you just about more post-draft stuff, some stuff about Caleb. So we'll talk a little NFL coming up. Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy later this afternoon. We'll do that, of course, at 2:35. Oh, yeah, we got Jesse coming up, too. Jesse is going to check in from Rome, where
He's at the Vatican?
Conclave is happening.
He's there? He's at the Vatican.
Yeah. We'll double up next segment here. Get a little
porchetta in hand. Porchetta sandwich in hand. I hope.
We'll get a little scene setter from Jesse. Got some NFL stuff I want to talk to you guys about. We got Immaculate Karm coming up since it's Wednesday. Crosstalk later on, and then at 6, White Sox pregame is back on the air with Jeff Meller. White Sox and Royals play Game 3 of their 4-gamer. We'll have a truncated show tomorrow because the White Sox have a day game. You know they're 1-14 in their last 15 games against the Royals?
I did not know that.
It's not good, Yerk. That's not good.
They've got to get over the top.
They got to get over the hump. It's Carmen and Yerk. We are back in 2 short minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Jesse picked a hell of a time to go to Italy.
Big things.
They're picking a
big
new
going-ons.
Big goings-on, Jurko.
Yeah.
They're picking a new pope. Inter Milan is in the Champions League final.
They are.
After what was described to me, I read about it. You guys were watching yesterday. Like, thrilling game between...
Thrilling game.
What was it? Barcelona, right, Jurko?
Barcelona and Inter Milan. Second leg, Karm.
Woo.
At the San Siro, I believe. That was at the San Siro yesterday?
Yes.
You bet it was.
And then today, it's Arsenal versus PSG, and the winner will advance to the final, correct?
The winner will advance. Who's got the lead in that? No, it's 1-0, right? PSG's got a 1-0 lead.
PSG's got a 1-0 lead?
Yeah, so the winner, if Inter wins, yes, not Inter.
Arsenal.
If Arsenal, PSG wins, yes, they advance. Because they already have the lead.
Got it.
If Arsenal wins by less than 2, then they've got a tie and they got to continue on.
Okay.
They continue on into extra time.
All right, so the other half will be set.
Aggregate is important.
But
here.
Inter Milan will play for the Champions League final in, it's about a month away or so, give or take. Jesse is over there in Italy. And let's see, it is, did we figure out, is it 8 o'clock there? Jesse, what time is it there?
7 hours.
8 o'clock?
Yes, 8 o'clock. And as you can hear, people are restless here at St. Peter's Square. A couple 100,000 just staring at a chimney. We all know what's at stake. White smoke means the Cubs have a new closer. Black smoke means they're sticking with Ryan Presley.
This guy's got his jokes all locked and loaded, you guys. Look at him.
I am locked and loaded. By the way,
do they expect a decision tonight?
I don't think they're going to name a new pope tonight. I really don't. But they shut the doors 2 hours ago, and for the last hour or so, people have been ready to rock and roll here. Everybody's got their cameras fixed on this one chimney. So I don't know. Maybe they will. I'm wondering, the longer it takes, does that mean they're deciding on one or not? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't know.
What time do they call?
I doubt it'll happen on the first vote.
I was going to say, what time
vote.
do they call it tonight? If the first vote happens and then the black smoke, that means no pope, right?
Yeah.
And then what do they do? How long into the night do they take this thing? I mean,
no, that's it. That's it tonight. If there's black smoke, one vote, it's done. Then tomorrow they'll vote twice in the morning, twice in the afternoon, and they'll do that every day until a pope is elected. My guess is sometime tomorrow they will elect a pope, unless it happens here tonight. And by the way, I don't know what's bigger, the Pope or Inter Milan, because last night this city was going crazy, absolutely crazy. You could hear the cheering from the streets. I mean, it was all over. So that was huge as well.
Which is funny
and
because
then, of course, the Pope.
It's not a team in Rome. They're in Milan, but it's just a lot of national pride.
The Italian League, it's good for the Italian League.
It's good for the Italian League.
That they could win a Champions League. Yeah, the last Italian team to win, I believe, was Juventus.
I thought it was.
No, it was Juventus.
My wife and I was going to say, my wife and I took a golf cart tour of Rome last night, so we were all over the city, alleyways, in and out, passing bars, and you could hear the cheering all over. It was crazy. I mean, for the first few minutes, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know they were playing. And then someone told me, and then we watched the end, where it was really dramatic. Anyway, so that was last night. Today we have the Pope. So the city's been really a buzz. It's been pretty cool.
Did you said you had your St. Peter's tour today? Is that right? You were in St. Peter's today?
Yeah. So basically we were in the Vatican museums. We could not go into the Basilica or the Sistine Chapel. That's where their voting is. So that was all closed. But we're able to go to some other areas of the Vatican museums that they don't normally go. So that was cool. But we're not going to be able to see the Sistine Chapel. So that's one negative.
That is kind of a bummer.
It was Inter Milan, Karm. Thank you.
Yeah, Inter Milan was the last one to win. That's what I thought. And do you feel is there just an overwhelming security presence, Jess? I mean, because of everything that's going on?
Well, as you probably know, the Vatican is its own country.
Yes.
It's the smallest country in the world, right? So to get even into St. Peter's Square, you have to go through TSA-like security. Now, today, it was jammed. I mean, it's jam-packed. There's, a couple 100,000 people in the square right now. And so, there's plenty of security. I'm sure there's snipers on the buildings. I mean, every news organization in the world is here. I mean, there's so many cameras. It's the Super Bowl of Catholicism, I guess. I don't know. But there's tons of media.
It's the Super Bowl of Catholicism. That's the final word, I think, right there. I can't get any better than that. So what are
the odds on the Ghanaian?
No, I heard it's the guy from the Philippines. I heard.
No, it's the guy from Ghana. I think it's chalk right now.
he's the favorite, but they haven't had an Italian Pope since '78, so I'm kind of going with him as the underdog pick. I got him at plus 110. I'll take that. I'll take those odds on the Italian
the
Cardinal.
Paisan. It hasn't been a while when you think about it.
It's been a while, and they ruled for 455 years. Ruled. I don't know if that's the right word. And then they haven't had an Italian Pope since '78. So it has been a while.
It's amazing.
It depends who you talk to.
Yes, I think
they might agree with the rule.
They might agree with the rule. It depends. Phrasing matters in this
Right.
situation, but
Yes.
I don't know. How many people are still in the square? I mean, is it jam packed?
Jam packed all the way back. We're kind of near the front, to be honest, but yeah, it's jammed. People around me everywhere.
Is Tracy with you, or is she like, you go do your knucklehead report and I'm going to go? Like, is she with you?
She's standing next to me with her selfie stick and everything. She's trying to go on Facebook Live, but the cell service isn't working, so she's all into this.
Did you?
She's into it.
Right,
she wants
yeah.
to see the smoke too.
To get the position
Yeah,
up
we
front, did you use
What's
your
that?
credentials to get your position up front?
No,
did you
I should have.
Yeah,
I should have. We did say hello to Lester Holt last night, and I met Lester Holt a long time ago, and the best way I could put this is I acted like he knew me, but I don't know if he did. But I acted like he knew me when I said hello. So,
like,
we saw
Lester, it's
Holt.
Jesse.
Yeah. I met him way back when he was in Chicago, but I don't think he remembered that. So I did not use my press credentials. I should have. I see the ABC setup. It's up on a scaffold and everything. So those would be the people I would go to. But anyway, we're right in the middle of the square. It's great.
Are you going to still be in Rome tomorrow?
Yes, all day tomorrow. So we want to do some other things, but if they don't elect the Pope tonight, we'll probably come back for at least one vote.
Holy cow, yeah. Look at you guys in the middle of it all, Jess. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
fun,
the way it worked out is incredible. How was the rest of the trip in, too? You were in Naples, right? You saw Pompeii?
Yeah, Naples was great. Went to Capri, the island off of Naples. Really nice. Had dinner there at the top of the island there. It was great. And that's basically been it so far, and took the train to Rome. And then, Pompeii. I forgot about Pompeii.
Yeah.
We visited Pompeii. That was very cool. And so preserved, you know what I mean, in so many ways. So cool to see that. And then tomorrow night, we're supposed to take the train to Florence to see my daughter. That's why we made this trip. She's studying in Florence. So that's the plan, but we could always change it, so we'll see.
Look at you. Now, are you being extra vigilant with so many people around? Are you being very careful of the pickpockets and everything?
Yes. Both of us, yes. That the answer to that is absolutely yes.
Be careful. You're wearing a sign over there, so,
The crazy part is, just like in most of Europe, people drive like nuts, and there's no accidents, though. I don't know. They're just so used to it. Like, it's crazy. I mean, the amount of tourists, cab drivers, people that live here, and they're just driving like nuts. So we're putting our seatbelts on there like that. You feel less safe in a cab than you do walking the street, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And so but that's all of Europe, I feel like. Everybody drives nuts.
It's the little mopeds, too. The people are on the mopeds everywhere. You feel like you're dodging them all the time,
Yes, mopeds everywhere. I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, like Boston and Philly are kind of like this in our own way, where they combine the old and the new. Well, this is the ancient and the new. It's this modern city, but also very ancient.
Yeah. What's the best thing you've had to eat?
It's incredible.
What's the best thing you had to eat?
Yeah.
The best thing I had to eat was probably in Capri. We had I had ravioli. What was it stuffed? What was the ravioli stuffed with? Oh, it was just cheese ravioli. I thought it was something else. Anyways, multi-cheese ravioli in Capri was the best thing so far. We've only had one meal of pizza, and it was okay. Really? So but in Florence, I think we're going to do that a little bit more. Had other pasta here that was delicious, but that was the best. The ravioli in Capri was the best.
Ravioli in Capri. All right. What kind of sauce was it in?
I don't remember. What kind of sauce was it in? Do you remember?
It was like a red sauce.
Oh, just a red sauce. Carmen, what do you want from me?
It's the best.
It's like he doesn't even remember what the hell he's eating. I don't know. It had a color. I forgot what color it was.
So good. I love it. All right. Well,
it was
listen.
3 nights ago and 3 nights of wine ago.
That's true. I know what you mean. So everybody's in the square waiting with bated breath. You guys hope to see some smoke tonight. I'm with you. There's probably it's probably not going to be one take Jake here. It's going to spill into tomorrow, but we'll see. All right,
Yeah.
anything else the listeners need to know?
Well, okay, I'll tell you one thing. I thought Jurko was going to ask me the best thing we've seen,
Well, all right.
and that I'll give you an answer.
What is it?
So it's funny because Dansby Swanson, who's very religious, I told him I was coming here, and he jokingly kind of said, "Tell them to take you to the basement of the Vatican Museum." I said, "Why?" He goes, "Well, they always keep cool things in the basement," and they actually did because we couldn't go to the Basilica. They actually did take us to the basement, and it was the room with the evolution of the Pope mobiles. Started with a chariot, a man-carried chariot, to a horse carriage, to the Pope mobile, open air. And of course, the Pope got shot in '81, then bulletproof. But this room had nobody in it. I mean, the Vatican museums are packed.
Yeah.
In this room, it's at the lower level. It's every mobile unit that the Pope has ever used, from chariot all the way to his current day cars.
That's kind of cool.
It's the coolest room. Yeah, it was the coolest room. I'm not sure I'm doing it justice, but it was the coolest room, and there was nobody in it. So I don't think people know about it.
But were you part of a special group that took you down there, or was it just open for anybody to go see? You were part of a tour group that was down there?
Yeah, just a 6-person tour group that we bought 6 months ago.
Okay.
And instead of going to Basilica and the Sistine Chapel, they did a couple different things, like take us down to the bottom.
That's cool.
And that was the coolest room. I'm not doing it justice, but every mode of transportation for the Pope was in there.
That is cool.
From chariot all the way up. So so if anybody coming to Rome and going to the museums, do that. Go to the basement or the lower level. That's the best room in the place.
Have you gone to the Colosseum yet?
Yes, so that tour we did at night last night went all over the Colosseum, the water fountain, the Colosseum at night.
How
was
about
amazing.
at night?
Lit
Incredible.
up, amazing. And then that fountain that kind of reminds you of the Bellagio. They did a light show and a water show and all this stuff. I don't remember what it's called, but that was cool. So we saw everything at night, which that's another suggestion. Rome at night by golf cart was great. Less traffic, so you can get across the city as opposed to during the day. So that was really cool to do, especially if you're only here for a few days, which we are.
Are you going to go when you go to Florence? You got to climb the Basilica, all right? Climb the stairs to the top, and then you get to go outside, and the views of the Tuscan countryside are incredible. And you can go see the David too, right? Don't skip the David.
Yeah.
All right.
We already bought tickets for the David. I think we're going to do a wine tour vineyard with my daughter in Florence, so that's going to be great.
Unbelievable.
And then we finish in Venice over the weekend. So
I'm so jealous.
That's the trip.
I'm so jealous. Jesse, good stuff. Enjoy the rest of your time. If $1,000 if you get us the new Pope, and let us know if you see smoke at any point, all right?
I almost wish I was Italian, Carmen. This has been a great trip so far.
It's so good. See you, Jess.
I will holler back at you if the show's still going. If they send the smoke out,
Absolutely.
I'll let you know.
Call back. All right.
All right.
You Jess. See you, buddy. There's Jesse Rogers.
Right,
you
Jess.
asked more questions there than you ever ask in a baseball interview.
It's because I cared about it.
Yeah. I have never been to Paris. Okay. It's on my list. I've never been.
You going to the Louvre Museum?
I will absolutely go to the Louvre.
Hurl yourself against the wall?
I will not do that. I will just go and be a law-abiding citizen at the Louvre. I've never seen the Mona Lisa. I've never been to Paris. There's a lot of places I haven't been, but I only say that to say the most beautiful city at night I've ever been in my life is Rome. Jesse's right. It's indescribally magical. I would assume Paris at night probably got a little bit of the same. New York is not. Manhattan at night is fun for different reasons.
Yeah.
And Chris would probably agree. He's been to Rome. I've never been in a more beautiful city at night than Rome.
Have you ever been to Calumet City at night?
I have not.
Huh?
I have not been.
Something special.
How about it, Chris? I mean, it's just
Rome at night is awesome.
It's awesome.
You got to get to Paris.
I know.
Paris is better, but
I know I do.
Rome is incredible.
I need to get to Paris.
And Jesse's right. Like every little neighborhood you can go into, it's got a great vibe.
All of it, dude. And the way some of those old monuments they're sold, and the way they're lit up at night, and just like when you're in the squares, when you're in Piazza Navona at night, or you're by the Colosseum at night. I mean, it's just.
And was he trying to name the Trevi Fountain?
I think so.
He was?
I think so.
The fountain that looks like the thing in Vegas?
Yeah.
The Trevi Fountain, Jesse, probably one of the most famous fountains in the world.
Yeah.
Yes.
Chris, I thought that's what he was talking about, Chris. I'm like, is he talking about
I
Trevi
said that to
Fountain?
Abdallah. I go, Is he talking about the Trevi Fountain?
Such an uneducated
I
American.
mean, you know he's getting robbed when he's over
You
there.
know that he's going
come
up to be
on.
like, I saw this in Vegas.
He's a
All
rude-
right, where are we going to eat? Where's the McDonald's?
Well, look, it's just water.
Hey, what was that ravioli stuff with cheese?
I don't know. We went to
Stuff with-
McDonald's and
red
got
sauce.
a quarter pounder with cheese, extra sauce.
Sauce, red.
That was the greatest. What was the best thing you ate? Oh, it was this amazing ravioli. What did it have in it, Tracy? Cheese. Yeah, it had cheese in it.
Vodka sauce for him is the orange stuff.
Jesse's
Stuff
going to
that
be
looks
in.
orange.
He's going to be in for a culture shock when he rolls into McDonald's and realizes that McDonald's in Italy, they give you like real food.
Yeah,
like you
the
can
stuff they
get
give
a
you here.
side Caesar salad that has like real chunks of like shaved
Grated
Parmesan on
and
it,
real
like
anchovies.
and real stuff. Like he's going to be in for a culture shock when he realizes that's how their McDonald's is.
Can't even believe it. He's at Capri. I mean, how about like, some seafood? How about like maybe you have
What's a dish if you go to Italy that you have to have? My bet is he'll go to Italy and he won't have it.
But Carmen's right. In Capri, it's all seafood.
It's all seafood.
You're on the water. You're on like
how about mussels? How about
Yes.
conch? How about
Yes.
like scungili? Like they've got there's all
seafood. It's all seafood.
He's having cheese ravioli.
I have the cheese raviolis.
Well, he had that after they told him no fettuccine Alfredo.
He goes, "There's no Chef Boyardee."
This is the greatest ever.
I'll give him credit for this. He did use the cheat code with Capri. Go to Capri, don't stay on Capri.
Yeah, just go and go back.
Yeah, day trip.
Day trip.
Ferry day trip.
Probably a good idea.
Because it's let's see, it's straight uphill to get to any hotel, and you have to walk unless you're like a millionaire and you can afford the luxury services.
Yeah.
But like there are no like big vehicle cars on Capri.
Right.
It's all like golf cart style stuff.
So it's a day trip.
Yeah, it's a day trip. It's great.
You're not taking
Absolutely
luggage
go.
with you,
Yeah,
right?
don't.
Right.
Like, because when we went, you can tell there are Americans who book their travel and then they get let off of the ferry at the bottom of Capri and they're like, oh, I didn't realize I now have to walk
back
2 miles straight uphill to get to my hotel.
Yeah.
Because like on a map, it doesn't
It's not
necessarily show that it's all straight up
Right.
type of thing.
It's a good tip.
And there's like American men and women who have tons of luggage.
Oh, God.
Right? And it's like the key is stay on the coast and then do the day trips.
That's a good idea.
And then come back.
See, tips for your European vacation. We thank Jesse. If he sees smoke, he'll
You
call
didn't
back.
give me the meal.
Well, it depends on where you are. Like if you're in Rome,
You went to Italy, okay? And there's one thing you have to have when you're in Italy, okay? That could be any portion of Italy, wherever you're at. What's the one thing you need to have if you went to Italy? And if you didn't, you kind of missed out.
Probably food-wise, you mean?
Yes, both of you. Anybody that's been to
Salt
Italy.
in Boca, I would say, or like a matriciana pasta
There you
or
go.
salt in Boca.
There you go. See, something like that.
And then if the farther south, and especially along the coastal cities, like Chris was saying, get fish dishes. Get like even something as simple as the linguine and clams that you would have there would be so much different
than what
than
we
you're
have here.
probably used to having here. Or
Yeah.
some sort of seafood and pasta dish if you're in one of the coastal cities,
Sure.
especially south, with like razor clams or with mussels or with something unique to that
region.
Yeah.
All
Or
right.
like aglio olio, like if you're
Now,
in the
we're going to
south.
ask him when he comes back if he
Yeah.
had any of this. And if he didn't, we'll chastise
Like he should
him.
have said, "Oh, I was down in Naples. I had the best spaghetti aglio olio I've ever had." I would have been like, "All right,
Thank
Jesse."
you.
He's like,
I
"I
mean,
had this ravioli.
thank
It had
you.
cheese in it."
Isn't Naples the home of pizza, where
Yes.
pizza was created?
Yes.
Like ravioli, though.
I hope he went
Chef
and got some good
Boyardee.
pizza in Naples.
Who knows?
He needs to ask us for his advice.
He didn't,
Chris
though.
offered it to him. He didn't take it.
See what I'm saying?
He's like, where can I get a good hot dog? He goes, a hot dog? He's got hot dogs.
It's so
Got a
good.
Chicago restaurant here. I can get a hot dog.
That was the greatest hit Jesse hit ever. It's Carmen and York. We got Immaculate Karm coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hit the road with Kap and J Hood. Win tickets on the bus for the I-94 rivalry trip to Milwaukee in July. Stay tuned to Kap and J Hood for details or go to ESPNChicagoContest.com. Brought to you by the IKEA Annual Sidewalk Sale. Starting Friday.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, and surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So, yeah, Chicago, Woodford is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford is a registered trademark, 2025, the Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey, guys. Did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call West Coast Men's Health at 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Tired of losing power? Feeling powerless? Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric today for a free estimate on a whole home standby generator. Never be without power again. Fully installed systems starting at just $99 a month. Power your sump pump, your fridge, your freezer, your garage doors, your heating and cooling so your home stays safe and comfortable. Four Seasons is the largest and most award-winning Generac dealer in Illinois.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices, Chicago.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected. Also, you forgot to renew your website domain, and now you're in a bidding war.
You should see the look on your face.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room, and now everything smells weird.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
Well, you could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
All right, every Wednesday at this time we play Immaculate Karm. And it's your chance to figure out what dopey thing I'm thinking about for the day. They're like, what is this idiot going to do now? The good kid needs to get back to the studio, though, to play. And I believe he is tapping the dew off his lily, as he likes to say. Something that I think only my grandfather used to say. I don't want to start without him because I want him to try to make a few guesses. Immaculate Karm is brought to you by our friends at the Village of Elmwood Park. And today's winner is going to get a $50 gift card for Inari Sushi in Elmwood Park, one of many great establishments to dine when you're in Elmwood Park. All right, the good kid's back. Oh, Sylvie's back. What's that? What nerve do I have? Sylvie's like, I've got some nerve. What did I do? Oh, is he mad about Kyle Tucker?
I don't know. We'll do it crosstalk. We'll talk about it in crosstalk.
Crosstalk. Because we were busting his chops about tweeting about Kyle Tucker.
Break, man. I just went to
tap the dew off your lily.
Yeah, tap the dew off the lily, and all of a sudden you were back on already.
Are you guys aware of the back and forth in the morning? Seemed like yesterday, the morning show, They were about to get into a tussle.
Yesterday?
Yeah, because
I heard
individuals on the morning show were late for segments.
Oh, boy. I missed that.
Oh, I did not know that.
Well, the difference is this.
There's the mall walker.
Yeah.
There's the shot or no shot guy.
Yeah.
Both having trouble getting to the segments on time.
Jurko's taking care of business.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was doing.
Nature calls, it calls.
Right, yeah. Well, Cap's around
just
like
trying
socializing.
Well, no, he's trying to get his steps in. He'll take a lap around the station to get steps in.
What?
Because he's got to hit a certain amount of steps per day.
Oh, boy, that's lunacy.
You guys know that he goes to like Lowe's and the Home Depot
I know,
and just
I knew
walks
that.
around.
Yeah, he's a
right?
mall walker.
And that's fine, but I mean, when you're on the air here,
No. It's fine if you're
Not
85.
if you're there. Not if you're there. And you got some weirdo walking around. That's a little
It does feel. It feels
That's
a little.
weird.
It feels a little like octogenarian.
Chris
doesn't
and I
it? Like
both
to be mall walking.
have worked at malls, and you only see 85 and up.
You got to be an octogenarian.
Like they open one door.
Yeah, bad sweatsuits.
Yeah,
at
you
like
can hear it.
7 in the morning.
Swishing.
And I do think when you get to be that age, like that's a great thing.
Right,
like,
in the
but-
winter.
In the winter.
In the winter.
Yeah, but like, what is he doing walking
This is
around
not
the building?
winter. This is the spring. Almost getting here to the summer. There's no. There's
Today's
no
a beautiful
inside
day.
walking. Walk outside.
Beautiful day.
You got all day to walk.
Oh, it's gorgeous today.
Maybe
I took the
he's
train.
getting-
I walked. It's
He's
beautiful.
done
Is he
it
preparing
10
for his
a.m.
walk?
I don't know.
Yeah, he can walk all day. But is he preparing for his walk with Barney's Book Bank?
Bernie's book.
Here's what's going to happen. One of these days.
Where are they walking this year?
I don't know.
I don't know. Where are they walking?
North Dakota?
Off a Navy pier. Hopefully.
Oh, come on.
One of these days, we're going to walk in, and underneath where Jurko sits is going to be one of those self-propelled.
Oh, and he's just going to walk.
And he's going
while
to
he
be
does-
walking
Yeah.
during the show.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
crazy.
yeah, walking
Come on,
desk.
Cap.
He's going to have one of those walking things during the show.
No, that's insane. You know what? I wouldn't put it past him though. Like just to bring that in one day. Look what I got, guys. If you want to use it, you can use
Great
it.
deal. I
No,
threw
it's
my
all right. I'll just
Peloton
walk
away.
after the show.
I don't use my Peloton anymore.
All right, are you ready to take a guess?
Yeah,
You want to
ready.
even take a guess, like without me even reading it?
Timely?
Yeah.
Something timely.
It's timely.
All right.
It's always timely. Immaculate Karm. I'll give you 4 clues. First
Immaculate
correct caller
Karm.
wins the $50 gift card to Inari Sushi. 312-332-3776. No.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Wrong.
Okay.
Is that timely? Is he
Twitch
in the
has
news?
it.
Could be.
Twitch has it? Way to go, Twitch. Impressive. Twitch has it. Here's your first clue.
All right, give it to me, baby.
Third longest run in history. Third longest run in history.
Third longest run.
Third longest run
in history.
In history.
Third longest run in history.
There is your first clue, ladies and gentlemen. Who could it be? Who could it be? Here is your second clue.
Okay.
Your second clue is
Immaculate Karm.
Immaculate Karm. Chicago in the fall of 1979. Chicago in the fall of 1979. Third longest run in history. Chicago in October 1979. And Twitch is already on it. Now, can someone on the phones be quick on the draw?
October 1979.
The fall of 1979. Third longest run in history. Clue number...
7th grade.
Clue number 3, Jurko. Clue number 3. Over 1 million kilometers traveled. Over
Is
1
this-
million kilometers traveled.
Is this Pink Floyd?
It is.
Pink Floyd. Is this the anniversary of the release of The Wall?
It's not. You're so close, but it's not.
Man.
Adam, he's so close. Third longest run in history.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago in the fall of 1979. Over 1 million kilometers traveled. Over 1 million kilometers traveled.
Kilometers. Interesting.
Yes.
Kilometers.
Jurko.
Interesting.
Jurko just picked up on a clue.
Could it be something in Canada?
It's not in Canada.
Fourth clue.
They definitely use the metric system. Fourth clue, Jurko, you ready? Canonized in 2014. Canonized in 2014.
Canonized.
Canonized in
2014.
I'm shocked.
Oh.
Jurko got it. He's got it. It took all 4, but he got it. Jurko got it. He's writing it down. He is correct. Nice job, Jurko.
I should have remembered. Big John Skiba went to it. You know? Big John Skiba, big Polish family.
The best is Jurko knew a family that was there in October of 79.
John Skiba, that's what they called him. You know why? Because they thought he was twins when he was born. So big. John Skiba.
You have an amazing story for so many of your friends and colleagues. It's remarkable.
That's how he got his nickname.
Big John
Skiba, yeah.
Because
named
they
him
thought
twice because he was twins.
Jurko got it. It took all four, but he was not stumped. He was not stumped this time. Your clues are third longest run in history. Chicago in the fall of 79. Over 1 million kilometers traveled and canonized in 2014. Dan in Park Ridge. Hold on. Did I hit the right button? Yeah, Dan, who is that?
John Paul II.
It is Pope John Paul II. Dan, nicely done. Which clue did you think you knew it on, Dan?
The kilometers traveled, and then I just was hearing about conclave on the radio, so I just kind of put 2 and 2 together.
You're the man, Dan. Hold on. Make sure the guys have all your info. You just got a $50 gift card to Inari Sushi. Have fun. Chris and Adam have been there.
I was going to guess
how good it is.
John Pierre Paul.
No.
What's his name? The guy that blew up his hand with the New York Giants?
That was Jason Pierre-Paul.
Jason Pierre-Paul is what I was going to go with.
Pope John Paul II, who basically, like my entire life until I was a kid, until I was a grown adult, was the Pope. He was the Pope from like 78 to 05 when he died. It's the third longest run in history behind originally St. Peter, and then I think Pius VI or something.
He's the one they tried to clip, right?
They did. He's the one who got shot that Jesse was talking about in the Pope-mobile. Yes. Yeah. He survived an assassination attempt. I want to say it was right around the time that President Reagan survived an assassination attempt, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
I feel like I was a kid. It was close. He traveled over over 1 million kilometers during his time as the Pope. And he visited 129 different countries. 129.
A lot of countries.
Of course, his first trip to Chicago was part of his first American visit in the fall of 79. And they officially canonized him in 2014. So there you go. Pope John Paul II. It is always timely. The Lunch Rush is coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out. Congrats to all who'll join us at Seven Bridges Golf Club, Wednesday, June 11th. All of you will be randomly assigned to play on behalf of one of our show teams. Great prizes are at stake. Stay tuned for more details or visit gripitandsipitclassic.com.
That's right. Grip It and Sip It, brought to you by Yingling Flight in Abdallah, Chicago. It's time to make some room in the beer fridge because that's right. Yingling is finally in Chicago.
That's right. You're going to need a whole new fridge because after 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed in Illinois. They're not only bringing Flight, they're bringing the whole dang lineup, Chris.
Let's start with traditional lager, Yingling's traditional lager. First up, smooth, rich, and it's a beer that's been around longer than our north side, south side rivalry.
Then there's the light lager, that famous Yingling taste, but crisp and easy drinking. You got the golden pilsner for that clean, refreshing finish. And if you like a little extra flavor, the black and tan is a perfect mix of dark and light. And it's a beautiful day outside. Speedo season just around the corner. Get that Flight, lower carbs. You got to get right for the summer.
So next time when you're at the bar or grabbing a six-pack, don't just go with the usual. Try a Yingling. You've waited long enough.
Chicago, the wait is finally over. This is officially Yingling country.
DJ Yingling and Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Sean Berg outdueled Seth Lugo into the 7th inning, and the Sox took a lead into the 9th Tuesday. But Kansas City took advantage of a leadoff walk and a couple deadly White Sox errors and walked off with a stunning 4-3 win. The Sox now have lost 9 straight at Kauffman Stadium. Tonight, it's Game 3 of the series at 6:40 p.m. Take advantage of one of our best offers this season. Get 1 ticket and 2 beers to select games starting at $19 with Miller Lite, Baseball, and Brews. Must be 21 and over with a valid ID. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/brews. This has been your White Sox Minute.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private feel, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
Hey guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. You've heard me talk about my new windows in the living room, in the kitchen, in my master bedroom, and in the kids' room. Now it's your turn. A chance for a house full of windows at a 60% discount. Plus, you'll get a free entry door. All you have to do is call them at 866-90NATION or check out everything they have to offer at windownation.com. 866-90NATION and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Spring is all about new beginnings, so give yourself a fresh start with a fresh haircut at Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to create any look you want for less. And with convenient online check-in, you'll save time, too. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Crosstalk 1 hour from now. Waddle and Silvy coming up a little bit later. They will get you home on this beautiful Wednesday. White Sox baseball at 6 with Jeff Miller's pregame. And then Len and DJ have the call from Kansas City at about 6:40. We have a short show tomorrow. We'll be off at 12:30 for White Sox pregame as they will wrap the series in KC. It is Carmen and Jurk. You can watch us on YouTube and Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube now, youtube.com/@Carmen and Jurko. Make sure you like and subscribe. And if you go there later, do us a favor and do the same thing. Hit that subscribe button, please. All right, let's lunch rush it. Abdallah.
All right, gentlemen.
Turn it over to you.
Let's lunch rush. We are 1 week away from the NFL schedule release. Coverage on ESPN Chicago is sponsored by the Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Brad Biggs today in the Chicago Tribune had a mailbag.
Yeah, I read that.
And cool. Thanks for the information.
You're welcome.
Where he takes questions from people every single week. We got a question from Arnie G. Arnie writes, what games are the best candidates to be played in prime time when the schedule comes out? And Biggsy said that his best guess that the Bears will be scheduled for 4 night games.
Right.
Of course, if they play well, more can be added through the league's flexible scheduling system. He says probably Bears-Packers. Bears-Lions is intriguing because of Ben Johnson. He said they've played the Vikings a bunch in prime time. They also put some of the crappy games like Panthers, and obviously Washington end up being a good game, but at the time you're like, okay, the first 2 quarterbacks taken, obviously they're going to play each other in a prime time game. I'm going to ask you guys, not which games you think are, because that's obvious. We just went through them. If I set the over-under at 4.5 for prime time games, remember we had this debate last year. Do you if they play on Thanksgiving again?
That's a standalone game.
That's a standalone prime time Christmas.
That's a
standalone prime time. So if you had to guess,
the only ones that don't count are end of the season Saturdays.
Yeah.
Right? Like those aren't because
what about London? They're not going to London.
They siphon off like 2 games at the end of the final couple weeks,
those.
Right? Like, do we count those as prime time?
No.
When you're going up against the college football playoff games and all that stuff?
No.
On a Saturday afternoon?
A bowl game? No. I don't count that.
Right?
No.
Okay.
I don't count that. You're setting it at 4.5. I'm going under. You're talking about upon release, not flat. Yeah,
upon release.
I'm going under.
We know even when the Bears are bad, they put them on nationally televised games.
I'm going under.
I think 4 is the right number. Under.
I think I'm going to go over.
I'm even going to potentially.
Are you going for 3?
No, I think it'll be 4. I'm just.
You're going to get a Packers game.
Okay, that's what I wrote down. The 4 that I think. I agree with you. I think you're getting a Packer game this year. I think they're going to skip Bears-Vikings. That's been a very popular Monday night game for the league.
Yeah.
I think the Lions are a no-brainer with the Ben Johnson connection. I have to say I think I'd be stunned if the league didn't put Bears-Lions in a primetime game because of Ben Johnson. Don't you agree?
I agree.
Say or Shea said, someone said that the rumor is Eagles-Bears opening night.
Yes, and I also have that as one of my primetime games. I put Packers.
Ooh, that might be over then.
I put Packers, Lions, Eagles, and then you guys tell me if I'm crazy here. The home game against the Cowboys. I put those 4 as being primetime games. Now, that leaves out like a trip to Baltimore. It leaves out a Minnesota game.
Cincinnati.
It leaves out Cincinnati. It leaves out San Francisco, which I don't think would be anyway. Leaves out Bears Steelers at Soldier in potential primetime. I think the Cowboys still are such a huge draw and that they're going to bank on the Bears being a little bit better, and they know that that's a sexy primetime game, Bears and Cowboys. Those are the 4 I have. One of the Lions games, one of the Packers games, the Eagles game, and the Cowboys game. What say you guys?
I say under.
I'm going over.
Yeah, I'm
Chris
going
is
over.
going over.
Yeah,
I'm
because
saying 5.
like think about it. What is more likely? They disappoint and are one of the worst teams in the NFL, or they're a little bit better than we expect and they're a team that people want to see? I would imagine I'm leaning towards they're a little bit better than we expect and people will want to see them more. Like, I don't think it's in the cards next season for them to be one of the 5 worst teams in football. I don't think that that's a possibility.
I would agree. I would lean towards they'll be slightly better.
So the logic laid out based on obvious potential primetime games, I would guess that at some point it's going to be more than that. I would definitely go over.
Okay.
I think people also are interested in Caleb Williams in this story. So even if it's not a great matchup, like it was pointed out that the Commanders games, that's appealing. You have 2 quarterbacks in their second year going head-to-head. Like, that's the conversation. Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams. I could see that being a Thursday nighter again.
They also played one of the more memorable games of 2024.
Yeah,
that's
right.
a good point. I didn't put that in my list, but that's a very good point. They could say, we have to put Bears Washington in primetime.
Mhm.
We have to
After
relive
last year,
the
yeah.
Fail Mary
Yeah.
over and
You gotta
over
re-rack
again.
it.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
2 young
like,
quarterbacks.
I could totally see that.
Who's the real star? I could
totally
So
see
I think
that.
it's over. I think they end up getting 6 or 7.
Good luck. Wow, geez.
6
What's
or
the
7.
limit?
What is the limit?
I think isn't it 7?
That's incredible.
Yes.
All right, Chris, it's good logic. I'll stick with what I initially thought and say under upon release. I wouldn't be surprised if a game gets flexed and they end up playing like 5 total, but
I'm still sticking with under.
I should have thought more about that Washington game because the league's probably going to be like
6 is the max.
6 is the max.
I'm going 6.
The league's got to be
Lock
thinking,
me in for 6.
we need a Sunday night football game to like culminate our weekend, but outside of the Monday nighter, we need to finish a Sunday by replaying and retelling the Fail Mary story over and over again all day and then have it culminate with Bears and Washington on a Sunday night. Watch Bears Commanders get a Sunday night game. It's a very good point. What else, Adam?
So there is a lawsuit. Someone is suing the NFL. A fan is suing the NFL for $100 million because of Shedeur Sanders' draft slide. The plaintiff is claiming emotional distress from the draft process involving the Colorado quarterback and son of Deion Sanders. It says here in the complaint, John Doe accuses the NFL of violating the Antitrust Act, the Civil Rights Act, and consumer protection laws. He also alleges intentional infliction of emotional distress, arguing that the league's conduct created an environment of unfairness and bias in the draft process. This is what he wants. A formal acknowledgement from the NFL regarding the emotional distress caused by their actions and statements, a retraction of the slanderous statements made about Shedeur Sanders, along with an apology for any harm caused to his reputation, implementation of fair practices in the drafting process to ensure that talented players are recognized and given opportunities based on merit, and any additional remedies the court deems appropriate, including compensatory damages up to $100 million.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, but I had to take some ethics classes and
Sure.
things like that in college. being a journalism major, good luck is what I would tell that guy. And proving some sort of slander towards a public figure such as Shadur Sanders is almost impossible.
Well, this was also filed in a court in Georgia.
It's almost impossible.
Which is weird.
It's good luck to you is what I would say. None of that sounds... Yeah, and I can't speak as a lawyer would speak or would know. So if you are a lawyer, you could call and tell us, oh, no, he's got a shot or no shot. To me, that seems good luck to you. None of that is winnable. And I would think that a judge laughs that out of a courtroom. Would you agree?
I would concur.
Okay, good. Why didn't I concur? Good luck proving slander.
Yeah, you can't. That's
not against
silly.
public
That's just
figure.
something that, look, I want to make a spectacle of myself.
Good luck to you.
It's dumb.
What
It'll
else?
be thrown out. It'll never even get. It'll never even get there.
All right, I want to ask you guys something. It involves Stephen A. Smith.
Oh.
So our future president is going to be featured on an episode of Law and Order. He's also have been on General Hospital. He's got a reoccurring character on General Hospital.
I saw that.
Okay, so he's going to be on Law and Order. Now, he's playing the murder victim. So he's going to be at the beginning of the episode.
And then
He's
he
going to
gets
get
killed?
killed, and there's going to be a one-liner about him, and that's it. He's going to be a corpse. If you guys had to pick a show to be either an extra in or like a featured, because this is kind of a featured part, but not like a real part, what show would you want to be in?
All time or current?
Whatever. Dealer's choice, man.
I would have wanted to have been in either Cheers or Magnum PI.
That's pretty good.
Just like a guy in the background at a bar on Cheers?
Yeah.
Those are pretty good ones. I mean, I'll go ahead. I'll take the. Adam's going to have a field day with this. Sopranos, obviously.
That was probably going to be mine, too.
Right? I mean, I thought you would have made some sort of Italian-American joke there on top of everything. But, like, walking in and ordering a gabagool sandwich somewhere. I mean, I would say Sopranos or Seinfeld, of course, because it was my favorite. If I had to pick one now, jeez, I think I'd want to be on maybe Severance. I like that show.
Not a lot of extras in Severance, though.
That's a good point. There really aren't. What else have I watched here lately?
Nothing.
I know. I don't watch enough shows.
I think I would
man.
be on, besides Sopranos, I think I would want to be an extra on Lost because you just get to be in
that's
Hawaii
a
the whole
good
time.
one. Lost would have been a good one.
You're just kind of hanging out on the island in the background.
Yeah, that would have been a good one. Or being some sort of fringe character in the, different menagerie that they had all the years on Seinfeld would have been fun. You could have found, I'm sure, something that would have been entertaining and fun to do and just a fun set to be on. Or like Curb. Being an extra on Curb would have been great. Somebody at like the country club that they're golfing with or, and that I think either one of those Larry David shows would have been pretty fantastic. I like that topic. Anything else, Adam?
Black?
Yeah, come on, Chris. Give us something.
All right.
Give us a good one.
Here's where my thought process has traveled to. You guys help me out. What show has been replayed the most in syndication? That's the show I want to be on.
Is that Seinfeld?
Do you get royalties from syndication as an extra, or do you just get a one-time fee?
If you're in the episode, you get the royalty
I'm
checks.
pretty sure.
Yeah.
Didn't Harry used to say you alwa's got a royalty check from not Fast.
There's
Risky
okay.
Business.
I was just watching a video. Who's the guy in Road Trip, Abdallah? That
I saw this video too.
All right,
Yeah, DJ Qualls.
DJ Qualls said that he's an actor. He was in some stuff. He was
You'd
in, I
recognize
think,
him.
The New Guy is a movie that he was in. He's like, if you saw his face, you'd be like, that guy's an actor, right? He said the checks he gets because he was in like an episode of Big Bang Theory.
I know exactly who it is.
Are like incredible.
Yeah.
So like that's
the dorky kid. Yes.
Yeah. So like, if the answer is Friends or Seinfeld, that would be my answer.
Yeah.
Is whatever gets shown the most in syndication.
King of Queens.
Something. Becker. Wasn't that a show?
Which is like crazy.
Like, it's always on the U, right? Isn't Becker always on the U?
What?
I'll be in Becker.
That's a good point because you do get that residual check.
And like the video Abdallah's talking about is that he was saying acting now is not the same because the streaming services don't have to pay you royalties if you're on these TV shows that are just on streamers.
Right.
Where back in the day, you're on an episode and then it gets into syndication and then you're continuously getting paid for the work that you did.
I mean, that's what made Seinfeld and Larry David billionaires, was
Yes.
the syndication
Yes.
made them billionaires. You know,
zillionaires.
So I know that was a long-winded answer,
it's
but
good, though.
that's it. That's where my mind went to, is like King of Queens, Everyone Loves Raymond, something like that. That's just always on.
By the way, speaking of that, and because it's a good take on it, a good way to think about it, and I got a number, a financial figure that's going to blow your minds coming up next. All right, that's the Lunch Rush. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing power and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute, hosted by Danny Ecker from Crane Chicago Business, is heard Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and is presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
There is a very cool Instagram handle that I like to follow called it's _sportsball. And they do visualizations of, like when the torpedo bat thing started at the beginning of the season. And they do drawings, like these quick animated drawings, and they lay out. It's a very analytic, approach to things. They talked about the physics involved in the torpedo bats and what makes them unique. And
right.
Blah, blah, blah. Sometimes they'll do stuff on NFL viewership or MLB earnings, right?
Sure.
In the wake of the Kentucky Derby, they did one that I thought was amazing a couple of days ago. The winner of the Derby, Sovereignty, was sired by a horse named Into Mischief.
Yes.
So you're aware of this, right?
Yes, Into Mischief.
You know that horse, right?
Yes.
Into Mischief had a very modest racing career.
Yes.
He barely won $600,000 in his
career.
In his career.
Career winnings of $600,000.
But for whatever reason, he has gone on to be the most successful breeding sire in the thoroughbred racing world. In fact, in the last 6 years, he is first each and every year. In the last 6, he is first in offspring earnings.
Right.
His stud fee for a live foal is $250,000 per. You guys have any idea how many foals, about on average, these horses average a year? Live foals, live births.
160.
It is 160 foals a year. Some quick math tells us over the last 5 years, the owners of Into Mischief have made $200 million in stud fees.
That's where the money's at.
You guys, $200 million. He barely won $600,000 as a racehorse. $200 million and counting in the last 5 years alone.
I mean, that's why when they say the breeding is where the money's at.
You think?
The Keeneland yearling sales. When you go to yearling sales in September down at Keeneland, you should see the prices for these horses.
I was blown away by it. I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. And they all want a piece of this Into Mischief.
Right.
And they charge $250,000 a pop.
Like Gunrunner.
Gunrunner's another one?
Gunrunner's another one. American Pharaoh's obviously down there. Justify has gone to stud.
And they're all
But after
winners.
he's done racing, it takes 3 years for one of those foals before they're eligible to run in those 3-year-old races where, you start making a little bit of that money. Did I say Run Happy?
No.
Distorted,
Gunrunner.
Distorted Humor. Fed Biz. I mean, all these horses, Tap It. They're all out there. They're all getting it done. Even Tiz now.
Some of those
will have
horses
a horse
you
or two.
named, though, are very prestigious. And like this Into Mischief had a nondescript racing career. But he's been, he's the progeny of progenies. He's the...
Well, if you look at the one before that really did well, that they did a story on, is Stormcat.
Is that right?
If you look at Stormcat and everything that came out of Stormcat,
yeah,
you'd be impressed.
Wow, that's all.
The one that kind of, like Secretariat, didn't have a great... he didn't have great horses.
Right.
Yeah. So when he went to stud and whatever they produced, they didn't just blow you out of the water.
And I guess his progeny, I shouldn't say he's the progeny. His progeny are the...
Yeah.
that's what everybody wants because he's like this...
There's
Into
not a
Mischief.
race.
So
if I go on my app and I look, say go to Churchill Downs if they're running today, or I'll go to Louisiana Downs, I'll go somewhere. You can look and you'll find Into Mischief horses.
That's awesome.
Running in almost every race. In every race, there'll be one of his offspring.
No wonder
running.
why.
Yeah.
But I thought that was incredible. $200 million in 5 years they've made. Unreal.
Here's another one.
And another one of his horses, just one.
Here's another one to take a look at. Not This Time.
Not This Time.
Not a horse that really anybody remembers, right?
No.
Not This Time is a horse that has produced some offspring also.
Fascinating. Crosstalk in 35 minutes. Some NFL Caleb stuff coming up next, including some recap of the draft a couple of weeks ago and how close the Bears were to landing TreVeyon Henderson. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Feel the boom. Schaumburg Boomers baseball is back at beautiful Wintrust Field. Get in on all the action as the Boomers open the season tomorrow night versus the Windy City Thunderbolts. Enjoy all the excitement on the field and stick around afterward for a spectacular post-game fireworks show. Schaumburg Boomers baseball is nonstop fun and championship caliber baseball, plus great food, free parking, and entertainment for everyone. Feel the boom this summer. Single game tickets are on sale now at boomersbaseball.com.
Hey, it's Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Jesse joined us an hour ago, Jesse Rogers, now with a baseball update. He's live in Rome. Not in any official work capacity, just unbelievable timing. And he's in St. Peter's waiting to see the smoke as we all sit and wait with bated breath. Most people think that it won't happen until tomorrow, that there'll be a vote now and that there'll be black smoke and they'll have to reconvene for a vote in the morning as they look to elect a new pope in Vatican City. A couple weeks ago, right after the draft, Dan Wiederer, our buddy at the Trib, he wrote a good article about the Bears trying to move up in the second round. Like, they thought a couple of times they had a dance partner. And both times, things just kind of fell apart, right? And that it sounded like, as Dan reported it, they were pretty close with New England moving up a spot to grab, or whatever that would have been. Would that have been one or two? I can't remember. That they were going to take New England's spot. They wanted Henderson, and New England ended up staying and drafting him. It definitely sounds more and more like the Bears coveted TreVeyon Henderson. If you were listening to a lot of our pre-draft stuff, he was one guy that I very much was hoping that the Bears landed. I talked about TreVeyon Henderson a lot, like him a little bit more than Judkins, like him a little bit more than a lot of the running backs in this class, and a very good running back class. I would have loved that the Bears ended up with TreVeyon Henderson. It was not to be, but just in some final reporting that ESPN.com was doing on just intel they gathered after talking to the 32 NFL teams, post-2025 NFL draft buzz, more kind of came up on the Bears trying to move up in day two. And they wrote, a lot of league insiders believe the Bears tried to make an early day two move, possibly to move up 4 spots to Tennessee's selection at number 35. Knowing Chicago's legwork on running backs, Ohio State's TreVeyon Henderson would have made a lot of sense in that regard. While Chicago had been linked to free agent running backs, Chicago has, been linked to some free agent running backs, typically teams like to see first what their rookies can do in May and June with live on-field reps. It means a great chance for 7th-round back Kyle Monangai, who has an intriguing skill set. So I know the Bears were linked to kind of like the Dobbins stuff a little bit, and who else is still out there? We talked about it last week. Oh, Nick Chubb is still out there.
Chubb is up there.
Nick Chubb's injury history and his age, though, would very much make it a no-go for me.
J.K. Dobbins.
J.K. Dobbins, we talked about a little bit. He's slightly more intriguing. Another guy that has battled some horrific injury luck over the course of his career, but a little bit younger and not as much wear and tear.
You can bring somebody in. That's fine.
And I think Monangai will get a little bit of a look, but it definitely sounds like the Bears wanted Henderson. A deal just never made sense, and I'm glad they didn't do anything silly to reach for a running back. I would have liked him, but if somebody was in that room talking Ryan Poles down again, like, hey, let's not go crazy. If it makes sense, we'll do it.
Yes.
If we feel like we're getting taken advantage of,
we're not doing it.
Don't do it.
Yes.
And it sounds like the Bears had that, like, awareness to say
the discipline.
Yeah, the discipline. Good.
Discipline
good
is what you're looking for. They had the discipline, not
Right.
to do anything nuts.
Right.
Not to do something crazy.
I got to say, I'm glad to hear.
Yeah, thank heavens.
Right? A couple times it sounds like maybe. Like they talked open. Poles was sort of open about, without naming names, like a move up for Genty, but he mentioned it. We can't be silly.
Who'd they show? They showed the Rams thing. They showed the head of the Atlanta Falcons. I think
what you saw was Howie Roseman reacting to the Falcons trade.
Thank you. Howie Roseman
Of the
reacting,
Eagles.
and he goes, no wonder we can't get a deal done.
Yes.
Because of, what, this is why. So, yeah, there you go.
They showed the footage of Roseman and the Eagles war room reacting to the Falcons trade, to Jurko's point. When he heard what the Falcons gave up, which was a lot, he said, no wonder why nobody's taking our deals.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you got to have that, like you said, discipline. And that's why you need your confidants maybe around you. Look, we saw the video footage a year ago of Ian Cunningham having to talk down Ryan Poles. Like, wait, big man.
Settle down.
Settle
down. Don't go crazy.
And they didn't do it for any of the running backs they liked, which is probably a good thing. I would have loved if they ended up with Henderson. I really would have. Like, I was hoping he was just going to fall to them. All right, it was too good to be true. And now you move on and you make the most of it. And maybe Monangai gets a shot. Bigsy was writing, Adam mentioned Bigsy's mailbag in the Trib earlier when we were doing the lunch rush. And he was, somebody had asked, trying to make some comps between him and Montgomery. And Montgomery's bigger, but they have some things in their profile that are similar. Neither one is all that fast. By the way, I wish I could run a 4.6 and somebody say, boy, you're slow. Just saying. I really wish I could run a 4.640. God bless pro athletes and elite athletes. But 4.6 is slow, let's face it, right? It's like it's not.
Well, in that world.
In that world.
4.6 is slow.
Now, that doesn't mean diddly squat if you can do all the other things.
Right.
David Montgomery is going to go on to have a very fine NFL career running a 4.6 340. Doesn't matter because there are so many other things that David Montgomery does well. And I think Monangai fits that profile a little. He's not as big even, but he's got that good sort of hard-nosed, like good contact balance, can run through guys, can run over guys. Like, he'll get a chance in this offense.
He'll get an opportunity.
Yeah.
And with a better offensive line,
Right.
everybody should be more successful.
Right.
They already let go of a guy that averaged 5 yards. I mean, they said, Khalil Herbert, we don't like you.
Exactly.
You can go. I mean, you had your more productive back that you decided because you didn't like him wasn't going to be a back for you.
Exactly right.
That's it.
It was expendable.
Maybe he didn't pick up blocks the way you wanted him to pick up blocks. I don't know. Either way, you said he was expendable. It's fine. They're all a dime a dozen. Bring some more in. Get them out there. Tell them to hold on to the ball and catch the ball when it's thrown them. That's it.
Yerk, there was a brief moment when the Bears, drafted Loveland at 10, drafted even more specifically, I think, Burden at 39. There was this brief moment that people were speculating around the league, could the Bears be thinking about trading DJ Moore? I don't think the Bears are interested in trading DJ Moore. I think the Bears are interested in maybe lighting a small fire under the keister of DJ Moore in the way they've talked a little bit.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think they have any interest in trading DJ Moore. I think they know and we know DJ Moore is a very good football player and properly motivated will be productive, and I think he will be very good and bounce back and look more like the DJ Moore we saw 2 years ago and even some of his best years in Carolina. But there was this brief moment where people were wondering, is DJ Moore going to be shopped? Are the Bears going to trade him? And, boy, Dallas makes a lot of sense because Dallas walked away from the draft. I thought they did some smart things, but they walked away without a receiver. They need another one. They obviously do.
And they went and got him.
They went and got him today. It wasn't DJ Moore. It was George Pickens. I don't know how many times we've talked about this, and we did it a lot when the Bears specifically made a deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers for one of their disgruntled wide receivers. I don't know that any team is more suited or capable to just going, we're going to wash our hands
of a guy
at that position, and we'll be just fine. You know, Calvin Austin is a player they drafted a few years ago. Roman Wilson they drafted, I think, in the third round last year, last spring out of Michigan, 2024 draft, that I think they hope maybe somehow gets on the field a little bit more and takes the next step. They traded for DK. Nobody, I don't, not that I can think of anyways, quite like the Steelers when it comes to you're getting to be kind of a pain, and even though you're good, we'll be just fine without you. And so they traded George Pickens today.
Yep.
Good for Dallas, probably.
He made some noise last year, didn't he?
Yes,
He was a noise maker.
Yes. And Mike Tomlin has almost no patience for it.
Yeah. Noise maker. Time to go. And the city of Pittsburgh doesn't have a lot of patience left for Mike Tomlin for some crazy reason.
Well, I know why.
They want Super Bowls.
They want
That's
Super
why.
Bowls,
Yeah.
I mean,
for them, going to the playoffs is not enough because they're in the playoffs all the time.
Yes. When was the last time they won a playoff game? It's been a while.
4 or 5 years, 6 years. I think we had it right at the end.
I mean, to your point, they haven't won a playoff game, I think, since 2017, if I'm not mistaken. I will double-check that real quick. Hold on. And, no, they lost that game. Oh, that's the game. Remember, that was the shootout game they lost to the Jags, Jurko.
Mm-hmm.
So let me go back. They haven't won a playoff game since 2016. That's an eternity for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, they've been, since then, since 2016, they've been to the playoffs 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
I wish the Bears have been to the playoffs 5 times since 2016. They've been 2 times. So it's definitely not the case. They've been 5 times, but they haven't won a playoff game in almost a decade now. So that's not good enough for them. So I guess there's your answer as to why they're frustrated and they have very little patience left from Mike Tomlin. But probably a good trade for Dallas. And I just sort of put I don't know. I'll give the benefit of the doubt to Tomlin and the Steelers here because they seem to know how to do this pretty well at that position. Does it change Aaron Rodgers' mind at all or no? Or do you think he knew it was coming? They were talking to him about it. I still think Aaron Rodgers is going to go play there, don't you?
At some point.
I think he's
But
going.
He's not in a hurry. Was he at the Met? Was he at the Met Gala? He was at the Derby.
Was he?
Oh, yeah. They had the camera fixated on him and his sunglasses. After him, they went over to Simone Biles. Yeah. So then getting a picture of all the stars there.
I don't know if he was at the
I
Met
think
Gala.
he's got a schedule that he's going to keep, and he's going to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers when he's comfortable signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
But I think he's going to.
Yeah.
And I don't think this affects it too much. You know, it's been talked about a lot the last couple of days. Waddle and Silvy were talking about it. I heard Kap and Hoodie the other day. I mean, this is kind of all we have left between now and the season. We have the schedule next week, but all the work's basically been done. And all we have left to talk about is, hey, is Caleb going to get better? Right? I mean, that's it. Everything's going to boil down to Caleb getting better. I mean, we can nitpick some things about are they, like, suited? Are they properly equipped on defense to, be a 9 or a 10-win team? Like, we could have all those conversations. I'm totally up for that. But really what everybody's going to want to know and see and what everybody's hoping for is growth out of the quarterback. And if that happens, they're going to win more games, and at the very least, we'll feel better about the future of this team. I did a quick search here, and, perhaps these numbers are a little bit arbitrary, Yerk, and it is very, yesterday, about this time, we were talking about comparing NBA eras. It is so hard comparing eras. And in the NFL, it is very hard comparing quarterbacks across eras because the game is so different. There was a time when rookie quarterbacks, it was not uncommon for rookie quarterbacks to not play right away. That is very much not the norm anymore because of the way the contracts are set up, the way the collective bargaining agreement is set up. You get that rookie quarterback and you basically play him because you want to know. The discussion about what's right and wrong and what's best for development, and that's different than the one I'm about to have here, and it's more nuanced, and I don't know the right answers to most of those. I think it's a very hard conversation to have. But the reality is guys get drafted in the first round, quarterbacks, and they play, Yerk. We know it.
Yes.
That's it. You're thrown to the wolves, right or wrong.
You've got to get in there and you've got to go.
And some guys succeed, some guys fail. But the days of sitting and learning for 2 or 3 years, that's a thing of the past. It just is. Even Mahomes sat for a year, and then it was like, hey, now it's go time. And it's just the way the system is set up now. So the numbers I'm about to give you they're very sort of era dependent in a sense. You're not going to find any old timers for various reasons. They didn't pass the ball as much. Rookies didn't play as much. Rookie quarterbacks in NFL history, though, Yerk, this actually only goes back. The data is only available on Pro Football Reference back to the merger, so back to 67, Yerk, which is a pretty good sample, right?
Right.
Here are the rookie quarterbacks all time that have passed in their rookie season for 3,000 yards or more, 20 or more touchdowns, and fewer than 10 interceptions, okay? It's Jaden Daniels, RG3, Dak, CJ Stroud, Gardner Minshew, and Caleb Williams. That's it. Those are the only guys that have ever done it. I certainly hope Caleb's career going forward looks like Dak's or CJ Stroud's, even though he struggled at times last year. I'll buy all the CJ Stroud stock you want to sell. I hope it looks like Dak's and CJ Stroud's career and Jaden Daniels' career even. Let's see. I mean, he's only played a year, but it was impressive. RG3 is a tough guy to talk about because the injury, I think, really kind of set him back, and his career was very short-lived after the injury. And Gardner Minshew is one of the easiest guys to cheer for, but if Caleb plays like Gardner Minshew and that's it, we're all going to be very disappointed, let's face it. So that's the list. And Caleb is obviously on that list. Did Caleb have a good season, a bad season, somewhere in between? I'd lean more towards Caleb had a pretty good season, especially all things considered.
Above average?
Maybe slightly.
Above average.
Rookie, would you agree?
Yeah. I'd say he had an above-average year. I mean, he didn't match the standards of what the kid in Houston did his rookie year.
No.
He didn't match what Jaden Daniels did, right?
Nope, he did not. You're
so,
right.
I mean, at some point you can't say, wow, what an excellent campaign. At some
Right.
point you've got to
Right.
dampen things down a little bit and just kind of slot it appropriately.
But you also shouldn't say it was
You gotta be fair.
terrible,
But-
right?
Well, it definitely wasn't terrible.
And it wasn't.
Yeah. That's why you said above average.
Yeah.
I like to put above average on there. Was it as good as the kid up in New England? Was it as good as the kid that you had over in Denver? All right. Find out which one of those would you put at average. Was he above average? The guy they played better than was J.J. McCarthy because J.J. McCarthy wasn't hurt.
Oh, you bring up an excellent
Or he
point.
was hurt, yeah.
You bring up an excellent point. Like projecting, who would you project to have a
but
better
you-
season?
right.
Drake May or Caleb Williams or Bo Nix?
You saw the step back, right?
Yeah.
You saw the kid in Houston.
Houston, step back a little bit.
He stepped back a little bit. He wasn't as good as he was his rookie year.
He was not.
Yeah, he got knocked down a peg or two there.
Will Jaden Daniels step back a little?
That's what you're asking.
Will these
yourself.
other guys grow even more?
Now you got all the film. You've got stuff going on. You know, does Jaden Daniels continue the way Lamar Jackson continued on and forged ahead?
Right.
Took Jalen Hurts a little bit more time. I don't know if Tua's gotten to where he needs to be. The injury, the concussion issue has kind of sidetracked whatever track he was on.
Tua's. To me, Tua is like.
Do you know what I'm saying?
System quarterback only. If the ball's not out quick.
Right. Whatever year he had in his introductory year, that's what he did. That's what's on record. You need better than what you had.
Yeah.
You need better, and there's really no cushion to be below that. You know, that's the minimum standard you're going to set. Okay, let's hope it's the minimum standard, and everything else is going to be above that. That's where you need to be. Where you're at is not where you need to be. You need to be better than where you were.
I think you just brought up an interesting point, too, about projecting out in this second year.
Yeah.
Who's going to have the better season?
Right.
Drake May, Caleb Williams, or Bo Nix?
Yeah.
I know what we all want, what we all hope for. How would you rank that, though? That's
Those are the
interesting.
challenges, my friend. Those are the challenges.
Like, can Caleb rise up?
Mm-hmm.
And by the end of year two, have everybody saying, all the talking heads and everybody else saying.
And does J.J. Kelly blow it? I mean,
J.J. McCarthy?
J.J. McCarthy blow everybody out of the water this year?
I don't know. I doubt
Does
it.
he come in there with Minnesota and just say, I'm going to light the world on fire? I mean, he does have the stench of Harbaugh all over him, so you've got to get rid of that stench. You see what the Michigan offense looks like.
It's awful.
At least he kind of led that Michigan offense.
That's true.
You know, as a more capable quarterback than what they had last year.
Good point.
At least he's more capable.
Oh,
You
that
can't
quarterback
get
play
rid of
last
that.
year was.
The stench of Harbaugh's all over that program.
Poor Sherrone Moore's got to still serve a suspension for it, doesn't he?
I saw that.
312-332-3776. How would you project that out? May, Nix, Caleb, could J.J. McCarthy? I'd be a little bit more surprised at that one, although he's got a coach and an offensive system that'll support him. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
One moment, life is moving forward. The next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills pile up, work is put on hold, and the insurance companies start making excuses. It's frustrating, overwhelming, and unfair. That's where Postman Law steps in. They have recovered over $3 billion for injury victims, delivering speed, ease, and results when you need them most. Hurt in a crash? Injured on the job? Sidelined by a serious fall? No matter how it happened, they fight to get you the compensation you deserve so you can focus on healing while Postman Law handles the rest. No upfront fees, no red tape, just real results. Insurance companies have teams of lawyers looking out for them. You need a team looking out for you. At Postman Law, they take on the fight so you don't have to, guiding you through every step of the process and making sure your case gets the attention it deserves. Don't let someone else dictate your future. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
White Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here. The bold design unites the legacy of 2 legendary Chicago teams, the White Sox and the Bulls, and celebrates the city's impact on both the diamond and the court. Every Friday night this season, the team will take the field in these iconic uniforms. Don't miss out. Grab your tickets now and check out the full City Connect collection, available at the White Sox team store. For all the details, visit whitesox.com/city.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners. If you're in the market for tractors, mowers, or RTVs, then Kubota Orange Day is for you. Alta Equipment is teaming up with Kubota for a one-day sales event. Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3, plan to be at Alta Equipment in Orland Park. Save big and get hands-on with the machines built to work as hard as you do. Live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange Days at Alta Equipment off 115th and Wolf Road in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th.
What's up, is J Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from May 9th to the 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's mystery gift card giveaway on Saturday, May 10th. The first 200 IKEA family members will have a chance to select a mystery gift card worth up to $500. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale, May 9th to the 26th.
Mother's Day is this Sunday. There's still time to show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just a few minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. So visit proflowers.com/sports or use code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
Game day in Chicago? Grab a Sam Adams American Light. It's clean, crisp, and brewed for moments like this. Wherever you're watching, it's always Sam season. Visit Almost Home in Wrigley to grab a Sam Adams American Light this baseball season. Sam Adams American Light pairs perfectly with how you do game day.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Pitch. He pops it up. Mydroth circling on the right side of the infield, and he makes, he clanked it. He clanked it, and the throw to second by Taylor is over the head of Amaya. And everybody's saved. Mydroth just did not have a beat on that pop-up, but unfortunately it didn't just drop. It hit him, I think, around the shoulder.
I thought it hit him right on top of his head.
Yeah, maybe right on the noggin, and it bounced into right. Or was it the glove? It doesn't matter. It deflected away from him, and Taylor had a play on Canna at second, but he overshot Amaya. So first and second, nobody out. I've never seen a play like that.
No, that's unique.
They might have just 51 wins since the start of last year, but that's world-class play-by-play.
I thought it hit him right on top of his head.
It's world-class booth, Len and DJ, right here on your home for the White Sox. I mean, seriously. Like Len's description, he clanked it.
He clanked it. He clanked it.
DJ, like, it was all perfect. Len immediately setting up. They still could have got the force play. You know, you'd think that the runner is dead to rights because he's going back to first. It's a pop-up on the infield. So you'd think that you're all right. Oh, my God, that just happened. You're still thinking, like, Taylor at least had the wherewithal to come in. I think he noticed that.
The right fielder, you're saying?
Yes,
yeah.
that Mydroth was fighting it as much as he was for whatever reason.
Right.
And he was right there. You could have had the force play. The runner's back at first base.
Yeah, he's on first. He's standing on first base.
Or almost he was. I mean, it's like, what? And so the whole thing, the description, the play-by-play, that like DJ, it's Len and DJ are the best. My son in a game last night, we were in Beverly, we were coming home, we were listening to the Sox on the way home. We listened to him take the lead. Full disclosure, I did not put it on one of the TVs when I got home. The Pacer game was ending. I had that on. The Cubs were on. I put that on the other TV, Yerk. And then my phone started blowing up in the ninth. I knew that the Sox had the lead.
Yeah.
I was kind of following along. I was listening to Len and DJ on the way home. I knew they took the lead. Then my phone starts blowing up. Ding, ding, ding. The group text here with a lot of us. Ding.
Ding.
And I'm like, what happened? And they're like,
ding dong.
Oh, did you see Mydroth? Oh, and it all started. I was like, what did I miss? So then I flipped on the game. At that point, like, they had the first and third, I think, with the one out. The Sox were playing for the double play. They almost had that. Not almost, but like that ball was hit just hard enough and like deep enough or up the middle enough where who was that short? Rojas or Amaya? Amaya was, I think. And like he kind of knocked it down, but they didn't have a play really. Then they tied it, and then Witt ended it. And I hadn't seen it yet until afterwards.
Yeah, and then you heard ding.
I've never seen a play like that.
No, that's unique.
It's unique.
Ding.
I thought it hit him right on top of his head.
Ding. And I'm telling you, I mean,
is he available for tonight's game?
I think so.
Or has he got a concussion? Maybe.
No, I think
is he in protocol?
No.
I would put him in protocol.
I was like,
you drop a ball like that and you try to head it into the goal. He thought he was playing soccer. What the hell was he thinking?
Like, to be fair, Jurko's not. It is a baseball. He didn't even react.
Right on his head.
Yeah.
So he clanked it. He clanked it.
Thick noggin.
I'm worried about him. You know, might have double vision. I'm afraid. Oh boy.
All right, so who are you guys cheering for? So the Champions League.
Well, I'm not a fan.
Half of the final is set.
I'm not a fan of Arsenal.
Inter Milan is in, and the winner today, PSG, Arsenal.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Arsenal.
You're not a fan of Arsenal,
Right.
okay.
So if Arsenal's down 1-0 right now, that's good.
They're down 2-0.
Then that's really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take a look at this, Yerk.
Looks like Mikel Arteta.
Oh, God, what a goal.
Yeah.
Oh,
the screamer.
Fabian Ruiz.
These guys.
That's a left leg, too. Is that his natural leg or is that the off leg?
I don't know.
I think it's one of his 2 natural legs.
Yeah, well, I got
Funny
that.
guy.
The third
Adam.
leg might be. I don't think he utilized
Some guys are.
You can see it there, the third.
I can see it. Funny guy.
Some guys are, are right-footed, Karm.
Of course.
And that's they kick the ball the best that way. And then, so was he left-footed? He looked like he's left-footed.
Well, the way that
that's
was
a
hit,
screamer.
that would be, to me.
That's a screamer.
If he's not naturally left-footed, that's
Yeah.
amazing.
And other guys can kick with both feet with, equal aplomb. You know what I'm saying?
Good. Well, look
Thank
at you.
Yeah.
Who do you guys? Do you guys have a rooting interest? Not really.
No, I don't care.
Don't care?
And if they both get in, I want Inter Milan to win.
I think Jurko said it best, though. I don't think anyone likes Arsenal.
Nobody likes Arsenal?
I mean, I don't want to.
I'm against Arsenal, too.
It's a college football thing to me. It's weird, this conference pride that people have when we get to, like, the NCAA tournament and we get to college football playoffs. Like, I want everyone in my conference to fail. That's not my team.
That's not your team?
So I want Arsenal to fail because they're not my team in the Premier League.
Fair enough. I'll cheer for the Italian team.
I want him to fail simply because who was the guy that used to manage him? Arn.
Tell him.
No, Arsene Wenger.
Arsene Wenger.
Yes.
Oh, Arsene Wenger. He was a pompous Frenchman.
Really?
He was.
All right.
An arrogant Frenchman. And
It's the worst kind of Frenchman.
He led that team. I think in 2004 with Thierry Henry and Dennis Bergkamp and Marco Overmars and the De Boer brothers. They had and Tony Adams in the back line. They had a tremendous lineup, and they ended up winning the EPL that year, the English Premier League. But
you don't like him.
He was just pompous, so pompous all the time.
I don't think a team from.
I had enough of them.
I don't think a team from Serie A from the Italian league has won since 2010. That was the last time Inter won it.
Inter won, yeah.
It's 15 years, so I'll cheer
That's
for
a
the
long
Italian
time.
team to win.
Now, Juventus has made the final.
They have. And Inter was in it a couple years ago, I think, in the final.
I believe you're right.
And Juventus has made the final, but they haven't won it
right
in like 15 years.
Yeah.
So I'll cheer for
It's
that.
been a long time.
All right, coming up.
Real Madrid has won it 6 times.
Well, no kidding. They're
Yeah, in that
dynamos.
time.
They've won the most ever, right?
You've got that right.
They're
15 of them.
incredible. Who's got the final word, you guys? Is it? I think it's Len.
Jesse.
Oh, it's Jesse. Oh, this is gonna be.
So he clanked it. He clanked it.
Come on, Jesse. We got crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy coming up. Jesse Rogers has the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word
Had to have the last word.
on Carmen and Jurko.
Every news organization in the world is here. I mean, there's so many cameras. It's the Super Bowl of Catholicism, I guess. I don't know.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN
So
Chicago.
he clanked it. He clanked it.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale, starting Friday.
Hit the road with Kap J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContests.com.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
One of the greatest stats of all time, 7,485. The original run of Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats set that box office record on Broadway. Now, Cats is being reimagined for a new generation at the Paramount Theater in Aurora. The same beloved songs, but with modern circus flair. You'll see jugglers, contortionists, aerialists, and of course, many, many cats. Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats, playing through June 15th. Get your tickets now at ParamountAurora.com. Use code ESPN for additional discount.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, you know, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Silvy is Carter Hawkins' burner account?
Yeah, Silvy too. He is doing it for Carter Hawkins. Silvy's got to calm down. He's tweeting after every big hit.
Every single one.
The vein in his neck's going to explode if he's not careful. I'm looking out for my friend. I'm just saying. It's too long of a season.
Yeah.
You know?
Sounds like a hypocrite to me.
What does that mean? They're not going to sign him anytime soon. You got to calm down.
You got to settle down.
Okay, is this? I just want to make sure that I know who I'm talking to here.
We just want you to settle down.
Am I talking to the same guy that when the copier doesn't work for you, that you run down the hall and you tell all of management, the copier's not working?
I only tell one person. I tell Eric. I'm like, Eric, the stupid copier's not working.
And are you the same?
Copier, it's the
are you the same guy that in a pre-show meeting a couple of days ago, when one of the producers / hosts had mentioned that the Kentucky Derby no one was interested in? 20 million people watch the Kentucky Derby. What's wrong with you?
No, that's not true at all. Somebody said nobody cares.
Somebody name names.
Well, Chris said something like, "Why would anybody care?" And I don't even remember how I put it. I go, "Wait a minute." I'm like, "Are you telling me you don't know why people watch the Kentucky Derby?"
I was told you were yelling.
No, I wasn't. I said, you don't know
Was he yelling,
why.
Black?
You raised your voice.
I might have. I said, I laughed.
Did.
I think I was like, Chris.
You were starting to get very
Chris,
upset.
you don't know why people watch the Kentucky Derby?
I said that there's people who are really into it, and then there's people who don't pay attention at all. And I don't know why you would be interested in it.
That's not even the way he put it. And I was like,
yeah, that's exactly what I said.
But I better watch myself over Kyle Tucker.
Well, you better. You're going to give yourself an aneurysm.
Well, it's kind of nice being interested in your baseball team on a nightly basis.
I'm interested when the ball bounces off guys' heads.
Extension.
Oh, what did Moore say?
Oh, he clanked it.
I thought it hit him right on top of his head.
I've never seen a play like that.
No, that's unique.
That's unique. I just want to make sure I'm talking to my good friend Carmen DeFalco, who does get angrier about the littlest things in life over anything.
You better just be careful. Like Adam told me, I don't even know because I never go on Twitter anymore.
Oh, you don't?
Never. I mean, hardly ever. And certainly I don't during games. And Adam said, Silvy's texting or tweeting after every hit. And I'm like, he's going to go nuts.
Said he's got Carter Hawkins' burner.
Well, we were joking. Because some people keep saying, like, why doesn't Jed? I'm like, Jed? I'm like, I think Jed's probably tweeting out, like, we should sign Kyle Tucker. Like, I bet you Jed and Carter
Jed does have a
I know. I've heard.
It's the one that says Jed Hoyer. That was really his, and it was the old I'm spanking it. Do you remember that?
This time in life.
So I know this is fact that his burner account is the one that when Twitter first started, he took it out just to.
What did he take out?
I want to say that the handle is Jed Hoyer, like Jed _Hoyer or something like that. It's not like a fake name.
With the blue mark.
Yeah, right. And so supposedly when he first started, his only tweet on there the entire time was spanking it. And like, so it made it look like it was a burner, or it wasn't him. And then after the Cubs World Series win in 2016, check it out.
Is this a well-known thing?
Fairly well-known. I've told this story before.
I don't know how I've missed this.
After the Cubs won the World Series in 2016, the second tweet from that account came out, the first in years, and it said, "I need a towel."
Has he tweeted anything lately? The Cubs should sign Kyle Tucker?
Man.
Well, I would think that those guys are every day. They're probably sitting in that suite going, "Geez, if we could only convince him to pay him."
I follow it somewhere. I got to dig it up because I'm doing the search.
I have a feeling that they would love to be able to go to Kyle Tucker's agent and say, "We'll give you whatever you want." But I don't think that's going to happen, guys.
I don't think they'll sign him. I think they wouldn't want to, but at the end of the day, if you had Silvy asked the what was your web poll question? Will the Cubs eventually re-sign Kyle Tucker? Yes, no, or hell no?
Are they willing to spend $500 million on Kyle Tucker?
No.
That's what I said. But I could be surprised. I mean, maybe this is the one where they surprise you. But maybe you use the past to predict the future, correct?
Yeah. Maybe he leaves them very little choice when it's all said and done. That's happened before.
Well, right? they what do you mean? Like this owner could do whatever he wants.
I'm trying to think if I could
leave you any choice.
I'm trying to think if I can come up with a comp where it would be like.
Look what they did Jerry did with the Bulls when that became,
Yeah. Here it is. It's Jed Hoyer _.
Jed Hoyer.
And it's still up. And he's following 18 people. And he has almost 3,000 followers, including, this is how you can tell. The Athletic Chicago follows it. Matty Lee, who covers the Cubs, follows it. Rushing Baseball, Gordon Whitmire, Rick Sutcliffe.
Whoa.
Jeff Joniak follows it.
What was his last?
Tony Andrade. Connor McKnight follows it.
Wow.
So,
what was his last tweet, Silvy?
The last tweet was, and I butchered it. So on April 14th, 2009, he tweeted, "Spanking it." And that was retweeted 3,000 times. And then on November 3rd, 2016, anyone have a hand towel?
Oh, my God, Jed. Is that the last tweet?
The last tweet was something about Boogie Nights. Finally, I'm a star. I'm a star. I'm a star. I'm a star. I'm a bright, shining star. Yeah. What is that?
Well, that's from Mark Wahlberg and Boogie Nights.
Yeah.
That's his thing. Remember at the very end too when he takes it out.
Yeah.
He says I think that's what he says, isn't he? He's in the mirror and he says I'm a star.
But I don't know why he has that.
That's such a weird movie, too, in
good,
a lot of
though.
ways.
Dirk
It was.
Diggler.
It's dark.
Burt Reynolds was great in it.
Yeah.
Heather Graham was very good in it.
She's sure. You bet your bottom dollar.
I forgot that Heather Graham was in. Last weekend I watched.
Spine Shagged Me.
Hangover.
The Hangover.
All of those, yes. But Swingers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot.
At the end. She's the girl he meets at the end.
I watched that movie for the first time in a long time, and Favreau is just so good.
Awesome. So good.
So good. Like his performance.
Put him on the map.
Yes, it did.
I mean, you want to reach to the television and slap him through all of it. Like, wake up, buddy, wake up.
It put all those guys on the map. It put
Who,
Vince Vaughn
Favreau?
on
Are
the
you
map.
saying to wake up with all the? It's the cringiest scene ever.
Yes.
One of the most cringe-worthy scenes.
Yes.
Right? Where you
which
feel
is great.
for him and you want to smack him.
Yes,
and be like,
that's
come
my
on, you
point.
gotta stop.
But my God, it was such a good movie.
That movie's going on 30 years old.
Yeah.
You believe that?
Boy, Vince Vaughn looks like he's 15 years old.
Do you remember what the music genre in that? That was when the big band had the Renaissance.
Yeah.
What was that group called?
I'm trying to think of it. They were called the
Stray Cats.
No,
that's a little older than that.
Not the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones. What were they?
That may have been it.
No, it's something else.
It was called like because I could see him at the end when he's dancing with her. They're playing that song that got hot for a while that they had. What the hell was their name? I'm not going to be able to.
Voodoo
remember.
Daddy, Big Bad
Voodoo Daddy.
Yeah.
There you go. Good call. Big Bad
Lies
Voodoo
Googled
Daddy.
it.
Who sings it?
Big Bad Voodoo Daddy. That's the name of I believe that's the name of the group, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. Big Bad Voodoo Daddy. That's exactly what it is. Well,
so you guys good? Everything
of course.
Everything good? Okay.
Yeah.
We were.
Right. I was laughing.
It was funny that I was thinking anybody people are like, well, why doesn't? I'm like, it's not Jed, guys. I don't think it's Jed. I think Jed would love to sign.
I did say this though.
Kyle Tucker.
I think Jed wanted to sign what's his face, the little third baseman.
I think he did too.
Kicking the crap out of the ball right now.
Didn't he basically tell you that
Yeah.
the way he held that press conference?
Yes.
He was kind of like.
Can you imagine if that guy was in this lineup
he's got
right
like
now?
2 wins right now. You know.
The only problem is I've heard some stuff that they may be a little reluctant that if they do sign him for $500 million, and there's a salary cap, a hard salary cap, that it takes up. You know how they are with their numbers and everything, and especially if there's a hard cap. Would they say that it's taking up too high of a percentage for one player to build a winner because you don't have the unlimited funds anymore?
There's not going to be a cap, though, is there, you guys?
So would be a cap going forward, or would the Dodgers have to divest themselves?
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, or they would have like a year or two, maybe.
But how would you then be able to trade away some of those players to teams that they couldn't fit underneath? You'd have to grandfather the
That's what
existing
I would think.
contracts.
Like, what happens to the Soto contract in New York if there's a cap?
I don't think you would have to grandfather it.
And I think that's where some of this, like Agita's coming in with the Cubs because they worry with the new rules if they sign him a year before these new rules, not knowing what the true rules are, that they could get screwed in the future.
What about the deferred money? Is that why these teams are doing it more and more?
So I got clarification on that. So I texted Passan. I asked Jeff Passan, who wrote that article. He's coming on with us Friday. I asked him, are they doing these signing bonuses like Vladdy did, where $350 million was in a deferred bonus? And is this to get through a loophole without paying luxury tax or the new salary cap rules? And he said, no, there's no loophole. That counts against the luxury tax.
It does.
It is strictly for what you guys were talking about for a guy who doesn't want to pay all the tax. It's a tax loophole. So, for instance, Justin Tucker, Kyle Tucker, I'll never stop. Kyle Tucker, who lives in Florida, and he may want it a lot in a bonus so he can get through the loophole of paying Illinois state tax on that signing bonus.
It's something the player's taking advantage of. You're doing it to benefit a tax break for the player.
Yes.
So, okay, that's interesting. That's an interesting
So, like,
clarification.
you know how you were saying, would a guy want to play in Florida or Texas more?
Right, yeah.
Because
like, who wants
there
to go
is, like,
play in
so
Florida,
this is a loophole where you could pay less of the yearly salary and more in a technically bonus where he's taxed in Florida.
Really?
We were talking about this.
I think that's
So there's no benefit to the team like the Dodgers
No,
deferring
that's
all
what
that
I
money?
thought
He told me no.
We'll
ask him again Friday, but he said no.
That's interesting. Because I would have just, I guess, assumed that that's why they were doing it, because it lessened the AAV, right? Which means that there wasn't as much for their luxury tax bill. That's complicated.
Do they in baseball, Johnny, remember when, I don't know how they did it. In football, there was a time where they were trying to tax you for every state you played in.
Well, I think they did. He's talked about that.
Do they still do that in professional sports?
Yeah, I think that was like
Wasn't that the reason you got to be part of that lawsuit in California, Yerk? Because you had paid state tax for playing games in California?
I went out there, and Mel Owens, remember him, the wide receiver for the Rams? He had a law firm out there, and you went out and you got checked out and the percentage of disability. And the way you qualified was the last time you played in California, or if you had an agent that was based in California.
So you qualified for.
So I qualified.
Yeah.
And then you went after the team that you played on the last time you played in California.
It's
and
odd.
it was
So-
the Jacksonville Jaguars.
So do these guys pay state tax in every state that they play in,
think so.
even now?
And they're called
it's
duty days.
Duty days.
So if you were there 2 days, they'd go they want just the NFL season.
Right.
But I think what they ended up going was 2 out of 365 days. And then they tax you like $495.
Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But I'm saying these guys are, all over the place.
Think about like if you
81 times a year.
Even if you're on
when
the Cubs.
I played, I had like 8 different state returns that I had.
But how about a guy who has a regular job but travels and does a lot of business in other states? They don't have to do that.
They didn't kind of go after those guys.
Yeah.
They just whacked
the high-income
athletes.
athletes.
The athletes is what they did. That's what they were
Because there's money generated by those athletes or something. I wonder.
So
because
maybe to that point, he gets the $350 as a signing bonus, which he's based in Florida, so
Those
he
aren't his
pays
wages,
he pays no state tax on that because that money is paid to him prior to him playing in all the different cities.
Interesting.
By the way, do you want the Dirk Diggler reference? Someone dug it up for me. Why he tweeted that?
Yeah,
why Jed
what did
Hoyer
he
tweeted that?
what did he tweet?
The day that he tweeted it was November 17th, 2020, the day that he was named president of the Cubs, taking over for Theo. And this account tweeted, "Finally, I'm a star, I'm a star, I'm a star, I'm a star. I'm a big, bright, shining star," with the video from the movie Boogie Nights.
With him whipping it out?
With him taking it out? Or no?
I don't know what the...
Jed's got a good sense of humor.
Yeah, he's got a great sense of humor. He, as a guy, him and
Top
Theo
notch.
were like their sense of humor to hang out with, they were amongst the best. They are amongst the best.
That is hilarious. I'm a star, I'm a star. I mean, that's brilliant. Good for Jed. I got to start following that burn. I never go on
It's
there,
3 tweets. That's it. And that's the last
not
tweet.
worth it.
Not a lot of following.
What does he
to
have
follow.
it for if
It
he's
is.
never going to use it, I wonder? What's he doing with it? I mean, in case he wants... I mean,
And to monitor, or like they all had a Twitter or have. Ryan Poles has admitted he has a Twitter,
got a burner,
and like to look
because you can't be on there looking as Ryan Poles. You
Yeah,
gotta
now
have a burner.
his isn't Ryan Poles _ that we know of.
What is the benefit other than a headache? Are you really getting the pulse of the fans on Twitter?
Well,
I think
there's
it can
news
be
on there.
skewed.
Don't forget that.
Well,
There's,
that's true.
He's not looking at necessarily what people are saying about him, but he's getting Passon. He's getting Nightingale. He's getting stuff from the league that's happening.
I guess so.
Schefter with football,
Yeah, you get breaking news that way, maybe? That's a good point.
That's fair. You could have your own, though, and just mute everybody.
You could.
Yeah. Why not do that?
I don't know.
So someone asked us this. Did you see that the Rams are going to Maui for their mini camp?
They are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
First
not far.
minicamp.
They're doing like a what's the hook there?
The Hawaiian tourist, whatever. Like they've got a promotion with them.
Maui.
Tourism Bureau.
Good for those guys.
Yeah.
I'm sure they got high schools out there. They play football.
Puka,
you
has a nice
university,
connection.
right?
Sure.
Well, but
Well,
the
Maui's
university's not
different.
in Maui, though.
Oh,
No.
Yeah.
University's on Oahu.
Yeah, I think it's Oahu.
Oahu.
I've never been.
It's Honolulu, isn't it?
Someone asked us where would the
Yeah.
Bears have their mini camp?
DeKalb.
I was going to say Bourbonnais. I mean,
no, it depends.
Bourbonnais or Maui.
Or Platteville.
Decatur. I'm sorry, Decatur.
Decatur.
It depends which country you can get an agreement with. You know,
We went to
marketing
Scottsdale
agreement.
for Wani's first.
Did you? Hawaii's a part of the U.S.
Oh, yeah. For
I understand
Wani's
that,
first
but it's
mini
about
camp,
generating revenue.
we
That's
went to
what it is about.
Scottsdale.
No
And
kidding.
a bunch of us stayed like 5 days afterwards and played golf.
We
at
went to
the
Arizona
Point.
when they were building the Don Hudson Center.
Yeah.
We ended up being out there for a little while. So
We loved
But
it.
no, like Turkey, like Emirates Airways or Turkish Airlines.
Can you imagine
if they
if I went
wanted
to
you to go to a
Turkey?
mini camp out in Turkey?
I made it for a mini camp.
Why not?
Like
We're
the
gonna
thing
fly
about
to Istanbul.
the
No
Rams,
thanks.
it's not a long
For
it's
3
not a
days
long
of
flight
practice.
for them.
Probably only a couple hours, a few hours, I would think.
Four, someone was
maybe
saying?
four,
Yeah, it's
4-ish hours
4 and
for
a
the
half.
Rams. Yeah.
You could get to Hawaii quicker than you can get to New York.
From New
LA.
York, yeah, or from L.A., yeah, probably. Close.
6 hours
I bet
flight?
it's probably close. No, yeah, Sylvie's right. It's probably 5 hours L.A. to New York, right?
I mean, it's almost 4 here.
Yeah, I bet you
coming
it's a
back
good. I bet
3,
you it's a good 5 hour
3:45.
flight at least.
Listen, if the Bears
From
could
LA to
get
New
paid a certain amount of money to, tied
Where
in
would
to
you
take
go?
a mini camp somewhere,
Go down to Cancun.
they'd do it.
I mean,
Sylvie's. I mean, really,
yeah, put some people up.
The problem is, how do you?
That's where the Bears go when they get eliminated.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
closer.
1, 2, 3,
Cancun.
Cancun. Yeah.
Look at it. Yeah, it's closer.
Yeah, Hawaii's
Closer to
probably.
Maui, to Los Angeles, and Los Angeles, New York.
I would think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've confirmed.
Thank you.
job.
It's been confirmed.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, it's not a hideous
no question.
travel time.
No, it's a long way for us. Hawaii's
Oh, yeah.
a long trip.
Yeah.
I've never been. Like I
long
was just
trip.
asking you, Carm,
Yeah.
if it's
I've been 3
worth
times.
going there with a long trip versus other places that are closer that you have not been, like Turks and Caicos,
Beautiful.
Costa Rica, Aruba.
Jamaica.
Aruba's amazing.
Ooh, I wanted to.
take you.
Like is Hawaii
Down to
worth the
Kokomo.
extra flight time? People either love it or they say it's overrated. That's I've heard
I've
from both.
been there in forever,
should
but
go
I
to
loved it.
Bogota.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
This time of year,
Historic.
especially.
Colombia? Is that where
Yeah.
you want to go?
He wants to get my.
Medellin.
Oh, yeah. You want a, what do you call it? The Colombian necktie?
Oh, that Colombian Bam Bam. Oh, man.
What's
Woo. Be full energy tomorrow.
Pay that man his money!
By the way, someone did say, Sylvie, I've been in consulting for many years, and I've had to pay taxes in every state I work.
Oh, wow.
Been doing this since 2002. It just is an athlete. So that's very interesting. Thank you.
I would assume he's a very
Appreciate that
successful man.
information.
I think it might depend on how you're getting paid though, and what. Right, he's a consultant. Like we're going to Louisville next week. We're not paying tax for the day we're in.
Right. They don't care about the average guy, the average man.
I don't think I'm going to have to pay tax in Kentucky at the end of the year. Am I?
Have the Kentucky State Treasurer chase you down. I'll give him a call.
I don't know.
He's probably in a deer stand right now, so he may have to wait until Monday.
Turkey hunting.
Turkey hunting? My bad.
Nobody hunts deer in the spring.
Yeah, you can't hunt deer.
Guess
I think in the woods of Kentucky, they hunt whatever
can
they
happen.
want.
That's right. Anything
Whatever
can
they
happen.
want.
No.
Possum. It
Yes.
might be possum
You
season
betcha.
right now.
Guess who we have on for the first time in over a year?
Is it
Jay Cutler.
Dan Plesac.
Dan Plesac.
Wow,
Talk some.
sack
We got to
man.
talk about the Ryan Presley situation.
Sackman?
Yeah, it's rough.
Did you hear the stats?
I mean, I know some of them. I wrote a few down too today. We didn't really talk about it too much, but
Elvis?
do you guys know he is? Do you know he's got the third? So I wrote a few things down. Third highest zone contact rate amongst all relievers in baseball. By the way, Brett Keller has the 11th highest. That means they're not missing bats,
No,
guys.
you
That's like-
were all over that.
They're getting tattooed in the zone. He has more walks than strikeouts right now. And, there was a time when Ryan Presley was a strikeout pitcher. He's averaging like 3 strikeouts per 9.
I know. Here's
Not
what.
good.
So here's a stat from Jacob Nitzberg. We've all heard the stat about that this was the worst performance in Wrigley Field history. We've heard that before.
Right.
Going even bigger outside of Wrigley Field. Using Baseball Reference going back to 1901, Jacob Nitzberg could only find one other pitcher in Major League Baseball to allow 9 or more runs in a game without recording an out. In 1951, Hank Bowery of the Tigers allowed 9 runs, all earned on 5 hits and 4 walks against the St. Louis Browns. So this was the second worst pitching performance in the history of baseball since 1901.
And it happened in a blink, you guys. Like, it was just right. It was like bam, 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 bam. It was like one after
Didn't get
another.
it out. I thought, Sylvie mentioned, I thought your stats, they would the word be prescient?
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 Yeah.
That you were ahead of it because
Bradford Doolittle specifically wrote about it like on Monday, and we read some of that off, and then just going off of that, I looked at
over the course of time, it eventually is going to get you.
Holy cow.
Tyler still is a big believer. He keeps, every time this happens, he's like, oh, he's fine.
Well, he hadn't given up an earned run in the month of April. Like, he was finding a way to get it
He's
done.
like, he's a ground ball pitcher, don't worry. And I go, not at 36. This is like Kyle Hendricks, where, Kyle Hendricks could do it at 26, being a ground ball pitcher, not a big strikeout guy. But now all of a sudden, when you get older and your stuff isn't as fine, you have to be, there's very, very little room for error, or you have these blow-up innings.
Right. If you're never going to miss bats, like, there's very little room for error. That's very true.
What was the funniest part of last night's sports?
I mean, it had to be
my
Sox, right?
Yeah.
The bounce off his head?
Off the melon.
Had to be. And then the most
was it watching the T-Wolves shoot 0 for 15 from beyond the 3?
That was atrocious.
I'll tell you what, Ant-Man disappeared in that game,
he
too.
kind of got called out by his coach.
He did get called out.
For good reason.
So he'll come back with a vengeance.
And then the Cavs?
I don't know. I mean, like, what are you doing? You can't get the ball in. You can't box out a guy. Like, what?
Do you see that stat? Like, there's only, what are they? I sent you guys.
It's like 3
and 1,600.
And they've done it twice in a week.
Yes.
And by the way, we're going to play some audio today when we talk some Bears from one football insider who is raging against the idea that the Bears trade for a running back.
I don't think they should trade for a running back. Who are they going to trade for?
Well, there was talk about maybe they would.
Dobbins?
No. Dobbins you just signed.
Oh, yeah. I thought they gave him a 10. So they gave him a 10. You wouldn't have to trade. No. Okay. Who would they trade for?
No, by the way, Kenneth Walker III.
The insider was Jurko, the Bears podcast.
No. You said that? What did he say?
That he would rage against, that he's very against the Bears trading for a running back.
Oh, wow. That was on with the penetrator.
Who are they trading for? They're not trading.
Well, there's some buzz about Kenneth Walker III.
About Kenneth Walker?
And they said no. I go, no. What are we doing?
He averaged 3.7 yards a carry last year. He's a good player.
You got rid of Herbert. You didn't like a guy to average 5 yards per carry.
I don't think they need to trade for a running back.
No. Sign Dobbins if he's available.
Yeah, go with who you got.
All right. What else is up today?
That's it. So, and then Big Cat at 4 o'clock.
All right, Big Cat at 4. Dan Plesac with the guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Waddle and Silvy are next.
And Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale, starting Friday.
Hit the road with Kap J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Looking for the best live music in Chicagoland? You got to visit Joe's Live in Rosemont. Pecos and the Rooftops make a stop on Saturday, May 17th, followed by Bone Thugs and Harmony on the 20th of June. And then just announced later this summer, Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on September 16th. Tickets are selling fast. Grab them while they are available at joesliverosemont.com. Don't wait. That's joesliverosemont.com.
At Coast Ivoni, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavoni and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4million.
Coast Ivoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. It's May and the temperatures are rising. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus no money down, no interest, and no monthly payment until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
You have heard me talk about how business
businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Game day in Chicago. You know what that means. Grab a Sam Adams American Light. It's clean, crisp, and brewed for moments like this. It's the perfect call whether you're at the bar, at a tailgate, or cheering from your couch. Wherever you are watching, it's always Sam season. Swing by Almost Home in Wrigleyville to grab a Sam Adams American Light today. Sam Adams American Light pairs perfectly with how you do game day.
This PGA Tour moment is brought to you by True Green.
With 8 holes to play at the 1986 PGA Championship, Craig Norman, the world's #1 player, led Bob Tway by 4 shots. However, the lead quickly vanished. On 18, Tway's approach landed in the bunker, while Norman the edge of the green. Tway proceeded to hold his bunker shot for an incredible birdie and victory.
An incredible, unbelievable birdie 3.
True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
The middle, and that's a base hit. And they'll hold Ramos, so a run in, and it's 6-5. Puts the bunt down, throw comes home, and the ball gets away from Kelly. Run comes in to score, and it's 7-5.
A 1-2-3 would be nice.
That one inside. Did it hit him or not?
Well, Bill Miller's indicating that it hit him. I guess it doesn't matter. Run's coming home anyway.
After review, the call is confirmed. The batter was hit by the pitch.
Line drive, a base hit out into right field off the bat of Lee. And it's 9-5. Here's the pitch. Base hit left field. And that's going to score 2. Throw to the plate is cut off. And it's 11-5. Line drive into left field. That's a base hit. Half throw to the plate. Too late. And it's 12-5. Flores will tag. It's 14-5. JD, in the new rules, what's the most runs you've ever seen scored in an extra inning game?
I'm going to guess this one right here.
There you go, Marquee Sports Network. It was great to hear Boog back in the booth.
It was.
He's doing the game today as well. Cubs currently trailing the Giants 3-1 in the 6th. That was last night, and it was not great to hear or see Ryan Presley.
Not a good night for Elvis.
No, and it was so weird. It was a very, very weird game. Down 5-3, you came back. You had a chance to walk them off, too, in the 9th inning. PCA had a tough strikeout.
It had the feel of a storybook ending with, another really good moment and a really good start to the season for the Cubs. You had Turner, your $500 million guy. Not Turner. Tucker.
I've always done that, too.
He's driving in the tying run in the 9th inning, and you could have walked it off, as you said, with PCA, a blooming star, in the 10th. It had all the makings of, like I said, one of those storybook endings.
So I know his numbers weren't terrible before yesterday's game, but I think this is the second really bad outing. His ERA is now 7.62, Ryan Presley, and his WAR is a minus 0.8. So he's almost a -1 WAR guy. And his WHIP is 192, which is astronomical. So let's bring in Dan Plesac, who knows a thing or two about pitching. It's a big error on us. We have not talked to Dan Plesac in so long. It was great to text with him yesterday. We need the conductor back, as years and years ago when he used to do the Cubs post-game show, he would lead the Cubs train as the conductor and wear that hat. And, of course, he's from the area, and now he's a star in MLB Network.
All right. Second of all, I made my live pitching in the bullpen. So I'm at home watching the game last night, right? I got off the air at 7 p.m., went home to watch the game. All I can tell you is this. The night that Ryan Presley had last night is a night, this is like your worst nightmare as a reliever. 8 runs, 9 total, 8 of them earned. Your ERA goes from 2.02 to over 7. Tommy, you touched on it. It looked like a game they were going to win in regulation. Yeah. Second and third, one out. You've got PCA up. He strikes out. He's been so good. I think you've been so spoiled by the first 5 weeks because the endings have been good that eventually, I'm not going to say it's going to even out because, Sylvia, I'm not trying to scare you, but as long as Justin Steele and Imanaga are out, their margin for error gets less and less and less because they're going to have to rely more and more and more on that bullpen, which has been good, but it's starting to get overexposed.
It's such a good point, Dan, that I heard a conversation yesterday on the radio station where a lot of people were saying, well, look, the bullpen still isn't as good as they want it to be, and they need to add a bullpen arm and maybe not a starter. But I think they go hand in hand, and I'm always interested in adding to the bullpen, Dan. But I think you hit on it there, too. By not having these starters, and especially the guys who do go 6, which is a lot these days, which I don't like to begin with, you're just giving it to the bullpen earlier on a day-in and day-out basis. So if you don't get another starter, you're simply relying on a shaky bullpen even more.
Yeah, and 2 things are going to happen, Sylvie, for the train to keep rolling. I follow this game, 30 teams up and down. I like the team coming out of spring training. I didn't think they would hit like this. Like, I don't know what they have to do, but they have to keep Kyle Tucker. I don't know what it costs. Listen, it's not my money. I get it. He's been a lineup changer for that team. I know he had a bad spring training. I didn't care about spring training. He played on Team USA in the World Baseball Classic, and Mark DeRosa just had glowing things to say about him all winter. When the Cubs acquired him, he was like, I'm telling you, he's the guy. He's a run producer. He's the middle of the order bat. He's been everything. The problem is those kind of guys right now, they don't become available, and when they do, you have to pay a big price for him. They acquired him, and unless things go really south in the next few months, I don't see how they don't sign him back. They have to bring him back. The 2 key things that I see that's going to have to happen, they're going to have to continue to hit, and they're going to have to somehow, some way, Colin Ray, Ben Brown, somebody's got to step up and start giving them 6 innings, 6+ innings. It's hard to win without Imanaga. Now, they think he's going to be back sooner than later, but you've lost Steele for the year. The problem is this. There are a lot of teams right now looking for the same thing right now. They're looking for a starter, and that guy was supposed to be Sandy Alcantara of the Marlins. He was supposed to be – he's had a lousy start to the year. Everyone's chasing starting pitching, and everybody that thinks they have a shot at the wild card or winning the division, they're all in on relievers. So if you have one right now, you're certainly not going to trade anybody now. You're going to wait till teams get really desperate, so it's going to be important for the Cubs to stay above water till they get to late June, early July, and then put themselves to say, okay, we are a legitimate contender to win the Central, or we're a legitimate contender to get into the postseason. And if they do, then I think you'll see them make deals. But all the hot ticket items right now aren't pitching really well that are available as far as starting pitching goes. And I think one team that might be selling starters are the Cardinals. Like, they might want to move Fetty. They might want to move Miles Michaelis. But I don't think you're going to get, like, right now, you're going to get anybody that's going to replace Justin Steele or a guy of that caliber.
Danny, what does a Tucker contract look like when all is said and done, and especially when you factor in the looming labor issue after next season?
My guess, Tom, it's going to start with at least a 4 in front of it. It's going to be at least $400 million. And if you go by what Vladimir Guerrero signed, $500 million plus with the Blue Jays, I think it's going to be somewhere in the 4s to maybe 500. And that's what those kind of bats are getting right now. So I don't know how you structure that deal. You back end it. I don't know what the cost of that will be or how you finagle it. You do what the Dodgers do. They back end it. You know, Shohei Ohtani's not going to get the brunt of his money for like 8 or 9 more years. But right now, if I'm the Cubs and I'm Jed, I've got to do everything I can to, 1, make him happy, and 2, keep him here, because they are a different team without him in the lineup.
We're talking to Dan Plesac. It's Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. Take us inside a player's mind, Dan, when things are going as good as Tucker. That what do you want to do? If the Cubs do approach you and you do like it here, are you willing to not see free agency and sign a deal if it's one that you like? Or are you, by all means, going to free agency because you can always circle back to the Cubs and you're looking to make the most money?
You know, I think it's per player, per pitcher, however they want to look at it, right? I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he's not a Boris client. So you have that in your favor as far as maybe getting a deal cut before the season ends, because most of the Boris clients, they want to test the market. They did it with Juan Soto, and he does that with most of his clients. So I don't believe he's represented by Scott Boras, so that's a good thing. If you're trying to get a deal done between now and the end of the year, I think it really matters when you look deep inside. I don't know that answer. You don't know it. Tommy Touchdown doesn't know that answer. The only guy that knows that answer is Kyle Tucker. Is there some place in his childhood that he always wanted to play, someplace close to home? Did he have a favorite team? You know, you always worry about that. But I think when it's all said and done, it'd be hard to walk away from the corner of Clark Avenue. It's a great ballpark to hit in most of the time. Last year, the weather conditions were terrible. It was cold in April and May. The wind blew in. That ballpark played more in favor of the pitcher. But it's a great venue. You have one of the things I think that gets lost in this when you play for the Cubs, you have some semblance of a natural life, right? You get done, you have some day games. You can go to dinner with your wife, with your family, with your friends. You get down, you live close to the ballpark downtown. There's so many things to do in that city. It's one of the best cities in the world. I don't think they're going to have to sell the city and the Cubs to Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker's going to have to sell to himself, do I want to play for the Cubs?
Yeah,
he's really the only one that knows that answer.
How disappointed would you be, and you started this way, you led a little bit into it, that the Cubs have to pay him? If we find out in the end that they're just like, look, the price of poker for us is too high, would you be super disappointed in Tom Ricketts and the team?
Yes, because, listen, when you and I and Tom grew up, you know, the moniker, hey, the lovable losers, you know, listen, after 2016, 2017, that's gone. Like, the Cub fan now is a better fan. They want to win. They got a taste of what it's like to win, kind of like the same thing the Red Sox did. They broke the curse, and all of a sudden they went on a run. What would disappoint me would be this. That division for the foreseeable future is going to run through the Cubs. They have more funds. They have better players. I think Pete Crow Armstrong has a chance to be a dynamic player. I do. He's starting to hit for power. He plays with energy. He's everything that's good, like if you want to watch the Cubs. He's young. He's vibrant. I just think they're in a window right now where they can outspend the Reds. They can outspend the Brewers. They can outspend the Cardinals the way they're going, and the Pirates. They've got a chance right now to really put a clamp on this division. If you can lock up a guy like Kyle Tucker, you would think in the short term, in a 4 or 5 year window, that the Cubs have to be the team to beat in the Central. And I know last year towards the end of the year. They were running on fumes with the bullpen, and they pieced it together. They made a nice run late. They've gotten off to a great start. They've scored more runs than anybody in baseball. I try to, if I can, watch the games. There's a buzz back at Wrigley again. There's so much to do around that ballpark. It would just be a missed opportunity because guys like Tucker, they don't come around very often. And when you have one, you better try all you can do to hang on to that guy.
I was going to, you beat me to the punch with PCA. I mean, Tucker is obviously their most valuable player, but I think we all would agree PCA has become the most popular player on the north side for good reason. His development, Danny, where's the ceiling for this guy, and what does he eventually settle into?
Tom, I think he's going to be a legitimate 20 to 25 home run guy from center field. While he's still young, say the next 5-6 years, he's going to steal 40-plus bags easily. If he, can cut his swing down, put the ball in play. The power started to come towards the end of spring training last year, and I had a lot of my colleagues that were in the series in Tokyo when they played the Dodgers that they marveled at two guys around the batting cage that had a lot more pop than they thought. Harold Reynolds could not believe the pop that Suzuki had, and he came back saying, hey, this Pete Crow Armstrong, man, this guy's going to hit for some power someday. Do you know how hard it is today in baseball to find a center fielder that can run? He already threw a runner out this afternoon's game in his Giants game from center field. He can hit, he can run, he can throw, he can steal bases, and if he hits for power, you're getting like four players in one. Those guys don't come around very often.
He's the only one who's driven in a run today for the Cubs as well. He did it with a double earlier, so he's
it's unbelievable.
The lone bat for them this afternoon.
He's a really good player. The guy, I'm waiting for Dansby. He's slowly starting to show some signs of life to snap out of this thing. He struggled offensively the first few weeks of the season. I don't know if they can continue to score runs at the clip that they've been scoring, but they're going to have to, as long as Imanaga's out and Steele's lost for the year, they're going to have to play kind of more of an American League style, take advantage of the wind when it starts to warm up at Wrigley, and they're going to have to win a lot of games 7-6, 9-8.
So you're not buying that Carson Kelly's going to have a 13-15 OPS the entire season? You're not expecting that?
No, Greg Amsinger, who I'm with tonight, I'll be on it in like 45 minutes. He cannot believe why he's not playing every day. He hit for the cycle in Sacramento. He didn't play the last day. But I think if you look at it, if you're Craig Counsell, his argument would be the reason he's being so productive is we're putting him in spots, we're putting him in matchups where he can succeed. I don't think that's the issue with the Cubs. I'll say this, if the All-Star game was tomorrow, he'd be an impossible guy to leave off the All-Star team. When you look at the runs batted in, the amount of games that he's played in, he's been tremendous. Offense has been great. I just worry that somebody's going to have to step up. I don't know if that's Ben Brown, if it's Colin Ray, another guy. I tell you what, and sometimes you have to admit, like, I thought, boy, the Cubs, that was a big reach to give Matthew Boyd that kind of money when he only played like a month and a half with the Guardians last year. I'm going to tell you what, I underscored him. Just like Silvy, I will be with you, and I know you're going to bring. I was like, Kyle Hendricks is a good pitcher, but he's not on the Mount Rushmore. And when it was all said and done, the more you watched Hendricks, the more you liked him, the more you loved him. He took the ball every fifth day, and I'm starting to feel that way kind of with Matthew Boyd. But with Boyd, what's been interesting this year, last year with the Guardians, he was 91, 92, had the good changeup, mixed the curveball in. He started to get some 94s, 95s, so the velo's better, the changeup better. He's been really good. I was like a little shocked when they gave him almost $30 million for 2 years, but it looks like money well spent right now.
Yeah. Dan, before we let you go, we're talking to Dan Plesac, Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. Getting back to the Ryan Presley issue, which we touched on, but we didn't come up with your thoughts going forward. He's 36 years old.
He's the best option in the ninth inning, Silvy. It is what it is.
Over Porter
right?
Hodge, because I love Porter Hodge.
I do too, but this is the problem. He's never really garnered and taken that ninth inning. There's a big difference between the seventh and the eighth inning high leverage because you have a safety net. There's 2 mounds down there in the bullpen, and if you don't have it that night, they get on the phone and they get somebody up. When you go out there in the ninth, you're out there, you're a man on an island, and you load them up, you got to get out of them. Somebody's not coming in to rescue. And trust me, Tom, I pitched in every role there is. Oh, man, you came in, you got Barry Bonds in the 8th, but I didn't have to get him in the 9th in a 1-run game. You know what I mean? That's the difference.
Did you ever have
that it's not there? It's a different animal.
Did you ever have one of those Presley moments or anything close to it?
Oh, I did. You know, the first thing I got done, I watched the game, and I went for a walk at the local high school. Right, I tried not to run on concrete anymore. I had a game against the Seattle Mariners in 1991 that I firmly believe if Tom Treblehorn didn't take me out of the 9th inning, I would still be trying to get out of that inning. 26 years later, I'm not kidding you. Yes, it is the worst. It is the worst feeling ever because when you only get to pitch about 50 or 60 innings all year, he's going to have to go 20 scoreless innings to get that thing under 4 again. And that's a lot harder said to do than to get it done.
All right, but besides walking on just concrete these days, what else is new in your world? Are you still getting back to the area here?
I actually am, and you know what? I don't know if it's out, but actually the White Sox had reached out to me, and I'm going to do 21 games. I'm going to fill in for some road games. Steve Stone's going to take a couple of road series off, so I'm going to do some games for the White Sox.
All right.
Okay, that's outstanding. Can you let them know that we would like to watch these games and to put it on Xfinity for us?
I will. As a matter of fact, I will make that call as soon as we get off the phone.
Thank you.
Bring an air sickness back, too, because there's times when it's kind of a rocky watch.
Gotcha. All right. Probably when I'm being the analyst, it's probably better off that way, Tommy Touchdown. You're like, who the hell is that guy? Oh, that's that guy from MLB. He sucks.
You're the best, Dan. It was great to catch up with you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Danny.
Okay, and as always, 2 words. Woo, woo!
Woo, woo! There he is, Dan Plesac, the conductor. He is one of the best guys in the world. Not like analysts. He's the best guy. And now he gave us some news doing some White Sox games.
I love that. I love the fact that if Stoney's going to take some time off, someone like Danny gets an opportunity to step in. I love it.
Maybe he can loosen up Schriffen. You think he's exactly what the doctor ordered for Schriffen? I haven't watched this year, so maybe he's looser. So I'm just thinking.
Haven't watched them recently. I didn't notice anything really different in the earlier part of the season.
All right, I'm going to quiz you on something coming up, and then I want to talk NBA playoffs. If you want to react to Dan Plesac, it's 3-1 right now. Cubs trail the Giants. We'll keep you posted on that game. We'll move to the NBA playoffs. And like we said a lot of bad things about the postseason and about the regular season, and a lot of people called complaining about it. Are you back on the NBA bandwagon this postseason? And if not, why? 312-332-3776 plus Barstool Big Cat at 4 o'clock.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
History had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, and then came the tech boom. But right now, it's the Wi-Fi boom, and the Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Streaming, booming. Gaming, booming. Video calls, booming. Even when your boss schedules a meeting that definitely could have been an email. And now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in one all-in plan. It's the ultimate power couple. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go. So your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. And now through June 23rd, new customers can get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited Internet data, and get one unlimited 5G mobile line included all in one plan, all for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, or panning for Wi-Fi gold, one thing is for sure, Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. It requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees are extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Ankin.
Hey, what's wrong, Kap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt.
Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Kap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap and J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 Field Pass tickets to the Flow Rida post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Rate Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Hey guys, it's Kap, and let me tell you about the great people over at Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been a trusted name in comfort in Chicagoland for 80 years. You can rely on them for HVAC services for your home or your business. Their highly trained technicians are the best and offer fast, responsive support. Automatic's team is ethical, and it's easy to see why they have been relied upon for so long. That's my team at Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit atomatic.com today.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
We're everyday people doing good in our community. Our kindness runs deep, just like our blood. The same blood we donate to help treat sickle cell disease, which hits black people the hardest. Good news is, 1 in 3 black blood donors is a match for someone struggling with sickle cell disease. Stand tall in the eyes of your community. Donate today because our blood saves lives. Visit redcrossblood.org/ourblood to make your donation.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The inbounds pass comes into Jordan. Here's Michael at the foul line. A shot on Elo. Good! The Bulls win! They win! Set the Cleveland Cavaliers. Michael Jordan hits it at the foul line. 101-100. 20,273 in stunned silence here in the Coliseum. Michael Jordan with 44 points in a game hit the shot over Craig Elo. What tremendous heroics we have had in Game 5.
Pretty incredible. That was 36 years ago today. How about we had anniversaries of the Kerry Wood game yesterday, and I say that shot for Michael Jordan was the biggest shot he had. We've always debated this. I don't know if you've remembered why I say that this shot in a Series 1 game, first round game, it was best of 5. That was Game 5. The Bulls had a chance to win in Game 4. He missed free throws to beat the Cavs. And the Cavs were the better regular season team. They had home court advantage. But Michael hitting that, we've always discussed, and people who are really into the Bulls like I was growing up, that opened the door for them to become a great team. If they get eliminated that series, who knows? Because then they won the next round, and then they lost to Detroit. But if they don't win that series, where are they the following year in 1990? The year before, and then where are they a championship team in 1991? Beating the Cavs that year on that shot opened up the possibilities for the Bulls, and it taught them how to win in the postseason.
We've never had Michael on the show. We mentioned this a while ago, but we have had Craig Elo. Was it on the anniversary of that shot a couple of years ago?
It was a Randy Merkin special.
Yeah.
He was always gracious in speaking about that. Elo went up. Michael was up. Elo came down.
Michael was still up.
Michael was still up, and he double clutched that shot. And I don't know if you remember last year when Doug Collins got into the Hall of Fame, we had him on, and he told us the story about that game. Do you remember how the Kentucky Derby factored in to Michael winning that game in Doug Collins' pep talk?
I forget. I vaguely remember the mentioning of the Kentucky Derby, but I don't remember the details.
So I guess I believe I have this story correct off of memory from him telling this to us. The Kentucky Derby was run that previous Saturday. Mm-hmm. So this was a Sunday game. The winner of the Kentucky Derby that year was Sunday Silence. And so the Bulls' motto then, when Doug got them together, said, hey, I think Red Kerr told him, Johnny Red Kerr, and there's another story too. These guys, these producers, and it's nothing against them. They're young. It's Jack and it's Justin. How old are you guys, 24 and 25?
Correct, yeah.
So, like, you weren't even close to being born. This was 36 years ago. It wasn't even close. So I emailed them. I'm like, hey, make sure when we get this highlight, we play the Jim Durham Red Kerr version of it.
Who's Jim Durham?
Yeah, there's a John, I think Dick Stockton did the game nationally, I think. And then there's a road version of this. And I think yesterday, too, we played a weird version of the Kerry Wood game.
Yeah.
And it wasn't Chip Carey. So I made sure today in the email, I go, make sure we play Jim Durham and Red Kerr. And Justin had to come into the office, and he goes, is this the version you're looking for? Because he didn't recognize who Jim Durham or Red Kerr were. I mean, Red Kerr's been dead for probably now 15 years.
Yeah.
So
it's just all of it makes me feel old.
It makes us feel old, yeah. So anyway, Doug Collins told the story to the team, hey, here's who won the Kentucky Derby today. It was Sunday Silence. We want to go into the arena and make it Sunday Silence.
Yeah.
We want to silence the crowd in Cleveland. And that's exactly what they did. And I don't know if you caught it the first time we played it. Jim Durham said, like, 21,000 in stunned silence.
Yeah.
So
that's good broadcasting right there.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
I texted Doug Collins just not too long ago saying happy anniversary. Every day where Doug Collins is running around as the coach, like Jim Valvano.
Yeah.
Crazy. And he said they asked him.
He was all permed up then, wasn't he?
I think he did have the perm.
Yeah.
And I think that was the famous quote where it was one of those games. It may not have been this game, but one of the games he had a famous quote where, hey, Doug, what was the game plan? And he said, give it to Michael and get the F out of the way.
Yeah. Sounds like a good plan to me.
It worked more times than not.
Yeah. I mean, like, look, it's a solid game plan, especially when Michael is your guy.
Yeah. So I wonder if that call will make the top 25 all-time calls as we count those down. Something to look forward to.
Here comes the hook.
So
you guys, have you heard that yet? Did you go back and listen to the Kerry Wood, Chip Carey broadcast, fellas? No?
Yes.
You did? Are you sure?
Did. I'm positive.
It was the first time I'd ever heard the Houston call of that yesterday.
Yeah, so we played the Houston call, but we had a full 1-2 in the system that was like 3 minutes long, and that one had Here Comes the Hook.
It's like daycare in there. It really is.
We got to teach them.
Did you guys get your sippy cups and your naps in today? Jesus.
All right.
My mom used to tell me the stories of all these old broadcasters. I'm like, I don't remember. Like, I wasn't alive then, you know? But, and now all of a sudden, we're the old guy in the room.
It's so funny you mention that because, like, I grew up with Joe Nuxall and Marty Brenneman. Like, you remember the
Sure.
Kids today in Cincinnati would have no idea.
Right. Oh, absolutely. Or I don't think most of the kids, I bet you guys know Harry Carey, correct? Harry Carey passed away before the 98 season, so he passed away before you guys were born, too. But you guys know Harry Carey.
Of course, yes.
You guys wouldn't probably know Jack Brickhouse.
No.
I know his stuff.
I've heard the name.
What's his stuff?
Well, not his stuff, but I've heard his calls. I've heard his.
What was his catchphrase?
Oh boy, that I don't know off the top of my
So
head.
you know what?
Holy cow!
You know, yeah, that was Harry Carey's Holy Cow. He used to say, hey, hey. It's on the foul pole in Wrigley. Did you not know that was the reason for hey, hey on the foul pole?
Gee, come on. You guys are like, I know, Smokey, are you a huge Cubs fan as well?
Yeah.
Jack's a huge Cubs fan.
I know Jack is.
Yeah.
He's got his Cubs undies on right now, and they're in a bunch because they're down 3-1 in the 8th. But, my goodness.
Hey, hey,
have
flag.
have a sense for history, boys.
It's not a flag. I believe it's on in letters unless they've changed it on the actual foul pole in like red lettering. And it says, hey, hey
Show
on
us
it.
you care, Smokey, and have hey, hey tattooed on your forehead by the end of the week.
On the forehead?
On your forehead. Are you a fan or are you not a fan?
I don't know if I'd get it tattooed on the forehead.
How about a temporary tattoo?
Temporary tap.
For a couple of weeks.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
Not the forehead.
Okay.
So Cleveland's still doing Cleveland stuff, too. They lost in heartbreaking fashion 36 years ago today, and they lost in heartbreaking fashion for the second game in a row yesterday to Indy.
Like, that's a no-excuse loss. None. There's no excuse for that loss. That's a choke. Like,
Weren't they up by 7 in both games with a minute and a half?
Yes. With less than that. They were up 7, with like 40-some seconds left. I sent you guys the actual stats, I believe, if I can recall these. I mean, the ineptitude is historic. Since 1997/98 season, teams are 3 and 1,640 when trailing by 7 or more in the final minutes of the fourth quarter or overtime. So 3 and 1,640 is the record for teams that are trailing by 7 or more in the final minute of the fourth quarter or overtime. The Pacers in this postseason have accounted for 2 of those wins.
2 of them. It's incredible. It was done only one other time previously. It was 1 in 1,600 and something, and the Pacers have added to that by 2.
Yeah.
Or not the Pacers. The Pacers won, and the Cavs did. I didn't think there was any way the Cavs would lose yesterday. Anyway, I thought that team, the way they've marched through the regular season, they were going to get right, and they were going to be, then the Pacers would be happy going 1-1. I didn't think there was any way that Minnesota would lose yesterday's game because the Warriors were so tired from a 7-game series against the physical Houston Rockets.
I had no inclination that the T-Wolves at home were going to go 0 for 15 from behind the three-point line in the first half. At one point, they finally, I think they were 1 for 16, and at one point they were 1 for 20 from 3. Like and Anthony Edwards completely disappeared the entire first half. Had 1 point.
Do you like this or do you not like this? This is Chris Finch, their head coach, after the game talking about Anthony Edwards' disappointing offensive performance and his energy level.
Coach was saying that he relies on you to set the tone.
That's Edwards. Here's Finch.
Starts with Anthony. You know, I thought he struggled early, and then you could just kind of see the light go out a little bit for a while. You're the leader of the team, and you got to come out and set the tone.
Do you like that? Or should that be said behind closed doors?
If you said it behind closed doors to begin with, then I'm okay with it saying it at the podium as well. If you told him first, I think it makes it awkward if that's the first time your top player hears it. And maybe in the conversation, Anthony Edwards was like, "You're right, Coach. Like, I got to get us going."
Not at the podium, though. This was Anthony Edwards at the podium when asked about it.
Coach was saying that he relies on you to set the tone from the start, and he didn't quite see that. Do you feel like you were off at all just in that department, or just kind of the way that you started the game?
Nah. I feel like I played great defense. I just couldn't do nothing on offense, so.
Yeah, it sounds like it sounds like they didn't. That conversation wasn't had in the locker room. It may create a little bit of friction for sure, but
But he probably knows his guy, and he knows it's game one, and he probably says this should, even if it angers him, motivate him to just be on his,
Like, again,
no
I
days
don't know.
off in the postseason.
It's a great point that you make. I don't know the dynamic between coach and player. There may be that dynamic where he can say that about Anthony Edwards, where he maybe can't say it about another member of his team. So maybe they have that relationship that it won't cause the friction that it may cause in a different situation.
And then there was Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield doing it yesterday. I want to play you some sound from them. They were doing like a comedy act up there. And Steph goes down, and the Warriors still won that game.
And I don't think Steph's coming back anytime soon. They said they'll reevaluate after a week. But if you look at their schedule, that means he's going to miss, what, games 2, 3, 4, and 5?
At least 3.
You have to win one of these without him, at the very least. Like if you can make it 2-2 and make it a best of 3 and get Steph back, and I don't even know if that's possible. He's already, I don't know, maybe the thumb heals with him being off of that in a way, and maybe it's a blessing in disguise. I don't think so. You want always, even with an injured thumb, he's been great. You still want him on the floor, but coming back from, it was a hamstring strain. Like, Shota's going to miss a month. I know it's the regular season, and this is an NBA player running around.
They play Thursday and Saturday, okay? So he's obviously out for those games. They play again Monday and Wednesday. That takes you to a week, and they didn't say he'll be back in a week. They said they'll reevaluate in a week. At that point, you're shooting for, you got a little bit longer of a break at that point. You're shooting for Sunday, May 18th. So I think
the playoffs are worse without Steph, because I was really interested in seeing how far this team could go. I like Minnesota, too. I like watching them.
Well, your guy's got an opportunity to take his playoff reputation to an even higher height.
Yes. So we'll play you some stuff that Jimmy said. Here's our question for the general Chicago sports fan who's been without playoff basketball for years now, and especially a playoff series win. Are you enjoying the NBA postseason, or were you out after the bad regular season? So where are you as far as, like, I get every now and then no one cares about the NBA, Silvy, but I know you guys are out there. I know Chicago's a basketball town, and I think that's the loud minority people. I was pissed off at the NBA because they didn't try in the regular season too, but that's coming from a place of love. I still love the NBA, and I want to see them compete, and it's been outstanding here in the postseason. Have you guys enjoyed it as much as we have? 312-332-3776. All that in Barstool Big Cat coming up at 4.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out. Congrats to all who'll join us at Seven Bridges Golf Club, Wednesday, June 11th. All of you will be randomly assigned to play on behalf of one of our show teams. Great prizes are at stake. Stay tuned for more details or visit gripitandsipitclassic.com.
Guys, spring is here. The warm temperatures are here as well, and it is time to get new energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. Right now, you get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. So if you've been waiting and you've been hearing me talk about it and you're like, look, this is a big project. A lot of my windows are going to have to be replaced. Think about the savings with 60% off and a free entry door at Window Nation. Check out all they have to offer at windownation.com, or you can call them and schedule a free in-home estimate at 866-90-NATION. Speaking of a house full of windows, I got new windows in the living room. I got them in the kitchen, in the master bedroom, and in the kids' room, and we love them. They work the way they're supposed to. We've saved money on our energy bills, and their customer service is second to none. My guy, Alan Favada, will tell you what you need and what you don't need. He's their sales manager, Chicago guy. This is a family-owned business that's built it from the ground up. So call Window Nation today, 866-90-NATION. Go to windownation.com and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
How much would you pay to recruit a top transfer or keep a star at your favorite school? A new NIL crowdfunding site will let you try. FanStake recently raised more than $6 million in seed capital to build out its platform, which lets college sports fans commit money toward a potential NIL deal for a player to stay at or transfer to its school and get the credit back if it doesn't happen. It's meant to help schools reach beyond their wealthy donor bases in the recruitment game. The company said it has about 18,000 users so far that have offered nearly $500,000 combined. It comes as the NIL game is poised to change in a big way from the so-called NCAA House settlement. The governing body last month passed a series of new rules that would allow schools to directly pay players and monitor NIL deals if a judge approves the plan as expected in the coming weeks. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths, or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X-Venture starts here. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners save big on tractors, mowers, or RTVs during Alta Equipment's Kubota Orange Day sale in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3. Live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange One-Day Sales Event, Tuesday, May 13th, Alta Equipment in Orland Park.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club. Waddle and Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Misses. Halliburton the rebound. 9 seconds. They do have a timeout. Carlisle's going to let him play. Halliburton steps back and hits. Tyrese Halliburton trying to take Cleveland's heart. And it is over. The Indiana Pacers in a Game 2 stunner.
Is that Ryan Rucco? Is that who was on the call there?
Was it he or was it Spiro Ditas?
Or Spiro, maybe. It was ESPN, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought it was
ESPN
Spiro.
night last night. Yeah. Spiro Ditas on the call. And Halliburton, I don't understand why people around the league, the players voted recently in that athletic poll. The fans were chanting this too. They're just going to, grab onto this now since it's become a story. I don't know why people think he's overrated or why players. I don't know if he rubs guys the wrong way. There are plenty of NBA players who rub other players the wrong way and they don't get tagged with that. To me, he's the opposite of Zach LaVine. Like, he may not score as much as Zach. He may not be as athletic as Zach is, but he wins way, way more, and he impacts every game way more. And he's not empty calorie. He wins games for the Pacers. And just to think that the Bulls chose Patrick Williams over him. And they needed a point guard. Kap laid it out perfectly. They were considering him. They had him in the room. Iowa State, very skinny coming out of Iowa State.
Yeah.
But they elected instead to draft Patrick Williams and then sign, what's his name, from New Orleans, Alonzo Ball. And that didn't work out. That was bad money. You got lost a draft pick because you tampered.
That Cavs team got outscored 36-21 in the fourth quarter. And it's a team that was, 34-7, I think, this year at home.
They're really good.
They were up 119-112 at the 48-second mark. It's the second time we've seen the Pacers do this, and it's the second time the Cavs have absolutely puked on themselves.
Yeah. So did you see, too, Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield were having
I heard a little bit of that.
A stand-up routine?
By the way, Buddy Hield has been the star of the show the last two games.
Yes.
Obviously, he was a three machine in their clinching win against the Houston Rockets. And then last night, he was 5 of 8 from behind the arc with 24 points, which was definitely needed when Steph went out of that game.
He's either really hot or he's a liability.
Yes.
Like, it's really weird the way he goes back and forth.
He's a willing defender, too. I don't know what his defensive metrics are, but he's a guy that is I don't think you're allowed to wear a Warriors uniform if you're not a willing defender, but he is a willing defender.
But did you see he was wearing the wrong shorts? Speaking of uniforms, yesterday he talked about that.
Jimmy switched it out. It was Jimmy's fault. Okay. Jimmy switched it out. And that's what happens. I was looking for my shorts, and I thought it was the right one. He said, "Yo, put these on." It was the right, and that was.
That's what you're going with.
Yeah, I'm going. It was Jimmy's fault. His locker's next to my locker. I was looking for my shorts. He said, "Yo, I can't find my shorts." Oh, I see there, and I put them on, and it looked just alike. And after that, got a fine for it. So it's cool. It was Jimmy's fault. Blame Jimmy.
So that was fun. And then this was Jimmy Butler with Buddy Hield talking about. I don't know if you remember, like, after he left Miami, he said, like, I found my joy again. You know, that he wasn't happy in Miami. And Buddy Hield is busting his balls over that. Yeah. Listen to this.
We had to make sure he got his joy back because somehow he lost his joy. We're not going to say where he lost his joy, but somehow he lost his joy.
Why do you keep doing this? Do you even know what these are called? What are they called?
2 fingers.
So Buddy Hield was doing losing my joy with quotation marks. The air quotes. Yeah. And he didn't know what they were called.
It's all you know what's and giggles when you're winning.
Yeah, of course. Jimmy does usually win in the postseason, though. And here's Jimmy and Buddy Hield about, they've been talking about this, like Steph is usually Batman and Jimmy is Robin, and they've dubbed Buddy Hield as Alfred, the butler. So listen to them talking about, with Steph out, who's who.
No.
I'll start out.
No. I'm Batman today. I saved the day. He's still Robin.
All right. Well, I'm still Robin, yes. And Steph's still Batman. And Buttered is still who he is.
Call me Buttered.
But you had another good game, man.
So they were having fun, and he kept calling him butter.
Again, it's fun to just sit there and goof off when you've won a game.
Yeah. I also we'll talk to Big Cat about this. I did a poll question, and I'll pay off what it says. The results so far. You can vote on my Twitter handle. It's brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota dealers. Are you enjoying this year's NBA playoffs? And I give you 3 answers, yes or no, and then I never watch the NBA because there are always those who vote that. So I'd like to see who are the people who just won't tune in no matter what. But I don't know how you can say you haven't enjoyed them if you like sports, unless you hate the NBA. 312-332-3776. We'll talk to Barstool Big Cat about that, also about the Cubs, and I'll bring up what Carmen DeFalco had to say about us Cubs fans who continue to say, pay Kyle Tucker. So all that coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
White Sox baseball. White Sox baseball. White Sox baseball. ESPN Chicago.
White Sox and Royals.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
All right, guys, it's Steinhoffel's Memorial Day preview sale, and it starts now. You can save 10% off store-wide, plus get amazing deals like mattresses starting at $199, queen beds priced at only $449, and sofas now $499. Plus save up to $1,000 on patio furniture. Could also take advantage of Steinhoffel's 18-month 0% financing. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader, and they're 100% employee-owned. It is awesome. If you've never been to a Steinhoffel store, there are 6 Chicagoland locations. I shop at the one in Vernon Hills, and it's the only place we shop for our furniture. The newest one open in Orland Park. Shop in-store online at steinhoffels.com.
Madison is open for business, and that includes you. Looking to shop local, supporting small businesses, help communities grow and thrive. At the Village of Madison, they're building more than just businesses. They're building futures. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers unbeatable accessibility, a talented workforce, and a community eager to support local entrepreneurs. Shop small, but make a big difference. For more information, visit villageofmadison.org. Madison, where business breathes new life.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Chicago, it's time to make some room in the beer fridge. Yuengling is finally here.
After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed in Illinois.
Start with a legend, Yuengling Traditional Lager, a smooth, rich beer that's been around longer than our crosstown rivalry.
There's light lager, it's crisp and easy drinking, the Golden Pilsner with a clean, refreshing taste, and black and tan, the perfect mix of dark and light.
So if you're at the bar or grabbing a six-pack, don't go with the usual. Try a Yuengling.
Chicago, the wait is over. It's Yuengling country.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
Right now, the Home Depot has spring deals under $20. So no matter what you're working on, the deals are blooming at the Home Depot with savings on plants, flowers, soil, and more. Then light up your outdoor space with Hampton-based string lights. Was $34.97, now only $19.99. And get the grill going with 2 16-pound bags of Kingsford charcoal. Was $19.98, now only $17.88. Don't miss spring deals under $20 now through May 7th at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, valid on select items only.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Barstool Big Cat, host of Pardon My Take, and voluminous tweeter at Barstool Big Cat. It's time for his weekly conversation with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000.
That's right, Barstool Big Cat joining us on the Yingling guest hotline, and he's brought to you by
Blue Chew. Blue Chew has the first chewables that give you confidence in the bedroom. Go to BlueChew.com today to get your first month free. Just pay $5 shipping. And Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee, your win is waiting.
The Cubs just fell at Wrigley 3-1, so not much offense today. Yesterday was the game they'll look back on and say that was the one to get to take 2 out of 3 from the Giants, but instead the Giants do something that not a lot of teams have been able to do, and that's beat the Cubs in a series. And so they dropped 2 out of 3. And we talked to Barstool Big Cat right now. What do you think of these last 2 games with Presley last night and then today's game?
I'm starting to think Presley might not be the guy. That was one of the worst, whatever it was, 15 minutes of baseball. He didn't get an out, right?
No.
Nope.
Like, I just sat there being like, what is going on? And it was like, is this torture? Did he do something wrong that we're just going to hang him out here? Because it's bad. It's bad. They got to figure that out, because those are the type of games where late September you look back and you're like, oh, yeah, not having a closer, kind of, you're not a real playoff team if you don't have someone you can trust.
It was Big Cat. I gave this stat out earlier, and we all heard the stat that it was the worst performance at Wrigley history for a game. No outs, 9 runs, 8 earned. It was the worst performance by any pitcher in Major League Baseball other than one game in the 50s going back to 1901.
Jeez. It was so bad. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I actually think I could have done better, because I think if I had pitched, 60 miles an hour down the middle, a guy doesn't fully barrel it up and you get like a warning track out.
This is like you should do another challenge. Like, didn't you face UIC or something like this?
We faced, yeah.
So
and
you should do
got some out.
Do the Ryan Presley challenge, where you have to face the same amount of hitters and see if you could at least retire one of them.
I really do think that, and again, I know it sounds crazy, but I think that my stuff would be so different than what Major League Baseball players are used to seeing that I'd luck into a fly ball out.
Speaking of your stuff, as the considerate portion of this show, I want to know how you're doing after another kidney stone event.
I'm good. I passed it on Monday night late. Listen, I do everything that you're not supposed to do when you have kidney stones. I flew to Arizona on Monday, flew back Monday night. I was actually at the Vienna Beef Factory this morning testing hot dogs.
Oh, nice.
I don't know if that's on the kidney stone diet, but yeah, I passed it at 2 in the morning on Monday night, so I'm feeling better. It wasn't a great Kentucky Derby Saturday. I went from T-ball game to the ER back to a 6-year-old's birthday party. So, it was, we just keep going.
Do you have a speed pass at your local hospital establishment?
Well, it's funny because this is the second time in 6 months I've had it. So they did the scan because it's one of those weird things. Have you guys have you had these before?
I have not, thankfully. Yeah. Thankfully, no.
So you feel like your insides are going to explode. Your back hurts, your stomach hurts. You feel like your organs are failing. So I had a feeling it was a kidney stone, but obviously you want to make sure just in case something more serious. So I went there. I got the scan. The MRI, or the CT scan, whatever. I don't know the difference. I don't know any of this stuff. And then the doctor came in and was like, kidney stones. And I just was like, all right, just give me the paperwork. I know what to do. I'm good. She started explaining. I was like, I got this from here. So I'm
a frequent flyer. Yeah.
Did you ever think there'd be a time in your life where Adam Schefter was actually reporting on your condition?
Listen, Shout out Shefty. We said on Sunday night, I was like, if he's a real insider, he would report on this condition that our podcast, because that's the crazy part, is PFT had it 2 weeks ago. So,
what are you guys doing?
We got to figure.
What are you guys doing? That you both are suffering.
We usually
from
we dock after the show. I don't know if you're familiar with docking is, but we dock. So we might have to stop doing that.
I don't even want to Google that. I'm afraid I'll get suspended. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, do the image search on Google.
No. I don't know. How spell it for me?
It's when you put your hot dogs in you touch them.
Oh no. Oh, come on. No, you can't cross-sort it.
Yeah.
No. And see, here it is in the Urban Dictionary. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we don't actually
That's
do
just
that.
weird.
But,
yeah, like that. I'm not sure that would create the kidney stone situation. That's just weird.
You got to read, too, what it says on Urban Dictionary.
Read it.
No, I can't.
Read it.
I cannot.
Just read it.
I can't.
You've said worse.
I cannot. No, it's
you can read it.
Talking code.
It's supposed to be two guys, who are uncut.
Yeah.
Uncircumcised.
Yes.
Well, you can't say that. That's a medical term. Uncircumcised is a medical term.
I kept out the circumcised.
Yeah, like he's over here. He'll scream the word penis, but he won't say uncircumcised.
I have a theory that similar to the NFL, when they had their health crisis of like, hey, maybe concussions are bad. I think that we're 10 years away from Bob Lay doing a E60 about the perils of podcasting. So, oh man, another podcaster.
What are you doing? What are you trying to show me?
I haven't heard of one word you said because I'm reading the full description of what that is. I almost threw up.
How do you guys not know what docking is?
How would we know?
Why would I know?
You ever hung out with your boys?
Time out. We got two young guys behind the glass.
Did you guys know?
Do you guys have any idea what this is?
No,
never
heard of that before. See?
Well, look, I'm teaching you something new today. Go try it. Try it after my hit. You guys have a 5-minute break. Go give it a shot.
In all seriousness, what are you guys doing that both of you are suffering from this condition?
What I was saying when Silvy his mind was just on wieners and looking at pictures on Google was, I think that podcasting is harder than people realize, and it's similar to the NFL having their CTE issue. I think we're 10 years away from a bunch of podcasters dying early and everyone being like, what's going on? Well, it was the rigors of watching too many games and eating too many wings and staying up too late. And, we're probably all going to die. We're going to be like wrestlers. We're not going to make it past 45.
Yeah, CTE is one thing. What would the initials for your guys' condition be? PPT?
I don't know. It's just whatever you can have, be lazy, an acronym for lazy. Just sitting. It's not healthy sitting on a couch watching every game and then sitting behind a microphone and talking about it. And the only thing that breaks it up is pizza and wings.
Yeah, what are you going to do? So you said to me that you're going to reassess. Have you reassessed and changed, or are you reassessing and powering through?
I'm in the process of reassessing. I'm thinking about maybe adding a nutritionist on staff.
Oh.
And that was when Hank, my producer, just laughed in my face. He's like, you'll hire someone, you just won't listen to him. He's right. He knows me very well. I'm just going to burn money. Someone's going to tell me what to do, and I'm going to be like, well, that ice cream seems good. I'm going to reassess. We're going to reassess. We're going to do a little reassessment.
Oh, that's good. One more thing on the Cubs that I wanted to ask you. I couldn't believe this when I heard Carmen saying this. Carmen was going after me, and I think you, too, would be in this group. Specifically, I think he was including Barstool Eddie in this. They were talking about the people who on a daily basis when Tucker does something good, how we tweet that, give them money. So listen to this. This is Abdallah and this is Carmen saying that we're going to give ourselves a heart attack. Listen to this.
Silvy is Carter Hawkins' burner account?
Yeah, Silvy too. He is doing it for Carter Hawkins. Silvy's got to calm down. He's tweeting after every big hit.
Every single one.
The vein in his neck's going to explode if he's not careful.
He's telling all of us, Big Cat, that we've got to calm down.
Yeah, I told you had to do it, and you're doing a good job. We got to keep the pressure on. If you miss a day, if you miss a Kyle Tucker home run, they're going to be like, oh, they don't really care anymore. We're not going to re-sign them. It's a grassroots movement. Every time Kyle Tucker does something good, every single person listening to this show right now needs to tag the Cubs and say, sign the guy right now.
I think it's your civic duty.
Like that would be good if you get like an entire fan base after every hit. They hashtag pay Tucker or something and at the Cubs and get it trending every single hit.
Every single time. They need to feel the pressure because it can't be like they have to re-sign him. And if they don't, it's going to be an absolute joke. And so they need to know, like, this is what's at stake right now. You have the entire fan base telling you to do something, and if you do the opposite, everyone's going to be pissed off.
Speaking of baseball, did you see the Pittsburgh Pirates? I'm not talking about the fan video from last week. They've had a rough last week to 10 days there. There was an usher. This was from Sunday's game. This video is going viral now, where the usher was confronted, or I guess it originally started. There were two fans who were harassing a concession stand worker who was a female. And the usher stepped in to get them away from the woman. And then one of the fans was getting in the usher's face, didn't touch him, though. And they were going nose to nose, exchanging words. And then the usher basically gave him a combo 1-2 punch and gave him a bloody nose. It escalated from there. Then the guy who had the bloody nose started spitting on the usher. And then the usher then took off his belt and started using his belt as a weapon. How did you see the video? And what are you...
I saw it. I didn't watch the whole video. I got to watch it after this. But from what you described, I'm 100% on the usher's side. There's nothing worse than the guy who goes nose to nose, being like, go ahead and hit me, being like, I'm not going to be the first one to throw a punch. As soon as you do that, you should get punched.
Even if you're aware, like, I like, this guy is the guy who the fan was terrible. So I'm not at all. But even if you're working for the...
Sounds like you're defending him.
No, I'm not. If he's working for the team, should he be throwing a punch? This was before the spit, too, from what I can understand.
More people, and this is going to sound crass, and people are going to be like, this is ridiculous.
It can't sound any more ridiculous than docking, so go ahead.
Hold on. Yeah, all right. I'm of the belief, and I don't think violence should be used a lot, but I do think there is a category of people, and I think this is probably a lot of the internet has created this. There's a category of people walking around today that just need to be punched in the face. and like a punch in the face can solve a lot of problems because like that guy, and again, I got to go watch the video, but that what you're describing to me is a guy who's never been punched in the face. And you get punched in the face like with a good punch, you're not going to do that anymore. You're going to realize there's consequences to your actions. So, yes, I believe that more people deserve to be punched in the face, and the world would probably be a better place for it.
I watched the video, and there's a lot wrong there. Not from you, just the behavior. The only thing I can say about the usher is you are welcoming in police and legal ramifications by taking your belt off and using it as a weapon. If you stick with just the fisticuffs, I think
did he hit him?
Oh,
did
yeah.
he hit him?
Oh, yeah.
He got him a couple of times with the belt. Not like he could have done worse damage, but I think it's like in the realm of...
It makes you giggle.
It does make me giggle.
But in the court of law, you've just taken a weapon, and what if you actually... You put an eye out, or you did something serious. You just
come on! He's fine. You just gave him a couple whips with the belt.
He did spit on him. I mean, that's
crazy. Yeah, like
that's
spitting
disrespectful.
On someone,
but you can't take a weapon. I mean, I'm just saying from a legal perspective, you are opening the door for all kinds of trouble. Is there anything more disrespectful than being spit on? Maybe not, but you can't do that.
Someone spitting on another person is the most cowardly thing you can do because you're basically saying I'm too much of a coward to fight you.
So whip
but
his
I'm gonna
ass.
do like the most egregious thing I could do. So I think as soon as the spit happens, the belt comes out.
Well, I think that just take care of him because he was taking care of him just throwing the hands. Just stick with the hands.
The spit equals belt. If I were a judge, I'd be like spit equals belt.
What if he had, for his own protection, some brass knuckles? Are those also in play, not just the belt?
I think he knew.
Now you're crazy.
Yeah, I think he knew that the belt was enough to do damage, but not that much damage.
I'm just telling you, you are opening yourself. You are in the right here because the guy is being a penis. And he deserves a beating.
I believe
But once you take your belt off, you're opening yourself up to legal issues.
I believe a guy who has done that, who does that, takes the belt off. Because I've not seen this. He's either done it before or he's had it done to him. Like, this is something that goes back. Pops used to do that. Like, you know how it used to be with
I
parents and grandparents and, with the switch with Adrian Peterson. Like, the parents used to take off the belt, and that was, like, something that was condoned.
In my house, it was my mom that would, Bob, give me your belt. And she'd basically take his belt off of him to hit one of us. Think of that dynamic. 5'3" woman.
Well, you probably should have spit on your mom.
I did not spit on my mom. I probably did something bad, but I did not spit on my mom.
Spit equals belt. That's a hard and fast rule.
Do you think you would have done that? You think you would have taken your belt off if someone spit on you?
Doesn't wear a belt.
I wear joggers.
Wow.
I don't wear a belt.
Yeah, I knew that.
That's just a horrible answer. That's a deflection.
I tell you what's the truth. I literally wear sweatpants every day. I don't know what you want me to say. I don't have a belt.
He would hit him with his thick wallet. Mr. Rich guy.
You want to know something? That would qualify as a weapon as well.
Yes.
The thickness of that wallet. Absolutely.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, one more video I've got to ask you. I asked the guys about this. This is a little less hardcore. It was also at a baseball game. At the Yankees game yesterday, Aaron Judge hits a home run, first row of the right field bleachers. There are like 3 or 4 guys who are together. One guy's got a glove. He catches the home run. They're all jumping together, celebrating. As he's jumping, the ball comes out of the glove. It wasn't taken out of the glove. It falls out of the glove, and the fan next to him picked up the ball and put it in his pocket. Now, it was soon returned, but whose ball is it?
I think it's the second fans. You got to complete the catch.
He didn't complete the process of the catch.
No, he didn't. I saw this video, and it's like, look, you have to be able to secure the ball through the celebration, and he didn't do that. He shouldn't have given the ball back. That's an easy one. That one
you would have given the ball back. You would have given the ball back.
I wouldn't have given the ball back.
Yeah, you would have. Yeah, you would have. I think you would have.
No, I wouldn't have.
I think you would.
I'm telling you, I
think he did secure the catch.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, it was
you celebrate. You can't. It's not like the NFL. You got to secure it through the celebration.
What if in the next half inning the ball comes out of his glove and it's on the ground? Is it live?
Finders keepers.
That might be still live. You got to get it. You got to get it home to complete the catch.
All right, can I get both of your reaction on something more sportsy, at least Chicago sportsy?
Maybe.
Yes.
This was from Jeremy Fowler today in the ESPN article analyzing the Pickens trade to Dallas. So George Pickens, if you missed it, was traded from Pittsburgh to Dallas today. And it's all about, hey, what is going to happen from here? What does it mean for Dallas? What does this mean for Pittsburgh? Jeremy Fowler added this about Pittsburgh possibly still being in the market for a wide receiver now that they lost Pickens and they just got DK Metcalf. It says, while the options for NFL receiver help following the Pickens trade appear slim, the Steelers have room to maneuver. Pittsburgh is positioned to have 3 third-round picks in next year's draft after this trade. They could parlay one of those into a package for another veteran receiver. Would the Bears part with DJ Moore after drafting Rome Odunze and Luther Burden III in back-to-back drafts? Whether he's available or not, these are the types of calls Pittsburgh can at least make. So all of that is from Jeremy Fowler. What do you guys say?
No.
I don't want to see DJ traded at this point.
No, absolutely not. And also, this is a stupid thought exercise because what's going to happen is the Steelers are going to sign Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers is going to bring in Randall Cobb and Lazard and all these guys. Like, that's why they have room they have room for Aaron Rodgers to bring. I mean, Jordy Nelson's probably going to come back.
Yeah, it is crazy.
It's stupid. It's whoever Aaron Rodgers wants on the team is going to be on the team. And actually, the trade that's going to happen is they're going to trade with the Packers, who double dipped on wide receivers. So they're going to get a Dobbs or someone. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to get someone that he's thrown to before.
Interesting.
I don't want to see DJ. I mean, I want to see DJ in this offense. Like,
right, with Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
But before we make any, worries about whether DJ's totally in it or not. Like, let's see him bounce back from last year.
He's a hell of a player. Last year was a struggle for a lot of guys. He's going to be exposed to a more competent environment. Let's see how he does in Ben Johnson's offense.
And what you said is exactly right, Waddle. Like, the last year was a struggle for a lot of guys. We can't say, Caleb Williams had different offensive coordinators and Shane Waldron was so bad, and then not also say the same thing for the wide receivers. Like, they weren't put in the proper spaces. They weren't put in a winning situation. So I want to see it. And not only that, but like, the Bears they've invested in this wide receiver core for a reason. They invested in it because you have Ben Johnson, you have Caleb Williams, you got to figure out what Caleb Williams is. Why would you then punt on that entire strategy and take away something that should be a mega strength for this team for some picks down the road? I want this year to be a no questions about what Caleb Williams has around him. Yeah. He's just either really good or he's not. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I don't want there to be any doubt or any, we shouldn't have traded DJ Moore. Would it look different if it was DJ Moore? Let's just get the answer. Let's get the answer to the question we're all asking, and that's Caleb Williams, and let's figure it out, and then we go from there.
Amen.
How good is, I know you've been a proponent, you're always watching the NBA, but how good have these games been?
It's been incredible. I mean, the Pacers, the last 4 games, obviously the Wolves Warriors game wasn't great, but like to have I think it was 2 out of the 3 games were 20-point comebacks, and then on top of that was the Nuggets Aaron Gordon shot where the Thunder, that was one of the most egregious, like, how to lose a game situations where they foul up. I mean, Caruso was awesome. Our guy Caruso was awesome. But, yeah, the playoffs have been incredible. I mean, every road team has won in the second round. Talk
about some bad beats that have taken place. Like, if you're a Cavs fan and you've been riding your team, or you were a Celtics fan, you were riding that bet, ouch.
I mean, the Thunder are sitting at home for a week and a half, ready for the Nuggets, and they're up like that. And Jokic is Jokic is the best player in the world. I don't know. I know SGA will win the MVP because we know MVPs don't always go to the best player, but there's just no question in my mind Nikola Jokic is the best basketball player on earth right now.
Yeah, crazy.
All right, you have anything more for Big Cat?
No, I have it. If there's anything else he'd like to shock us with.
Yeah, anything else? Any other terms
any other
you want
shocker? You got any other shockers for us?
No, I didn't know that you're allowed to say penis. So yeah, the docking is when you touch tips of the penis.
Like I've gotten a text message too that your rival Braxton Silverman was in the car and was listening to Waddle say penis over and over. So he's going crazy in the back seat.
It's
saying,
a medical
Waddle
term.
Says penis.
It's a biological
and
term.
And now you're talking about. Jeez.
Braxton, your dad's a real penis.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Perfect. Try it. Try saying it. It may make you feel better.
Say it to your dad tonight, Braxton.
I won't tell you who. There is someone who is in the Bears organization, too, who texted us saying that they almost drove off the road when they heard you bring up docking.
And they said if you had sons, you would know the term.
Well, I do,
yeah,
but
listen, again, this is a guy, like, guys hang out with guys and they dock. I don't know what you want me to say.
Get out of here. You got to go.
My God.
See ya.
What happened?
Can't,
what just happened?
I don't know. What have we been on the air?
I don't know.
I feel like
this is the Rodman
show.
Yes,
I was going to say the same thing.
I feel like this is the Dennis Rodman show.
My head's spinning. And this Urban Dictionary description, I'm going to have you read this off the air. And it is absolutely crazy. And some of the mentions that we've gotten to. First of all, Jason says, tell Waddle that he's wrong. The fan 100% deserved the belt.
That may be true, but you are crossing a legal line by using a weapon that then exposes you to having maybe to go to jail or pay a fine, as opposed to just whipping the guy's ass with your hands, which is he was fully capable of doing, as we saw.
Hauser tweets, he says, book it, parody song contest winner will be...
What?
Will be you and me discussing docking with Barstool Big Cat. Where's Danny Rocket? That's what he tweeted.
Danny Docket.
That's good. That's very good. Then there's...
You're right. I'm not sure we're still on the air.
I don't think we are.
They may have unplugged the show somewhere in
We
back.
are definitely doing this for just the four of us.
Because I have no idea just how horribly inappropriate that term is, and maybe I will get a grasp of that when I read this
Van
afterwards.
Pelt and Rusilla are back on the air. They're all going over the air right now.
It's Rosenblum in Salisbury.
You're going to bring up a very dark spot in my life.
Oh, sorry about that.
All right, it's Waddle and Silvy. Waddle's World is coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh, yes! Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
Discover an unreal treasure this May at Potawatomi. Don't miss your chance to win a share of $300,000 in cash and prizes. Just play with your rewards card for entries. Prize drawings on Thursdays. Unreal treasures this May at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Your win is waiting. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event. It's going on now. Summer is just about here, and with a new Toyota, you can go out and make the most of summer. Maybe it's taking the whole family to the game in a spacious Grand Highlander, more room than ever. Or getting out of the city to explore in the rugged RAV4. It's what I used to drive, and I loved it. Or using the powerful Tundra to get the boat in the water. There's a Toyota for every adventure, and every Toyota comes with Toyota Care. It's a 2-year, 25,000-mile, no-cost maintenance plan that even includes roadside assistance. It's a value you can expect from Toyota. Summer starts now at your Chicagoland Toyota dealer. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Feel the boom. Schaumburg Boomers baseball is back at beautiful Wintrust Field. Get in on all the action as the Boomers open the season tomorrow night versus the Windy City Thunderbolts. Enjoy all the excitement on the field and stick around afterward for a spectacular post-game fireworks show. Schaumburg Boomers baseball is nonstop fun and championship caliber baseball, plus great food, free parking, and entertainment for everyone. Feel the boom this summer. Single game tickets are on sale now at boomersbaseball.com.
The NBA 82
pregame grind is done. And now the real fun begins. The NBA playoffs are here. And DraftKings Sportsbook has you covered as an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Make it a playoff run to remember with DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code FNH. That's code FNH. For new customers to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Spring is all about new beginnings, so give yourself a fresh start with a fresh haircut at Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to create any look you want for less. And with convenient online check-in, you'll save time, too. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
The NFL schedule will be released Wednesday, May 14th. Coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird.
Welcome to Waddle's World. Come inside.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird. Weird. Get weird. Weird. Get weird.
Let's get weird.
I got to tell you, at the break, I'm a little taken aback by what you
That's what I said.
You showed me.
I couldn't describe that.
By showed me, I mean asked me to read.
An Urban Dictionary.
I'm not going to repeat it.
No, don't.
I feel a little disgusted in myself that we went there without the knowledge of knowing what it actually was.
I don't think this would even be a topic for Unhinged if we were still doing Unhinged.
I don't believe so either. So I think, is it appropriate to say I have regrets about having that conversation?
I think so.
And I apologize for my participation in that nonsense?
Yeah, wow.
No, you don't feel like it's an apology worthy?
I had nothing to do with it. Was it me who took the belt off?
I just wonder how many questions we're going to have to answer tomorrow in the show meeting. Or you think anyone's listening, like in the back over there in the powerful rooms?
They're in their cars listening.
Really?
I had to dust up with the boss yesterday, too.
Really?
Not
about parking?
Yeah, about parking.
Yeah.
Like,
he did call you a douche. I want you to know that.
Oh, he did?
I think so. He called you a parking douche, I think is what it was.
So it was at the Deerfield, the Sequoia that I always talk about. I take the trains on Tuesday and Wednesday so I could write on the train and get some stuff done and not sit in traffic. And I parked at the Deerfield train station. And I didn't know this at the time, to park next to our boss, who leaves much earlier than me. And I was in the lines. I have a picture. Have you seen the picture?
I have not. He said that he was very also honest about it. He said his car was straddling a line as well.
Yeah.
So he was guilty as well.
I parked within the lines, and he said that I'm on an angle.
I asked him for a picture. He said it wasn't clear enough. I can't see where your car is, but that doesn't seem like an egregious.
I'm further from the line than he is.
Yeah, I don't think that's an egregious mistake by either of you.
And he's like, he said my gut barely fit into the car. I go, well, maybe that says more about your gut.
Wow. I think your cars are docked properly in their parking spots. It's like two boats on the slip, right? I think they're appropriately parked. I think that was excellent.
What is docking, Big Cat? Is that when you take a boat down to the lake and you put it up and rope it up?
Do you also do the agriculture report for GM these days now? I mean, who did you just morph into?
Tell us, Big Cat, what is docking?
Why do you keep going back there? I think now you should have Guys, we put it behind us, and you just brought it back.
Oh, Lord.
Jack gave me some really interesting stories today. One is AI of dead Arizona road rage victim addresses killer in court. So did you follow that?
Yes. The person who lost their life in the road rage accident.
They used AI for that person to address the person that killed them.
Yes, what he would say to them now after he was killed.
A clip of Chris Pelkey, who died in 2021, says, "I believe in forgiveness," after his sister fed an AI model videos of him. He was killed in a road rage shooting in Chandler, Arizona, 2021. 3.5 years later, he appeared in an Arizona court to address his killer, sort of. He says to Gabriel, I can't pronounce the last name, the man who shot me, "It is a shame we encountered each other that day in those circumstances," says a video recording of Pelkey. "In another life, we probably could have been friends. I believe in forgiveness and a God who forgives. I always have and I still do." I don't know how the court allowed this to be played.
So they made the AI voice take the high road and forgive instead of asking for a harsher sentence? Is that what I'm hearing?
I guess Pelkey's appearance from beyond the grave was made possible by artificial intelligence and what could be the first use of AI to deliver a victim impact statement.
What I worry about is how do we know what AI is and what's not when it becomes so realistic? So if other AI is accepted but thinking that it was real video.
I guess you're right. Like, this guy obviously has been convicted, but this was part of the impact statement. But still, it seems a little odd that they allowed this in court, doesn't it?
Yes.
Another odd story. Cardinals are watching Conclave, the movie, for guidance on the actual conclave. Black smoke came out of the facility today, which means there's been no election of a pope. No pope has been selected. That happens, white smoke will come out of.
Yes. Jesse has very little time to break this. Jeff Passan and I were texting about the possibility of Jesse breaking this news because he's got very little time because I believe he leaves for Florence or another destination tomorrow.
So then he's going to turn this over to who? Buster? I don't know. Then who covers it now? Anyway, the 2024 movie,
he'll get it wrong. Unless Jerry Reinsdorf has a role in signing the new pope.
By the way, didn't Nightingale say in a report that it's likely that the Sox are trying to get rid of Luis Robert by what?
Yes,
the end of the
month? Memorial Day, yeah.
That's a couple weeks away.
We talked about that. I heard Shea bring that up today, asking if you guys believe that. And totally, because we've talked about this. The Sox, as soon as they get him going and healthy, you can't take a chance if there's a taker by waiting. Yeah, by July 31st, he could get hurt, he could slump, whatever.
Anyway, the Conclave movie, the 2024 movie, is proving a useful primer for clerics about to take in the real thing to choose the next pope. Faced with the highly secretive and complex ritual of choosing a new pope, Catholic cardinals have turned to Hollywood to learn how it could all play out. As crazy as it might sound, some of the 133 high-ranking clerics set to enter the Sistine Chapel when the conclave starts on Wednesday, which is today, they've looked to the movie Conclave for pointers. Some have watched it in the cinema. A cleric involved in the real thing admitted to Politico. It all might sound painfully relevant. The film is seen as remarkably accurate even by cardinals, making it a helpful research tool, especially at a time when so many of the conclave participants have little experience of Vatican politics and protocol. So they're actually getting
from the movie.
They're getting, direction from the movie. Isn't that strange? Judges allowing a lawsuit over Burger King's Whopper ads to move forward. Class action lawsuit was filed against Burger King in 2022, alleging that the fast food chain advertised that those burgers to appear bigger than they actually are. Federal judge ruled on Monday that a class action lawsuit alleging that Burger King falsely advertised the size of its signature cheeseburger can move forward. U.S. District Judge Roy Altman in Florida found some merit to the plaintiff's argument that the fast food chain advertised its Whopper cheeseburger and other menu items to appear bigger than they are.
And don't we all know that in cereals, there's always a Isn't there a disclaimer on cereals? Contents appear larger than they actually are when they blow up like a flake or something like that in your cornflakes or something like that. Haven't you seen that?
I have not.
You're not a cereal guy, though.
No, I'm not.
I've always been a cereal guy.
19 customers from 13 states sued Burger King in 2022, alleging that the burgers they advertised were approximately 35% larger in size and contained more than double the meat than the actual burger. Boy, it just seems like this is a poor use of resources.
Of suing Burger King? Like, it's better than what was the lawsuit we had yesterday?
I forgot.
Steelers fan who had emotional distress
Yes.
over Shadur Sanders' slide
based
in the
on
draft.
Shadur Sanders, yeah. Look, I think if you're advertising the burger, I think what they should do is put the disclaimer down there and would cover their tracks. How do they not do that?
It doesn't reflect the actual size.
You want a Diddy update?
Sure. I mean, we can't get any, like...
We're not on the air right now anyway. There's so many things to screw. If you Google Diddy trial update, you could go down a rabbit hole that you're never coming back from with regard to different articles and stories.
They're still selecting jurors, though, correct?
Jury selection is supposed to end on Friday. Opening statement set for Monday. This headline caught my attention, though. Diddy lawyer's bizarre explanation for why he had so many bottles of baby oil.
Okay.
Sean Diddy Combs' lawyer claims the rapper was found with so many bottles of baby oil in his home because the star likes to buy in bulk, like any other American.
Sure, he's a Costco guy. Always buying in bulk.
That was the explanation.
My dad was like that with paper towels. Paper towels all over the place.
And his lawyer's also disputing that there were as many as 1,000 bottles of baby oil. But that's that right now you're getting a little glimpse into what one of the defense avenues may be. Look, he just likes to buy in bulk.
Okay.
So, yes, jury selection should end on Friday. Opening statements will be on Monday if you're inclined to follow. I told you I watched the trial of Karen Reed.
Where is
in
this?
Boston.
Where do I get
Boston? That's on.
This is a documentary on
Max. Yeah, Body in the Snow: The Trial of Karen Reed, I think is what it's called.
We're going to
5
start
episodes.
We're going to start that.
If you don't have any knowledge of the incident, I think it's kind of self-explanatory. You'll gather. I'm very interested to get your take on what you watch and what your thoughts are.
Okay, good.
And how you feel about the end of it.
By the way, I doubled back to this Seth Rogen show last night. We watched episode
the studio?
The studio.
Did
on
you
Apple.
watch? Yeah, the pediatric oncologist.
No, not yet. This was the one where they go to the set. It makes you anxious. At least this episode made me very anxious.
Yeah, I know it's what would you? I mean, it's a satire for sure.
Yeah,
but they go so over the top.
So over the top.
I mean, like it's.
You know who's good is
Ike Barinholtz is very good.
Ike Barinholtz is great.
There's a lot of great performances in it.
He's from
it's just,
here.
Yeah.
You know that.
It's his peculiar behavior, Seth.
Yeah.
What's his
Seth Rogen.
Seth Rogen. It's just like you have to come to terms with it because it is a satire, but it's just like
over the top.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But I find it a good show. I'm still locked into Mobland anyway. All right, no sports for me today. That's what else did I have? Did I have any other? No, I told you Black Smoke is coming from the Sistine Chapel. So no, that's it. I gave you your Diddy trial update.
Do we have Florida, Ohio today?
Yes, we're more nonsense when we come back.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hit the road with Kap J Hood. Win tickets on the bus for the I-94 rivalry trip to Milwaukee in July. Stay tuned to Kap J Hood for details or go to ESPNChicagoContest.com. Brought to you by the IKEA Annual Sidewalk Sale, starting Friday.
Guys, summer is almost here, and it is never too late for a Four Seasons AC tune-up. Make sure that thing is working properly. We're going to need it when it gets hot. Schedule your tune-up today, and you'll save $50, and it's only $89.95. That maintenance, and they'll back it up. It's great. Every tune-up is backed by an industry-leading 1-year no-breakdown guarantee for the peace of mind all year. And it's backed by your local trusted experts, Four Seasons. Call 866, the number 4 Seasons. That's 866-4Seasons. Or visit their website at fourseasonsheatingcooling.com. fourseasonsheatingcooling.com. Book today. Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. For all the right reasons, call Four Seasons.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, and hip pain, all gone. Imagine living pain-free and getting back to doing what you love without the burden of joint discomfort. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and let me tell you, what QC Kinetics offers is truly remarkable. They use regenerative cell therapy to restore tissue in your achy joints. This treatment uses biologic growth factors, which are rich in healing properties, strategically placed into your joints to repair old and damaged tissue. What's even better, there are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Just natural cellular level healing that brings lasting relief. It's a powerful way to give your joints new life and get you back to your active lifestyle. The consultation is completely free, so why wait? Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. See how these cutting-edge treatments can help you live your best pain-free life.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment.
Hey, Mom, over here.
And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder.
Wow.
Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
Turn your backyard into a summer oasis. Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sail, we're known for having the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. And right now, during our spring and summer sale, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. And don't forget, we're your barbecue headquarters with all the best grill brands under one roof. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sail, bring the fun home.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
This PGA Tour moment is brought to you by True Green.
In the 2000 PGA Championship, Tiger Woods was going for his third major in a year. Tiger found himself in a shot-for-shot, birdie-for-birdie fight with Bob May. Tied after 72, they headed to a 3-hole playoff where Tiger hit a 20-foot putt for birdie on 16. He quickly walked toward it, pointing at the hole as it dropped in. Tiger went on to win by 1.
True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Get ready to play the game that's sweeping the nation. Public drunkenness, exotic animals, dumb criminals, random stabbings, or maybe just some good old-fashioned debauchery. Everything's on the table. It's the Sunshine State versus the Buckeye State as we play Florida or Ohio. And As always, listeners, feel free to play along at home.
Florida or Ohio, Wednesdays and Fridays. We've got Tyler off today. So who's got this? Is this Jack? You've got this.
I've got this.
Oh, boy.
Man arrested for having 3 wives in 3 different counties all at the same time, and the wives did not know about each other.
It's very Utah-y.
Well, a man is facing charges for marrying 3 women in 3 different counties. Now, those women are speaking out, saying the system that handles marriage licenses didn't tell them that he was already married. He met one wife in 2024 on Hinge, and they got married a few weeks, 3 weeks into their relationship at the courthouse. His other wife, he met on Tinder, and they got married in 2022 at the county courthouse. And then his last wife, he met on Match.com, where they met in 2020 and got married. It looks like that one was also at the courthouse.
What's his name?
His name is Henry Betsy Jr.
Has he used the same name with each of the 3 wives?
Yes. So they were saying that the way they figured it out is his one wife searched his name county by county because she got suspicious.
Wow.
And put his name in the records, and he started popping up as married to other women.
All right. First of all, I wanted to know this, since we're learning so much today about a world that Waddle and I never knew about. What is the difference between Hinge and what's the other one? The original one?
Tinder?
Tinder, yes.
Tinder. I think it's basically the same. It's just different dating apps.
Do you guys use them at all?
No need.
Oh,
no need.
The guy who always said no need. He's the one for sure.
He lives
on
with
it.
his girlfriend, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
I was never on those dating apps.
If you're using those dating apps while living with your girlfriend, you got issues, bro.
Yeah, hey, talk to the girl at the bar. You don't need no apps.
Henry Betsy was using those apps while living with his wife.
You don't need no apps.
And he's in trouble.
Charged with a felony. It's a felony in the state
my point.
that he's charged with.
I said to Smokey, I said, if you are living with a woman and using those apps, you're going to get in trouble. Like Henry Betsy.
I think this is the reason I'm going with this is in Florida, they really talk about counties. It's on the license plate which county you're from in Florida. Dade County,
Hamilton County,
Orange
Butler County, Warren County,
I know everyone's got counties, but we don't usually say if someone would be married in Illinois to 3 different women, we wouldn't say married in 3 different counties. We'd say like in 3 different towns, or we don't say cook to. Like, I know we talk about counties, but not in that regard.
Do you know that on an Ohio license plate, the county that your car's registered in shows on your plate? On your
that's what I
license
said
plate?
about Florida, so it does that too.
Yeah.
Because in Iowa, it does that as well.
One more note to this story as well.
There goes my theory.
No, think long, think wrong.
Michelle, one of his wives, said they just found him on Bumble again, by the way. So he's
going to all the different ones,
He's going
too.
back to
What's
Bumble.
Bumble?
It's another dating app. And on his profile, it says he's looking for a woman who is trustworthy and doesn't play games.
Hilarious. I'm still going Florida on this one.
I'm going to go Chillicothe, Ohio. Somewhere right around the Appalachian portion of the Ohio
Mountainous
area.
man, huh? Is that what you're saying?
Well, just,
Mountain man,
I don't know if it's
many
mountainous,
wives.
but...
I'm going to go Centerville, Ohio. But I
Centerville!
Yeah.
That's Centerville High School. That's where Herbie went to school.
Yeah, my uncle went there too. Yeah, I'll go Centerville, Ohio.
It happened in Florida.
What town? Or what town?
I mean, it was
What
multiple.
counties?
It was multiple counties. It looks like Manatee County was his Pinella County, Manatee County, and Hernando County.
You got off the schneid. You're now back on.
That's right. I think that's 2 in a row. I think I got one right on Friday. So there you go. The Slump Buster did work.
I'm glad to know that Ohio doesn't have those kind of problems.
Oh, yes, they do.
Not according
Just
to
not
Jack.
on this, not just this
according to
specific
Jack.
one. All right, coming up next.
You docked the boat on that one down in Florida.
Okay. We got to move on. There's football stuff to discuss. Did you know that Jurko is raging? There's rumors that the Bears could be interested in a running back on another team in a trade. Jurko raged against that idea on the Bears podcast. I want to play you that. We'll also talk about what we discussed with Big Cat, not that, but about DJ Moore and what, they're writing about the Pittsburgh Steelers. Is anybody open to this idea, or are we all saying no to a possible DJ Moore Bears-Steelers thing. We'll get to all of that coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
White Sox baseball. White Sox baseball. White Sox baseball.
ESPN Chicago.
White Sox and Royals.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. Hey, car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com. Financing on approved credit.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Harry Douglas here, and we all know breakfast is an important part of the day. But sometimes when you travel for business, you end up staying at a hotel that doesn't offer any. And you know what happens? You grab a cup of coffee and skip the meal entirely. We've all been there, folks. But if you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free Bright Side breakfast, featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. And really, who doesn't want to start their day with fresh, hot, tasty waffles? Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at LQ.com.
Guys, you've heard me talk about FenceWorks, a family-owned business in the northern suburbs that has the best custom play sets, basketball hoops, and trampolines around. If you're looking for that for your kids and for your peace of mind, so your kids are playing in your yard, outdoors, and enjoying the fun and off of their screens, go see my guy Jake at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. You can check them out on theguyon41.com. It was started by Grandpa Stan 58 years ago. And the reason why they continue to thrive is because of their outstanding customer service. These aren't sets out of the box that may or may not be unsafe. These are custom made specifically to fit your needs. They will give you white glove delivery and setup. And also, if you need a fence, they've got the best fences in the North Shore. Check them out today, whether it's for the front of your home, the backyard. Again, all of this custom built. None of it just doing a Google search on where your property is. They'll come out to your property. They'll ask specifically for your needs, and you pick the material you want. So go today to theguyon41.com for play sets, basketball hoops, trampolines, and the best fences. That's theguyon41.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, a couple of things before we get into some football talk. If you missed Dan Plesac, he was outstanding on the Cubs, on PCA, on paying Tucker, on Presley, and whether or not Presley could keep that job. So grab that on our YouTube page. It's youtube.com/@WaddleandSilvy. It was as crazy of a hit that we've had with Big Cat in a long time, too. And
Did not expect that.
They're all usually a little out there. But today was way over the top. Can grab that on YouTube as well. You could watch
at your own
risk. Yeah, with watch the volume. Have your finger on the volume button just in case you may need to lower it. It's not safe for work.
No,
not today. If it made it all on.
I still feel shame.
Yeah,
I'm feeling a little shame right now.
The Cubs lost today. If you're just getting into your car and you haven't checked out the result, they lost a matinee game at Wrigley 3-1 to the Giants. So they lost 2 out of 3. The last 2 games were tough ones. Yesterday was as weird of a game as I've seen in a long time. You went from, okay, are they going to lose to 5-3 to, oh, they're coming back, and, oh, they're going to win this now and walk them off.
It's set up like a perfect early season Cubs storybook ending.
To then getting blown out.
Yes. I mean, this was one of the wildest rides of the year so far.
How many runs did they score in the 11th, the Giants? Was
9.
It 9. 9 runs, 8 earned against Presley. Presley did not allow or did not retire a batter. It was 9 runs, 8 earned, no outs. And his ERA now is above 7. So if you want to talk some Cubs, Waddle also told me some news during the break that Craig Counsell says they're going to huddle up as a group, and they're going to talk about Saturday. Saturday is still TBA on who the starting pitcher is, and Cade Horton is still under consideration.
Yes, decision hasn't been made yet.
Are you with me? Like, this makes all the sense.
Bring him up.
Bring him up.
Yeah.
He's built up. He's well removed from the shoulder injury. He's been throwing 5-6 innings per game. If you're worried about how many innings he could throw, he's still going to throw in AAA. Use him on the major league level. And one thing that I loved about the 15 and 16 Cubs, when they were at their peak, they were never scared to bring a guy up. If they needed to throw Chris Bryant in to the mix, he got called up 12 games in. Schwarber called up in 15. One after another, Addison Russell, Wilson Contreras, they all were called up and they all contributed. There's a need right now. You are missing your 2 top starters. Let's find out here if Cade Horton is ready or not.
I have no problem with it. The only thing I would say is you're going to New York to face the Mets Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Then you come home for 3 with Miami, 3 with the White Sox, 3 more with Miami in Florida. Then you go to Cincinnati to take on a very mediocre Reds team. Then you get Colorado at home. Then you get that mediocre Reds team again for 3. Then you go to Washington for 3. Like, you've got a stretch.
You better cash in.
Well,
are you comparing this? Let me bring up a comp. Do you remember when Amagaji got thrust into the action in Washington?
Yeah.
And on the road, I don't think he got any reps that game because everyone thought Braxton Jones would play, or something went on. I forgot how
Was it Minnesota?
Minnesota then was that they played him against the tough opponents on the road.
Yeah, I think they started him
at Minnesota.
At Minnesota.
Okay, so he played a bit coming in for Braxton Jones.
Yeah.
Then they thought, I think Braxton Jones was going to play. Yeah. And he got all the reps that week, and something else happened to Braxton Jones. And without any practice, they thrust him in on the road.
Against the Brian Flores defense at their place, and also against the pass rush that included, a couple of guys that were ripping people's faces
And then
off.
by then he was scarred, and then he didn't start again. So are you saying avoid that in New York? Maybe do a bullpen game, and then give him a softer landing spot against a lesser opponent like Miami or something?
And then let him be part of the rotation from May 12th until June 6th. You do not play a team that really would threaten you in any way, shape, or form. you'll end up getting 6 against the Marlins, 3 against the White Sox, 6 against the Reds, 3 against Colorado, 3 against the Nationals. That is a stretch where you get fat.
It's like it never happens, but do you know some of those pictures where you see one street after another and all the lights are green?
Yes.
Where they're all synced up in their green lights?
Yes.
That's the stretch the Cubs should be on. You should be making a bunch of green lights. 2 out of 3, 2 out of 3, 2 out of 3.
I'm with you. So, look, I'm not suggesting you know, if you're scared, go buy a dog. You're not going to want to pitch him against the Mets Saturday. But maybe let it be a little extra easy landing spot for him against a team that is not as threatening as the Mets.
Or they may say, why not?
Okay, that's fair.
Hey, let's see. This is going to be a pressurized situation anyway. Let's see what the kid's got against the New York Mets on the road.
All for it as well.
Let's see how he holds his own. If he holds his own there.
That Saturday game, I believe, is a Saturday night national game on Fox. It's a 6:15 game.
We get Adam Amin for that game?
I believe so. So it's a Fox national televised game.
Okay. Steve in Detroit wanted to talk some Cubs, and then we'll get to the Bears. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Another tough loss. And the loss last night and today, it seems as though we're starting to see, even the ones earlier this year, it seems to mirror a pattern that Jed Hoyer once again neglected the bullpen, and the veteran bats that, we keep whiffing on, with Turner once again, unable to put the ball in play. These losses are, eventually going to start to pile up, and we're starting to see that right now. And one of the things that I have to kind of think as a longtime Cubs fan is that we find ourselves at a crossroad with this organization. Does Jed deserve an extension moving forward, even if the team wins the NL Central, despite how long he's been on this job? And more importantly, what will it take for the Ricketts to finally open up their wallet and, get real about, winning? Because I see the Ricketts in the same level as the Oakland, Tampa Bay, Pittsburgh, and the other bad owners that in Colorado. We have so many bad owners in baseball right now that it's almost not even funny about their, level of commitment to putting a winning field right now. So, if the Cubs aren't serious about winning, maybe the fans, after this year, we're going to have to kind of start to think about, as long as the Ricketts are owning this team, should the Cubs fans really even care about, supporting this organization moving forward?
Well, there are some points that I agree with that you bring up, Steve, and some that I don't. I mean, it has so far been a very fun season. We'll see where this goes. I do think that if they win the division, it will be because of a lot of things that Jed did positively. I think the Pete Crow-Armstrong deal is going to go down in one of the better ones for the Cubs, that he did still acquire Tucker. It's up to the owner to re-sign them. You get an MVP-type player in a trade. Like if Cade Horton comes up, that's, one of their big draft picks that they would develop on the farm. And some of the other signings that he made are
Carson Kelly looks like a jackpot.
Yeah, but I agree with you on the closer especially. Like, I feel like this is Ryan Poles with the offensive line, where year after year with the closer, they just don't make it a priority. They're like, okay, who's on their last legs that we could get for a year? And then we'll kick the can down the road and we'll try and get a solution next year. They've not had one ever.
They did identify Tanner Scott, did they not? And then they got outbid by the Dodgers.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't get him.
Yeah.
So you got to still sign him. Almost isn't good enough. Then I never liked the Kelly move. Not in that. I feel like it's a lot what they did last year. Did I say Kelly? Presley, I meant.
Presley, yeah. Look, you got some time here. I mean, as Dan Plesac joined us earlier and said every team is going to be looking for starters, it's going to be a crowded market, or there are going to be a lot of people looking for the same product, and there's not too much of that product there. We'll see. I mean, you can make some moves here.
It was on the flip side why I was such a proponent of selling 2 years ago and last year. Because there are so many teams looking that by definition, the demand is high, the supply is low. So the Cubs could have capitalized off of that. Do you like PCA? The reason you landed PCA was for Javi. So, like, for me, they had a chance to really cash in with Bellinger 2 years ago. But everyone wanted to have this fun ride. And oh, no, we go for it. And I'm like, you hope to not be bad for long, so you want to flip as many guys as possible by getting good young players.
Yeah.
So that's why I was always a proponent of that. All right, you want to move on to some Bears?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't think either of us have heard. I heard about this. I have not heard it. Did
I have
you
not
hear
heard
Jurko?
the sound. I have not heard the sound.
So it came up on the Chicago Bears podcast. I heard Kap J Hood bring it up with Shea today, that there's a rumor out there, or the Bears are somehow, some way being connected to Seattle and Kenneth Walker III. It seems like they draft a running back almost every year.
You'd have to trade for him because he's on their roster.
Yes. But they've drafted a bunch of running backs through the years, and every year it's like wasn't Rashard Penny 1 year supposed to be the guy?
I think he was a late first rounder or early second rounder.
Yeah, and then you have Kenneth Walker III. You have Charbonnet, I believe, from UCLA. It seems like every year they're drafting running backs in a fairly high round. So they're thinking about trading Kenneth Walker III, and Jurko was posed the question with Pat the Designer on the Chicago Bears podcast.
Absolutely not. I've got no interest in Kenneth Walker. I've got no interest in Nick Chubb. I have no interest in using any assets to get any other running back on this team, period. None whatsoever.
Do you feel like the running back room is good enough to go into the season with what the Bears have done with the offensive line?
I believe the running back position is not a valuable position. You should spend the least amount of money on the running back room. The only place you'd spend less is in punters and kickers.
Not on this team. We spent high on technically we spent more on a punter than we did on our 7th round running back.
It's my theory. I don't know why everybody's worried. Whoever you put back there, if you've got a solid offensive line, will be able to be a productive back for you. So I don't need a name.
What do you think of that?
I wouldn't trade currency for Kenneth Walker III. He has had very good moments. He's a solid player. I don't think he averaged 4 yards per carry this year. I think he was very good his rookie year, and then I think his production has declined. He had some injuries this year. Look, I don't necessarily say I wouldn't give up. I'd give up money. Yeah, I'd pay a J.K. Dobbins as a free agent.
That's why I was confused about Chubb. I'm fine if you say Nick Chubb is too old and he's had too many injuries that you don't want Nick. Nick Chubb is going to be on a very small prove-it deal.
$2 million.
Jamal Williams, the same thing, who's got connections with Ben Johnson. You're going to get him for the veteran minimum.
You have the resources to do that without compromising anything.
And I do believe they have to add to the running back room. This is where, and I'll speak for myself, this is where I disagree with Jurko and Carmen on the running back position. I agree with their basic philosophy of not overspending on a first-round pick or even for a high price in free agency if he's not super special like Saquon Barkley. I believe when the special guys are available, if you want to jump in them, because they do make an impact offensively as a weapon, not just as a running back. But I do believe that the Bears have to be better in that room, and I don't think they're good enough. I don't know if Roschon fits this offense. I certainly would like a better version of Roschon in a veteran, low-priced guy.
Yeah, can I sell you on J.K. Dobbins, who played last year with the Chargers, played 13 games, rushed for 905 yards at a 4.6 yards per clip average. He has a career 5.2 yards per carry average. He has dealt with injuries. He missed games. He missed the entire 2021 season. He only played 8 games in 2022 and only played 1 game in 2023. He's not going to cost you a ton for that reason. But of the guys that are out there, he's the guy that I would probably look at. I believe he's 27, will be 28 in December.
26.
26 will be 27 in December. So
why not? You bring him in. If you don't like him, you cut him. He's not going to bring you over the cap or make you unable to do something that you want to do in the future.
No, it's just, it's money, and you have some money. It's not going to be a deal that you would have to sign him. You're not giving up draft currency. You're giving him up, as you said, you're giving up money, and it's not a ton that would put you in any cap danger. So, yeah, I'm all for upgrading the running back room. I just wouldn't be trading draft picks for guys. So if you told me tomorrow that they signed J.K. Dobbins to a 1-year, $3 million contract or whatever it's going to take, it's not going to be $10 million. I have no problem with it.
I want to read to you, too, the other bit of Bears, sort of news. The trade today that happened in the NFL is Pickens going to Dallas. What was he traded for? A third and a fifth and a pick swap or something?
Third and a fifth, and the who traded for him?
Dallas. So Dallas
gets him in a 7, right?
6th, I believe.
Okay.
Yep.
So no pick swap. That was reported earlier. There's no pick swap. It's a third and a fifth?
Third and a fifth for Pickens and a 6th.
Right, right. It was weird, too, because I was thinking about this. Pickens was acquired by the Cowboys for less than the Bears acquired Chase Claypool from the Steelers. Is that weird? Pickens is a better player. Claypool's numbers were down. The Bears gave up a high second at that.
Mm-hmm.
And the Cowboys are giving up a third and a fifth. Now, Pickens, I believe, only has 1 year left, and Claypool had a couple. But still, a bust is a bust.
Yeah.
I found that to be odd. And this is probably why Jeremy Fowler says the Steelers are going to call the Bears, because the Steelers know they usually get the best of Bears deals. They only got Fields for 6th, and then they spun him off for a better compensatory pick than they gave up.
Yeah.
And they got the Claypool deal. Jeremy Fowler says this, and this is talking about the Steelers' future in the wide receiver room. He says, while the options for the NFL receiver help following the Pickens trade appear slim, the Steelers have room to maneuver. Pittsburgh is positioned to have 3 third-round picks in next year's draft after this trade. They could parlay one of those into a package for another veteran receiver. Would the Bears part with DJ Moore after drafting Rome Odunze and Luther Burden III in back-to-back drafts? Whether he's available or not, these are the types of calls Pittsburgh can at least make.
Yeah, they're fine calling.
But this is the spin. We were saying that we want to see DJ through.
No, I don't want to trade him right now. Like, if you give me a deal that I can't resist, well, then I'll change my tune.
What is that?
Are they going to give up a first?
They're calling Ryan Poles. They will not offer a first.
Okay. So,
they're probably going to offer a 5th is what they're going to do.
All right. Well, my first thought is I don't want to trade DJ. I want to see DJ in this offense with this head coach designing these plays, with that wide receiver coach, Antoine Randall, that is going to demand his guys. You heard no rock or no block, no rock. You heard that from Ben Johnson.
Yes. So
I think that you also heard from Ben Johnson. It's really important. What are you doing when you're running a route where you are not the number one option? So I think there will be zero tolerance for some of the things that occurred last year with this offense. I think effort is going to be expected on every single play, regardless. I think they're going to demand when you throw the wide receiver screen, the guy who's not carrying the ball is going to have to block and block well. I don't want to trade DJ right now. I want to see him in Ben Johnson's offense with the rest of these weapons.
So I get that. That's from your perspective.
Yes.
Now there's some smoke here based on some things that you just said. Ben Johnson at the Combine told us no block, no rock. You said after watching the All-22, the coach's tape, week after week, you saw that DJ's frustration
affected his performance
and his effort level, especially in blocking.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe that was pointed at DJ. Then nobody had them drafting Luther Burden III.
Nope.
Nobody said that was a possibility in the second round. You even joked. Are you telling me, if the Bears are just drafting best player available, that they're going to take a wide receiver?
Definitely, yeah, at 10, that was not something I would have ever considered.
Then they draft Burden III. Then after that, you have the head coach saying, there's no depth chart. You've got to earn your spot, meaning guys like DJ Moore or high-paid guys have to earn their spot. Now we've got a national guy wondering in his column, is DJ Moore available? I'm not telling you that he is or not, but I'm saying there's an awful lot of smoke. Do you believe there's more to all of this than just taking the best player available? Are they curious and wondering if DJ Moore is truly going to fit with Caleb and, more importantly, Ben Johnson?
It's a good question. I don't know a ton because I haven't seen how these relationships really have worked so far. We will figure that out in time. Wouldn't be shocked if the deal was made. My preference is I want to see him in this offense. They may look at the situation and say we have some redundancies here. I wouldn't expect the Bears to call the Steelers. I would expect it to be the Steelers being proactive, calling the Bears, and then the Bears may consider it if you hit a price that would be considered to be paying a premium at that point.
And the Steelers would call because they think maybe DJ's available. Like, why is DJ all of a sudden maybe available?
Oh, I would not blame the Steelers at all for making the call. No question. I'd make the call if I was the Steelers. Again, you're not going to get him for, the Steelers. Steelers have played poker better than we have. I'm not going to,
The Steelers, though, it's a weird thing because they certainly, while they always overachieve the expectations, they haven't won a playoff game, and they sure don't seem like they've got their ducks in a row of building a real good football team and don't have any answer at quarterback.
No.
They haven't had one.
And then the conversation as well is if they go with Aaron Rodgers, expect the Steelers to try to pry Alan Lazard away from the Jets.
It's going to be a big one.
My goodness. You're better off trading for DJ than you are trying to get Alan Lazard in a Steelers uniform at this stage. So I wouldn't be shocked if the calls were made, and I wouldn't be shocked if the deal was made if, in fact, you looked at it and you said, wow, the Bears really made out in this. But from my perspective, my preference is I want to see DJ in this offense.
John in Lincoln Square, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're good.
Just a quick thought. Given how much, they put up with Antonio Brown in Pittsburgh, how bad is this kid Pickens that they're shopping him immediately to get him out? And while I was on hold, I was thinking, do you think they had to talk to Aaron Rodgers before they made this deal today?
What do you think, Waddle?
I think it's a good question. I think I heard Kap and Jonathan talking about this deal today as well, and obviously Pickens has got 1 year left, and then you're going to have to pay him. He wasn't a first-round pick. He was a second-round pick, so, it's a different scenario. I don't think they had any interest in paying him, obviously.
Yeah. I was listening to Schrager today on Get Up. Schrager said, contrary to the reports, he is not a bad guy, or at least he was liked in that locker room. He was a worker, and while sure he can maybe have his moments, he was not like this big issue that some people have made him out to be.
Then he's made progress because the head coach stood in front of the press and said he's got to grow up.
Okay, that's what Schrager said. I was just
no, I know. I mean, look, he may have been well liked by his teammates, but I don't think you let a talent like that go if, in fact, there aren't some extenuating circumstances. You can't also look. You just traded for DK Metcalf and gave him a monster contract.
You gave up a second for him too.
Yes.
Joey G in Melrose Park. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Joey?
Silvy and Waddle. How are you?
What's up, buddy?
Did you hear that there's another Joey G out there, and this one is in Cicero?
I heard it. I don't know him. Possibility being in Cicero, though, it's any chance.
Okay, all right.
So, first of all, I want to go back to when I first called, 3:30, 4 o'clock. The Cubs are definitely, you start off with Ricketts, you go to Jed, then you go to the manager, and that manager's got that clubhouse on fire and all together. I think they could win the division easily without starting pitching because they have the offense. Now, going back to the Bears, what you're talking about, out of line, no way DJ Moore is gone. No way. I can't see it. He's got to be a security blanket for Caleb, and then he's got his young partner on the right side that we drafted also last year.
Rome Odunze. Yeah.
Now, my last thing, Sylvie, is we have a family-owned bakery in Melrose Park.
Okay.
Oh, Guidaro's Bakery. It's owned by 5 brothers. Parents are passed. It's been there 65 years. My Joey Scudero, friend of the brothers, is a movie film and photographer. He's got me and you on a 3 o'clock show on his phone. He's got me recorded talking to you.
All right.
He wants to put a picture to it. And I know you're busy. Cap would never show up anymore. But he wants to know if you come to the bakery for a sandwich and take a quick picture. And on your way, everything will be fine. That's what he's looking at.
Are you, Joey, are you asking me out? Is this what's going on?
Silvy, it's a date, baby.
I've never heard that side of Joey G.
I have
that
not
voice.
either.
Yeah, I thought there was another guy there. Joey.
Tommy, I know I didn't talk to you, but I love you, buddy. Always.
Yeah, well, Waddle feels bad. You should invite him.
No, I'm interested in you guys doing whatever it is that you're going to do. Maybe we'll call Big Cat. He can give you guys.
I was going to say, did he hear the Big Cat segment? All right, we'll see. It's a firm maybe. I don't know. I don't know where my summer's kind of booked. Now, I love Joey.
Not even here.
I would say to Joey, the next time that we have an appearance, and I've got one I know at the end of May coming up that's soon to be announced, or whether we take the show on the road, you meet us there. How about that? And bring some of the goodies from the bakery.
You talk to Joey.
Okay.
Yeah, you and Joey.
We'll settle this off the air. Coming up next, Aki's A-List questions of the day today. It's Waddle and Silvy.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Guys, it's Silvy on behalf of BetterHelp. And they are awesome at BetterHelp. For Mental Health Awareness Month, BetterHelp surveyed 16,000 people across 23 countries for its first ever State of Stigma report and found that while 75% of people believe it's wise to seek support, only 27% of Americans are in therapy. When people hesitate to get help, it doesn't just affect them, it impacts families, workplaces, and entire communities. You've heard me speak, guys, about the importance of getting help, of when the mind is right, the body is going to follow. I've seen a therapist for years now. I found my therapist when I was diagnosed with cancer, and I used my therapist now for more than just that. I talk to them about issues, about anxieties I have. I think it's important to get rid of that stigma. And many people are bothered, but they never get the help. Even if it's stress, manage that stress, and BetterHelp can help. 35,000 therapists. BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform, having served over 5 million people globally. And the key here, guys, it's convenient too. You can join a session with a click of the button. You don't have to do it in person. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout. You'll get 10% off your first month. Join me and find a therapist of your choosing. That's help, HELP.com/timeout.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
Sox winner and a world
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
If you're the unwitting victim in a calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Coast Ivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Coast Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4 million.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Madison, where businesses thrive and futures are built. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers prime accessibility, a talented workforce, and a supportive community ready to champion local businesses. Madison, home for business, heart for family.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
That's right, Aki's A-List. Usually at this time every single day. Tyler's out today. I believe he's back tomorrow. But it's always brought to you by Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing by visiting BrandonMrFinance.com. That's BrandonMrFinance.com. All right, Jack, are you presiding over this?
I am. So, Ryan Presley, coming into yesterday, had 7 consecutive games where he did not give up a run. But yesterday, obviously, one of the worst performances we've seen in a long time from a pitcher in Chicago and in baseball in general. Is Ryan Presley still your closer if you're the Chicago Cubs? And if not, who is the closer?
He's not mine. I was surprised by Plesac. I think Porter Hodge has more than going back to last year, and now he had, I think, one bad outing earlier, and he's been dominant.
Gave up, 6 runs in one outing? And other than that, he's been
dominant. Like yesterday, again, he did not allow the run to score in the 10th. And he's got the overpowering stuff. He's got the great off-speed pitch. The only time he gets into trouble is when he could get a little wild here and there. But I wasn't a believer in Presley to begin with. Tyler still is. When you are 36 and you don't have strikeout stuff, you really have to be on point. And even if he had those 6 or 7, he's going to have this happen to him. Maybe not to this level, but I can't afford that. I need a guy who's going to strike guys out. Do you know BABIP, right?
Batting average of balls in play.
Right. And like one guy's BABIP could be 230, another guy's BABIP can be 320. Do you know what a guy, the BABIP is if you strike him out?
It would be 0.
Right. So you have your BABIP is going to be lower if you don't let balls get in play. So it seemed Presley is always going to allow balls in play, and even by some bad luck sometimes you're going to get hurt. You just don't have strikeout stuff. The closer's got to.
What about Daniel Palencia? He's younger. He's 25. He hasn't been in the majors for a super long time, but he's throwing 100.
BBs.
He's throwing 101, and he has a sub-2 ERA. Could he be your closer?
I'm open to anybody. You see this all the time, guys who maybe at one point you didn't think, or a converted starter who now can unleash. Some people still think Ben Brown could be a future closer. This is more, and I like Porter Hodge a lot, so that's why I'm going with him. But this is more, I've always been anti-Ryan Presley to fill this role. If you want him to be a guy because he's a veteran presence, but the reason why he wanted to come here was to regain the closing role.
How much are you concerned with walks? You mentioned walks with Porter Hodge.
Yeah.
He's given up a walk in each of his last 4 outings.
Yeah, the wildness is something I spoke to. What is Presley's walk total, though?
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, it's...
Like, not only does he not strike guys out, he walks guys.
Yeah. You're going to have to... Something tells me you're going to have to try somebody else at some point. Valencia is like... I had the same thought, Jack, but... I mean, he's got less big league experience than Porter Hodge, doesn't he? Like, that may be a little bit too much of a jump for him. Hodge has been doing this a little bit longer, but that dude's stuff can be electric. He's got closer stuff.
Just remember the 05 White Sox, they had 3 different closers in the same World Series year. So, like, you could still try to get through this. Dustin Hermanson, Shingo Takatsu, and then Bobby Jenks came out.
I just don't like the guys that you just have to use their cunning and guile.
I'm with you. That's
get guys out. That would not. I mean, I don't want to, fearful of pooping my pants every time we go to the ninth.
I'm not DFAing him like some other crazy fans are, but he's not my closer.
Speaking of closing out games, the South Side last night didn't exactly have a great finish to theirs. This was with, I believe, 1 out, runner on first base. Sox up 1 in the 9th inning.
The pitch. He pops it up. Mydroth circling on the right side of the infield, and he makes... Oh, he clanked it! He clanked it, and the throw to second by Taylor is over the head of Amaya. And everybody's saved. Mydroth just did not have a beat on that pop-up, but unfortunately it didn't just drop. It hit him, I think, around the shoulder.
I thought it hit him right on top of his head.
Yeah, maybe right on the noggin, and it bounced into right.
So good.
Or was it the glove? It doesn't matter. It deflected away from him, and Taylor had a play on Canna at second, but he overshot Amaya. So first and second, nobody out. I've never seen a play like that.
No, that's unique.
Tough loss for the White Sox last night.
They gave up a run in the bottom of the 8th and then 2 in the bottom of the 9th. It was not.
They had the game won.
You know how you look at something that's sexy. That was Soxy last night.
That's good.
That was not
Soxy.
It's very Soxy last night from them.
What's unfortunate, too, is by Sox standards, they were playing pretty well going into that game. They were playing clean baseball. They were 5-5 in their last 10.
Yeah, I reprimanded you for that statement, and I was probably a little bit harsh on you. I apologize.
They haven't been playing. They've been fun to watch for once, and they have young guys like Chase Mydroth and Edgar Caro. And Luis Roberts been playing pretty well. My question for you guys is, for a young team like this, is this Will Venable's biggest test to see if they fall flat like they did last year, or if they're able to keep that energy up?
I think they're so bereft of talent that last night's win is not going to stick with them. I just don't. I don't think
last
night's loss is not going to affect their performance today. What's going to affect their performance today is they can't hit themselves out of a wet paper bag consistently.
See, I sort of disagree with that because you know how people say winning is contagious? I believe when you're so bad that good players, I believe firmly, this is not a bit, that if Chase Mydroth came from the Red Sox, correct? In the Red Sox deal? Was this in the Crochet deal?
Yeah.
If he was still in Boston, and whether he was on a minor league field or he was promoted to the Red Sox, that never would have happened to him. I believe that if he would have played for 12 years and he never would have been a White Sox, that never would have happened to him. But I believe that you throw him into an unwinnable situation, these guys, all of a sudden, it's contagious. And they do stuff they've never done in their baseball career. Like Jack said, he did that in the 4th grade. Danny said he watches his 11U travel games, and they don't do that. I believe if you hit Chase Mydroff 1,000 fly balls, he wouldn't drop one. But because he's on the White Sox and because they stink so bad and it's so hard for guys to develop, that's why it happened.
It was very Soxy.
So
it was
Soxy.
very Soxy.
And I'm not saying that to rip them, but I really believe that's why I thought they should have kept Crochet. And they're like, I saw a stat too on Chris Sale today, where he is amongst a group of leading strikeout pitchers ever in 300 games pitched. Like, they let go of a Hall of Famer. And they consistently do this. And when guys come in, it's impossible to develop here.
You watch. When Luis Robert Jr. goes to wherever he's going, that team is going to get a significantly better player than the one that you've seen on the South Side.
Michael Kopech is a really good testament to that. There were other guys, too. Once they leave here, all of a sudden something happens. You're speechless,
I forgot what your question was, Jack. I got to be honest with you. What was it?
This was the biggest test for Will Venables so far this season.
Yeah,
I think Will Venables is a competent manager. I think he doesn't have a team that can score runs, and he's got a group of pitchers. Some have pitched exceptionally well, but they're all very young.
Fair enough. All right, on to basketball. Steph Curry, out for game 2. He has a hamstring strain. He might be out longer. If he's unable to come back for this series, which is definitely a potential with a hamstring strain, do you think Jimmy Butler can lead the Warriors to a series win over the Timberwolves?
Yes. It's the same thing as Miami, and maybe he has more talent here. I don't know. Bam's pretty good, though. Tyler Hero, when he's healthy, he's good. So I don't know if they've got more talent, but I absolutely do believe. I don't think they will. I'm predicting, though, that if Steph doesn't come back, they lose this series.
Yeah, I would pick the Warriors to lose this series. I mean, they've got guys. Look, I wouldn't say it's 100-1 shot. I mean, anything's possible when you've got a guy who's performed as well as Jimmy has in the postseason, and Buddy Hield is playing well. You've got you've got Draymond Green. I mean, they've got some talented players. I wouldn't bet money on them winning this series, but it wouldn't be the craziest thing I've ever heard. I mean, look, you know how Wilbon constantly says to us that it's just different in the postseason and young guys need to learn how to get past some of these hurdles. I was thinking about Wilbon saying that watching Anthony Edwards play last night in the first half of that game.
But didn't he have a great playoff run last year?
He may have, but...
And he was on Team USA.
Until you get to the top of the mountain, maybe there are still moments where you play like an inexperienced guy. Jimmy doesn't do that, does he? I mean, there may be individual moments or halves.
I think it's dependent on the player, too. Like, James Harden is a longtime veteran who's never learned how to win.
Right.
So there are some who I think you either have it. I think Ant has it. I believe
I just think it was a moment last night where he disappeared.
Right.
And his coach, basically said as much. Like, when your three-point shot isn't going down, you still have to be able to find a way to affect the game. Second half of that game, he affected that game. Mm-hmm. First half, he was not even a factor.
How many points would you predict for Ant in the next game?
See, I think Golden State, without Steph, can run a very difficult defensive lineup to get around for Anthony Edwards. Because you throw Jimmy out there, you throw Gary Payton out there, you throw Draymond Green out there, and Kevin Looney's in the middle. Like, those 4 guys who are lockdown defenders at times. I think I'm 30, maybe 25, but I don't know if he's going to be able to just get his shot up if he's constantly being switched on from Jimmy Butler and Gary Payton. Those are tough matchups.
Well, and if you're the Warriors, you're trying to make somebody else beat you, right? So, I mean, look, he's going to get 25. He scored 1 point in the first half last night. What did he end up with?
24, was
right.
it?
So, I mean, he's going to get...
Because I played the over of 25. I played 25 or more. I lost every bet I placed last night. I had a parlay of the Cavaliers, the Timberwolves, and Ant to get 25 or more.
Well,
for 3.
You knew when the the Cavs blew it the way they did that you were probably...
Well, it's done. It was a parlay, so I lost.
But the whole night was just...
But I thought those 3 were for sures.
Yeah. Well, it looked like the Cavs were for sure.
But speaking of that, are you into the NBA playoffs, or are you still down on the postseason? I will read you the results in our poll question coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out. Congrats to all who'll join us at Seven Bridges Golf Club, Wednesday, June 11th. All of you will be randomly assigned to play on behalf of one of our show teams. Great prizes are at stake. Stay tuned for more details or visit gripitandSipItClassic.com.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event. Summer is almost here. It's cold out, though, today. I misjudged the weather. I wore shorts, and I got to walk to the train station in 52 degrees. But, yes, summer is just about here, and you can grab a new Toyota. Go out and make the most of the upcoming summer. Maybe it's taking the whole family to the ball game in a spacious Grand Highlander. You know, it's got more room than ever. Or getting out of the city to explore in the rugged RAV4. I loved the RAV4. Or using the powerful Tundra to get the boat in the water. Maybe to the dock. There's a Toyota for every adventure, and every Toyota comes with Toyota Care. It's a 2-year, 25,000-mile, no-cost maintenance plan that even includes roadside assistance. It's a value you can expect from Toyota. Summer starts now at your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer. Visit your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer today or Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text." Your hair would also like to add, "This cut rules." And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
hawkauto.com.
Financing on approved credit.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
What's up, is J Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from May 9th to the 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's mystery gift card giveaway on Saturday, May 10th. The first 200 IKEA family members will have a chance to select a mystery gift card worth up to $500. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale, May 9th to the 26th.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get a taste of that winning feeling before the buzzer sounds with ESPN Bet's Early Victory promo. Simply place a pregame moneyline bet on any NBA playoff game and If the team you bet goes up by 20 or more points at any point in the game, your bet will get paid out early. Available throughout the NBA playoffs at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
All right, how well do you know our fans?
It depends on each fan.
Oh, really? Like as a group. What would you say as a group?
I'd say I've probably got a 75% hit rate with thinking I know what they're thinking. No? Is that too high?
It's pretty good. No, I mean, that would be really good, yeah. I'm trying to...
50-50 maybe?
I'm trying to refresh this. I'm having my issues now all of a sudden. Sure enough, I wanted to get these results from Twitter on the, and I got the spinning wheel. Can you guys give me the results of, I asked this question, and Jack, if you could pull it up on your computer. On Twitter, I asked the question, brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota dealers. Are you enjoying this year's NBA playoffs? Yes, no, or I never watched the NBA. Don't look on the screen.
No, I'm not. If the assumption would be that those that are answering the two other ways versus I never watch, if you're not watching the playoffs and enjoying it, then I don't know what to tell you. So it's got to be 70% of saying, yes, I'm watching and enjoying.
45% say yes. 13% say no.
Well, that's where that's affected by the never watch 41%.
And 41% say they don't watch the NBA.
But the vast majority of those who do watch, which would be 58%.
It's about 75, yeah.
Yeah.
75% of the people who do watch the NBA.
So I actually did the math correctly.
You did. Very good. All right, what a show. If you missed any of it, you can get it on our YouTube page, youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy, or the podcast. Thank you to Justin and Jack today for filling in. Thank you to Barstool Big Cat and Dan Plesac. For Waddle, I'm Silvy. It's ESPN 1000. White Sox baseball is coming up next. Have yourself a great Wednesday night.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill. Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
Who's getting wild tonight? That's what I'm talking about.